So there's a circle carved in the face of the deep. I don't think it goes away and the ice melts and then all of a sudden the circle disappears. The circle is carved in the face of the deep according to the scripture, according to the text. And
Actually,
I
no,
just
you
want to
were
know
reading into
if
that
anyone has
quite extensively
any
because Job 38,
information on
because
that
Job
circle.
38:30. You're reading into that quite extensively because Job 38:30 doesn't state that the deep is frozen over.
I'm
It's
reading
actually
Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22 through 27, all the way to the end of the chapter, really. So
yes, and I I
what I'm
understand that,
saying
but
is there's a circle
I understand that,
carved.
and
You don't understand this part. There's
I
a
do understand
circle
this part, and you
carved
are
into
intentionally using something out of
carved.
context to try to show this to be the case.
Oh boy. There's a circle carved. This requires a something solid. Do you understand? If you inscribe something on the face of something, get it through your mind that that something that you're carving into must be some kind of solid. Okay?
Agreed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But even towards that, you're trying to use Job 38:30 as the justification for it being frozen over. It doesn't say that it was frozen over. It's talking about the reserves of snow and ice in heaven, and how when he sends it forth, he can freeze the deep with it. So it's not that the deep is frozen over; it's that God
That
can
is
send
not
forth
the
the snow
context.
to freeze.
That's not the context at all. I don't know where you're. I don't know
Have you
why
entered
you're
the
making that
storehouses
the
of snow, or
context.
seen the storehouses of hail, for which I reserve for times of trouble, for the
Okay.
days of war and battle?
Okay.
What is the way of the
Let's.
place where lightning
Okay.
is dispersed, and where the
Okay.
place of
Fine,
the
man.
east winds are scattered over the earth?
Fine, dude.
Who cuts a
Fine.
channel for the torrents of rain, and
Throw
a
out the
Gotta
whole
fountain
stop
for the
chapter.
over
storm?
talking, guys. You gotta stop over talking.
Yeah, it's hard
Throw
to
out
listen.
Job 38. Let's throw out Job 38, please, just for a minute. Just throw it out of your mind for a minute. There's a
Okay, so
circle.
we're not going to use your justification. You're just going to throw your justification away so that you could pretend that it's still going to be that, and that we can't use any other interpretation, and that your
I'm
specific
just trying to move
interpretation
on to some useful
and that your
information. I was
specific
in the middle
Jump
of
to the
something.
interpretation,
gun.
which is
Wait and
contrary,
let him say
and that
instead of you telling him what you think he's gonna say. Can you just let him
Thank
say?
you, SE.
who do you
Yeah,
think
Come
is?
on, man,
Actually, which
please.
one of us are you talking to?
Is there
Go.
someone
I'm
in the
talking to
room
you,
that's
sir.
actually? Is there someone that is actually a biblical earther in any sense, globe or whatever? I mean, that's who I'm trying to talk to. I'm not trying to talk to someone who's gonna,
Hold you to
just
what you
waste
say?
time.
I would definitely consider myself a biblical cosmologist.
Okay. So when we're in Proverbs and specific detailed information about creation itself, from the fountains of the deep to the highest parts of the dust of the world of the earth, the mountains, the hills, all of these things are mentioned. The heavens are mentioned. There's a circle carved or inscribed upon the face of the deep. Now it is very clear to see that if you're going to carve a circle in something, if you're going to inscribe a circle in something, then this face of the deep must be solid, right?
I agree
So
to
this
that
guy's
already.
context, this guy that's given me a different context according to Job 38:30 or Job 38, the whole chapter mixing in other verses. I don't understand why he cannot get that I'm in Proverbs and there is a circle carved into the face of the deep. Now, we talk about mountains, we talk about heavens, we talk about waters, we talk about all of those things, but we have a text and we're not even analyzing what is the deep, what's the face of the deep, and what's the circle carved in the face of the deep. That's what I want to know from the globers that are biblical. That's what I want to know. I want an intellectual conversation. I don't want you to tell me it's all metaphors and things like this. I want an intellectual conversation.
I haven't disagreed with any of this yet.
You just shut the room down, North. You wanted an intellectual conversation.
Right?
You just shut the room down.
I don't think there is an
What he's
I'm
saying
joking.
makes
I'm
no
joking,
sense.
guys. Relax.
Nobody
Yes,
wants
he
to
didn't-
engage because it's stupid.
He was getting
mu-
one, and
yeah,
then
it
he
must-
didn't
that-
want to listen to Dr. Brian Peck. So
Yeah, I get it.
So
It must sound very stupid, but those who say they are biblical, like they read the Bible and they understand that it's true according to
And
them.
North,
I want to know what do
the
they.
idea
I
that
want to
when you
know.
come into a room, you issue a challenge, and then you say that you want to accept the challenge, and then later on when you
It's
declare
not
victory
even a
because you've not
challenge,
accepted any
man.
sort of
It's not a
challenge,
challenge.
that you're
There's
not
no challenge.
There's
There's
you
no
are
challenge.
interrupting.
you can't be that socially unaware, North. You cannot be that socially unaware, North.
What are
Yeah.
you even speaking about? Did I come in and say I have a challenge for you?
Do you have to do
must
that to
answer.
challenge the room, North? Do you
Nope.
not understand how actions and implications may work?
He
I
probably
prefaced
doesn't.
it by saying this has been very interesting to me for a long time, and I've questioned globers and flat earthers on this topic, on
And
this circle of the deep. I've questioned many people
Got
on it
it.
just to understand what their understanding is, or just
Okay,
to see
North.
if they have any information about this circle on the face of the deep. But I don't know, man. I'm sorry I
Yeah.
brought it up again. I don't mean to
Okay, you
bring
don't have to
things up that
apologize.
people just want to ignore. I'm sorry.
I'm
North?
just stunned. I'm just stunned at your lack of social awareness. It's truly astonishing.
It's like
No.
Mel said, you had somebody discussing it with you, but you did not like what they said, so you shut them down and looked for somebody else. So
I didn't shut the
You
person
did.
down because I didn't
Yes, you
like what
did.
they said. It wasn't because I didn't like what they said. It's because what they said was not pertinent to it's like a flawed question and a flawed statement is what he's saying, because
you did not
everyone
like what they said.
understands everyone he said it does freeze at times, and that's very foolish for him to say such a thing, because if there's a circle carved in the face of the deep, it's not going to melt and go away. It's a
Okay.
circle carved in the face of the deep since the beginning of time according to the scripture, and
Okay.
and the face of this deep is solid to have something carved into it.
So
And it's frozen. That's what it says in the Hebrew. It's frozen. I don't know what translation he's reading from, but I'm telling you what it says. And if
Well, then you
want
can
to
just
look
pull up
it
the
yourself,
Hebrew,
you
right?
can.
Let's just
I'm
pull
not
up the
gonna-
Hebrew
I'm
then.
not gonna
What
keep
passage,
going.
North? Let's just pull up the Hebrew.
yeah, let's pull up the Hebrew.
Have fun, guys.
What passage was it, North?
So do you want us to go to 827 in Proverbs, or do you want us to go to Job 30?
I would love for you to go to Proverbs and tell me what you think the circle is, where is it at, and what's the face of the deep. Tell me what the face of the deep is. Tell me where the circle is carved, and tell me if it has to be a solid surface for a circle to be carved into it. Go to Proverbs
Hebrew actually
chapter 8,
doesn't say. The
verse
Hebrew actually doesn't
27.
say. The Hebrew
Go to
doesn't actually.
Proverbs
God damn, will you
8:27
shut the
in
fuck
Hebrew.
up?
You said you were going to go in Hebrew, right? So go do that. I'm going to put myself on mute.
All right. I can tell you one thing. When it comes right down to it, the way this has been understood by the scholars throughout time is not that the face of the deep is solid, but rather it's the spoken word of God creating the vault within which is contained earth. That is what is normally understood by it. If you're stating that it's necessarily a frozen deep in which a physical carving has been placed on it, it would be up to you to show that that is the actual necessary translation. It would not be incumbent upon me, who is presenting to you the majority position here.
Well, the scholars would be ignorant of the fact that the word deep is like abyss or ocean water. So look up the word deep, and if it's the face of the deep, it's not the heavens, and the heavens are the very next thing that are mentioned. And I was there when he created the heavens. So the heavens are the next thing that are mentioned. But I'm speaking of the circle of the deep. Okay,
Which is
on
that inscribed
on the face
inscribed
of the
circle.
deep. Now, what's the face? Is
That
the
inscribed
face?
circle. Oh Jesus! The inscribed circle is the spoken word of God creating the earth.
What? Where do you get that?
From the scholarship. This is what is understood.
Who said? Give me the
We
scholar.
can go find it. All right, give me a
Who?
moment.
And give me what you specifically said. Because that would be very, very ignorant of that scholar to say such a thing.
Wait, are you saying what scholarship supports you? Because you were actually the one that came in with this claim with this claim as well. I'll look for my scholar. You look for your scholar. We'll come to them. We'll see who's got what. Unless
Yeah, I
you're
would love to
claiming
know where your scholar came up with any kind of, citations.
That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly
I
fine. I'll
want
look
to
for you
know
and you look
where
for
your scholar came
North.
up with this. Like,
Guys, you're doing
I
good.
was
Why
speaking.
screw it up now? You're doing good.
I was clearly speaking. I want to know where your scholar
He
came
is
up with
trying to
this
get you.
idea.
He's getting you
that
that information,
I
North,
want
and he would
to-
like it if you did the same for yours. Is what he has said. He is in the
I
middle of
want
doing it.
to-
You can keep saying you want, but he is doing it now. He would like for you to do the same
What
while
is
he
he
does
doing
that.
now? Tell me what he's doing
Looking
now.
for the scholar, North.
Okay, that's
Jesus.
not all I want. That's not all I want. So can you shut up? What I want is him to tell me how this
So you want him to
scholar-
do a bunch of things all at once.
Oh,
Maybe
God,
you should
just
focus on
two
getting
things,
one
man.
thing done
Two
and then
things.
move to the
Not
next
a bunch
instead of providing
things,
him
you
a grocery
crying
list,
little
North.
girl. Not a bunch of things.
I'm so
just two
sorry that
things.
you're really, really, really upset that it
Are you
seems
guys
unfair
really
to
this
ask for
scared,
him to do a
man?
grocery list when he's just
Omnivore.
asking you to look
Why
for
are they
your
so
information as
scared,
well.
man, to have a
Why can't you
conversation?
also
bro.
present your
Okay,
information,
bro.
North?
Forget the meta.
Why are you so scared to have a conversation? Like,
I'm not,
I
North.
want him-
I'm
Alright.
letting him look it up. When he's back, he'll
well,
say
let him
something.
look it up.
Until
I
then,
can speak while the man's looking
I can
something up.
talk.
Do
I
you
can
have to
talk
come
while
in
he's
and just
looking.
make the
I'm
room-
sorry that you don't like that I'm talking
I
while he's
don't know.
looking, North. It's really
Okay,
upsetting
so-
for you. I get it, but like again, I personally
Just
am
let me
also
know when I can
curious.
talk, man.
I
Just let me
personally am
know when I
also
can talk.
curious. I personally am also curious to know what
I'm
your
not
scholars'
listening to you.
opinions are.
I'm
So
not
could you
even
please?
listening. I don't care what you say, dude. I'm not listening to you. I really don't.
If you're not going to engage in conversation, I'm not going to get you anything because you're obviously
not with the
willing
guy
to
who's
engage.
speaking right now and just talking over me. I'm
North,
not even going to
wait,
answer
North.
or listen
You,
to you. I clearly
North,
want
stop for
something.
a second.
Okay,
You
never mind, man.
have
You guys have a good night, man.
Yeah, I was
Holy
going to
gotcha.
say, it seems to me like there's no way this is ever going to become a productive conversation. So we should probably switch topics.
Yeah, it's like common sense. Like I don't understand. Like can't let another person finish a sentence so you can go. Like it's very
I was-
immature.
I let him
That's
finish
if you were
multiple
the censor,
sentences.
Like I'm
It was
guilty
like
of
you-
it too, but man, like
No, I get you. I get you, SE. But I let him finish multiple sentences. I was trying to have a conversation with him, and he didn't like it.
Why do you think he didn't like it?
Is that the so-called doctor making those claims?
Because I was asking him for his source.
Nah, it was melodic.
Oh, great.
yeah, the
Cool.
Dr. Peck and him were having a good combo, and then it all went to hell.
Well, to be fair, North sent it to hell because I asked if while I was looking for my source, if he would provide me the source for his interpretation, and that sent him on to creating a laundry list that he was going to try to bury me under before he would even provide any sort of justification for his point.
He played his part too. I'm not saying it's one-sided. Yeah, I didn't say that. Yeah.
All right, so I
You
guess
just
we
gotta
should
be
get on to
cool
a new topic. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you, SC Montreal.
What is the firmament made of?
Vibes.
Most
Unironically,
definitely,
though.
Quantum foam.
most definitely made of pixie queefs.
I like
Who
dark
claims
matter.
to know what it's made of?
Well, that would be why I asked to find that out, Rob.
No, I get you, but like, if I were a biblical cosmologist, I would say there's no way for me to know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, like,
It's not written in the scriptures what it's made out of, just what
Yeah.
it looks like.
yeah, there's nobody who claims a firmament who would claim to know for certain what the composition is made out of.
You can't know that. So like it doesn't
No,
invalidate
I
the
don't
Bible.
believe you can know that.
I know I was talking to Yasuka and his claims about everybody.
Yeah, I try to stay away from everybody claims.
I try to specifically go into everybody claims because I think it is a good weeding out tool.
Yeah, I know. You don't know how to think. It's fine. I've already established this with my story that you don't want to do. It's cool. You don't have to explain it every time.
Yeah, so actually will bring that up as a point in the idea of I think that it is valuable to make absolute claims in linguistics because it is a good tool to weed out whether or not somebody is broaching what I'm actually saying versus like the literal words that I'm saying, because there's
nice.
always going to be an exception to things.
Correct. That's
more,
why it doesn't
more or
make
less.
sense to make those claims.
So the problem is that if you had to caveat every single exception in language, then you wouldn't be able to communicate effectively.
Well, that's
And
incorrect.
we all
That's
understand this, which is why
completely incorrect.
people will make claims
like you just
that
did, that you have no proof for.
that, like, you know, everybody breathes, everybody, you know, everybody poops. I can say everybody poops, and we all understand that, like, I'm not like referring to, you know, the hyper specific individual that maybe has like a J pouch or something. Like, there's obviously going to be exceptions, and if you focus on the exceptions, then that would just show to me that it is a useful tool that I use to weed out whether or not somebody is approaching the sort of the spirit of what I'm saying versus the literal word of what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. And so I use the opposite way to figure out if somebody's here in good faith or not. Because if you're here in good faith, you're going to be honest about the exceptions, and you're not just going to make general statements because that would be in bad faith. I wish that guy was here from the other day who we were talking about whether you can know things or not. That was a fun conversation.
I have to assume I can know things.
Well, right. My position is essentially that there's some point where I have to accept that I can know things, but I can never 100% for sure know something.
It's not useful for me to consider that I can't know something.
Yeah.
I mean, this just goes into a question of practicality versus you know, philosophical aspects, to where you can say that, you know, I can't 100% know that if I put heat on water that it will boil. In terms of a objective point of view, in terms of 100% knowing that it's not going to suddenly not boil the 1,000,001st time that I do it. So we make concessions in our everyday lives for things that are, what's the word? Efficacious, useful, practical.
Everybody's a little bit pragmatic. Everybody's a little bit of a pragmatist, even if they don't know it.
Pragmatism, that is the word. Yeah, so in that sense, there's your philosophical understanding of, yeah, I can't know anything to 100% certainty, but for the sake of existing in day-to-day life, existing in my day-to-day life, there are things that I have to take as 100% certainty. and there's no point in me thinking about that exception.
Well, sometimes there's
Which
a
goes
point in
back-
thinking about the exception. You can't say there's no point in thinking about the exception, because then I find it doubtful that Einstein would have had his most favorite thought. Like, you just have to be cognizant of the fact that like there is this point where there's space.
No, the question there is like, what is the actual pragmatic value in thinking about the exception for something that's like, you know,
thought experiment.
99.99%?
Thought experiments, like I just stated with Albert Einstein. His happiest thought was when he realized that somebody falling from a building is the equivalent of somebody being in free fall in a gravitational field. Like that would be something that I would consider most people at the time would not have thought of, because they would not have, they might have, for practicality's sake, not found any value in looking in the space between. But the space between is valuable. That's where the pennies hide in the couch cushions. Well, we got rid of the penny, so quarters hide in the couch cushions.
Do we officially get rid of the penny now, or is that a Canadian thing?
I think Canadians officially got rid of it. The current administration has just decided to stop printing it.
Well, those might actually save us some money now.
Now, if we can just do the same with the nickel.
Yeah, I hate nickels.
I don't hate them, but like it costs more to make them, and so why are we making them? Are we a capitalist country or not? You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I had one guy who was very adamant that you had to know everything with 100% certainty, or you knew nothing. And then the other guy and I kept going on it, because we ended up getting to the separation between like reality and what you know to be truth and all. It was a fun conversation. I enjoyed it. Let's see. I already asked Professor Parks about interesting things in his neck of the woods in astronomy. What do you study? What do you study, Brian?
I'm a physician.
Okay. Anything new in the life of the physician in the field you study?
Most everything's pretty static right now. SGLT2s are the new wave when it comes to cardiology, and they do a wonderful job at helping with heart issues. Same thing with GLP-1s. It's going to be really, really sad if in a few years we find out they give you something like turbo cancer.
I mean, bodybuilders have been using GLP-1s since like early 2000s.
Isn't that the story with everything though? It's gonna be real unfortunate when we find out in a few years.
Yeah. Like this is just a general useful thing, is that like bodybuilders and bodybuilding communities like pick up on so many of these things so much earlier, because like they're not sort of doomed to this incremental steps on 4-year studies that have to be done that don't even have a really solid conclusion. So like while it is a lot more random and there's a lot more like danger to it, obviously, of like bodybuilders self-experimenting, it's been so unbelievably common for bodybuilders to gain knowledge that later, like 20-30 years later, it gets proven to be true when it's already been mass adopted.
Yep. And they're a hell of a lot better at delivering injections than most nurses.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I got some dubiously legal peptides here. You have a good source for me, Dr. Brian Peck, to get bacteriostatic water.
Actually, you can just purchase it on Amazon, because their online pharmacy doesn't require a prescription to buy it.
Interesting. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember why.
It's one of the few things Jeff Bezos did with their online pharmacy that's quite nice. There's a lot of supplies that a lot of times a diabetic would need, or somebody who has to do dilutions for powders or pucks. They just weren't going to have a good time, or there was going to be absurdly cost prohibitive. So it was like, you know what, we'll just subsidize it, make it available on this without pharmacy.
Very
Sorry,
good
without
point. Very
prescription.
good point.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it without the pharmacy.
7 a.m. delivery. Let's go.
I don't know if we can talk about this, but since you're a doctor, what's like I don't know, you guys be the judge if we could talk about this, like this new targeted cancer stuff.
Oh, I'm not an oncologist, and I am not studying in that field. I wouldn't be able to tell you much about it other than if we can get nuclear locating proteins to actually find the right cell through a secondary mechanism, and then go in and poison that cell individually, or otherwise treat the issue ongoing in the nucleus. It would be an enormous game changer. I can say that the tailored therapies for chemotherapy are getting amazing at the moment, though. They're expecting the next big breakthrough within the next 10 to 15 years. And my wife actually had a little bit of a contribution to that, because she found a secondary way to attach a nuclear basket, a medicinal basket that's not using a Watson-Crick toehold mechanism.
Is this where all the cancer research money went to figuring this stuff out?
No, but instead of killing everything like, you know, the chemo approach, this targeted thing is it makes sense, doesn't it?
It's still chemo. It's just that they now have a way. Of making it target only one cell instead of it being just a broad approach of kill everything and hope you kill the bad stuff fast enough.
Oh, it's still chemo. Okay, I thought it was some sort of like a radio wave kind of a thing, or a microwave target thing. Maybe I
If you're talking
misunderstood.
about targeted radiation, that's something else entirely, and they've had that for a while. And then of course there's the high energy wave things like the gamma knife, which is phenomenal for people who have intracranial lesions.
Hey, Doc, is it
Yep.
true you guys are incentivized to prescribe like pharmaceuticals?
Nope,
Not true.
not true. Hasn't been true since the 80s.
Okay, so if there's like some alternative thing that is completely non-toxic and it's not owned by a pharmaceutical company and it provably has like beneficial results with whatever problem, you would tell people to do that?
Can you speak to which thing you're talking about? Because I don't want to say something broad and then you use it to bring out a specific example that wouldn't qualify.
Some specific food or whatever for like I don't know, bacterial infection or something like that. Or would you just give them antibiotics?
I mean, I'll give you an example. Is that
There's such a broad range of things there. Can you be a little more specific?
I mean, I'll give you a specific example, which isn't in his particular paradigm, but I knew somebody who had like severe debilitating migraines, and like the kind of migraines that would like legitimately put him out for like 3 days, right?
Mhm.
Like it's something that was like related to like epilepsy, right? And like he's going through the medical system for like 4 years, right? And like on all kinds of these things, and the only ones that actually get rid of the migraines are the ones that like essentially just numb him to life. Like in the sense that is commonly talked about with a lot of these drugs, just feeling like there's no point to life, like kind of having this physiological nihilism, and
Gotcha.
that sucks. That's really bad. And so what actually helped him was one cutting out seed oils, and then 2, high dose magnesium glycinate.
No, well,
And
at least you used a form that's actually going to absorb.
yes, so in that sense, like, you know, he was, you know, going into the medical system, having all these drugs forever, when something that actually helped was essentially free, in that, you know, it's like $10 on Amazon or something like that.
Yep. It's not that people don't want to do it that way. It's just most often you don't get the best results doing it that way, and that's why they have a tendency to go with what brings the better results. For his individualized case, if he's doing significantly better on just on a magnesium supplement and he isn't and cutting out foods, by all means, more power to him.
Well, do we have the research to show that it's not very successful, like you said?
Do we have research to show that there are people who have migraines associated with epileptic seizures tend to have reduction of seizures with certain medications? Yeah.
Well, I mean, so the way of putting it in a more structured way would be that there's obviously going to be incentive. Like, studies are not free, and so like, there are certain things to where there's no incentives to actually have studies on them particularly. Whereas, like, I was looking into all of the studies that look at the health benefits or the health detriments to soy, and every single one of them was funded by the soy industry, big soy or whatever. So in this sense, like, it's a big thing with it's a big thing with like peptides, as an example, in that because you can't particularly like copyright peptides, you can't get a patent on them. There's not a lot of incentive to have research on them. So in this sense, the lack of research isn't necessarily a lack of efficacy.
Maybe big peptide will get into that.
Yeah.
But that's the problem, is that anybody can make peptides. So, and in the same way of like magnesium, anybody
can grow soy.
Can you though?
Yeah.
But can you produce enough? And can you produce enough soy to actually say, I don't know, have enough to create a year supply of tofu if you're a vegetarian? Unlikely, unless you got a lot of land.
Yeah, so it's just in this point of like, with this particular form of like epileptic migraines, right? There's not really going to be, you can pretty much guarantee that there's not going to be an incentive to have a actual proper medical study on the efficacy of magnesium glycinate for this particular thing. And, you know, there being, you know, a bunch of anecdotes of people doing this, or like case studies, even if they're not necessarily properly documented, of people doing this, that wouldn't change anything either. Like, that wouldn't make it more likely for there to be a study, because just the point is nobody would actually fund that study. So in this sense,
I don't think this is a bad conversation per se, but I want us to move away from medical talk. I realize that Dr. Peck is a doctor, and no problem there. But so just so you know, we're giving YouTube strikes for medical talk. Recently, one of whom from one of our mods was doing the medical talk. So,
which mod?
Who gave the strike?
Name and shame them.
YouTube.
I mean,
YouTube
the point is
gave
like.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
No, I'm just curious where it came. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. No worries.
Yeah. Well,
the pharmaceutical companies fund studies that back up their drugs.
So can you? So
You're just told to not. We're just told to stop talking medicinal and pharmaceutical.
Yeah, shut it down, right? Okay.
So it might be nice for mods not to threaten people who actually question the mods when they're doing stuff like that, just to say.
I mean, if we don't talk about specific like you know, treatments or anything, we just talk about the motives behind what is prescribed. That's not really medical talk. We talk about
so if you're
Omni has spoken.
about the medical industry, don't do it.
So we can't talk. We can't even talk
I just got
about.
to listen to the
Omni spoke, man. You can fight with him. You can fight with him in a different channel if you
Well,
want to.
chill
He
out,
spoke.
Doc.
I can tell him
Chill
fucking
out.
to it,
I know,
man.
I know we're exposing your scam here, but relax.
Well, we can go down and chat about it if you want, Mr. Peck.
Nah, if you're gonna call me Mr. Peck, then fuck you. I'll stay up here with people that actually have respect.
Brian Peck, your name is? Yeah?
Doctor, not Mister. And I know you did that on purpose, Rick P. Because you
didn't go to school, huh?
What the hell? Dude.
I mean, he went to school for several years. Like, you can at least be a little bit respectful.
No, he can't be. We have to
Okay,
tell
Dr. Brian Peck, if I have to use 3 syllables, how many syllables do you expect, man? How many syllables do you demand of me for your name?
And
No,
here's
that one? Here you go, Doc.
here's Mod doing it
Brian.
again. We were told to
Brian.
get off this topic, and here you are baiting the doctor still when we were told to get off this topic.
Okay, I just said that we could go down and we can talk on another VC, right? And I'm not talking about medical anymore, am I? I'm just suggesting we can go down to a different VC. Get off these guys. Stop riding these guys, Coco.
Why
He said
don't
no.
you hate him?
Here's what this boils down to, Ricksky. You and I have known each other for over a year at this point. We don't like each other. You know that I'm a medical professional, and you went out of your way to call me Mr. Brian Peck, knowing that it was disrespectful. Fuck you. I'm not going downstairs with you and your disrespectful ass.
So your title is that important to you, sir? Is it?
No, you're
I mean, it wasn't inherently disrespectful, right? But I mean,
It
sure.
is considered-
If I have to call you Dr. Brian Peck because you need that so bad for your ego, there you go,
No,
Dr. Brian Peck.
That's not it
Would
at
you
all.
like to go
That's
down?
not it. That's
Yeah,
not
you're
it at
acting like
all.
a child right now, Doctor. You're
Dude,
acting
you
like
are
a child.
so full of ego. Like,
No, man.
you're
Once
hilarious
again-
for a doctor. You should be
Oh,
comfortable
love
in
of
your
God.
position and confident, right? But you need all this indulgence, right?
These are your
Rick,
mods, Omni.
Rick, the only one that you are, the only one currently showing an ego right now is you. You intentionally were disrespectful. I'm calling you out on it, and the only thing you can do is try to put your disrespect as somehow my fault. I'm sorry that you're a victim blaming.
I'm sorry. I'll call you Dr.
I'm sorry
Brian
that
Peck.
you're a victim.
I instantly said it, sir.
I'm sorry that you're a victim.
Dude,
I'm sorry that you're a victim blaming dickhead who can't let people finish their sentences. And I'm really sad that Omni has thought that you deserve mod status.
I mean, you're pretty triggered over nothing, Doctor. This could be a disorder. This could be some sort of disorder. Maybe you need a drug for that.
We want respect. Also, please.
I could bring
we're
an
not gonna
actual
show
topic.
any respect.
What's the topic?
So, a topic outside of medical is generally the way that experts and expertise and credentialism has been dramatically misused. And I'll just talk about physics. Not going to talk about medical, right? Just on any other generic science, right? Is that, you know, when you are a PhD or you are a quote unquote, like you have a credential in something, it's often where you have your expertise is a very specific narrow field. Like if you are a an iologist, I was going to use a different term, but you're just an expert in something. You're probably an expert in a very like narrow subset of that. And the way that credentialism is used and the way that like experts are used as like, you know, popping out on whatever the current thing is that they'll bring somebody who is an iologist out on the iology topic, even if they have no understanding of the actual topic at hand. And they don't have any frame of reference to even understand it, yet they're being sort of lauded around as the expert there.
You're saying with like something really specific within the field? I'm kind of missed part of that.
Yeah. So essentially, somebody has an expertise in one aspect of a field, and they're being brought out as an expert for a completely unrelated subject that might have some, like, it's technically in the same field, but like they don't actually know anything about it. and they clearly don't know anything about it, and
Right.
it's
Is that like when
essentially
Answers in
just
Genesis trots out their pet astronomer to talk about geology?
if
like,
they
to
had
give
an
a
astronomer,
concrete-
if they
to
had
give
an
a concrete
astronomer talk
example.
about geology, then yeah, that would be
Okay.
that would be misusing credentialism.
Just making sure I could get a concrete example.
Like when James Tour talks about abiogenesis and he's a synthetic chemist.
Yeah, that's another good example.
Yeah, and so it's not just like if they talk about it, but it's if they use their credentials as a justification for their expertise of saying essentially, I know more about this because I have this credential. Listen to me on this subject when they don't actually, when they're the astronomer talking about geology.
They could be talking to someone who studies that specific thing that they're talking about and is like basically the world expert on it. But if they don't have a degree, then they'll just appeal to their degree and act like because they have this piece of paper that they know.
Well, if
they know
if
better.
you're the world expert in something, my guess is that you probably have a degree in that subject.
I would be
Nah,
unsurprised if
most
that
of the
wasn't
time,
the
I mean,
case.
most of the time, geniuses are crazy people on the fringe, and they
No,
don't learn.
not-
They don't learn
no.
the shit that all the regular people learned.
No,
Oh,
not
do you
not,
still
not in science and not in the science, not in 2025. I'm sorry. Maybe in
do you
music.
No, you
still
don't need
think
you don't need a degree to do science. That's just
do you still think that the lone hold on, Nathan. Do you still think that the guy in his shed is what's creating breakthroughs these days?
the guy in his shed.
Yeah, I'm asking. Like, do you think it's a single individual task that is leading to breakthroughs these days? That's a yes or no question.
Meaningful ones, yeah.
No.
Okay. So you
No,
don't
mo-
understand. You
yeah,
don't understand how modern stuff is done. So cool.
Yeah, no.
modern
All the
science
modern stuff is just
modern science with
bullshit.
its modern science is not usually an individual effort. There are some exceptions that might argue that someone like who's the crippled guy that died?
Hawking had a partner, I believe, as well that he published with. Like it wasn't
What did
just
he?
him.
What did he achieve?
Hawking quite a bit actually. Probably one of the.
I mean,
best
he is
minds since
buried
Einstein.
in a very famous place that they don't usually bury a
Must
lot
have
of
been a
people in.
lot.
Must have been a lot. I mean, I doubt you could give me Newton's 3 laws. So, like, why would we talk about astrophysics?
What does Newton have to do with Stephen Hawking?
Exactly.
He's just saying that you're probably not.
You're
He's saying you're probably not versed in the basics. So appealing to Stephen Hawking is somehow going to save you is kind of stupid.
Hawking had Newton's seat, didn't he, for a long time?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, he's also buried next to him, I believe. Aren't they both buried in?
Well, not close to him, not next to him, but.
Well, no.
Do you guys
not
get the
next to
point,
him.
though?
Same
The
place.
point that was made. Do you guys get the general point?
The general point is that there are few people today in this field like physics that are going to come up with a breakthrough that they've done with nobody else knowing about it.
Okay, but you could have someone just studying something on their own and figure something out.
Nobody's saying that you couldn't.
Okay.
But generally, if I then ask this person calculus and I get nonsense back, I'm just gonna roll on.
Terrence Howard achieved more than Stephen Hawking.
Oh
What?
my God!
Terrence Howard,
No,
the
man.
actor?
That's
No,
a
man.
troll.
The one-
Nobody,
the
no,
one-
don't bite.
No,
Don't
that's
bite.
bait.
That's an
That's
obvious
bait. That's
bait.
just straight
obvious
bait.
Come on, dude. He has patents with drones, and you're acting like the dude who was crippled.
One
That
time
he didn't
he really did
construct.
so much.
He was
He
one
didn't.
times
He
1
didn't
equals
touch
2
a
guy.
single part of that drone. Yeah, he is the 1 times 1 equals 2 guy.
All right.
God.
He may have patents for a drone that he didn't design and that he didn't build. The patent can be in his name. Doesn't mean he did any work on it. Who's the other crazy guy? It's the guy that Larry sounds like, the self-proclaimed smartest man who's the bouncer.
Chris Langan.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's another funny guy.
Well, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not the self-proclaimed smartest guy. He's not even supposedly the highest IQ in the world. but based on the IQ tests in America, he has the highest IQ. But there's like some
Sure.
there's like some Asian
buy-
guys that have higher IQs.
I definitely believe you, which is my sarcasm for I don't believe that at all.
Have you heard him talk?
Yep, that's why I don't believe it.
Why? What does he say that's wrong?
Most things.
Yeah, pretty much everything. Like
Like
a
what?
good portion of it.
Like what?
Like there was so much that I struggled to remember anything because he said something and I went, "Oh, this is bullshit," and I
must
don't
have
need
went
to
over your
listen to
head.
any of this. You
Yeah,
can
it was
talk
probably
over
too,
me,
it was
but that's
probably too
fine.
complicated for you to understand, I guess.
No, I've gotten through Calc 4. It takes some pretty complicated stuff to go over my head.
Good
Wow.
for you, man. That's it. I got halfway through Diffie and was like, all right, let's just take the C and that's it.
Yeah, no, Diffie-Q was my favorite, to be honest. But then I took classical, and classical physics is like just all ODEs. And now I can't see an ODE without being like, I should solve that. So, yay.
He says that reality is like information. I mean, do you disagree with that part?
I mean, the man couldn't tell me what Shannon entropy was if I asked him. So,
Can you answer my question?
I did.
It really depends. It really
What the fuck
depends
does-
on what it means.
What the
It
fuck
really
does that have to
depends
do
on
with
what he
anything?
means by a lot of these things. If he wants to say that reality is a place where information is, would probably be a better statement.
I would agree with that. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if you take the solipsist view, right, like information that's coming in is technically all you have for reality. But I mean, even then, he still couldn't tell me what Shannon entropy is, so I just already know that he probably isn't up to date on information theory.
He
If he
created
studied it at all.
information theory. He literally created it.
Incorrect.
All right.
I believe the name you're looking for is Claude Shannon.
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it's just more bait.
Yeah,
So he's like not intelligent, but you can't really
I didn't
specify
say
why
he
he's
wasn't.
wrong about anything.
I didn't
He's
say
certainly not
You
the
think he's
smartest man in
you
the
think he
world.
doesn't know anything and he's wrong, and you can't specify why.
I didn't say he wasn't intelligent. I mean, clearly there's some intelligence that's required in conning people less intelligent than you.
Oh, so it's a con. Okay, so all the people who read it,
Oh,
his
do you think he's getting it for free?
yeah, he is called the cognitive theoretic model of the universe. So all the people
But
who read
you
it,
think he's giving any
the-
of those interviews are free?
yeah, they're on YouTube. You could just go on YouTube and watch it.
You don't think he was paid for any of those?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean maybe a couple, but for the most part, no.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I mean, you think people would pay money for some interview of some guy saying bullshit?
I think people are
Actually,
paid
yeah.
to do interviews all the time.
Okay,
Yeah.
so everyone, you're smarter than everyone in the world because people who read
no,
what he
people-
says,
no,
people who
that's
read
not
what
what
he
I said.
says don't think
People
he's a
give
scam
money
artist.
people give money to
You
Dearth.
figured it out. You figured out he's a scam artist, right?
People give money to Witsit, Dearth, and QE and all these guys. Come on.
Okay.
They're
Yeah.
definitely not smart. They're definitely conning you.
I mean, they're smarter than you are, but I
No,
don't
they're
think
not.
I don't think
They're
smart.
not. None of them are smarter than me.
No,
Not a single
anybody
They're
who
they're literally all
yeah.
smarter than you.
one. No, they're literally all dumb fucks. Witsit's the
Okay.
smartest. Witsit is, Witsit's not smart. He's like able. He's well spoken. He could be a politician if he wasn't such an
He's
idiot.
definitely smarter
Before
than
the
you.
final
he's
experiment, I
definitely
would have considered Witsit to be the flat Earth equivalent of like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Post TFE, I think he's a lazy bum.
Okay, so back to Chris Langan. You think he's a scam artist, but all the people who read his philosophy just intuitively understand that it's true. No one really has any issues with it at all. There's no academics who even address it. No one will fucking argue with him. But
Right,
you figured
because
out he's a scam
you don't argue with
artist, and
fools.
then when I asked you, what's wrong with what he says, you couldn't come up with anything.
I did tell you. But anyway,
Oh, what did you say?
So
What did you say?
back to what you said earlier.
Oh, he
though.
doesn't
Correct.
know what this specific
Correct.
type of
Con
entropy
men.
is.
Correct.
Really?
Con men. Correct. Con men conning people does not mean the con man is correct. That would be fallacious reasoning, I do believe.
And how is he a con man?
He is making money while telling people something that's not true.
Really? Because he's broke. I don't know if you knew that.
Is he broke? Are you sure about that?
Very sure about it.
Yeah, you've seen his financials.
So he's totally like this super genius con man who's making so much, but he's a broke farmer living on some.
You've seen his financials. You know for 100% certainty.
I don't know everything about him now.
Okay. Cool.
But you must think he's rich and he's a con man.
I don't think he's rich.
You have no
Did
justification.
I say he was rich? Dr.
Well, he's
Peck,
clearly,
did I say
he's
he was
clearly
rich?
scamming. He's clearly scamming all these people. I mean, he's scamming millions of people getting paid. Oh my god!
Who said millions of people? He said he scammed people. Is your average India call center scammer rich?
Getting up millions of views on YouTube. He must be scamming all the fucking people watching the video. But you're so smart.
I mean, is that his
figured
channel?
out he's a scam artist. You're smarter than millions of people watching a YouTube video.
But
what a
is that
fucking
his?
genius you are.
But is that his channel? Are you sure that's his?
No, it's
getting those
someone
millions?
else's. He must have got paid to go on. He's probably getting a cut of the views too.
I mean, he
that
probably.
fucking scam
Yeah, I mean,
artist, knowing
usually
that
that's
con man.
generally how it works. Is you get paid a flat fee to come on, right? Like, I don't know. I've never been interviewed, so I couldn't answer that. But Dr. Beck,
Yeah,
have
no
you been
one would
interviewed?
interview you. You don't have shit to say.
For now. One day that'll change.
Yeah, I guarantee you it won't. I guarantee you
that's
you're going to
fine.
be a nothing for the rest of your life. No one cares what you think or what you have to say.
Says the Flurf.
Literally,
I love it.
nobody cares what you think.
Haters
Says
gonna
the
hate.
Flirty.
Haters gonna hate, and I'm gonna go present my research at Double A
No, I'm just telling
in
you
a couple weeks.
the truth. I don't
So,
actually
like,
hate
people
you.
will see
like
me,
you. I
and
don't
will be
care
talking
you.
about
I'm
me.
just telling you the truth.
So it's
I'm just telling
funny.
you the truth.
Yeah, as somebody who has been interviewed in many prominent places and like does a lot to coordinate interviews, most of the time you don't get paid for interviews.
Yeah, it's like you kind of get paid in the
thanks for your anecdote.
exposure, I guess. Like just the exposure is kind of like the incentive.
I wonder if Chris Langdon needs that exposure. Anyway, moving along. Correct. I think he is a con man. I think he's conning many people, and I really don't care if you disagree.
Well, you couldn't justify why you think that. So
I
there's no
did. You
point.
just didn't like my justification.
Doesn't know some piece of trivia. Wow.
That's
Yeah,
not a
I mean,
piece of trivia.
I don't know who it is, but if they have over 1 million subs, then yeah, they're a con man. They're
No,
not real.
He has over 1 million views on a YouTube video that he got interviewed on someone else's channel. He doesn't have very many subs at all.
I see.
He's over
Who is
200 IQ. His name's Chris Langan.
Langdon
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
have a 200
yeah, I know
IQ.
Langdon.
No, Langdon does not have a 200 IQ. Sorry.
Over 200.
No, he doesn't.
Allegedly, that's the claim.
Allegedly,
Yeah,
claim.
that's the
Yeah,
claim.
yeah.
You're gonna.
Well, Witsy
you're
claims
gonna
he has
freak out.
100. Witsy claims he has 160 IQ, and that's not true. So
Yeah, everyone's lying except NASA.
I mean, everybody does lie. I did watch House. I do know that. Nobody tells the truth. I guarantee you, nobody in this channel,
except astronauts.
nobody in
when they
this
go to
channel
space.
has been 100% truthful for this entire time.
But Buzz Aldrin really played golf on the moon.
no, that wasn't
did.
Buzz. That the wrong guy.
Yeah, I mean, you
No,
being
no.
wrong makes it incorrect.
No, see,
None
that,
of them,
that is
none
the
of them played
conspiracy.
golf on. None of them played golf on the moon. One guy stuck the head of a golf club up there, stuck the handle
golf
on it
balls.
from one of the rock scooping things, and he smacked a golf ball twice one-handed.
Yep.
Nobody played golf on
That
the
was
moon.
Shepard.
He
by the way.
snuck it up there.
Yep.
Yes.
Wasn't supposed to
Really?
be there.
People also
Unbeknownst
snuck
to NASA,
sandwiches.
he pulled one over on NASA with that.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. I mean, like
Wow.
people snuck literal sandwiches.
Well,
I think
yeah,
there's
that
a
was,
complaint.
He must have
in one
hid
of
it
the
under his hat.
transcripts.
Yeah, he probably had
he
it
got
under
big.
his top
He got
hat.
big trouble for the sandwich. That was in Gemini.
Shouldn't they just have executed him for that?
Why?
Yes.
Yes, let's What are we? The Soviet Union? No. Anyway, moving along.
No, like
Can't
why are
believe
we
that
moving
got
on?
actually
Like,
asked.
I think it's in
like
Leviticus.
they should have left it there. They knew that he had it there. Just leave him there.
If
And
you
then in the
eat a
transcript,
sandwich in space, you shall be stoned by your village.
He
That was
endangered.
You
He
got
endangered
you
the
got big trouble
mission.
for that one.
He
Well,
broke
they
the
can't
rules.
leave
one less-
somebody there. It takes all three of them to get back home.
That's one less liar in the world.
Oh, and then if you go read the transcripts, there's mentions of the free floating poo that nobody claimed.
It was John Young who ate
Wow.
a sandwich in Gemini 3.
Someone should sneak a horse up there so they could ride a horse on the moon.
Can you imagine just sitting in that little capsule and then you watch a turd go floating by? Terrible.
I guarantee you, if we went through the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, through each point, you would just sit there and take it. You'd be like, "Oh, but you would try to
sit
be
there
like,
and
no, he's stupid." But
find
then
every flaw
single
that
thing
I
that's in it,
could.
every single thing that's in it, you wouldn't be able to refute it, just like anyone else.
Oh, I'm definitely sure I
You're a
could.
noob. Yeah, I'm sure.
Definitely sure I could.
What do you mean nobody's been able to refute it? There are tons of critiques on it.
a noob.
Yeah, like what? Why don't you link
That's
one?
it.
Link one.
That's not a. I'm not going to link one for you. This is one of those things. This is one of those
Doesn't
things.
it? Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
It does exist, and this
Then
is
link
not.
it.
This is nothing that requires me to link. This is
Cite your
just a
source,
common,
buddy.
this is just a common conversation. You've made an absurd claim that nobody has even attempted to rebut this thing, and that everyone tends to agree with it when they read it. That
No, I'm
is-
sure people could attempt.
that
I'm
is
sure
the-
people
that is
could.
the-
I'm sure
that is the
people have
absurd
tried.
claim. I don't know. I am not required to, as a part of a general conversation, for everything that I say, required to jump through hoops for you. This is not how this is going to work. If we were having a formal debate, sure, I'd provide you this. But this is just a general conversation. I
I'm sure
understand that you
people
want
have
to bog
tried.
every, I
I'm sure
understand
that's-
that you want to I understand that you want to bog everything down and pretend like you've got some sort of high ground because you're demanding
Relax,
evidence.
man.
But
I already agreed.
but you know what,
I already agreed with you.
know what
Relax.
it's actually called? It's called sea
spurging out
lining.
again.
I
You're
do
spurging
not
out.
I do not appreciate you sea lining and then attempting to gaslight folks. Just be a human being.
All right, stop freaking out. I said, yeah, I'm sure people have tried, which is what you said.
I'm not sure that I said the word tried at all, but you can go ahead and pretend I said that.
You said attempted.
You said there were no attempts, is what I had said.
Yeah, you rebutted that by saying people have made attempts, and I was like, okay, that's probably true.
Do you just enjoy being tedious?
You're the one who's being tedious. You're freaking out over nothing.
I haven't freaked out at all. I've remained calm throughout this entire process. I am sorry that you are this fragile, that you think that any sort of pushback on you
You said it was
is.
gaslighting and sea lining.
You are doing
When I was
both of
when I
those
was
things.
agreeing with you. That's called
No,
freaking out.
are you saying
It's called
that?
spurging.
Are you saying that when it comes down to just knee-jerk reaction, asking for excessive evidence in areas where there doesn't need to be, isn't sea lining or contained within the
I just said link
definition
it.
of sea lining?
I said link it then.
I told you I wasn't
You're
going to.
freaking the fuck out. You need to
And I
relax.
told you I wasn't going to, and your response, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you?
You're in a hinge doc.
I can't imagine hearing that tone of voice and then thinking that somebody is unhinged. It's just, dude hasn't even raised his voice.
He's probably on antidepressants. That's why.
Oh, it's weird comments like that that make me believe you're just being disrespectful for the point of being disrespectful. I can understand that you may think that my profession doesn't do anything valid, but I get to go home at night and know that I'm actually helping people, and you're just some asshole.
No, you're
on the
not.
internet. And so it's really
You're
kind of
not
fun.
helping anybody.
I help people all the time.
Yeah,
No, you
you
don't.
when you get hurt, you never go to the doctors. I bet when you're
No,
sick.
I don't.
Yeah,
Nope.
bullshit. So if you get in like a car accident, what are you gonna say? Oh, don't send me to the hospital. Don't do anything to me. Just let me
They are
croak.
I am gonna say, don't take me in an ambulance. I am gonna say that. Like, put
Bullshit.
me in
You
your
don't get to say that.
put me in your car, and
No,
then take me to the
10 to 1.
hospital.
Most of the time, if you're hurt very badly, you don't get a say in that.
No,
They're
I
treading
broke
on
my
medical,
ankle.
man.
I
Hello.
broke my ankle up on Mauna Kea, and I did not take. the
Hello. Y'all are treading on medical all over again.
Miss, I haven't heard you in a long time. How you been?
I'm alright, how are you?
Good.
Didn't Native Americans figure out how to like set a bone when someone breaks it? Like, I mean, it's not like you need to be a genius to figure that out. Tribes people do that. So
No, but I would prefer
good
not to
job.
walk around with a limp for the rest of my life, personally.
Well, see, when you get
Well-
hurt, what you do is you don't go to the hospital. You go to the local bar and you ask for the guy that doesn't know
guys,
shit about that. And
Yeah,
that's
the
what you
military,
do.
we have
the
to get away
military
from
medic
medical
who knows how to
topics.
do that. I'd
That's fair.
rather get a guy in the military who was a medic. I'd rather have him set my
Maybe just move on from the medical
broken
stuff.
bone.
Oh my god, how many times is anyone?
It's so legit that we can't talk about it. That's how real it is.
I mean, it's YouTube that strikes the channel. Just
That's how
have
real
some
your profession is. We can't talk about it.
If you want to talk about it, you can go down in the other VC where there's no recording and you can talk about it. It's that simple.
And my point is that these fools always have this problem with people with degrees. But if they get hurt, they're not going to go down to the bar and say,
And
"Hey, who
continue.
you know something?" They're going to go to the fucking hospital, and they know it.
Well, I don't blame the doc for wanting people to respect him enough to call him doctor, because my sister's a doctor. She went through like 12 years of school, and the money that it costed, all the time that it took and everything, I understand exactly why people want that title, and after they receive that title, they expect people to call them by it. They work really hard for it.
Code in a professional
had
setting,
nothing to do
yeah.
with-
But this is just private settings. It's not something special. Yeah.
Correct, but
Well,
if
that
it's a
actually
private
had-
setting and somebody
Guys.
tells you how they wish to be preferred to,
Yeah, it wasn't even an issue of y'all have to call me Dr. Peck. It was just the fact that Ritsky knows me personally. He goes out of his way to throw insulting little jabs in any way that he can. He's done it to a lot of you, and he'll continue to do it to people because that's just the way he operates. He intentionally went out of his way to call me Mr. Brian Peck. It was intentional. It was a slight thrown at me. It was a slight thrown at me while he attempted to pretend like he was going to be charitable in a room downstairs. I know him too well. I called him out on the slight, and I won't go downstairs, and I will not go downstairs where I will be essentially abused by him. He's a piece of shit, and I won't visit, and I won't follow him. That's all that was about. If y'all want to call me Brian, if y'all want to call me Peck, doesn't really matter. Just please don't use my names in such a way to where you intend to demean me with them. That's all I ask.
right, and that's perfectly fair in a private conversation to ask. It's the point that I was getting at.
Sure thing, Doc.
Which is what you explained at the time, so it was kind of really odd that a whole bunch of people jumped on that, acting like you were a snowflake when you just said it was personal.
Well, you did just say you're going to get bullied on the internet because you're in a room with another person over a voice call. I mean, that is snowflake behavior, but
I mean, do you not
moving
understand
on.
how a mod could just mute somebody and like?
Oh, is he the type to do that? Is he the type to just mute you?
Actually,
And
yes.
Even if he does, is that like, you're getting bullied?
I mean, technically, by the technical definition of the term, correct. Like, if you don't like definitions, that
You can't
seems
just
like a
leave. You
personal
can't
issue.
just leave if you're getting muted. Yeah.
He can, but that means he got bullied to leave. Like I get that, like technical
buddy.
I get that technical definitions are hard for you, but like in this case, it's technically correct.
Yeah, you could just leave if you got muted.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
But then
Lincoln Googles himself.
Well, there's a lot of medical doctors that actually basically have given up practicing medicine because they think it's a complete scam and it's evil and demonic. So So what do you
have-
think about that?
Well, I have a counter argument in that there's a lot of astronomers that give up on astronomy because they think it's hard and kind of terrible. They just couldn't make it.
Not that it's like too difficult. They think it doesn't. It's not effective. It's
Yeah,
really
but people
evil.
have the same opinion about astronomy. Because
No,
it
no,
sucks
but
to do
there's
that much math.
doctors who get in who
So,
stop.
Yeah,
they
no, I
stop-
get it. I get it.
They
You're
stop
not listening to
practicing
me.
medicine. No, you're not
You're
listening,
not listening to me.
You're trying to address something I'm not saying.
No,
There's
you're
medical
not
doctors who
understanding that I am.
No, they stop practicing medicine, like officially, and they start putting out information about other things, like things that you could do, like nutrition information, for example. So
My
it's not like
peers.
they just give up on like healing people. They just say being a medical doctor is ineffective, it's evil. So I'm gonna stop doing that, and I'm gonna actually help people by
My
telling them
peers.
about.
My peers will stop doing astronomy and start telling people astrology. It's not because that astronomy is evil or doesn't make sense. It's because they couldn't hack it. I get it that you don't understand what's being told to you, but I'm telling you why this has happened.
That's a false equivalence fallacy.
No, it's not. It's exactly the same. How is it a false equivalence?
Because you said so.
Yeah, because
Didn't start thinking
astrology.
space was fake and gay, did they?
Because
Astrology
yeah,
to astronomy
said
is not
so.
similar.
I mean,
to
some
nutrition
of my
to
peers
being a
in the
medical
undergraduate
doctor.
degree
It's
have
not
said
similar at
that
all.
space is at least gay, I believe.
Oh my God.
That's based. That's
Good old
based as
Candace
fuck.
Owens.
That's based as fuck.
Yes, but because it's a lot of math, and like an astronomy degree is actually really hard. Like I didn't get through Calc 4 because I loved math. Like I had to do that. And apparently, from what I know, from what I've heard, it's only 2% of the population that knows calculus. It's weird to me.
Is it really? I'm gonna need to look that up. It'll make me feel better.
Please.
Because
I've only heard it by word of mouth.
I hate calculus. Well, I hate any math really, but let me look it up.
I loves me some integrals and partial derivatives. Those are my jam.
Well, see, my problem with partial derivatives is the fancy b, and I don't think it's necessary because in Leibniz notation, you have to include the variable you're deriving by, or you're deriving with respect to anyway. But maybe I'm just weird.
Oh fuck, Mel. So you're wrong, but you're not wrong.
I could be wrong.
13% of adults in the developed world study calculus. So that's not even who made it through studying. So it's maybe not 2%, but you're not far off.
Yeah, why would you know calculus? That's just a waste of time. Like, do something better with your time instead of doing fucking equations and math problems all day like you're Will Hunting.
Calculus helps in a lot of other fields.
Like
I
what?
think they were being sarcastic, but
How does it help?
it's used everywhere.
For what?
Everything.
Name one thing.
Civil engineering.
Okay. So you can't do that without calculus.
Technically, no, especially if you're going to do something that has a rate of flow attached to it and you need to change the rate of flow.
So do you need to know everything in calculus to do that?
No, but you should probably know at least derivatives and integrals.
So you would just need the specific information that relates to building something.
Well, that's like most of calculus anyway.
That's pretty much Calc 1 and 2. Calc 1 for derivatives, Calc 2 for integrals.
So you're telling me if I was going to be an engineer, I couldn't just learn the shit I need to learn, like on the job?
Unlikely.
Probably not.
Why?
I mean, you might be successful, but I don't think you're going to be rigorously successful.
Yeah, because
Sounds like
you
hope.
need to follow a lot of regulations for that.
No, it's not even that. Like you'd be fundamentally unable to like do the math behind your design.
Right. To pass any of the qualifications, any of the registrations. That's weird.
I know we don't even need to get to registrations. Let's assume that he was, for some reason, we'll just go ahead and use the rate of flow. He's built a hopper that has an adjustable rate to it, and he needs to be able to make it available for, say, for a belt feeder on a gold mining rig. Now he needs to understand. He needs to be able to understand due to the volume of dirt, the size of the average rock, and the things that'll go through it. The rate, the different sizes that he'll have to adjust it to according to the rate of flow and the viscosity plus the size of the particulate going through it, how he's going to have to design it. Now, the trial and error for that would be wild, whereas you could actually, within a pretty reasonable estimate, calculate how much you would need, calculate the size of the hopper that you would need versus the outlet and the adjustment of the outlet.
Okay, but if we're building like a teepee or like a hut or something to live in, you don't need to know calculus, right?
Why would I want to live in a teepee or a hut?
They're non-toxic, probably better than your house, but whatever.
Do you live in a teepee?
I don't.
Or a hut?
I live in a house that someone probably had to know calculus to make. Good job, guys.
I was just seeing if you like practice what you preached. That's all we were doing.
Well, I'm gonna live in a teepee eventually.
What are you going to heat? How are you going to heat the teepee?
I won't need to.
You don't need to? Where are you going to live?
In the teepee.
Silly. What area, what climate zone are you going to live in?
I can't call it at this point in time.
Okay, because you're either going to have to deal with heating it, which is going to cause issues, or you're going to have to deal with like bugs and mosquitoes and stuff like that, which is going to cause issues.
I need calculus for figuring out how to deal with the bugs.
No, not necessarily. That's
I mean-
why I'm asking you, but okay.
Previously stated to do it with rigor. Yeah, you would actually probably want to grab some calculus at some point because like you need the rate of change of dead bugs versus the rate of change of live bugs at any given time t.
Yeah, you can't just make a mosquito net that's small enough that a mosquito can't get through it. That'd be too.
I
that'd
didn't
be
say
too,
you
like,
couldn't do
intuitive.
that.
That'd be too intuitive and easy.
I didn't
We
say
need
you
to,
couldn't
we
do
need to
that.
do equations.
I think I said rigorous. Did I add a qualifier? Can someone check me?
Yeah,
Did
we
I add a
need to be
qualifier?
rigorous with our fucking mosquito nets.
You definitely added a qualifier.
Okay, cool beans.
So what's keeping you from your teepee?
Calculus.
The modern world.
Can you be more specific?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about it, but I guess you're right. I could just go live at a teepee at any time.
Yeah, I don't think anything's stopping you other than not owning a teepee, which I think you could probably rectify pretty easily.
And that'd be a pretty cool YouTube channel. Show us how you started up and stuff. That'd be great.
Yeah, and then you could just flat smack them.
That's true. These are some good points, guys.
I would seriously watch that. I'm not kidding.
Why not a yurt?
What's that?
The tents that the Mongols used to use when they were Mongoling.
Yeah, it's also a better word to say.
It is a fun word to say.
Better than
Basically, like
teepee.
I think it's a hut, but it's like made out of furs, so you can just pack it up and go. It's basically a tent, you know.
Yeah, but more manly. Yurt.
Yeah, and you can put furs in it for that real authentic steep feeling.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
You know, you could go out to the Great Plains and then you could decorate your yurt with buffalo.
True. I'll probably decorate my body first. I'm gonna wear some pelts. Look real badass.
Get the whole
You got-
frontiersman thing going.
Yep. You got to start with the moccasins so they get worn in good. All right. And then move to the rest of your body.
But first, find somebody else's moccasins and make sure to walk 2 moons in them. Oh man. I guess I was the only one who read that one.
Okay, I took your point, but yeah, I didn't know that was pointing to something in particular.
Yeah, no, there's a young adult novel. I think I had to read it in class for one reason or the other.
Hey, do you guys know why the Mongols are so badass and strong and like undefeated, basically?
Because of their horses?
Raw yak milk.
Well, they had good strategy, like horses. They were skilled
Yeah.
archers.
I'm like pretty sure they brought stirrup. Did they? Can't
I
remember.
like the yak
They didn't
milk
believe in
theory.
any religion, did they? I don't think they had a religion, did they?
They must have had some kind of spiritualism.
Yeah, I think it was more spiritualism, though. It wasn't like a
Buddhism. They were
god.
I think they were,
Mongols had a technical advantage in the shape of stirrups, which, you know, allowed them to have horse archers.
but why didn't anyone else have the same advantages? Like, why were they so strategically advanced?
Because they were horse people, and so they needed stirrups before anybody else was like, hey, let me put stirrups on this horse.
They had the recurved bows too, right? Like,
Yeah. They also had really good short bows, so they could employ really good horse archers. Not great for people on foot.
Yeah, but why didn't the people who were on foot? Why didn't they have good strategy too?
What are they going to do? Stand with a large pike while they pick them off from range?
Yeah, that's what
They did.
William
They built a
Wallace did.
gigantic wall the whole length of their country to keep them out. That was their strategy. They built the Great Wall of China.
Like you can't just put your infantry just sitting there with horse archers. Like the infantry's just gonna get shot at till they're all dead. Well, the cavalry
I guess they were
cavalry's out of range.
I guess they were just smarter than everyone else. I don't know.
But it's not about smart. It's about human can't catch horse.
Yeah, but the other people didn't figure that one out.
I mean, it takes time to figure things out, especially when
Not for them.
word doesn't travel particularly fast.
Also,
big
the
chunk of
Mongols
the
were
world never got around to inventing a wheel.
the Mongols were a horse culture as well. Like a lot of people weren't horse cultures, but the Mongols happened to live in an area where horses live naturally for a long ass period of time. They were just a horse culture. That's why they made advances in horse fighting, because they were horse. Other people weren't, so they didn't make those advances. That's why the Mongols were able to take over a lot of people. It wasn't until the other people saw the Mongols with their shit, and they was like, you know what? Let's make us some of that. And later they did, and then it sort of evened out. That's how it worked.
Yeah, and then you get knights in Europe, and then you can have your pikemen on a horse, and then you can deal with the horse archers, right? Because now your pike can catch up to the horse.
Maybe. But I know the Mongols were defeated
Viking.
by they were defeated by one other group, the East Aryans. And they didn't pretty sure they weren't horseback riding archers. And I think they were also outnumbered. But
I'm pretty sure the Mongols were turned back from Europe by a Polish person.
one person?
Well, I mean, he obviously had an army, like, obviously, but I think the battle was in Poland.
Well, obviously he was an Aryan. It only takes one, don't it? I mean, wow.
I see what you did. I picking up what I was picking up too. Huh?
They were mountain peoples that completely bodied the Mongols. It's kind of interesting.
Ah, end of the Mongol advance. Oh, it was in Hungary. It looks like maybe.
Yeah, yeah, somewhere around there.
What's the source of this Aryan force?
Oh, they
reunion?
just
I'm not
left.
familiar with
That's
what you're
right.
talking about. I do know about
Ogdai.
they got turned back at Egypt by the Mamluks, but I'm not sure about
No,
this
in
supposed Aryan
Europe.
force.
In Europe, the guy Ogdai Khan died, and then rather than keep going, they were like, time to go back and find a new Khan. At least that's one of the theories.
There's like a documentary about it, and they talk about how the mountain peoples were like in like a specific battle. They were like the only people to really defeat them.
Invasion of Hungary, Bohemia. Which mountains are we talking about specifically? There's a lot of mountains in Europe.
I forget. I could probably find it. It's like obscure.
I mean, there's a Croatia. They were defeated in Croatia. And that's got mountains. But that's like next to the Italian peninsula.
Were they even called Aryans back then?
Yeah, probably.
I just wish we had more information on what you were talking about. Pretty vague at the moment.
I would post the documentary, but it actually talks about why the Mongols were so successful and why this other group that was able to beat them were so successful. And it gets into medical stuff. I can't post it, but
Post it in one of the channels that aren't on StreamDem. Like we have the research material channel specifically for that. Research papers. Drop it
well,
there.
what do you think? If you had to guess? What do you think is the reason?
Oh, I have plenty of guesses. I just want to see if they're true.
Someone got it right. Someone in here.
Yeah, I know who got it right. I'm just waiting to see if they did get it right. So that's gonna require you to drop the documentary.
Who?
The game's fun. All right. Well, I guess we'll never know then.
I mean, you could find out.
I'm sure.
It's the same thing that would make any group a successful group of warriors, thinkers, spiritually advanced.
I'm sure they had really, really, really neat looking mustaches, kind of Charlie Chaplin looking ish.
Totally.
Yeah.
That is a cool mustache.
It was for like a decade, I think, and then
it still is. It still is.
And then it really was.
Not even Michael Jordan could save it.
Well, he's black, so that was that.
I don't think Donald J. Trump could save it.
What do you guys think about Kanye being into Hitler?
It's pretty cool.
Kanye should go back to his meds. That's my official position on it.
I think he needs Jesus.
Maybe Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy. Maybe. Maybe he was like fun at dinners. Who knows?
Well, he did create animal rights.
And he did ban human zoos, so there's that. Like a lot of good things to them.
He peaked when he called out George Bush during Katrina.
The bad thing is he thought animals' lives were more important than humans.
The look on Michael Myers' face as Mike Myers' face as Kanye West said that right next to him.
Priceless.
Yeah,
Priceless.
the SNL finale was pretty good. Oh, you're not referencing. You're referencing the other thing. Yeah, but SNL referenced it in their finale with Mike Myers, amusingly enough.
Do you guys think Kanye has good music?
I haven't
as good
listened
as the
to a
Mongols,
Kanye
that's for
song
sure.
in so long that I couldn't tell you.
Are you serious?
Bro, the people I hang around with and me don't listen to that.
What do you listen to?
Not his music.
Okay, well, what do you listen to?
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Just definitely not his music. It's better. It's more easier to tell you what I don't listen to rather than what I do listen to, because like my taste is very, very varied.
Well, he's good. He's really good. Should listen to his I don't know, some of his albums. They're really
No,
good.
I've definitely heard some of his songs at some point, but like it's been so long that yeah.
He has this one song called Saint Pablo, and the hook is insane on that song. It's super fire.
Every time someone mentions a hook on the song, I'm just reminded of when Afro Man roasted the entirety of the rap community. Murphy Lee, what the hook gonna be? 'Cause you do need a hook and another beat.
What ethnic group makes the best music?
White people.
Tibetan throat singers.
All right, we
Japanese
got.
baby metal.
All right,
To
white
be
people
fair,
versus Japanese.
To be fair, Mongolian death metal is actually pretty fucking phenomenal.
The only
You
two
like
serious
Scandinavian
answers,
black metal occasionally.
white people and Japanese, were the only serious answers.
What,
If you
have you
think my
never heard
answers
Wolf?
were serious, then I have bad news.
Well,
Are you
you were
telling me
right.
you've never heard? Have you never told me you've never heard the Wolf Totem by the Who?
Are they? I thought they were like Canadian or something.
No, not the Who. The Who.
I don't know what
Is
that
that
is.
who we're linking in chat?
The Who, I think is
Oh,
how you
Who.
pronounce it.
Yes, they're awesome.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, then click play.
The Yelvin Polka? Really? Jesus Christ, Tim, what are you doing, man? Taking me straight back to 4chan in the mid 2000s.
Incubus is better than this. If that's the best the Mongolians
I mean,
got,
listen, these white dudes is doing all of this without music. They are the music. That's why they're the best.
If one of them doesn't have a leak in
Or
handspinning
Tibetan,
it, it's not good.
Tibetan throat singers also are the music.
that
So
shit is
Yeah, but
mid.
that's auto tune.
That shit does not sound good.
I do like Albanian pan flute.
What do you guys think about like military or like propaganda and music?
Parade music.
I think if you it depends on what kind of propaganda you mean,
Okay.
right? Because like
like
each
rap
different
music.
genre, has its own different tone, and that's largely, I think, due to the concerns of the people who primarily listen to it. If that makes
Yeah,
sense. Like
but
if you
when
listen
Jay-
to
when-
if you listen to like country music, you can definitely catch like a whiff right wing grievance
If you
in
listen
there.
to fart porn, you can definitely catch a
And at the
whiff.
same time, if you listen to like some other, you know, urban music, you definitely hear more of their line, you know? So I think all music is affected in the situation in which it's made.
What about sacred music?
To put it another way, nothing is a coconut. We all have context.
So black people rapping about like these high fashion brands and taking drugs and murdering people. You think that's
Hollow points in their
yeah?
cities.
I didn't say all of it.
You think
I did
that's
not say
as
all of it.
authentic as country music, like someone rapping about
Yes,
I don't even know.
absolutely. I think that is
Country
just
music
as
is the
authentic.
same. I mean, let's be real. It's all about death.
If we're talking about
sex,
authenticity,
and
yes,
parties.
both of
Backroad
those
parties.
are
Drinking
very,
moonshine.
very, very, very appearance related and not at all substance related.
What is appearance related?
What I mean is they're just trying to project that they are there, or that, you know, they have the success that they want. And country music and rap are both guilty of this same sort of vibe.
Country music has to be the worst music genre ever.
You mean the
You're
best?
wrong. Have you ever heard EDM before?
Yeah, I love country. It's like the only thing.
It depends on the country song, but like that's like every genre for me. So take it with what you will.
You ever heard dubstep?
Yeah.
Country beats that.
Then there's some good dubstep songs.
Pete and Baz, they're my guys.
Anybody want to eat my ass? Oh wait.
It's tempting. I could go for a nibble.
Nibble on the
If
rim.
you want to know the actual king of music, it is David Hasselhoff.
What about Corey Feldman?
What about Blaze?
Blaze?
Yeah.
You talking about Phase Blaze?
Yep.
Pretty good.
Honestly, the Wiggles is better than that.
The Wiggles.
Yeah.
I like the Wiggles.
I don't think I'm familiar with the Wiggles.
The intro song to Lazy Town is better than Phase Blaze.
All right, you're starting to piss me off now.
You know about the Lazy Town?
What's Lazy Town?
We
It's a show.
ball and get loose. Somebody didn't like my singing.
Part of this is Lazy Town. The other part is Lil Jon.
been to a lot of concerts. I've never seen more violence and drunken chicanery than at a family-friendly country show. Flipping over golf carts and shit. It was wild. I think it was Sarah Evans.
All right.
You've obviously never been to a Papa Roach concert.
Au contraire. The country concert was just that bad.
Went to the Papa Roach concert before and after they did Getting Away with Murder. The difference was stark.
You ever been to a 3 Days Grace concert?
They were opening along with the Revolting Cocks, Breaking Benjamin, and Seether for Evanescence. So yes.
Gay.
Like 14 opener bands? Like, how long were you there?
We were there forever, but it was the final stop on the long road home tour, which was for Evanescence's first album, Fallen.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was
So
2004.
this is tangentially related.
Rape
But
me up
I think all of the
inside.
evidence you need for time travel is at concerts, and that's why tickets sell so fast. Because the time travelers go back in
Rape
time
me
to buy
between
concert
my
tickets.
thighs.
Ninety percent of the fans at the Beatles' first U.S. tour concerts, all time travelers, guaranteed.
Yeah, that's what they would do with their time machine. Go back and see the Beatles.
See everyone, literally everyone. What else are you gonna do? If you
Go
can
to
time travel,
Hitler
you can do fucking
concert.
anything. But like
Yeah.
seeing the concert live, that you'd see dinosaurs and then you'd go see concerts.
By dinosaurs, do you mean oversized crocodiles? Because there were no dinosaurs.
Undersized kaiju.
Wait a minute. Mr. Peck, this song you just dropped with that like 8-year-old girl has Lil Jon saying, drop that ass, back it up, as she's doing the splits on the floor. I
Have
don't
you never
know.
seen these Have you ever seen these weird mashups, man? And I do appreciate that you decided
Let's
to
be
just
into
go
it.
there. I do appreciate that you not only are making an implication, but I also appreciate that you went out of your way to say Mr. Peck.
All right,
Is there a
Dr.
reason?
Peck.
Is there a reason why you intend on being just an inflammatory shithead to everybody?
Did you know the show Drake and Josh? Drake actually got molested by a guy with the last name Peck. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Did he go on to become a doctor?
A Mr. Doctor.
We're putting it together.
One molestation at a time. We're figuring this out. I bet Mr. Dr. Brian Peck would eat the ass of PH Demon's picture. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What was the question?
More of a statement.
Oh, what was the statement?
Said that you would probably eat the ass of Mr. PH Demon's profile picture.
Probably not.
Probably not. Why?
Not really interested in cartoon characters.
Oh, but the fact that he's a baby doesn't.
The
Would
insinuation.
It's just a
So
cartoon. That's why.
can y'all please stop with this whole nonsense? This is absolutely stupid.
I mean, that's doing that is one thing, but do you think you would maybe snack on the little treat you left in the diaper?
Can we not do this with this being streamed on YouTube? Thank you.
This is just how they roll. It'll never be corrected. I just take it.
You give it to.
What is it? Have I accused you of some sexual misconduct?
Yeah, you said he likes country.
I never said such a thing. Why would you ever put that on me?
I'll put it on you.
I have a question for Brian. If you have a moment and don't want to talk to them,
That's fine. What's up?
what did you do that pissed them off so much?
We're not mad.
I said you're not. Blob. I said Blob doesn't like me very much because I'm an allopathic doctor.
Yeah, well, I can speak with him telepathically, and I know he's not mad at you.
Yeah.
What is that?
What is
Telepathy?
that?
Oh, okay, just regular. Okay.
Yeah, just regular
Oh, yeah,
telepathy.
as opposed to homeopathy. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what type of telepathy.
No, I was making sure I understood what Dr. Peck was informing me.
Hmm.
That seems like a silly reason to then make such statements about somebody else, but
Haven't you been on the internet? That's their go-to whenever they find someone they can't stand. They just immediately accuse them of sexual impropriety.
yeah, no, I've seen it. I was just, generally hoping that.
Well,
this
I can tell
small
you
space-
firsthand that I love J Ace, and I still think he's a rapist. So
Yeah, they like to bring up anything of a sexual nature at any time as well. It's really weird. Really disturbing.
We're just healthy and horned.
You're definitely something.
If you're not horny, then you're not healthy. That's what FaZe Blaze said.
Do you concur, Doctor?
I was listening. What?
If you're not horny, you're not healthy.
He said, "Do you concur, Doctor?"
Yeah, it's a healthy sex drive. Typically, is a good indicator of a decent at least psyche.
So can you blame me for really wanting my ass ate then?
Didn't make any questions about you or any comments about your ass being eaten. If that's the way you roll, I'm not going to tell you no.
Thank you, Doctor. Are there any negative side effects?
No, just the potential for if that person's got some sort of ongoing infection or some sort of colonization with those with C. diff, you're at an increased risk of contracting it.
I could contract a virus if they eat my ass.
No. If you had C. diff, you could pass on a bacteria to them. But once again, we're not supposed to talk about medical stuff here.
I thought that was good, though.
Yeah, can't that help sometimes?
C. diff is not good for anybody.
Well, I mean, like in general.
Oh, thank you. C. diff was what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Like in general, like just bacteria in that area, can it be good? to get.
Or if you're talking about, once again, if you're talking about fecal transplants, there is a way to, there is some things that can benefit from it, but once again, we have been asked not to venture this direction. Please stop pushing this direction.
What's the
I understand that you
benefit
don't.
of
I understand
being
that
a
you don't.
doctor in this type of VC then? It's kind of
I
unfair.
get to have conversation. I get to have conversations about things that aren't medicine, which is my day job.
And that can be nice. I do know some astronomers who really don't like talking about astronomy when they're not at work.
And if you have medical issues you want to go over, you can actually make an appointment with a doctor.
Mr. Brian, are you give a free schedule on Tuesday?
So are you doing the thing where you're intentionally an asshole too?
Sounds like.
I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm kind of trying to be funny.
Just call me Brian. There's no point. There's no point in doing the Mister thing. Because it's been used. It's been used as an insult twice tonight. No reason to pick it up from them. They're using it in an attempt to be inflammatory. Just Brian. It's fine. I don't require a title for this.
I'm using it because you're distinguished. You're not like easily pissed off, so you deserve being called Mr. Doctor. One of the
Just call me Brian. There's no point. I don't require the title. I just prefer people not use it as an insult.
Bro, come on.
It's not an insult. I don't.
Being insulting and it's an insult or not are two different things, actually.
Okay, well then, if it's an insult to be called Mr. or Doctor, then why'd you choose to be a doctor? Like, come on.
I'm suddenly reminded of that interaction from, oh God, let's see, was it the first Doctor Strange movie? Your name is Mr. Doctor. It's strange. Well, it may be, but who am I to judge?
Because he's not a judge.
What? So if someone tells you like, "Yo, doc, I think I got a lump on I think I have testicular cancer," would you be the guy? Would you be the guy to touch it?
I think you were really pushing what you've been told to talk about and what not to talk about.
I'm just wondering what your duties are. Like, would you be the dude to actually touch it and be like, "No, it's fine"?
I'm not.
We were told not to talk about medical. What the fuck is your actual issue? Like, I don't get this. Omni, the server owner, took his time to come in here and tell us not to talk about medical stuff because we just had another strike, and yet you cannot help yourself.
All right, we could
get a mod to help you.
We could dumpster that. Move along. Yeah. So is it true that nurses are like promiscuous in the
yes,
in the workplace?
Yeah.
In my workplace, I've never seen that.
On doc.
What, have you heard of it?
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? They cannot stay off the sex ever.
No, they can't.
They're just healthy.
It's all that raw meat.
Yeah. But would you say if you had to bet, would you say it's true that the nurses do things to people like sexually?
Overall, I would say that they're made.
Story.
Overall, I would say that that nurses probably do next to nothing sexually improper with patients.
They would be overly aware of illnesses and what they could catch and what the patient might be dealing with, what pain it could cause. Like, it's ridiculous to think that it would be common.
I'm going to tell a quick little story. This was when I was much younger. This was when I was like 20 years old. And I went to a different state. I went to West Virginia to try to get a job at a different coal mine. So I had to take a big physical. Well, I went to the hospital to take the physical. And this lady she was a nurse, but she was like 20 years older than me. And she kept saying that I was the best looking guy that she had ever seen in her life, and she kept saying that she wished that her daughter was there to meet me. And I'm not saying this to be bragging on me because I don't think I'm good looking. I'm just telling you what she said. She had to take me in the room during that physical and do the physical thing, have me run on a treadmill, listen to me breathing, all that shit. I was sitting in a chair, with my knees sticking out in front of me, stuff like you do. She didn't just stand in front of me, and I'm not making this up. She literally stood with one leg on each side of one of my knees and had her crotch but buried against my knee hard the whole time she sat there and listened to me breathing and stuff. And the whole time she also sat there and said I was the best looking guy she'd ever seen. I thought I was going to get raped. I was almost like afraid. I was like, man, this lady's crazy. But yeah, she was one of them wild nurses apparently. I didn't do anything. I got the hell out of there.
Some
After it's
West
over.
Virginian hospitals for you.
I mean, like I've never. I just,
You're looking for the non-related DNA.
yeah, I just thought it was funny because you don't never see nurses act like that. But when y'all mentioned that, I thought, well, I had one act really awkward and unprofessional, but I think she was just a one-off.
Now, I had something like that kind of happen to me too, but in all fairness, it was because they were trying to give me a needle and I was fighting them like a Tasmanian devil.
Hey, it's interesting you said that about the nurse, because like every single time I've been around nurses, they do stuff like that to me. Like they like say that I'm like handsome and like do weird stuff.
There's no accounting for taste.
Literally every time. I don't know. People say it's not common, but it seems to be very common.
You must just be hotter than Jesus then.
Well, apparently she had bad taste because I've never had any other nurse act like that at all. So.
You think Jesus is hot? Why are you sexualizing God?
Yeah, that's actually that's probably the most fucked up sexual thing we've heard tonight.
Jesus gets
What are
sexual
your-
all over
We
the
were
place.
just joking about like getting our asses ate and stuff, but you're talking about Jesus being
What are your
hot?
opinions on the Virgin Mary?
God
Would
impregnated
you
her
fuck
without
God's
any
mom?
sex. God impregnated her without any
Wish,
sex. That's what I think.
Wish, would you fuck God's mom?
Oh, you're really grinding my gears, Bucko. I
Well,
know
I'm just
PhD
asking,
Demon
like,
would.
I'm just asking, would
No,
you?
I wouldn't. No.
Okay.
Even though I'm really horny, I wouldn't.
All right, you're really horny, but you would not fuck God's mom.
No.
Like, even if like Joseph had died and like he wanted to.
Joseph already died. I don't know if you knew that. It's been a while.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. Even if you're like fully hard, you have to say no.
Okay. So, be clear, fucking Jesus' mom off the table. Even if it was on Mother's Day and Jesus asked for you to bring his mom a present, you would still say no.
You know what your profile picture reminds me of? The endless void that's getting bigger in between your mother's legs. Ah! Cunt.
Oh no. I'm so worried.
You will be.
That won't be.
Because it sounds like you're the god in your life. It sounds like you'd fuck the mom of the god in your life. So.
I was just
Yeah, I
asking
think
you a question. I don't know why you're all
Me too.
upset.
I'm not upset. I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, you seem like it.
You see the difference about how I'm pissed compared to when I was just calling Mr. Brian Dr. Brian?
No, not
See
really.
the difference here?
Nope.
No, what was the difference?
The fact that I'm actually pissed.
You're pissed now?
Not really.
Sounds more pissed on than pissed off. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a kink for some people. They do enjoy it.
I have a scat fetish, not a piss fetish. Thanks.
Okay.
Ask anyone. Scat's better than piss.
I mean, if you have like a human toilet fetish in general, it's like both are included, which I think is probably better. But yeah.
I'm learning fascinating new things about both of you.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I'm not the human toilet in the situation.
Okay. Sure.
You're not the one that openly admits it anyway.
No, I'd admit it.
What we do in this VC is basically what you guys do. It's like the same thing, just a different genre.
What guys?
Like just pretending you're having serious conversations with an alien and space picture.
Ooh, who does that? I'd like to meet them.
You're calling yourself a them.
I'm into the alien shit. I'd like to meet people that talk to aliens. Sure.
No one said anything about talking to aliens.
Oh, talking to alien pictures. My bad. Yeah, I'd meet them.
Hmm?
Hmm?
No one said that either.
My mistake. I guess I misheard.
Yes. That's the case. You see, this is why I don't talk about Jesus's mother. It gets really fucking awkward.
Why? People love to talk about Jesus's mother.
Well, not in the way that you guys do.
What guys?
I mean,
That was
I
probably
wasn't
the
the
most
one who
gross. That was the most disgusting
brought
thing
up the
we've
shit in the
heard.
first place. So, you know.
Yeah, I was the one that talked about Jesus being hot. I didn't talk about Jesus's mother.
You're the one who brought it up,
Well,
lady.
you both. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah,
Not me.
You were
you.
the one who first sexualized Jesus, and then that left
It's
the door
Jesus.
wide open for your space loving
I did
friend.
not talk about Jesus's mother. I just talked about Jesus.
I said you sexualized Jesus and left the door open.
Well, it's a valid question after the way you all been talking. You know, I had to make sure that I knew who I was dealing with because you all seemed like those kind of people. But now I know you're not. You know?
What do you mean, those kind of people?
What do you mean, those kind of people?
What is that supposed to mean?
I think you're smart. You've got this.
Those kind of people. Muslims?
Well,
Not
maybe
like
you're not
Muslims.
smart and you don't got this. Okay. Or-
Maybe you.
Or
Maybe
maybe
you
you're
don't.
Muslim. I don't know. Are you Muslim?
Yeah, I'm offended that you're sexualizing Jesus because I'm a Muslim. Genius.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I just gave you an answer.
All right. So
And if
you're
you knew
offended
anything
that
about
I'm
Muslims, you'd probably
sexualizing-
understand what I was saying, Space Face.
Well,
I
Jesus
think you
is.
think you're talking the wrong person.
Jesus is in
I'm
fact
talking to you, Space Face.
But I
in
wasn't talking.
Muslim religion, so that's fine.
Sorry, I can't hear Alien Brain. I'm talking to Space Face. Does Crust want to get into this? Mr. Mantle? Oh, he's a flat earther, never mind.
Well, it is 7, and I do have to make edits to my presentation before I go to sleep tonight. So, later. Bye, Mom.
One
Who's Crust?
down, one to go.
Yeah, we got 12 to go.
Crust is left lane.
Okay. No, he's a Glover.
Wait, what?
Yeah, left lane is a Glover.
I guess that makes sense. I just see him in here so much. I thought here in EA, I thought he was a flat earther.
Nope.
I miss Mr. Brian.
Damn.
That was actually a good guy to talk to.
Yeah, the educated people are pretty fun to talk to, even though they're wrong about everything and weird, but
I don't know. I thought Mr. Brian was cool.
yep. Jace is too.
Well, yeah.
He could, I mean, some of like he was kind of freaking out last time, but I've talked to him a bunch of times before. It's pretty cool.
I was disappointed when he said that he was going strictly for the Evanescence tour or whatever.
Mhm.
That was kind of gay, but at least he saw one good band in the lineup.
What, Breaking Benjamin?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to see any of them, it would have to be that one.
I mean, Seether is pretty good. They're all right.
I don't even know any Seether songs.
They got a couple good ones. I don't even know the names. Oh yeah, but Jace, he's like in the mafia or something. Like, well, he's not in the mafia, but like his family is like. He talks about how his family is all like connected to the mafia, and like he had like family members that were like mafia hitmen, and yeah, he's kind of like threatened people before. He's like, "Yo, don't mess with me. Like, I know people."
At the same time, he was like terrified of what's his name finding like documentation with his name on it. I'm like, you're not gonna find my name anywhere.
Yep. Yeah, I'll freak out.
All right, alien girl's gone. Oh wait, misspoke.
It's fine. I'm almost done. I'll be leaving shortly.
Before you go, would
Hey,
you like
are you?
to eat my ass?
Are you fat, Coco?
Yes, I am 90 years old and I weigh 900 pounds.
Pretty hot.
Gilf.
Yeah.
You have any children? Oh, you'll bring my lord into it, but you won't bring your children. Coward.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about children in front of you guys. No offense, but I wouldn't.
That's fair.
Why? Because we instantly called out Mr. Brian Peck.
I love the use of the word innocently in that sentence. That was perfect. Do it again.
I said because we instantly called out Mr. Brian Peck.
Instantly? What do you mean instantly? You weren't the first one.
He sent something in the chat.
Ricky,
that
whatever
was
his name was
a little
the first.
suspect, and then instantly got a response. That's what I mean.
He posts, yeah, the video with the little girl. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't know. Did I see it?
You would have remembered.
I don't pay any attention to children, so no, I probably wouldn't have remembered.
Well, there's an adult rapping "Back That Ass Up" and shit like that with a little kid on the screen. So probably would have remembered that. And the doctor is the one who links that.
Oh, yeah, no. I don't really watch anything that anybody posts here. It's kind of not a thing I do.
Do you know how far away the sun is?
Far enough that it doesn't burn us.
You know how far away the moon is?
Nope, not a clue.
You know how fast the Earth is rotating at the equator?
Nope.
Damn.
All right, well.
I'm sure one of these other lovely people in here know. I
You
don't.
should probably like check out some of the stuff people in here send then.
Why?
Because
This is not a
answer those questions.
this
They're
is not a
usually
server I would listen to anything in. There's other servers for that.
not
That
even like Omni. I'm not saying like listen to me or blah. I'm saying there's other people in here like that
The
space
doctor.
guy Melodic. You could listen to him.
Yeah, the doctor that was just in here.
I love Melodic and I listen to Melodic a lot, but Melodic is much smarter than I am, so I don't always keep up.
With the questions I asked you, we all know and learn in like 4th grade. The latest.
Do we?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that. I guess I learned other stuff. I don't know.
You didn't ever learn how far away the sun is?
I don't know. I would guess so if it's standard to learn it. It's not something I remember. There's other stuff to learn,
So
you know.
the whole world believes X about the world, but no one is taught why? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say at all. Weird you would think
You
that.
just skipped out? Well, that's what you're saying. If
No.
it's standard to like be taught that in school, I guess.
Then I guess I learned what it was. Yeah.
Something fishy about this one. And it's not the smell. Wink, wink. Sorry, I brought up fucking medical issues again. Sorry. So you really don't know how far away the sun is?
I mean, that's kind of crazy considering you're in the place where they talk about like flat Earth all the time.
It's even crazier because you're in a place where they defend globe Earth all the time.
Yeah.
So how would you not know that? Are you a
Because
show?
I'm not 'Cause that's not what I studied. How about that? Does
Hold
that
up.
work?
Hold up. Are you a shill?
A what?
A shill?
A shill? For who?
Fuck if I know. Are you a shill?
A shill for who?
Doesn't matter for who. Are you a shill? Yes or no? I think it's a yes because you're. Well, if you say for sex, then no. But what are you
Who would
shilling
I be a
for?
shill for? What kind of question is that? Who would you think I would be a shill for?
The people who make the Something for Dummies series.
Okay, that's funny because I can see that, except for the fact that those books are usually too smart for me.
All right.
That's funny. No, I usually get that I work for the FBI and I'm here inspecting people or something. I don't know why.
You don't know why, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why people say that, but that's the one I get the most.
As you have 5 computer screens in your face. I don't know why. So are you shilling for the NSA?
Maybe.
You know what NSA stands for?
Do you?
I would assume National Security Association or agency, one or the other.
Just gonna say, wait, how did you? How did you do that? But I mean, I guess that's one of them. What else could it be? Can't be CIA because we're in country.
What?
CIA is legally not able to work in country. CIA works outside of the United States, and Discord is a United States company.
How would you know that?
How would
It's
you
the
not
first
know that?
time I've ever heard that the CIA doesn't work in the United States. That's got to be the first time I've ever heard some shit like that.
FBI works in country unless they're allowed to go out of the country with permission if they're following up on something or bringing back somebody or working specifically with another country's government. But FBI is in country, CIA is out of country.
Know a lot about the inner workings of these agencies.
That's weird that you
Well,
just told me
suspect.
something new about that.
How is that weird? How do you not wait? Are you guys not from the United States? Are you from like Canada?
I'm from Poland.
You're not in Poland.
I'm from Poland.
I'm from Germany.
All right.
Crazy
That's
how we
doubtful.
both chose places that are famous for their wieners.
That's
that.
true. Okay, that's true. I don't believe you though, because I am famously racist against Europeans, and I'm not picking up that you guys are Europeans.
I'm a
Okay,
peon.
what if I said this? Inshallah. Now, do you believe I'm European?
No. That was a really bad accent, so no.
What? What accent was I trying to mimic, or what do you think?
Any of them. That was a really bad accent. So, yeah.
It wasn't
Ciao,
really
mi
about the
belladonna.
accent. It was about what I was saying. I said inshallah.
Yes, I know what you said.
Okay.
Shalom, shalom. Amin, amen.
What's up, Marty?
What up, freak bitches?
Yo, Marty, how
Okay.
far away is the sun?
Just goes on mute. Yeah.
Coco, you been drinking?
No, but I'm about to go jerk. Oh shit.
Are you ready, Wish?
Oh, I can share screen in here? That's dope. Am I ready? For what? Oh, for the distance of the sun? Yes.
What language would you think I was speaking if I said Suka Belet?
Ukrainian.
What language? Raspirot, Struto, Scheisenhauser.
West Philadelphia.
Austrian.
What language? Ciao, mi belladonna, ragazze.
Greece. Greek.
What language? ¿Qué pasa, mamacita? Me gusta grande chichi.
It's got to be Brazilian.
What's up, Shoe Bill? All right, I'll give you a clue. Shoe Bill should know this one. It's from a country in Africa. It's how you traditionally say hello over the phone.
It's got to be Chad.
It starts with the last letter of the alphabet.
Zimbabwe.
Nice.
Oh,
Good one. Good one.
All right, there's two more left. And mind you, I don't really know these languages, so I'm just repeating what, I couldn't tell you what I'm saying, essentially, right? I'm just saying this in these languages. What language? Cheerio, governor. Put on a spot of tea and pass me a bottle of water.
Is that New Zealand? New Zealand?
Colonial India.
The game is
I
what
hear a little
language?
Indian in there.
What language? Again, this one, no clue what it means. Hopefully, it's not like a racial slur in their native tongue, right? So, what language? Come down under, mate. We'll prop some prawn on the baby.
The King's Scottish.
Who do they call prawn instead of shrimp? Who says
Want some
Barbie
prawn,
instead of
mate?
barbecue? What when you call two men in a truck, what third thing do they bring that's not themselves or the truck? Right? What fourth thing do they bring that also is the same name that the little girls, they're not gonna get 20 of them, they might get 3 for Christmas suddenly.
I don't know. I'm lost.
Dolly.
What's a little girl doing with
2 men in a truck. You gotta
appliance
move some
moving
furniture.
utensils?
You need a dolly, right? What would you call it?
It comes with a llama.
Pakistan. I had to got that one right.
So other than accents, what were we talking about in here?
It's generally like a clear indicator of health based on how horny you are at any given time.
A what
Came up.
indicator up the hill?
Health.
You ever seen a moonrise while you're going through some rambling, rolling hills, and you see that iconic, picturesque moon as big as a pie, pizza pie, in your eye? You know, when you see the couple holding hands and the moon is just huge, and
And what?
and it's like setting or rising.
No. Usually when I see the moon, it's already up.
It's all about that perspective up the hill. How often do you look for the day moon?
Every day, pretty much. I see it like every day.
I don't see the moon
Feels
that
like
often. I don't
every
know.
day.
I think the moon is hiding half the time. It's like shy. It needs you know, it needs something to an excuse to get out and touch some grass.
The only time the moon touched grass is when Neil Armstrong's boot.
What's that?
I said the only time the moon touched grass is when Neil Armstrong's boot actually touched the moon surface, and it just had a little bit of grass residue from
There you
Earth.
go.
So that's like the only time the moon has ever touched grass.
The happy moon got to touch grass.
Yeah, but that was like,
You know why they call
that was like many years
Buzz
ago.
Buzz, right? Has he been drinking?
Because he's gonna die of the electric chair.
Hey Cole, did you touch grass today?
Every day.
How often do you have what's in the movie Fight Club? What do they call it? Friends on the airplane. They're called
gay sex.
temporary friends. Well, now the last time, right? The last time I was on an aeroplane, they said, "Yes, it clearly looks like you work out, and we can get you this time only a seat, two seats for you, and you got to join. You get to get on the plane first, you know, and so you get to sit up front." And I think there was like this marathon in Chicago at the time. And there was this chick that was like sort of sketchy, and she got to sit up front because she was getting on like last. But she was like in the bathroom, and there was a line of dudes like waiting to get in. It was definitely sketchy. You know those marathon runners? Colt, does
Yeah, I thought I'd
5K
go
sound
do
like a
'em.
lot? It sounds like a lot of money, but not a long way to run. If you go to Antarctica to run a marathon, is it a 3K marathon? And they call it a half marathon? You're the guy waiting in line. Looks like our friend left. Revive the VC. Rise.
You come in here just about 20 minutes too late, Morty. It was going pretty good a while ago, but when you came in here, it was already starting to die off.
It's dying down. Let's bring it back.
Bring it back. Make some phone calls.
Bring it back. Back it up. Back it up. We got Wayne in the house. You know, we got a Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky. It's not a good Wayne.
Such a great guy.
He was not
Incredible
a great guy.
guy.
He did some betting that was not good. Those Canadians, a lot of them play hockey. Maybe too many. One of my favorite Cowboys is, we all know that Wayne. Say his name.
Gretzky.
It's my middle name.
Your middle name's Gretzky?
My middle name is Donald John Trump.
Shit, mine too.
John Wayne. Great guy.
John Wayne Trump.
So what was going on with oh, you know, I love how, what do they say, ignorance isn't give you the right to break the law or whatever. What's the term?
Oh yeah, shit, how's it go? Ignorance is no excuse of the law.
Yeah, and like, you know, like, hey, you're just a dummy, but you know, we're still charging you.
Well, they don't mean it like that. They mean you can't say I didn't know that was a law, so I shouldn't be charged with it.
Right.
What they're saying is, even if you don't know you're breaking the law, you're still breaking the law, and you can still be charged. Ignorance is no excuse of the law.
Now, what was the former FBI director?
I don't know.
Clomey.
Yeah.
He's taking pictures of shell formations left on his beach path, and then ignorantly claiming that he didn't know the term 86th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
8645.
86, 45, 47. Now it was there another one that it was the exact day since 9/11, and then Oh, this is dumb. Ignorance is no excuse of the law. I like that.
Yeah, they're not. So when
Yeah.
they say ignorance, they're not meaning ignorance like somebody's dumb. They mean ignorance as in
Not knowing.
you don't know. Yeah,
You are uninformed.
uninformed. That's a good word. Not unintelligent. Uninformed. Good word, Marty.
How many states are not stop and frisk or stop an ID? And we want your ID. We just want to know who you are, bud. And then I love when the guy schools them. It's like, we're not in a stop and frisk. We're not in a stop and ID state.
Until you get the cops that say, well, I'm allowed to ID you no matter what. All I have to do is say, show me your ID, and you have to show it to me. You know,
If I
even though
haven't-
you're in a no stop and frisk state, you'll still get cops
Yeah.
that do that.
Like, oh, if you're not operating the vehicle. But if you're in a vehicle, then we get to ID you. Or we're walking home, bud. You can fuck off. We got left lane in the house. Come on, all cars. Come on, all cars. APB, all points bulletin for left lane.
That
6'2",
sleep.
280.
I'd say he's asleep, Marty. He drives a truck and it's pretty late. I'd say he's
Oh,
already
yeah.
parked up for the night.
I was watching this one trucker fucking video, and he says after 45 minutes, his new rig will turn off because it's being energy efficient. So does he have to wake up every 45 minutes and turn his truck back on?
I guess, unless he can change that setting.
Right? We got Mr. Mustard in the house. One of my favorite colored spices.
Mustard ain't a color.
Oh, mustard. There's definitely.
That was a
Now,
joke.
would you believe a color would be named Cantaloupe Smile?
Yeah, after looking in crayon boxes when I was growing up as a
Right.
kid, I'd believe that any damn thing could be called a color.
Mustard Smile. Oh, mustard stain.
I mean,
on plaid.
when I was in
That's what we call
kindergarten, our colors were like blue, green, greenish yellow, stuff like that. Now it's like eggplant Ontario or something, just something goofy. Just
it's like beat it up all night eggplant.
yeah.
It's all took it all night crimson red.
Yeah.
Like got a allergic reaction strawberry. We got Mr. Jesse in his house.
Marty, how are you?
Jesse, say my favorite word I love you saying. You know what it is.
What's that?
My favorite word, I want you to say it right now. It starts with a T.
Pizza.
Well, pizza doesn't start with a T.
Oh, but if you put one on there, you can kind of say to pizza.
It's a pizza. Now, pizza is the one universal word throughout the entire oblate spheroid Earth that is the same in every language.
Wow.
Pizza. So
Except here it starts with a T.
It starts with a T and ends with a ite.
Pizza-ite.
Seattleite.
Oh.
Pizza Seattleite.
Well, do you know if you take a theodolite apart, inside there's this little round flat thing, just like a little pizza.
Right.
I heard there was a computer chip that told it what to tell you.
That would have to be a total station.
Right. That's about what, $20,000, $22,000.
Well, I mean, you can pay as much for anything as you want.
$80,000.
You could pay $80,000 for a turd if you had the $80,000 and found someone.
It
with
better
a
be
turd.
well polished.
Nothing polishes up like gold. And if you could, I called it the Biden administration. It was a shiny, gold-plated turd.
But I got a theodolite or a total station, which is like way better than a theodolite, used off of eBay with the carry case, with the padded transport case made for daily use in the field, for like $400 and some odd working.
There you go.
So, if you watch for a good deal, you can actually get something that's extremely useful for less than a P1000, right? Or a P900. And they've got usually about the same resolving power of a P1000. So you can hold your cell phone up to a theodolite or a total station and get almost as much resolving power as a P1000 would in that same situation.
Now you're resolving the what?
A detail, like how much detail. What's the finest detail you can resolve?
Now,
like,
tell
like
us that there is no such thing as a 4K television. It's all a lie. It's really 3,888.
Yeah, people have paid a lot more than 4K for a television. I don't know.
We got King Ball in his house. Coco, are you afraid to talk in chat? Are you afraid of me, Coco? I think she is.
I'm sorry, did I hear my name?
Coco, I tell my beautiful wife Melania, I go, it's Coco time, and she knows exactly what I mean.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard my name. I'll mute again.
These women, they don't know how to be friendly. So, Jesse, you have an event coming up this week here?
I might participate in an event. Alan is planning a big event here, either Friday or Saturday, or maybe both. Although I'm booked elsewhere Friday, so if it's Friday, I may not be able to participate. But if it's Saturday, I might be able to.
Who goes there? State your business. Who's your master?
Poor hobbits at this hour.
Now, why do hobbits have such big feet?
So that they can hobbit around, of course.
That way, when they're out on long hikes, they grow big toenails to chew on.
Right? They say the 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 skin on your feet is the thickest skin you'll have.
They say it's also the tastiest.
You know, you get a good chunk out of there, and it's just like it's not flavored, but
You ever bite your
why are you
toenails,
guys
Marty, and
talking
chew on them?
about feet? What's that? OEMOB?
I was asking why are you talking about feet?
Oh, you do. Did you touch grass today?
Yes.
Do you
I
believe
was
in
outside.
the electromagnetic sphere around the oblate spheroid pear-shaped Mother Earth?
I have no idea what that means.
Are you familiar with being grounded? Not punished by your parents, but grounded to the soul, to earth, from the sole of your foot to earth, ground, grass, dirt, sand.
You took so long getting that out, somebody left.
Probably wasn't that. It's probably where I was talking about chewing on toenails.
Cole knows better.
I'm sorry, I had the sound down, so I missed that. What were you saying, Cole?
I said it probably wasn't Marty. It was probably me talking about chewing on toenails.
Okay, I missed that too. So that's fair. It could have been that.
Hey, Cole, you want to ask Coco question number 1?
Coco, are you willing to answer a series of questions?
I don't answer
Not
questions.
for me. Not for me. It ain't for me. Just so you know.
I already answered his questions already. He already asked me in the other text chat. I answered them. So I don't know what is it.
You didn't answer a single one. You said what to all of them.
That's an answer?
Well, they're 10 yes/no questions.
I don't think there's
I
enough
don't-
people listening in here right now to get into
I
all that.
don't think I know you well enough to trust you asking yes/no questions.
Question number 2. Is English your first language?
I'm not really sure what I'm getting myself into, so I don't know if I like this.
I think her answer was no. I'll move to question number 3. Are you AI?
Yeah, see, these are all the same questions you asked in the other room, and I didn't really like the way that the questions went. So I'm just going to go back to I don't answer questions.
I believe she said yeah to that one. Question number 4. Do you trust the government that forces you to pay their taxes? She sounds like one of the guys on the YouTube videos that are talking to the cop that doesn't know. She's going to say, am I being detained? Am I under suspicion of not answering simple yes or no questions for some reason?
Those are all good statements to know just in case anything ever happens.
Are you ready for question number 5? Hopefully you can answer this one. Do you now, or have you ever, worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
That's kind of a silly question because are people really going to be able to answer that question?
Well, the feds or FUDs, as I like to call them, would say I cannot confirm nor deny. A normal person would say no. Are you ready for question number 6? Do you now, or have you ever had, a sexual fetish for any of the following: ladyboys, femboys, furries, transgender male to female?
Why not female to male?
Yes or no, please?
No, why not female to male? What's
Lisa said
the
no. Because there are no female to male, you know?
trans people?
I've never met one. I've met so many on Discord, male to female.
All right, whatever.
But that's the main reason I asked the question after this one. Next question is number 7. Will you now, or have you ever, accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
And what is the point of this question?
Would you like to accept Jesus into your heart? He wants. I know there's room in there. He wants to cannonball in there and save you from eternal damnation.
Is that your take on it?
I don't
Have
think
you
anyone's going to go to
accepted Christ?
hell, and I would never wish hell upon anyone or death upon anyone ever again.
Do you accept Jesus Christ?
I got baptized in 2021 finally after 20 years of after accepting him into my heart. I started praying every night on this day in 2013. I was in jail and I was praying this night, and I've been praying every night since.
And Jesus helped you while you were in jail?
Well, I think me being myself really helped myself out, and being able to make the biggest, tallest, baldest, whitest guy in jail laugh helps. And then if you're in the position to split a cheeseburger with him, then that helps too.
So all that helped, but not necessarily Jesus.
I'll still say Jesus' name in vain. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Like I can't go to sleep at night until I pray, and I like to meditate as well to help sleep. Anyway, question
All right. So you
number.
have more of a healthy relationship with Jesus. You believe in Jesus. You've
You
accepted
know,
Jesus.
I don't like the term relationship or healthy in those two put together, but
You don't like healthy relationships. You prefer sick, twisted relationships.
well, relationships. This sounds. The more we keep saying it, it sounds weird. But speaking of healthiness, this next question is number 8. Do you now, or have you ever had, a functioning female reproductive system?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
How many babies you got?
Well, number one, is that something that anybody would really want to talk about on Discord?
Well, you know how you were mentioning male to female to male.
Oh, so just ask if I'm trans.
No, you have to literally say to these transgender male to female people, you have to ask them if they have a functioning female reproductive system. And the dude won't lie to you. If you ask him, hey, is it, you gotta, are you a chick? Are you a female? The dude will be like, yeah, I'm a chick. But if you
Right,
ask him
What if it's a cis woman who, for some unfortunate reason, no longer has a working uterus, and they, like, it's just a weird question.
Well, I'll repeat the question because it goes like this: do you now, or have you ever had a functioning female reproductive system? So, if you're an adolescent, I wouldn't be talking to you any further if you were to like say, "Oh, I don't pay taxes. I don't trust the government." Or whatever it is, right? So, it's a telling question, and many times the person will be triggered by it and can't answer it simply as you could not.
Yeah, but there's other reasons. I mean, if you want to know if somebody's trans, just ask them if they're trans. What if I had cancer and lost my uterus? That's
Well, then you
kind
could
of
still
jarring.
answer yes, like you've had a functioning female reproductive system at some point in your life.
Yeah, I'm just saying you might be bringing up bad memories and stuff. It's just such a weird question to me.
Well, what one of these questions have been normal? Are you ready for question number 9?
Whatever, go for it.
Do you believe that within the known boundaries of the ever expanding universe, such a thing could possibly exist as a quote unquote perfect circle?
I mean, I played marbles when I was a kid. I'm assuming they were perfect circles, yeah.
And you had not accepted Jesus Christ into your heart?
You said you've accepted Jesus Christ, though, right? You pray to him every night?
I start my prayer with to bathe me in his glory to spread his word.
All right. So, I mean, good for you. I'm glad you found Jesus Christ and that you have a good
Well, it's
relationship
not
with him.
about me. We're interviewing you, so anyone who believes in a perfect circle does not believe in a perfect savior.
Really? So you don't believe in marbles?
Well, you want to talk about perfection, right? What is pie other than pizza pie?
Apple
Delicious
pie, hand pie.
pie in
Oh,
the
pies are good.
pie in the sky.
Pies are yummy. Now I want an apple pie.
I want a key lime pie from
That would be
my
great. Or
Aunt
even a
Sue.
coconut pie. A coconut key lime pie.
Have you ever had a bad pecan pie?
I actually
I don't
don't
think
eat.
they exist.
I don't eat pecan pies.
Well, tell me you had a lot of bad pumpkin pie.
I don't eat pumpkin pie.
Well, there's a reason for that, right?
I don't like the spices that are in it.
What are those European guys with acronyms as their names? What are those guys? What type of pies do those guys eat?
What? I have no idea what you're talking about, but you have to remember server lore says that I am extremely prejudiced against Europeans.
Oh. Oh, that's why I joined the room and I heard European.
Yeah, that's probably it, yes.
I go, oh, you can hear that? Let me mute myself. Are you ready?
4.
Question number 10. Cole, you want to ask it?
Now you go ahead, Mark.
Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
Isn't it like a geodesic pear
Yes
shape
or
or
no?
something? What?
Yeah, these are all yes or no questions.
Have I answered any of them yes or no yet?
I don't think you've even really answered any of them. Like I've talked, you usually I don't answer any questions until people have completed the series of questions.
Yeah, I don't think I answered any of these questions, yes or no.
Well,
But
you
go
ready for the
ahead.
bonus? You ready for the
What
bonus
is
question?
Earth-shaped whatever, something or other?
You ready for the bonus question? What's up, eggs? Name this astrophysicist. They say he has more hours on YouTube proclaiming the word of scientism than any man on earth. They also say he has the biggest hands in science. He could be seen on TV, on Joe Rogan's podcast once a year, talking about the stars. You can see him now as my profile picture. Name this world famous astrophysicist.
Yes.
What's his name?
You said these are yes or no questions. So if it's not yes, I'll guess
This
no.
is the bonus question. You agreed to
Oh.
answer 10 yes or no questions, and then this is the bonus question.
Okay, so yes.
You know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yes.
Personally, do you want to know what Neil deGrasse Tyson's answer was to question number 10? As I looked him in his golden brown eyes and shook his indeed massive hand, as I asked him, what's Earth's shape?
And what did he say?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world famous astrophysicist, said, there are more stars in the night sky than there are grains of sand on all the world's beaches. Earth's highest tides are caused by the gravitational pull when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is indeed not a geocentric sphere. She is an oblate spheroid.
Bro, you're so
Pear
fat
shape.
that you have your own gravitational field and you bend space-time around you.
So next time someone asks what's Earth's shape, EMBO, Coco, say it with me now. Oblate spheroid.
Okay, but that was supposed to be
I
one of the
wouldn't call
yes
it
or no
oblate
questions.
because I'm not fat shaming.
Say it with me, Coco.
It's a flat plane.
Oblate spheroid.
I thought it was a geodesic pair, but it was supposed to be a yes or no question anyway. So how do you answer that question? Yes or no?
Well, yes. Usually I'll say, Neil deGrasse Tyson will say, it is indeed not a yes or no question, nor a geodesic pair.
Yeah, I just don't know how one was supposed to answer that yes or no. So whatever.
The next question, if you agree to answer it or choose to, will need to be answered in a form of a number. Are you ready?
I didn't hear what you said, but sure.
What are your highest high heels?
I don't know. 2 inches?
That's not what she said.
I'm just trying to think of what is acceptable on a YouTube stream.
When you see my name, what immediately do you want to ask me?
Why you have such a stupid name?
Really? What's up, Lush? Is it the Marty part that's stupid or the clipped part that's stupid?
The whole thing. It's
Do you have like a
you-
recommendation on like a cooler, more like hip? I've been
You
called a
do
hipster, and I was like, "What's a hipster?" And I was like,
You did
"They're
not
too cool to
capitalize
know."
the R, and then you have it really long, real flat earther. Then you go ahead and put Marty in parentheses after that, which is long enough to begin with, and then you put clipped between asterisks. So the whole name is just like a goofy name.
Should it be something like 4 letters?
Yes, always. The shorter, the better. Quicker to type, easier to remember. Absolutely.
Oh.
That's 3 letters and 2 whatever they are, but that's close enough, I guess.
In the time, what is the symbol between the hours and the minutes?
The colon?
The lower intestines?
Oh fuck, I just answered a question. Never mind. I don't answer questions.
Come on, I'm not a cop. Do you want to ask me if I am currently or have I ever worked for my government's secret intelligence agencies?
No, because I wouldn't believe what you said anyway. So
Well, what would you believe?
me, I don't believe a lot.
What if I told you
What if you told me what, sir?
what if I told you
What if you told me what, sir?
what if I told you
What if you told me that the earth is a ball?
what if I told you
That the earth is flat?
what if I told you Coco, what if I told you what if I told you Joe Rogan's favorite quote of mine is, why would a UFO have lights on it if it didn't want to be seen? Do you want to believe Coco?
Believe what?
What's your profile picture? Is it not a UFO?
Yes.
Are you like Mulder or are you more of a Scully type? Did you not get a Cabbage Patch Kid for Christmas morning, but months later?
I don't even know what that is supposed to mean.
You know what a Cabbage Patch Kid is.
Okay, if you say so.
And you don't? Cole, tell her what a
No.
Cabbage Patch Kid is.
What are you guys like a team?
You don't remember what cat? You don't remember Cabbage Patch Kids?
Come on.
They were back in the '80s. They were those Cabbage Patch dolls that everybody went nuts over, and they had the funny looking ear. They just like plastic head. And they had made cartoons out of them and stuff. Cabbage Patch Kids.
And they would like grow in the garden. There's a
Yeah, they grew.
cabbage.
Yeah, they grew in the Cabbage Patch. That's why they were called Cabbage Patch Kids. That's where they come
They
from. They grew out
stuck
in the
like
Cabbage
carnies. Not good. I love cabbage, but I hate it when it's getting cooked. It smells awful.
Cabbage is good. So, okay. I wouldn't put dolls out in the dirty garden, but whatever.
What were you, a 90s baby?
Whatever.
You know, we're not asking your age. We're just asking, like the era.
We're not asking your age. We're just asking when you were born. That's not the same thing at all.
I don't ask people their age or if they're transgendered.
You just ask other questions that would indicate their age or if they're transgender. That's all. Yeah. Okay.
Nothing's wrong with that. I was asked my age today
Okay.
in IRL.
Okay.
And I didn't answer them.
Why not?
Because I didn't want the beer.
You didn't want the beer?
No, I'm just kidding. Why else would someone ask your age? Okay, I can't see you, but today I was sitting in a living room meeting someone new, right? And they asked my age, but yet they could see me, right? So I can't see you. So assumably I may ask, am I twice your age, Coco?
I don't know, maybe. Who knows?
Are you 21?
Does it matter how old any of us are here? As long as
you good
we're
at
of
math?
age? Am I good at math? Fuck no.
If I asked you if I was twice your age, and then I asked you if you were 21, what age would you infer I was?
42.
Thank you. 42.
I guess she's not good at math.
I suck at math. I believe I said that just 2 minutes ago.
Dan the Waterman was gonna do. Are you smarter than a
I got a question for you, Marty.
flat earther?
Hold on, Marty. I got a question for you. If you have when you have a kid, when your kid is exactly half your age, how old will you be?
Would it depend on how old you were when you had the kid?
Exactly. You'll be. It's. That's how it works. Is ever how old you are when you have the kid. When your kid is that age, he'll be exactly half your age. So yeah, that's the answer. You have to say.
And
You
at
got it
some point
right,
that
and you
will
wouldn't even
happen
try.
no matter what.
Do what?
You know, it will always happen at some point.
Yeah, well,
We'll
it always
talk to
happens
you.
when they reach your age that you was when they were born. So if you was 20 when they were born, when they reach 20, you'll be 40.
So Coco,
That's the
how
only
many?
time you'll be half their age. Maybe if you live long enough, you could do it again, but I think you'd have to be like 160 or something crazy. Make it hit twice.
Coco, how many babies you got?
I don't really see the point about talking about kids online.
How many grandbabies you want?
How many grandbabies do I want?
Yeah. What's up, Risky? Should we? Do you want to?
Coco,
Do you want to?
please answer the question. How many grandchildren do you want?
Why do I have to answer that question?
How many grandbabies could you spoil for the weekend and then return back to Like how many think you can handle? Like 5 of them at once to spoil for 2 days. Like a Memorial Day weekend, 3 days
I have a
of
pack
baby
of
spoiling.
dogs, so I really don't need any
Oh, how many fur
grandbabies.
babies?
I have 3.
All right. Are you ready for the next question?
Can we do all these fucking questions?
Would you rather have, for the rest of your life, only first world problems or a single post apocalyptic problem?
Oh.
Who
What was your biggest first world problem today, Coco?
today?
Yeah, did you drink cocoa today?
Did I drink cocoa today? No, it was very hot today, so I've only had iced drinks.
When was the last time you had some? Go ahead, Cole.
She prefers to snort her cocoa. She's not a drinker.
That's hilarious.
We got. Wait. Someone wait till he says. Someone says the number 69, and he's gonna be the first to hackle out a giggle. So when was the last time you made some sun tea?
Sun tea?
Yeah.
I actually don't make sun tea because if you don't time it right, the tea can grow bacteria. I make refrigerator tea every day.
Every day, huh?
Oh wow, that's a lot of tea.
Yep.
Where's the dude's mic that just tried to speak? Where's your mic?
Hello, sir.
You sound like you've been drinking.
I've been smoking, sir.
This next question I have written down here, and I don't know what it means.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You keep a list of questions.
Well, this is all going in a database. It's being updated every 18 nanoseconds. So, yeah. I'm just going to read this, and then hopefully you can give an answer. Are you ready?
I guess, if I'm going to answer it.
When was your ignorantly living your blissful life?
What?
Maybe we'll say it this way.
I don't think I heard that properly. What?
Is ignorant bliss?
Is ignorant bliss what?
What's a good question?
I'm so sorry. I feel like I've lost the plot here, so maybe you guys should talk amongst yourselves.
Coco. Are you ready for the next question?
Am I ever?
When was your last cleanse? Did you tell everyone about it?
Cleanse?
Yeah.
What type of cleanse?
Spiritual. We go back to, what's between the hour and the minute and the time.
What's. Oh.
You ever done a cleanse? Like you don't eat for a certain amount of time and you just drink
That's
water.
kind of a personal question to be asking on something that's being live streamed to
When
YouTube.
anyone is on a cleanse, they love to tell everyone. Have you submitted DNA to 23andMe?
No. And I don't recommend that. I don't think anybody should do that.
They shouldn't spit in a tube and send it in to find out if they're 8% anything special.
No, because they keep extra information on you, and especially in the climate we have now, where they are looking to kick people off of crap. I'm not allowed to talk about any of this.
Right.
But they're looking
Riddle-
to kick you off the rolls so that you can't get help when you need it. You do not want any of your genetic information in a database anywhere that they can find.
This next question is a riddle. Are you ready?
Sure.
Riddle me this, Batman. What island nation's welcoming is the same as this heart-healthy American breakfast cereal?
Fuck should I know?
Oh, come on. You never heard anyone say, Cheerio, governor?
Oh, okay. All right. Because I'm thinking, who says oatmeal?
Who says oatmeal? I Googled it earlier today. Oatmeal can give you gas.
In
The
what
high
cases?
fiber content.
Oh, if you're not used to fiber, I guess, or if you have a genetic susceptibility to fiber, maybe.
Nothing's wrong with a little bit of healthy flagellants.
Well, I'm just saying it's not a given. It's like beans. Everybody will say that about beans. If you
Maybe
soak
not,
them,
but
if you soak them long enough, that doesn't happen with beans unless you're genetically
they're
predisposed.
the magic fruit. They're illusions.
If you say so.
What time is it where you are right now? Don't ever tell anyone that answer. Are you ready for the next question?
Again.
What does the big hand represent on the traditional round non-analog clock?
The big hand?
Yeah, you know.
The long one?
Yep.
The longest one?
The biggest, longest, most important first thing you look at when you read a traditional round non-analog clock.
Okay, well then that's two different things because the longest one would be seconds, but the one that you look at first, I guess, is going to be minutes.
What? Anyone want to help her out here? You haven't
What?
said the right answer yet. What's the shortest chode looking hand on the clock represent?
Hours?
There you go. That's the first one you look at, right? You know how to read the time, right?
You said longest.
Biggest, long. I'm just reading these questions out of a book, lady, okay?
You fucking have a book with questions.
It has a little like the cover is like a little squiggly, like shitty, cartoon of a guy thinking.
And what is this? What is this like? 500 icebreaker questions to meet new people?
500
And then-
questions to
And then
find
they
out
have
if
a
he
section for trans questions and stuff.
will she be your future baby mama? So
How to make sure your date is not trans.
yes, make sure you don't get trapped.
What the fuck? All right.
Are you ready?
Sure, whatever.
In the beginning, how many days did it take God to create the ever expanding universe and all of creation, as well as Earth?
I mean, you want a literal answer, or do you want me to answer the fairy tale answer?
We need an answer in the form of a number. A number of days.
0.
Oh, come on. Between 1 and 7. That's why we have weeks. And it's
Well,
not weeklings.
that's what I wanted to know what you meant. Because God didn't really do all that, but if you want me to answer the fairy tale version,
Whoa, the
I
fairy
could
tale
do
version
that.
says God created light on what day? We all know it's the second
Do
day,
we?
right?
Was
And
it
they're
the
like, well,
second
why
day?
did you do anything? In the first day, we couldn't see anything, right?
Well, what was it the second day? Are you sure?
Well, I think on the first day, God was passing out brains, and you got in line because you thought he said trains, and you called
But it
dibs
was
on cabooses.
trains. I take trains. I love trains.
I rode a train today.
Did you? Like a real one? Or
Well, like
one
a
of
light rail, the light rail,
All
whatever you
right.
call it, the trolley, the tram,
Is that
whatever they
really a
call it in
train
the
though?
city.
I mean, it's train adjacent, but is that really a train?
It wasn't steam powered. It wasn't a locomotive. Didn't have a big uh diesel generator on it. It was an electric train. Anyway,
But yeah, I mean, that's better than no train at all, I guess.
do you believe we live in an electric universe?
Wait, do I believe we have electricity? Sure.
Well, from our molten lava covered iron core emits a donut shaped electromagnetosphere.
I think I heard something like that.
Did God create all that in only 6 days? And what did he do on the seventh day? Everyone knows what God did on
Sauna?
the seventh.
Wait, sauna.
Sauna, sauna.
Sauna.
Maybe he sat on Earth and had it just inside the Goldilocks zone, and it was a little bit too hot, and he had a sauna. He had rest on the seventh day.
Who would rest when they can sauna?
Let's go back to question number 0.0. Is 0 a number?
Did we forget the part already where I said I don't math?
Yes or no? You have a 50-50 chance. It's pretty good if you don't math. Is
I
0
don't
a
math.
number?
Please, somebody put in the chat, is 0 a number or not?
Was there a year 0?
No.
No. Of course there wasn't a year 0.
It started on
There
year
wasn't
one.
a year 0.
Well,
So
no,
what is
there
the-
might hold on, Marty. There might have been a year 0. There wasn't a. How did the calendar started on year? On century 1. That's how it is. On the first, it started on 00, but it started on the first century. So that's why the 20th century is the 1900s and the 21st century is the 2000s.
Uh-huh.
That's why the century is
what-
always 1 ahead of the actual number because it started first century, but 00
What
on the
year is it now? I'm thinking of Kamala Harris quoting, "And on the Lord's year of the 20th century."
Why would Kamala be using that fake Southern Colonel accent?
Did you know KFC, the colonel, he wasn't an actual colonel in the naval forces?
You don't say.
I did a report on him my senior year of high school.
Did you?
What's the loneliest number?
It's right next to 0. It's not -1.
Why is 1 a lonely number?
Because it's just you and your, rosy palm.
Oh.
Hey Cole, how many fingers? How many fingers you got on your rosy palm?
That doesn't make you happy?
Whatever makes you happy. Coco, what is 5 and 5? You can use all your fingers and add it up if you wish, since you're not good at math.
I had a horrible accident, so I don't know if I have enough fingers.
Well, how many fingers do you have on your writing hand, dominant hand, opposed to your sub hand on your, your other hand's the sub? That's the first time I made that joke.
Okay, that was a joke. I have all my fingers.
Well, what hand you right? Are you right-handed or lefty freaks?
I'm. What is wrong with
You're a
left-handed?
freak? You're a freak?
What is wrong with being left-handed?
What? How many
What's your
fingers
issue?
do you have on whatever hand you wipe your ass?
What?
It's your dominant hand.
You're not supposed to use your dominant hand to wipe your butt.
What? We're not going down this conversation. Tell us we need a number between 1 and 5.
I don't remember the question.
0 and 5.
What's
0 and 4.
what is 0 and 4?
Yes. How many fingers
40.
do you have?
It's 40. 4. You put a 0 after it, you have 40.
No. My original question, what is 5 and 5? You can use
55.
all of your fingers. 5 and 5 is what?
55. 5.
There you
And then
go.
you put
Good
5
answer.
after it is 55.
You are getting this correct. Now, please, for the love of the audience, tell us, how many fingers do you have on all of your hands? If you have more than 2 hands, please count them up for us.
Oh my god, I don't know if I can count that high.
We need a number, please.
All right, hang on, let me try.
Do it out loud if you have to.
20?
Are you counting your toes too?
My lower hands.
How many thumbs do you have?
The upper ones just, or the lower ones too?
How many opposing thumbs do you have? I know you don't got opposing lower thumbs.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to do that, but you're right.
Yeah. So answer the
So I guess
question with a
just
number, please.
I guess just 2.
What is 20 fingers plus 2 thumbs?
Wait. Thumbs are fingers.
Oh, in English you said was your first.
I mean, how do you not know that? What is wrong
How
with
many
you?
opposing fingers do you have?
Opposing fingers?
You have none.
Of course I do. They oppose my
Why do
thumbs.
oppose 2 fingers?
They oppose my thumbs.
Yeah,
What do you think
exactly.
my
You have
thumbs
one
oppose to?
thumb opposes all of your fingers.
And my fingers oppose my thumb.
Define infinity, because we could talk about this forever.
Define infinity?
Yeah. Is it an 8 that fell over and it got full?
Yeah, it's that cute little
Yeah,
thing that you make necklaces with and stuff.
It ate forever and then it fell over. It was so exhausted it had to lay down to digest.
Yes.
Coco, why hadn't you agreed to answer my questions sooner?
I've answered your questions even after I said I was not going to.
Well, thank you so much. Would you like to continue?
It probably is not a good idea, Why is no one else
would you
talking?
consider
People talk.
the number 8 to
People
be
talk.
male or not male? Am I gender biased here?
Numbers have a sex.
Do they self-identify as infinity? Or are they just made that way? By 2 zeros stacked on top of each other or next to each other.
Maybe there's one of each, and that's why they're
Alright.
together.
I want you to define a word for me, and I want you to think about it for more than a second, right? You know, when I ask. Okay,
Okay.
you ready?
There's an initial issue. You're assuming I'm thinking about any answers I'm giving you, but go ahead.
Define Google.
Define Google?
Yes.
Google is typing shit into your computer.
That's not what Google means.
No, I didn't ask. I had asked previously if you were AI, and you said I don't think you answered that one, did you? Would you like to now?
Probably not. I actually really haven't answered many of your questions.
Are you AI, or are you saying probably not AI?
I am saying, what kind of question is that, and why would you ask that?
Well, I ask it to everyone, as per this book I have here, is to find your future baby mama. And more, I found people have been saying that they could be, or write out, yes, I am AI.
And these are people that you meet online?
Well, I've asked these questions in person many times.
And people in person tell you that they are or that they could be?
Well, I would say, I see you're holding your phone, and someone like Elon Musk would say, you're having an interface through an infinite amount of, or a Google amount of knowledge, let's say, because Google means infinity. To define the word Google is a 1 with 100 zeros after it, which is all, it's a lot of zeros.
Wait. Is that true?
Yes.
Well, then what the fuck? We have to default back to the, did you not hear me say I am bad at math? Why would you ask me a math question and expect an answer?
It's just the next question, lady. I'm just reading this, okay? Are you not entertained? I'd like to not continue.
I am feeling like the entertainment, and I think you need to start asking other people these questions.
Can you only thank yourself for this?
Thank myself or blame
That's the
myself?
next question. Can you only thank yourself?
Thank myself?
THANK.
Yes, and so that was my original answer. Thank myself or blame myself?
Are you thankful by others?
Am I thankful by others?
Thankful by others.
I don't even know what that means in English.
Were they always thoughtful?
Are people thoughtful? Depends on the people.
Do you meditate?
Do I meditate? No.
Define conspiratorial thought.
Define conspiratorial thought?
Yes, define the word, the phrase, the idea to have conspiratorial thought.
Believing in bullshit because you're too low info to research stuff for yourself.
Ask me what a conspiratorial thought is.
What is a conspiratorial thought?
A conspiratorial thought is a red-pilled slut.
A red-pilled slut.
Right? Like a thought, Thought. Aho, what's that? You know, Neo, he took the red pill in the movie The Matrix.
No, I don't know any of that pill shit.
Riddle me this, Batman. This has all its lights on during the day and half them on at night. As a child, you held your breath as you drove through it. What is it?
No fucking idea of what you're talking about. But
It's an
I think you
automobile
got your
tunnel.
huh?
It's an automobile tunnel.
Oh, I like tunnels. They're fun. I think I just finally got what you were saying about the other question though. You didn't say conspiratorial thought. You said conspiratorial thought.
Yeah, it's a play on words.
Got you. Okay, so we had one of those in here earlier today. She's pretty funny to watch. We'll just leave it
Oh
at that.
yeah? Okay. Define the difference. Wealth versus Bitcoin.
One means you actually own assets. The other one means you like to gamble.
Magic Fairyland, where you just spend Bitcoin on cam girls and not up for land, or you just bet, like you said, or gamble, or then you buy more Bitcoin with credit cards, and then you pay off the credit cards with the Bitcoin, and then you have a good credit score, so you can get more jet skis and go to the lake and drink all day and
On
get
credit.
some sun and drown a millionaire. Define the difference. High IQ versus wisdom.
I don't know. I vaguely feel there's a difference, but
Were you in 5th grade the last time you had your IQ tested?
no, it was later than that. But IQ is not a measure of how smart you are. It's a measure of how your brain thinks and figures out problems. You can have a high IQ and still not be overly smart. You can be smart and not have necessarily a higher IQ.
And you're using the word smart as wisdom.
I don't think so. I think wisdom has more to do with probably how much you've learned over your life and what you've done with that is my feeling. I don't really fucking know because I'm not smart.
Oh, I would say you are, from what I've gotten out of you so far. Define the difference. Youth versus experience.
Is there a difference? I mean, there could be a difference, but can youth not have experience in things?
I was watching a Rick and Morty episode, and I watched the beginning of it. And I guess Rick had put the kids in a matrix, and he locked them in there for like a week. And then 40 years went by in the matrix, and they come out, experienced 40-year-olds, but they were still like 17 and 16 years old. And then the daughter's like dogging on the mom. Anyway. What if I were to say slug bug and then punch you in the arm really hard?
I'd kick you back.
What if I were to say all the Volkswagen Beetle bugs have been crashed by college chicks? I'll never get to punch you in the arm and yell slug bug.
I'd kick you in the balls for assuming that it's women that have the most accidents.
Especially college. When was the last time you seen a beetle bug? I'm telling you, there's never a dent in them. They just get crashed. The insurance adjuster says totaled.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Do they even make them anymore?
I'm not allowed to answer any questions.
What?
Define insanity without repeating yourself?
No. I'm not going to answer any more questions.
Define insanity. Did you get triggered?
If you're not going to answer any questions, I'm not going to answer any questions.
What was your question? Sorry, what was your question? I forgot. Do they make beetle bugs? You want me to Google it? I'm gonna be on a list of like with college chicks. If I Google beetle bug 2025. All right. While I do that, can you define insanity for us, please? They're not going to make the pennies anymore.
Yeah, because he's a fucking moron.
We get the guy leaking. He's on the penny, and we know it's worthless. It costs us 3 cents to make 1 cent. It doesn't make any sense, really.
So he's going to charge us all more money. He's going to make us all pay more money for stuff. And nickels are fucking more expensive to make than pennies are.
So what if I told you this? It took 3 cents to make 1 penny, right? But it only took, let's say it took 6 cents to make a nickel, right?
Yeah.
So if we're making pennies and you got to make a nickel worth of pennies and it cost you 9 cents, right?
Why do you have to make a nickel worth of pennies?
You're equating the two. Because it takes how many cents to make a nickel?
Why are you equating the two? You only need enough pennies to make occasional change.
Because you're going to have more nickels if you take away the pennies. So you're going to need more nickels, right?
Which cost more to make than pennies do.
Exactly. So that's the trap.
And now we're all paying by nickels instead of by pennies. So every fucking transaction we do throughout the day, we're going to be paying extra for.
And that's why they were telling the future when they said, you're nickel and diming me. You're not pennying me.
Can I
Yeah,
answer one question, RV?
Yeah.
The Volkswagen Beetle is actually being reintroduced in 2025 as an electric
Yeah,
vehicle.
$65,000. It looks awesome.
I
Low
didn't know
mileage.
that.
2019 Volkswagen Beetle.
That's
like the Volkswagen,
a lot of money.
the traditional wagon, yeah, Volkswagen. Volts.
And good morning, 42. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. It's Volkswagen.
Volkswagens!
Well, we were just filling the time here.
Yeah, I know, I'm listening.
So,
And I am so sure that everyone in here is asleep by now because that was pretty
well, we can do
boring.
a meditation sesh and put everyone to sleep. If need be, I can guide that. But we have at least 90 minutes worth of questions, and I think we shall keep going, yes?
I don't know. That was kind of a lot, and it's kind of embarrassing remembering that this is all going to be on stream. So
No one
maybe we
listens,
should.
like literally. You know how many hours? Every minute, there is 900 hours of. If 1 million people watch this, it wouldn't mean anything, right? It wouldn't be viral. It would just be like a million random clicks where they watched 8 seconds of it, and
But
then
these are the people that we encounter here. It's not just random people.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. So anyway, there's nothing any further questions that I have to delve into.
Thank goodness.
All right.
We're actually pretty good because I just pulled it up for fun and nobody has made a comment in an hour and a half.
There you go.
So I
To be
think
worried about you know what? Being on YouTube keeps me from saying the naughty words. That's all that YouTube does. And I don't like you. I mean, in real life, I'll say them with my friends or whatever. YouTube will censor my naughty word tongue. So
it didn't censor mine. Oops.
I know I got you to curse earlier, and you haven't heard me curse a single time. I know how to be a grandma's boy and not curse.
Wait,
Let's go back.
need to curse? Does anybody need to get me to curse?
Well, I mean, I forgot what you were cursing about, but I don't think it was anything. It wasn't a big fucking deal, whatever it was.
No.
I like to say "God damn it" out of points. So anyway, let's go back to question number 2.41. What second language had you failed to master? What second language did you get a D in high school?
Nothing.
Did you play the flute, or did you do home ec if you didn't take a second language?
I took a second language. I did not get D's in any subject.
Oh, Miss Valedictorian? Miss ain't good at mathematics?
I got a D in German.
There you
No,
go.
did you?
I
Yeah,
got
I did.
straight 2 years of Spanish for me. ¿Qué pasa, mamacita?
Okay, so since 42 admitted it, I will also admit I took German in school as well.
Oh, Raspberry Strutos Scheißenhauser.
I don't speak it anymore. I forgot it all.
I have to.
You have to. You don't have a choice.
Right. Like I don't think I had to speak Spanish here in Phoenix, Arizona, but I have plenty of chances to, and I will, say not a must.
Blue is yelling. Blue is yelling.
Who? Are you ready for the next question?
I guess.
What is the universal language? The language we all share in this very VC.
Wait, what?
Computer language?
The universal language.
I mean, it's got to be computer language, right? That we're all on our computers?
Zeros and ones.
Binary.
Electric universe. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one either. It's just a question. It's just a question there. So, all right. As I flipped back to the beginning of the book, question number 3.33. Do you now, or when had you first started trusting the AI?
The AI? What is that?
The artificial intelligence.
I don't use AI. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know. You don't use Google Maps to find out if you're going to be 15 minutes late for work.
Google Maps is AI? I don't think so.
I don't think AI exists. I don't think it ever will. AI is a video game. AI is coding. AI is a database in which it searches very quickly and gives you a response in a form of a sentence opposed to just random scrambled data.
But
Okay, then fucking whatever. I don't computer either, all right? I don't computer, I don't math, I don't tech. So whatever.
You're not very wrong, RV, but there is a lot of self-coding going on there that kind of makes it AI. There's a difference between a computer program and what we use as AI these days.
I'm just jealous on the leading edge of AI, so I try to be a downer about it. Question number 5.150. Would you say good afternoon if the time was 1500?
I mean, I guess if I was paying attention to time, or more likely, if it was 1500 in my friend's time, I would still be saying good morning, but whatever.
How many family members have served in the U.S.?
What?
Got cut up there. We have to repeat that question.
How many family members had served in the U.S. National Defense Forces? Did you have a father that was in the Army?
Oh, in any of them? I don't know, a bunch of them. Not my dad.
But a bunch of them did.
Yeah.
There you go. Question number 6.66. Do you now, or have you ever believed that there are chicks with dicks, or there are merely dudes with tits?
What the fuck does that even mean?
We were talking about transgenders, male to female, and female to male earlier.
Should we be speaking about transgender?
Nothing's wrong with speaking about it. We're not using any terms that would be short for transmissions in a vehicle.
Okay, well, you just said either or. Like, can you like reword that question normally?
We'll just move to the next question. Define PC.
It's the fucking loud thing I have under my desk here.
Well, I think the previous question could have been more politically correct stated.
Oh.
No, we claim it's personal computer. Come on.
Yeah, it's my desk. Like, whatever.
Were you first not PC on your PC?
Was I first not PC?
On your PC?
I barely. I don't know.
You cannot not be PC on a PC,
Okay, that makes sense.
right? Because you're just anonymous and you're just.
Oh, I thought you meant because I was PCing on a PC.
What do you call a bear? If I had a bear, if I was real flat earther bear, what would you call? What would you say? Hey, you got a bear after your name.
Was that even a question?
What do you call a rainbow?
A rainbow?
That's what you call a rainbow? Okay. What do you call a bear dressed as a leather daddy surfing a rainbow wave?
A cool sticker to put on your car?
Fun time. What do you call? Well, we'll skip that one. I'll skip that one.
We're gonna skip a bunch because I gotta pee. I gotta pee, so somebody else has to talk.
We'll get 72 in here. 72. Question number 6.16.
I'm not 72.
What's that?
Different number.
Yes. Do you believe Satan exists?
As an idea, yes, but as a literal entity, no.
You don't believe in Satan?
No.
What if I told you there's no hell and only a heaven?
That's your belief, okay?
Do you know, or have you ever believed in extraterrestrial beings?
Absolutely.
Define extraterrestrial. Is it
That
one
would be-
word?
Well, it is one word, but made up of multiple words. So
Well,
this
two
would be
words, right?
outside of this world.
Yes.
If I'm correct, yeah.
I read it as extra, which is more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Terrestrial.
Yeah,
and then
it's a compound word, so it is one word made up of multiple words. That's what I meant.
So I see extra land, right? And on the flat Earth model, you can have outside the firmament dome where you peek your head, you look around, and you see extra lands.
I've seen the maps, Terra Infinita.
Do you know who they are when they say they is in quotes?
I cannot answer this in voice, but I will put it in chat for you. It's trademark. They trademark.
They. TM.
Yeah.
All right, we get Coco. Oops. She's using her non-dominant hand.
Oh, come on.
I have never fucking her. I don't know. I've been having a fun day today. But anyway.
That's fine. That's fine.
Excuse me. All right.
Is it early for you?
Oh, it's just about to turn midnight, so.
Okay, late. Yeah.
Not too late. Not too late. All right. Question: is Coco still busy? It's fine if she is. This is just
I think she's happy that I took over and buggered off.
Oh, she can't bell. She can't bell out. She's doing too good. I bet Cole would give her a good review on the questions. All right, Coco, if you can hear this and you can't answer, that's fine, but I want you to still think about the next question. Question number 9.11. Do you now, or have you ever believed what, quote unquote, they say the official narrative was for any of the following: the Titanic, Pearl Harbor, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Chernobyl nuclear power plant meltdown, WMDs, also known as weapons of mass destruction with thousands of years of nuclear fallout and acres of unusable land, Roswell weather balloon, also known as aliens, extraterrestrial beings, UFOs, or Sasquatch, also known as Bigfoot, or Loch Ness Monster, also known as Big Nessie, dinosaurs, Earth killing asteroids, forest, or the ISS does not exist, and how much longer will it exist?
That list is too fucking long for a question like this.
I remember when I had first clicked on, before I looked into the shape of Earth, when Google was really pushing the algorithm, I clicked on it, it said Trump says Earth is flat. And of course, it didn't show anything. It didn't show Trump. It didn't show him saying, like he did when he was talking about the war in Ukraine, we gotta stop the war. It's too flat. The land, they're shooting right over the flat land. He did say that recently, but I clicked on the video. It didn't show anything about Trump, and it went down a rabbit hole of nuclear weapons. I don't like the fearful idea of nuclear weapons. But then it was saying forests weren't real. Like, this isn't a forest. And if you want to go do some magic mushrooms, the forest you go to is not a forest. It's fake. So how many forests do they have over there in Europe, in Germany? Do they have more factories than they do forests?
I have no idea.
They have that forest that you can get that cake at. That's really good.
Black Forest?
Sure, that one. That sounds right.
All right, you said I needed more letters in my name, right?
More letters?
You said I only had 3. I needed 4 or more.
No, that's not what I said.
Will this be suffice? Will this suffice?
That makes it harder to type. It should be as
Oh,
easy as possible to type.
Is a period a letter?
What do you say, Coco? My name is too complicated for you?
Well, I never call you by your full name, though, right? I only ever call you too.
What is that funny looking R and then the lowercase h? Do you have to go to a
that's a
website
G and
and then copy and paste those weird fonts in there? How's that work?
No, I can do that with my own keyboard. It's Cyrillic and it's GN, short for Господин. Or Mister.
Say that as a layman would want to hear it.
It's a G, a dash, and an N in Cyrillic.
Period is punctuation.
I think everybody's name should be short and easy to type.
Yeah. Yes, RV, there's punctuation, but it's the same like you say MR in English with a dot at the end because it's an abbreviation.
Coco, do you want the list to go on? Would you like to continue or?
What list? I don't know what you're talking about. I think Blue should come in here and talk science stuff so we can stop this. Or anybody else that's in here. Y'all are in here. Y'all can open your mouths and talk about
They
something.
just like to complain. Let's continue the questions. It's all right. So, did you hear the conspiracy? What they say about the official narratives? What do you think? 9/11.
Oh, we had this today. No, it is not a conspiracy theory.
What is your favorite number between number 11 and 93 million?
Oh, fuck, you're putting me on the spot here. Of course I have to say 42.
Easy, duh.
42. Question number 42. How many Discord alts do you have? Is this your main?
It is my main. I have one other.
Coco,
What?
you're still answering these questions.
Oh, am I?
You guys can both answer them. Anyone can answer. Anyone can join in if they wish. But
I don't really get the purpose of having alts except for I do have an alt to own my server because of some stupid troll that said they were going to make up stuff to report me for because they hated me.
so then you have an alt just to protect yourself.
Yeah, just to own the server in case they did lie and get my profile going. But I don't have what it takes to use more than one account. That's like stupid.
Why is this Shitsuki guy?
What?
Shitsuki, why is he muted?
Oh, probably because he was freaking out the last time he was here, I guess.
Schlitsky, what does the open? They say the moderation here is supposed to be open, so we can go and look and see what Schlitsky. If you had too many Schlitzes,
They don't, unfortunately, always put down when they mute people. So I try to make sure when it happens to me, I make them.
I don't see it.
But knowing Schlitzy, generally what happens is he gets really upset about something and then just starts screaming and he never stops, and then they mute him.
well, we know that Debok does that, and Debok gets unmuted. So
Yeah, same thing.
I like
Well,
Schlitzy.
Eggs is here. Ask Eggs. Left lane is here. Ask to be unmuted.
Well,
Yeah.
let's
unmuting?
worry about that until we're done entertaining ourselves. Coco, have you not been entertained?
I am sitting here desperate for somebody else to talk.
I'm here, but is
I'm
there
free.
any flat earther here?
I tried to get Blue in here, but he won't come in here because of the questions.
Oh, really? Do you hate the questions? Have you hated? What's the most hated question you've been asked, Coco? Do you have anxiety about talking, or is it the questions that you hate so much?
I haven't really barely paid attention to your questions, and I just answer the first thing that comes to my head.
You pay for Nitro?
Yes, I did pay for Nitro because I had been doing videos, and you can post longer videos.
Oh, you should boost the
Bigger
server.
pilot.
You should boost the server. I think they'll give you a special role. What do your friends call you IRL? IRL in real life. Like, what's
Sorry?
your nickname? What's your nickname in real life? What do your friends call you?
I'm not saying that. Are you nuts?
What would your mother call you if you were late for work or late for school, waking up and she's running down the hall and she says, "Coco Boco, wakey wakey."
What the fuck?
Do your friends ever call you Cokie?
Hokey cokey.
No.
Cokie Snorty? Are you ready for question number 241? Do you now, or have you ever believed in the adverse effects of man-made climate change?
That's a weird freaking question, but I think there was somebody in here that wanted to talk about flat Earth stuff.
Did you vote for Al Gore?
Favors.
You can tell us if you voted for Al Gore. How many times did you vote for Obama? No?
I think it was Big Mike that caused the.
Coco, do you want to skip to the last question? Is that what you're saying?
I think that if there are people that want to talk about something else, we should talk about something else.
I think we should-
Unless
I mean, we
Talk
got a
about
lot of
climate
questions here.
yeah, and this has been going on for quite some time.
How long has it? Go back in chat and see when someone first started bitching. Because usually it's like 90 minutes I can fill in.
Like 1 o'clock or something?
Now, don't tell anyone what time it is where you are, which you possibly just did, and they will know where on Earth you are, okay?
Oh.
That was not a secret anyway.
Yeah, that's not a secret. I'm in the Northeast.
What, in Newcastle?
Yeah, so like it's been like 2 hours, bro.
We're not even halfway through.
Fucking 2 hours
I can go
of people
Joe the
having
and
to
do a
listen.
4-hour podcast with Joe Rogan.
2 hours of people having to listen to my voice.
Well, let's skip to the final question. All right?
All right.
The final question includes an image that I'm going to post into chat.
Oh fuck!
Right.
Is it a legal image? Like, are we gonna get in trouble for this?
Why would you have to ask that?
I have a lot that I get in trouble for.
Well, I'm posting the image, so there's nothing you would ever have to get in trouble for. Images that I post, okay?
All right.
Do I need to tag you? I'm just gonna post it, okay? There's no final question.
Wait, how did he know that? He's not in here. Does he have an alt?
What? Is
He's
he
not
listening
in here.
online?
How did he know it was the final question?
Sure
Does
is.
he have an alt in here?
That's what we do around here, Coco. Learn.
What the fuck? You're freaking me out, Blue. You're freaking me out.
Okay. You see the delivery truck there?
Yes.
I see an arrow. That's your question, yeah?
Do you see a white delivery truck?
Yes.
What would you say to the most descriptive 3-word color would you describe the building behind the delivery truck?
3-word color?
Yeah, would you would you agree that it's a cantaloupe smile and definitely not terracotta? Is the color of it.
Smile?
Cantaloupe smile, yes.
Wait.
Do you see the building is beaming with energy?
I wouldn't have called this cantaloupe. I would.
Monkey shit brown.
Maybe beige, maybe. Yeah, I would have called it
Are you
cantaloupe.
gonna say protruce?
No.
It's a good nude color. It's a true good nude.
I'm not this color. When I'm nude, I'm more like the
nude.
truck when I'm nude.
My whole body is tanned by tanning beds. And I did a special provision. We're gonna have tanning beds all over the United States.
I don't
Alright.
think that's tan either.
It's
But
more
whatever.
looking peachier to me now. Alright, well that's not the final question, okay? So
there is no final question.
So Blue was right then.
how many windows do you see in the building that have window panes in them, right?
So you think that I'm going to sit here and count windows?
Well, it says at least 12, okay. So we have 12 windows behind the truck. Now, are you familiar, as 42 said, he sees an arrow? Do you see the hidden white arrow between the E and the X in the FedEx logo?
Yeah, okay.
Is the white arrow pointing to the front or to the rear of the truck?
To the rear.
From which side
Now
you look.
picture yourself inside the nude color Patrice beige peach colored building, looking out any of the 12 windows at the truck, the delivery truck, and you're going to read the FedEx logo and you're going to see the white arrow. Which direction is the arrow pointing? To the front of the truck or to the rear of the truck?
To the rear of the truck.
Do you want me to re-ask the question?
No.
Now imagine yourself inside the building, looking through the panes of the glass at the truck. And you're reading from left to right, FedEx.
Yeah.
And you see the arrow. Is the arrow pointing to the front of the truck or to the rear of the truck?
I have decided that they just duplicated it on each side and the arrow is going to be pointing to the rear of the truck.
And it's written backwards.
It would be mirrored then.
Why not?
and it would be gibberish. What would-
So it would be less money to just duplicate.
Look at the main
Well,
chat.
obviously, you got the point of the question.
The hint was in the chat.
I just like my answer better. So there.
Well, let me get a secure connection because we got to put it in the AI database, all your answers. So give me 1 moment to get a secure connection and we'll get your results.
Results.
I think we found our AI.
All right. What was the device I used to get the secure connection? This is a bonus question.
It's a 33K 3
It's
modem.
28.8K dial-up modem, yes.
I don't want speech, but the idea was correct.
All right. Oh, you barely passed. You want to know what you got?
Do I care? No.
I know the answer. Headache.
F plus.
Okay.
The plus means you pass. Everyone.
Ask
everyone,
what though? Like
everyone gets the same grade, F plus.
I need a D minus at least.
All right, let's talk about the shape of Earth, you fuck faces. What's up, Yeti?
all right, Blue, we're done. Get in here. Hurry. Please hurry.
We got a guy here. We got this guy. Earth is life. I've never heard him unmute, really. I don't know what I've never heard him talk. He needs to unmute his mic. He needs to speak up. I don't see him in text chat. He doesn't text. I don't know. He's always in here.
He does regularly, and if you want to hear his voice, you can go to his YouTube channel. He has videos there.
Well, doesn't he have 2 accounts and one is the YouTube?
Yeah, but still the same YouTube channel.
Correct. He is not in here right now. Just his YouTube.
So you were true on there was someone listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
Was it going to like all the platforms? He's paid $20 a month for an app and then it just
What app?
Whoa. We need to
Coco,
talk to this Earth is Life guy. In the
What
same
about it?
thing, it says subscribe to the channel for access to the Discord server. But then it also says join the Discord link below. But there is no link below.
Well, like,
Oh, little
we're
mistake.
already in the Discord server.
Yeah. I'm just saying this is nonsense. It needs to be fixed.
Oh, now she cares, guys.
What do you mean now I care?
All right, are you ready for some more questions?
No.
No.
So you said you had 3 dogs. You're a dog person. Now, would you rather have, for the rest of your life, only one pepperoni pizza or a lifetime supply of pineapple ham pizza?
That sounds like another question.
What's to find out if you're a psychopath or not?
What?
If you like
Pineapple, mushroom, and bacon.
Oh, well, you throw the bacon in there and it counteracts the pineapple, okay? I'm specifically talking about Canadian bacon, which is ham, and pineapple, the combination of the two. Bacon is different. Bacon is deep fried at the pizzeria
Gotcha.
and then sprinkled on your pizza.
The question is stupid. Either you like it and you choose that option for unlimited, or if you don't like it, you still choose that option and just throw the pineapple away.
No, the
So
pineapple
the
melts
answer-
into the cheese. It
No,
flavors the
pineapple doesn't
entire-
melt.
Yeah, pineapple doesn't melt.
Pineapple will ruin an entire pizza, and there's no getting the flavor out of the crust.
It leaks.
Yes. Leaks.
The question is flawed.
Leaky pineapple.
Oh, how shall I answer or ask the question better?
Do you like pineapple juice with your pizza?
Yeah.
Pineapple juice with your pizza?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess pineapple juice with your pizza would be better than pineapple on your pizza.
Okay. Pizza crust infused pineapple juice.
I am so sorry I didn't hear that last one, but it sounds like you're trying to be quiet. So that I'm so sorry.
No, I said pineapple infused crust pizza.
Yes.
No.
I
No,
saw
that's just
the most
yucky.
delicious
Don't eat the crust then
advertisement.
if you don't like it.
Stuffed
No need
crust.
to dip your pizza in the drink.
No.
Alright.
You people don't understand. I live in the Northeast, home of the best pizza anywhere. You're gonna eat the crust. You don't want it fucked up.
Sorry. The best place for pizza is Italy, Coco. Don't say anything
No.
else. Yeah.
I was just about to say.
You're just
No,
wrong,
Italy
Coco.
can fuck off with what they call pizza.
No.
Hey now.
Call the pizza, please.
Them's fighting words.
We make the best pizza here, and that's just the way it is.
Them are fighting words indeed.
Where's where you are? You need to, if you're gonna
Northeast.
make claims, major claims need major proofs.
Northeast. Do I crush what?
Cocoa, like chocolate, right? And you like crush it. You turn the knot, you chop and crush cocoa.
I have no idea what you're even trying to say. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I think it means chocolate somehow.
So, yeah, tell us about your name.
What about my name? It's my name. It's whatever.
Coco, yeah?
Have you ever been to the cabana?
So,
I see what you did there.
Coco Roselli. Are you Italian? Your hair sounds rather dark.
What?
My hair sounds
I can
dark.
hear how dark your hair is. Tell us how dark your hair is.
Yeah, there are certain things I do discuss and certain things I don't online. I'm certainly not going to discuss any further personal information on stream.
So it's definitely some dark hair.
That's fine.
Now, ask me how I can hear it.
How can you hear it?
The same way, blondes like to have a lot more fun.
Oh, that means I don't have any fun.
So Duck said, what's the point of asking if 0 is a number? What's the discussion?
Well, Duck is pretty smart.
We should disconnect DMOC after we mute him. Because just like having him in here, just like, looks bad. Having anyone in here who's server muted, they should get disconnected until they come back and they're like ready to talk. Like Schlitz came in and he's like, hey, fucking unmute me, bastards.
You can say that, but I mean, maybe the server owner thinks that it looks better if there's more people in
They
here.
love it. They love a mute, especially if you go against what they say.
If I'm muted in a server, I'm gonna deafen myself or leave that server.
Yes, it's very common here. We do mute people for disagreeing.
Yeah, I know.
Muted.
Yeah, lots of that.
Thinking different. Like even if you reach the same conclusion, but you got there by thinking different thoughts, muted.
I was getting muted regularly for a while there.
Well, what were you doing?
I wasn't flat enough.
You were too curvy.
Were you on a bumpy server?
Yep.
With the reevaluate.
No, that was me just being funny. It was because I was not submissive enough to the religious people.
Submissive. What were they asking you to do?
They said get on one knee.
Those pizza people can be very demanding.
They can be.
That's why they push the pineapple.
Oh my god, my car is filthy.
Coco, define the word gay.
I would check the dictionary. I think it says in the state of all being Marty and his question.
Oh, in the state of blissfulness. Halfway through Marty's questions. 4 hours of questions. Coco, ranch or blue cheese with your pizza?
Can you pick on somebody else for a while?
If it's blue cheese, I will conclude that you are indeed a psychopath and I will not speak to you any further.
Blue cheese.
Oh. All right.
You get the bonus question.
We got, she said 2-inch high heels. Bonus questions. So, Coco, next time you see a FedEx truck, are you gonna think of me as you see the little white arrow?
No.
Am I gonna live rent free in your head for the rest of your life?
No.
I thought you said ask there any more question.
Got him. If you end up living in my head, I'm going to start charging you rent.
Bill me twice a year. Now, why was man-made climate change a tricky question for you? Coco, did she leave?
Is somebody talking to me?
Coco, let me ask you one more question, please.
Oh my God, what?
Do you now, or have you ever drank alcohol to excess or been addicted to any illicit drugs?
I got drunk once, yeah.
You ever smoke methamphetamine?
No.
You ever bootleg heroin?
No. Wait, these are multiple questions. Stop.
Have you ever looked into numerology?
You have to be careful now, Coco. We cannot say stupid anymore.
What do you mean we can't say stupid anymore?
It's
Look who
offensive
joined.
for stupid people.
We can say
Yeah.
stupid.
Not when Rexy is here. He got offended.
That's his problem.
Well, the questions are
Don't
not
offend the
stupid.
Globals.
Coco, have you ever, or do you now believe NASA put a man on the moon?
Okay, so even though I've told you multiple times now, no more questions, I'm actually going to answer this one because fucking of course they did. What are you talking
You're
about?
a goddamn American.
Yes, I'm a goddamn American. Suck it up.
Question number 911.
No.
Do you now, or have you ever believed what they say the official narrative was of that day? Was it an
I'm going to
inside
say
job?
Do we put a timer on that?
Coco, how deeply did 9/11 affect you?
I've been carrying this server for 2 fucking hours. Somebody else better talk now.
I'm here, Coco. I'm ready to say. What do we want to talk about?
Eggnog.
We want to talk about who they are.
Usually when people say they mean the Jews, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, let's not say the people practicing the religion of Judaism. That just goes down a bad route, right? And I don't want to see any Kanye songs.
Well, I do think it's an interesting catch-all when, like, the they is such an important part of a conspiracy theorist's belief, right? What they are doing, the deception they are perpetrating. But for a willingness to invoke them for every solution to every problem in their belief system, they're really reluctant to point at individuals or like try to get the full stretch of the group. Like Yasuke does it, but he's about the only one. Most other people just quickly nope out of a conversation where you're trying to get to describe the they.
We need some questions.
Okay, so Schlitzy, how many people do you think are in on it when it comes to the flat Earth?
Only one.
One. You think
Yeah.
there's one person in the world that knows the
Just
Earth is
one
flat,
person. Yeah.
and everybody else is hoodwinked?
His name is Eggshell.
Right. See what I mean? Don't want to talk about the they. The they is a tough topic.
But why are you talking about Jews anyway? Why are you talking about Jews?
Wait, who are they?
Who are they?
Yeah, who are
Oh my
they?
god! Right in the middle of it.
That was the question.
They are your enemy.
They are who you believe.
They want you drunk in ignorance and waking up happy, hungry for more.
They want you globally engaged.
That would
They
mean that the
definitely-
Jews want people to be flat earthers.
Now
Yeah,
they definitely
who are the
live.
people? Where do they live?
That's a good question.
Oh.
So
Actually, it isn't. So actually, they live in your head.
Ah,
Don't
so they don't
say.
exist. There are no people
Yeah, right.
perpetrating the lie about the shape of the Earth. No pilots. No politicians. All of them are in my head. I mean, it's close to the answer, I think. It's very close to the answer, I think. It's true.
So what they've done is they've given you Santa Claus, and now you defend him.
Who's they, though? That's the question.
Yeah, who
We're
is
not interested
they?
in Santa Claus. We're interested in these. Well, in the case of Santa Claus, it's
Well, the question is, who is they? But they always say, right?
Christian parents.
Is that true?
Okay,
They
so-
always say.
Live in the West, right?
Biblically speaking, it's behold, this is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, or Satan, or Saturn, and who call themselves Jews but are not. They lie. Behold, I say. Yada yada yada. So they go by the terminology.
I haven't heard
behind this terminology.
Now that's interesting because the Bible
I
also
haven't heard
says
you
that the
quote the Bible
serpent is the most subtle.
And
My
what do we
understanding
glean
is
from
more
that?
than actually Satan.
What was most subtle?
The serpent.
The serpent.
The serpent's always in the
Serpent
sea.
wasn't-
It's water.
It is
Serpent
why I
wasn't meant
take it
to
as a
be
compliment
Satan,
when
though, was
people
it?
in 20. Serpent isn't meant to be Satan. No, I didn't think so. I thought he was a messenger, but it was a serpent. It was just a. Was it Satan? In
Well,
Garden of Eden and all of that.
So I believe that one of the verses in it's either Psalms or I think it is Psalms. So they're talking to the person or about the one who was in the garden in the beginning, and it describes him as the shining one.
The shining one.
This is Lucifer, the pretty one, the pretty shiny angel, Lucifer.
Right, because Lucifer was the most beautiful, or Satan, or whoever he is.
You remember what verse that was?
You want to go?
Do you think God was looking in a mirror and saying, "Who in heaven up above them all is the fairest
of them all?"
And then he got misquoted, and then there was YouTube videos made about the wording of what he said in the mirror.
Maybe that's possible. I still want to get back to who the they is that's perpetrating this lie and making us all believe in Santa Claus. Like, it's an important question, isn't it? How do a group of people trick another group of people while being impossible to identify?
Well, again,
So here's
the
the
Bible tells us.
They is Satan.
As far as I'm concerned, I'll just get this out quickly. The they is actually not that important. The fact of the matter is that you can see what's being done, and it's observable by design. So who's actually the perpetrator doesn't matter. I mean, you don't need to identify the murderer to know that there's a murder taking place. Yeah,
sure.
I get
Sure.
where you're coming
Like,
from.
if
You used to have my hang-ups about it, but go ahead.
I think that might be the case, but I would say that the most important task in a murder is finding the murderer. And sure, you could go, "Oh, that person is, has definitely been murdered, and we haven't found who did it." But it is an important question, right? I'm not saying it's necessary for knowing that it is a lie to know who is the liar, but it's an important part of the whole picture.
I suppose it's more interesting to me. It's more about how you gain access. So the murderer, right? So how did they get through the front door? Were they using a certain type of lock? Okay, can we change all the locks? Can we change all the mechanisms by which we operate, like a democratic system, virtually like a lot of other stuff, in order to foil these guys who seemingly just have turnkey access to all of our rules and regulations? And just to let you know, man, like, the only way that this ever could have gotten as bad as what it is, in my interpretation, is if you don't actually know where the source of the problem's coming from. If you knew where the source of the problem was coming from, you just go knock on the door, and it'd be bada bing, bada boom. It's over. There's no problem here. But the fact that you can't, like, I mean, was it Francis Bacon said the hidden life is best, and many of the actual rules of the 48 laws of power literally state that it must be done like through sort of trickery, so that you don't actually know who is actually moving the pieces, who is playing the chessboard. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, Sun Tzu's book,
I
right,
think
was
that
all about
is-
deception.
Well, I think that is valid, but I think you are unintentionally demonstrating the point that I was making, though, Ricksky, which is we are running from a conversation about who they are. I think you're giving valid reasons, right? Because the reason I'm asking actually correlates exactly with what you're saying. What matters, what is a quite important question, is how did they get in? But I think that this question might help you or other people who believe in the they to unlock that by going, well, how did they get in? And is it just perchance they don't exist and they got in by pretending they exist? And the real answer to the question is these conspiracies aren't real. Because the only way they could sneak in so effectively into so many different places in life is by not existing and being a figment of your imagination.
I mean, how did Vanguard become so wealthy? How did BlackRock become so wealthy? These are just investment funds, effectively, that have come out of nowhere right now.
Sure.
How did
isn't that what should
the world?
But don't go on to multiple. Don't scattergun questions. They're just questions. But if the answer is because I can't answer this question, therefore they exist and I don't need to identify them, then you need to look at the answer. Does wealth coalesce? Does having power, i.e. money, mean that I can gain more money?
Who made the system, though? Who wrote the rules of the system?
That's a different question. That's running from the question.
No, it's not. Dude, if you're asking questions about, like, why does wealth percolate, you've got to start asking the question of, like, how is the system crafted and designed in order for that to happen? We could live within a communistic...
Notice how many questions, but how many questions deep are we away from the question of who is they, right? It's on to, okay, how did BlackRock, out of the blue, it becomes how did BlackRock become so wealthy? And then I answer that
at
question,
this point,
right?
yeah,
Power
but at this
coalescence,
point, right?
and then it's like
So,
a totally different question about how did this whole system get set up?
yeah, so
Okay, well,
they is already known. It's just whether or not you accept the source of the answer of who they are.
Who is that? Yeah, go for it. Who's
It's in the
who's
Bible.
known they?
Yeah, it says the serpent is the most subtle.
That doesn't mean that they are in control of all of the world's financial systems and can trick physicists into.
Yes, you have to read the
setting up.
Bible because the Bible tells us the origins of the shekel.
Hang on. So because it says the serpent is the most subtle, that tells us who the they is.
Yes. Do you know the definition of the word subtle?
I mean, I think I get the gist of what it's saying. It's about not being overly obvious.
Okay, so pretty much, I mean, the first definition, it's especially of a change or distinction, so delicate or precise as to be difficult to analyze or describe.
Sure, fine.
Which is exactly what yes, that's exactly what they want. And the Bible tells us they are telling us how they are. They are subtle.
But that doesn't tell us who they are. That tells how they behave.
It does. So you have to read the Bible, and then you will see who they are.
Right. So anybody subtle is they?
The serpent.
Anybody who wears a little bit of beige? Anybody who speaks in euphemisms is a they? Anybody who words an email in corporate jargon so as to not offend anybody is a they? There's lots of subtle people around.
How
I
can
mean,
people
that's
know
the thing,
who
right?
they are in today's world? Like,
So,
can you explain that?
so the real, so hold on. So the real theys want human beings to act like them. So yes, there are a lot of theys around.
Who are they though? This isn't getting me any closer to understanding. Is Donald Rumsfeld in or out? Is
So
the
this
British
is the
royal family
thing.
in or out?
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? So it's your level of willingness to accept the reality that's being presented to you. So the queen, right, was one of them. Now, do you think the queen was just a person, or was the queen an actual lizard person, as David Icke describes?
Pretty sure she's not a lizard person. I think my mum would have known.
Why would your mum know?
Your mom knows. She treated Queen Elizabeth.
Is it like a gyno or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, physio.
Oh, she like looked at her.
You controlled opposition, Eggshell. What is your mother treating the queen for?
She had a bad tail.
She was a royal physio for like 40-something years.
Jeez. You're
This
on the
is starting to
inside,
make
mate.
sense,
No wonder
actually.
you-
Yeah. Yeah. No wonder you sound like you sound. Actually, yes, because you defend them.
There's useful
I'm part
idiots
of the day
abounding. There's useful idiots abounding everywhere, Eggshells. You know this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say useful idiots are part of the day. I mean, who is open eye, who's in on it, who knows the earth is flat and is perpetrating a lie is the way I'm putting the day. And it sounds like Queen Elizabeth is a reptile and therefore in on it.
It's literally impossible to tell, and it's actually been designed that way. Which I can lay it out for you, and we can go into the description of how they're necessarily going about sort of doing it behind the shadows. Literally the 48 laws of. But you seem to be like, no, I want a name. Do you want a name? Are you seeking a name or a group of people or something?
Bit of both. So it could be like, yes, all of the royal family, but no, not all their aides. Right, and I don't need the aides' names. Like, how many? Like, at what level? If you worked at NASA, like, presumably, if you're the big boss of NASA, you would be in the know. But like, somewhere at the cleaners, I think we'd agree, might not need to be in the know. Risky. They might pick up a document here or there, but maybe they don't. Maybe they do. Physicists, right? Any physics professor in the world at any university, regardless of its how prestigious it is, I think would need to be in on it. But I think you guys might end up saying, no, maybe at Harvard, Oxford and stuff, but not necessarily at Bathurst Uni, you know.
No, they usually have an excuse that those professors only have like an interpretation of the data. Like they agree that this data that they collect is true, but they have simply a different interpretation because of their bias. But stuff like Cavendish experiment, which is literally like a lab demonstration of the existence of gravity, precludes definitely flat Earth.
No,
and
it
all
isn't.
of the physics professors have ever done that in their life. Every single one.
And that's why I think this is the open window through which they climb.
No, but Eggshell, like the military basically work like this, right? The compartmentalization.
I don't think so.
Yes,
No, I don't
definitely.
think
how
so.
they work.
Well, I get that that's how you would see it as necessary for them, and I certainly think that there are like you could have one battalion or one special forces unit doing something and completely unaware of the larger geopolitical consequences of it or what another special forces team is up to. Sure, I can believe that, but what I would need to believe to swallow this compartmentalization pill is that a special forces unit would be unaware of what they themselves were doing. That I cannot buy, right? Because compartmentalization, if some guy is like, faking telemetry data or bringing down the World Trade Center, he knows what he's doing, right? He might not know why he's doing it because of compartmentalization, but when that building comes down or one sees their own spoofed data presented as real data, that is a point of failure. And that, to me, says they would need to be in on it. They would need to know the overall scheme to understand I need to keep my mouth shut when somebody in a meeting presents my telemetry data as real data. I would need to know to not go, hang on, no, that's test data. I made that data, right? So I don't think that you can just compartmentalize away. You can hide what other people are doing, but you can't hide from somebody what they themselves are doing or where they're doing it or when they did it.
Well, they just lost the telemetry data, right?
No, they've lost one bit of telemetry data. If telemetry data should make you convinced they went to space, then we have oodles of it and a tiny lost portion.
Let's do the audit. Oh,
Go for
no,
it.
we
Let
can't.
us
It
know
got
how you
blown
go.
up.
Tell us how Toby went at that audit.
Oh, that's a good point.
It.
Where is the audit? Like we got no means to make the
It got
claims.
blown
All we
up,
have
didn't
is
it?
like general aspersions that we can throw at them because there is no audit. So I mean,
Well, FOIA requests are free. I don't know how much they've done, but it doesn't seem like a whole lot after gathering money to do their audits. Most of this is publicly available. They've audited nothing out of all of the free stuff they've got. Yeah, they cost them money to do it. So, is Toby in on it? Are they the they? Is Whitsett a they?
Toby? No, well, some people seem to think so.
Him and Shane,
Who's Tony
space
now?
audits. So the royal family's in on it. What about the physics professors?
Partially, yeah.
Just
Partially,
idiots.
okay.
Like for example, Eggshells.
Just idiots.
Like say for like the symbolic and the what do you call it? Like the hypnotism is coming mostly from the entertainment system, yeah, and they're using a lot of like devilish stylistic sort of symbols. Everything from like eating human-shaped cakes and taking photos of it and putting it all over their Instagram, various going on there. But essentially, the Hollywood angle of the they is just there to sort of waste your time and also seed like negative ideas into your. They're not they're not probably really too worried about the whole flat Earth, right? That's their job, that's their role. They get a lot of what do you call it? Acclamation, not acclamation, accolades for participating in that orchestration. But they're not necessarily on the inside crowd. That's all they need to know is that they're just rolling the entertainment system, right?
Sure. So they could be some of those. They could be useful idiots. But I think colossally idiotic, right? Where you're working on a film and presumably some guy comes up and inserts during the editing process or during the CGI or during the acting and performance or even the setup of the entire scene, inserts some demonic imagery and these idiots are so idiotic that it happens around them all day, every day, and none of them have gone, why do we keep throwing up weird Masonic gang signs? But fine, I'm happy to concede they might not be in on it. I mean, specifically the flat Earth. Some of the professors we're saying are in on it. What about like logistics companies that flying planes or shipping routes where, like for the South, for example, on an AE map or wherever you center the map, it necessitates the further you get from that point, there are wider and wider east-west distances. So I would say you'd have to have chief financial officers and logistics experts would need to be able to know this, must know this. They would need to be there.
Sure. So that's if there's differences between the distances of the continents for travel purposes.
Yeah, like I would be surprised if pilots and ships captains themselves weren't able to detect it, but I think it would be glaringly obvious in.
Well, I mean, look, they go by GPS trackers.
Data.
They go by GPS trackers that inform where to go and how to get there, right? They're not in control of the accounting. Some guy fills the fuel tanker up. Great. Okay, so that's separated. And then someone's doing the accounting. That's separated also. There's no one that's like overlooking all of these aspects, which is, in my interpretation, the way that they get away with it. They're skewing a couple of numbers here, skewing a couple of numbers there. And by the end of it, I mean, this is how the only reason we're allowed to even do this travel, in my interpretation, is because they got away with being able to trick enough people within the profession in order to open it up. They need the useful idiots to participate in the role and activity of it.
And what I'm saying is that requires a lot of work, because to trick a pilot, let's say that like Santiago, Chile from Sydney flight, that should head off on a great circle route bearing nearly south, right? You're flying, obviously you're flying east, but if you're looking at east, you're heading closer to south than north. Whereas if the AE map, for example, you're going to be heading off nearly north. You're going to be heading off well over 90 degrees in the wrong direction. And if it's a GPS track, it would need to be clever enough that the pilot wouldn't go, hang on, that's really weird. When you plot this on a globe, we're heading in the wrong direction. Why are we flying down over this icy wasteland when the quickest way to get there is up over the Polynesia? And to me, the solution of that needs to be a group of theys inside working really, really hard, like a big team of very clever, very busy people, picking pilots smart enough to not crash planes, but dumb enough to never check which direction they're flying. And a team working on GPS tracks that get you where you're meant to go, but bamboozle you on how you got there.
Okay, so the people that are selected for these particular positions, which would reveal it, I would say are very psychologically scrutinized as to how they get into that position, right?
Okay.
Yeah, see, so here's the thing. So how often, Eggs, do you actually ask yourself a question about what you're looking at? So
all the time, I would say.
Really? So you remember asking yourself, what is a tree?
Like thinking deeply about the nature of trees, sure, but more so if I had something to do with it, right? If I was an arborist and my day was trees and knowing their different species and their strengths and which ones, always had limbs poking out, equal to one another, where other ones, offset, and which woods were good for use in this and that, then it would be hard to trick me about trees, is my view. Right? The more
That's not what I mean.
the harder I'd be to trick.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean. I mean, so most people, right, since they're just born in this world with trees, they accept that there are just trees and they don't question what is a tree actually.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with you now. I think that's something that people. It is a sign of not thinking deeply to think that other people don't think deeply. You're the only deep thinker in the world, and you're not a very deep thinker.
Yeah, so most people don't think very deeply. They're very shallow. They're only focused on like what's happening to them, like how are they going to get their next meal, who's paying attention to them, what this person said, what they're going to wear, what they're going to eat, right? It's just a bunch of like basically just useless stuff. So people's minds are typically filled with so much garbage that they don't actually have time to actually think what is a tree, and they don't really care
but I
because
just
they're
made
too
a point.
worried about all that shit.
But I just made a point that you just then proved, right? The point I made was it is a very to think that other people don't think deeply is an act of not thinking very deeply, not being aware of the
No, I know they don't because I see the world we live in, and it's very clear that most people are extremely shallow. No, it's not a trap. So because people defend. So here's the thing. So since people defend things that they themselves have never done or seen, that's how I can determine how shallow they are because they've never thought about what they're being presented. So the TV comes on. So the TV comes on. It says Donald Trump is president, and now people are like, Donald Trump is president. I mean, it's that simple. They're not thinking about, wait, is this guy really a president or is he an actor? I'm confused. What's going on here?
But you've fallen directly into the problem that I described. You would need to break the massive problem that I've described. That it is a not very complex thought. It is a very simple thought that lots of very shallow thinkers think, and that is, I think deeply about things, but other people don't. And then you just went, but I do that, and it's true. How could it be true? How could you be the only deep thinker in the world?
Oh, I'm not, but I'm saying the majority don't think deep. They're only concerned about money, usually.
I'm saying that is indicative of shallow thought. I would say that everybody thinks that they think deeply and other people don't. But the actual
No, that's incorrect. Because if they did, we wouldn't. If they did, we wouldn't have the problems we have today, where banks exist.
What? Banks exist? What?
Yeah, because so since people are so shallow, they only focus on the material world, which is money. Look at the world, man. Look at it. You're going to tell me, show me some people that don't go after money. Show me those.
Fine, I could show them to you. I don't think that would really extend the point. Could you explain with your deep thinking how we could live without banks? I've just been working for a bank today out of interest. So how can we live without them?
So you are so shallow, you can't even understand that money is just completely made up.
I get that. I'm well aware of that.
But you don't get it because you're still doing it.
I'm doing what? Doing money.
Whatever. Yeah, you're still doing the money thing.
But explain to us, this deep thinking needs an answer to the question. You're implying that if you thought deeply, you would be aware that banks don't need to exist. What is your deeply thought out solution?
There is no solution. So the people who have incorrect thoughts will just have to simply die off. It's an understanding.
Okay, so imagine it. Let's follow the line of thought. Show us your deep thinking. All of those people have died off. There's now just you and people like you who agree that banks don't need to exist.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to
problem
think
solved.
deep about
now. What does that society look like? What do I do if I want to buy a house but I don't yet have enough money to buy a house? Evidently.
Why do you need to buy a house?
I would encourage you to anyway.
You know?
Let's say I live in this magical world of yours.
Hold on. Did you know that there are actually more homeless people, more empty homes than homeless people? So what are you talking about buying a house?
So walk me through it. Walk me through this.
We're not selling.
Tell me. These are just questions. So we're not selling homes. We're killing off homeowners and then taking their houses.
No.
And that's going to solve our problem with
people
banks.
Who don't understand reality are just going to die. That's how it works.
I don't think it really does work. I don't think you thought very deeply about this. It sounds like really shallow shower thoughts like, I'm 14 and this is deep. Whoa, did you know money is made up is not a very deep thought. I'm sorry to tell you, man.
No. What about the notion that the simulations, especially in NASA, the simulations that they that they're trying to achieve a simulation that is as close to reality as possible, such that basically their operatives cannot tell the difference between the simulation and the activity actually happening.
Which guy quotes? Which guy?
There's a famous NASA quote of a guy stating that simulations are essentially so good that you cannot tell the difference.
So if one guy says that,
I would say if
no, but that's the point of the simulations. Is in order that. Go ahead, Eggshells.
I'd say the one guy that said that didn't mean in all respects. I think that if you dig into that quote, he will mean when it comes to the telemetry or when it comes to controlling the device, because there's no way to crack 0G. So they're not going to have a simulation that has you go 0G for any amount of time.
I essentially agree, but what I'm using is that as the indicator, or what's indicative of what they're trying to do. Essentially, is run as many simulations and get these simulation as authentic as possible. Like when they do these reserve bank and they're doing projections of what they need to set the interest rate at, right? These are all based on simulations. So they say, right? But the thing is, I don't know who sets out these simulations, but anyone who goes into work for the Reserve Bank, right? Like when you walk into these hallowed halls, like that of NASA, any of these large institutions, military, whatever you want, politician, any of them, doctors, everything, right? There's a certain sort of sentiment that these people are trying to reach up and they want to appeal to these authorities in order to get that job, that privileged position. And once you get in there, you're really not inclined to actually like become a whistleblower. You're already psychologically selected based on the fact that you've like dedicated your life to get to this position. And then what? All of a sudden you find out that it's fake. You think like people are going to necessarily keep knocking on that door? I'd say so many people have started asking questions on, oh, like, you know, this does look a little bit fishy. And you maybe ask a coworker and the coworker just fobs it off and says, oh, like, what are you talking about, Jared? Like, don't worry about that. Like, we're trying to get this work done. And he goes, oh, yeah, you're probably right. You know, don't be silly. I look like I'm silly in front of my coworkers. So I'm just going to forget about this, not ask this question again. This is how it basically happens in my mind.
Yeah, I think that could happen. For me, I think when I imagine that happening, I could imagine it with a small partial lie, like the defeat devices is jumping to mind. You know, the Volkswagen put defeat devices in their car to escape emissions standards so that they knew when the car was on a dyno and would cut the emissions, but when it was on the open road, it could tell the front wheels were moving, so it would remove this device out of the way of the exhaust so that full gas was getting through and it was pumping poison into the air because the Germans were gassing people again. Now that, like short-term partial lie, like the whole car company's there to build cars, so 90% of the rest of them still on track. But then, yeah, I think you're right where you go, well, we've got this strange device and, you know, somebody else in the like plans is going, well, I'm just on the drivetrain, so I'm not really focused on the exhaust system, but that box is weird. That's not a catalytic inverter. That's not a diesel particulate filter. What are they doing there? You know, and I think you could possibly do that for a group of people, but I think only for a relatively short amount of time before you did start getting whistleblowers where people they're financially comfortable or financially completely fucked or got cancer and just had a crisis of conscience, you know, had kids and suddenly reassessed their, you know, where that's where I see it difficult.
Like, I think the con job as far as Volkswagen cheating the tests, I think actually the test itself is the cheat. I put up the notion that if you try to take a diesel car and you plug that exhaust back into the cabin and try to take yourself out like you can with petrol cars, you can't do it with diesel. It's very, very difficult to do with diesel. Only with petrol cars can you actually put the carbon monoxide back into the system. So I think that they're actually telling us that diesel is more dangerous than what it actually is, right? So the fact that they're putting out these tests and someone's non-compliant, I mean, that's not even the con job there. It's actually the fact that diesel's supposed to be dangerous. And I tell you what, diesel engines last a lot longer than petrol engines.
Sure, I'm driving a diesel now, but we can't, like, I'm just using that as an illustrative story. We'll get lost if each time I bring up an example, we
okay,
end up discussing
I just want to get back to this. So let's get back to this then. So Egg, so what you're saying is that the majority of people they do think deeply, right? So, ergo,
I'm not sure
the
I'm saying
majority.
that.
Can you seriously
When did,
stop?
did I say that?
Anything you said it 20
Well,
times already. Jesus Christ.
well, you kind of said that. You kind of said that, so me not thinking that people don't think deeply, you said that most people
Get to
do
the
think
fucking
deeply.
point already. Get to the fucking point.
Dude, are you okay, man? Are you all
Let
right?
baby, let
Dr.
baby
Pepper?
make his point.
Like, did you have coffee or some shit? Are you on something?
Go
Literally.
for it, baby.
Okay, so so you're saying, okay, we'll say that. So you didn't say the majority of people think deep.
What I'm saying is the majority of people think that other people don't think deeply. Whether they are deep thinkers is a difficult to answer question, but it is a very, very common view that I think deeply about things and other people don't. And it is inherently a shallow thought to have. Like it's called illusory superiority. If you ask people, are you more intelligent or perceptive or have a better sense of humor than average than other people, or think deeply is another question you can throw in there. Almost all people will put themselves in the upper, like as above average. And they will also put themselves on top of little pyramids. So if you say, what about your friendship group? What about people you're close to? Are they a little bit deeper thinkers than the rest of the population of the world on average? And they'll go, yeah. So it's generally like the whole world average, my culture, right, my countrymen, a little bit above average, my local people like closer to me, my friendship group, a little bit above that average, and then myself, just a little bit above my friend's average. So what I'm saying is that in itself is indicative of not very deep, not very intelligent thought.
Okay, so people basically have been tricked into thinking that they're deep thinkers, and then defending that they're deep thinkers.
Yeah, they fool themselves into thinking, I think deeply, other people don't. And the word sonder is kind of describing that a little bit, suddenly realizing that everybody else's life is rich and interesting and they think just as deeply as you. And that's kind of weird and wonderful.
Well, so I don't know about the deep thinking or whatever, but so back to the money thing, it is very clear that most people don't think about money, otherwise they wouldn't use it.
But how would you stop using it though? Describe what that looks like. Describe how I like
Well,
stuff.
so what do you
I
need
like
money
gadgets and
for?
stuff.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So money, people,
Food,
the only reason people use money is for stuff, just for stuff,
right? Yeah, I like stuff.
right?
I like my four-wheel drive.
Yeah,
I
but
like
what?
going on trips with it.
Yeah, but
I
why?
like going on holidays.
Why do you need all that
I like
stuff? Now, seeing
what do
the
you mean?
world is
Why do
different
I like
than stuff.
Sure, then go with seeing the world. How do I do that without money?
What do you
I mean,
propose
you
to
got
use instead of
legs.
money? Should we go back trading goats and cows with each other? Like, what's the point?
So this is the
Yeah.
thing. That's all you need to live. So what's all that other stuff for?
Living and eating and not dying.
Living and
maybe?
eating. Again, that's what cows and goats are for.
Yeah, not
So hang
everyone
on.
can
Where do
raise
I get
cows
it?
and goats. We live in different part of the planets. That's why money.
Listen.
That's why money represents value. That's what it
You know
represents.
why you need money?
It's
You
easier to
only need
trade
money.
with coin than it is
Listen.
trade with cows and goats. Jesus
the
Christ,
reason
you're
you
not
need
a deep
money,
thinker at all.
the reason you need money is to get things that you yourself can't make, like Dr. Pepper.
The
which is a
alternative
drug.
Sure, that's part of
it would be gold.
It's
Just one
also
second.
it
The
opens.
alternative would be gold, not cats and what is it?
No,
Goats and
that's
cows.
not an
Money would-
alternative.
Sure,
Gold
but
is a
well,
rock.
here's the
I'm
thing.
trying to find
Here's
the
the
middle
thing that
ground,
would
BB.
happen. Let's go with that, Rixky, because it's a better answer than BB's. Let's go with it being gold. Would you really want to travel around with a pocket full of gold bullion, or would you instantly, if we switch to that economy, would you instantly find somebody trustworthy who you could keep your gold with, so that you had a card or simple way to tap your gold and add it and remove it without constantly having to, do what they used to do at the end of a work week and stand there in a giant queue waiting to be handed out some shekels, right? You wouldn't
Yeah, but
want to do that. It's a shit way to get paid. So you just go, can you put it straight in my account? So even if you switch to a gold standard, which I think there are, could well be some benefits to that, you would still end up with something identical to money, right?
What do
Might
you
not
think
be
you need to
backed by
live?
the Federal Reserve, but it's still going to be a numerical representation, probably in an account of how much work you've done and how much you've spent. right? Like there's no.
I think you'd be fine with gold.
Right, but all I mean
gold is
is gold,
pointless.
you would very quickly move away from physical gold because carrying physical gold sucks.
It's not that hard to carry physical gold. Imagine if you had pellets or something and you could just count it out or whatever.
Right, we had them. They were coins, and they sucked, which is why we don't carry them anymore. Like, you can.
Well, we
don't.
We don't carry those anymore because of inflation, right? Like that sense that used to be worth, like you could go buy
Gotta get rid of the penny.
Can't do that.
Lincoln, he couldn't dodge a bullet near as well as I could.
I don't think
You
that we
guys
don't
just
carry
talking about
coins
made
because of
up
inflation.
shit.
But you don't have a workable
Well,
alternative.
value is not made up.
So
it's
so here's the thing.
Value.
Wait, the value isn't made up. What the fuck are you talking about? You sound American, right? If you look at all the bills, they look the same other than the numbers.
All values are made up. There is nothing that is inherently valuable. It takes a human to value it in order for it to have value. That's the same as artwork. That's the same as anything requires a human.
Yeah, but this guy said that's not true, man.
But how do you get past, like, with this deep thought of yours, let's say I were to suddenly be persuaded by you. Great, money's no longer necessary. I instantly stop working, I guess. I quite like travel. I quite like food. And I quite like nice food. What do I do to travel to interesting places and eat nice food when I get there?
Well, you got legs, and the only real food is animals, and those are fucking everywhere.
Oh my god, this guy is so fucking retarded. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. It's interesting. Hold on. It's interesting how people always go to God or Jesus when reality gets too difficult for them.
Sure, that's the issue. That's what it is.
Not
He's finding
you.
it too difficult to deal with your high level intelligence.
It is.
So I'm going to walk off an island.
Because he thinks Dr. Pepper is food.
Dude. If you like eating, just eat a cow, dude. Like deep thinking, really?
Hey, dude. That's all I do is eat cows. That's it.
But your cows,
I don't give a fuck what you eat.
Whose cows are you eating?
Whose? Nobody
Whose
owns
cows
the cows.
What do you mean nobody owns cows? They're a domesticated
If nobody
animal.
owns cows, then how are we supposed to eat?
Do you think you own the body that you're in right now?
I mean, that's just a philosophical question.
It's
My
not.
family does have cows. My family owns like 400 or something. I don't know at the moment, but
Your
some
family doesn't own
hundreds of
shit.
cows.
They have the
Like, is this guy
imagination that they
promoting
own
communism?
things.
Is this guy promoting communism? Really?
I can never tell if BB is just trolling.
Like, if no one owns anything, that is communism, dude.
What do you own?
Okay, can we
then
replace
prove
ownership
it.
with responsible for? Then BB.
You know, the courts will tell you that ownership, right? Possession is 9/10 of the law, right? So if you have it, it's yours.
Cows. Fine. So you're going to then. Your recommendation to me is if I like traveling to places and eating nice food, I should walk off this island and kill someone's cow.
Communism, like, it's so obvious
spiral.
that this guy thinks that no one owes anything, and like his idea is go back to the Stone Ages before we even discovered currency. I'm sorry, this is just brain
Wait,
dead
Stone
retarded.
Ages. Wait, do you think you came from a monkey? You're going to prove who's retarded now.
Humans were around on the Stone Age, dumbass.
Do you think we came from a monkey?
It's not relevant to the question. It's not relevant to the question of whether we can do without money, because there are systems proposed with this. If you thought deeply but also read deeply on it, you would find there's some quite interesting ideas about it, like which Brixky is kind of getting at, right? Where they kind of propose it in the Orville, the sci-fi show The Orville, where they use reputation as a form of currency, and you get the state or the one world government lets you live a really nice life if you build your reputation up such by being really good at what you do. And so you no longer need money, and replicators make everything. So you can have a leather jacket just by describing it effectively to a replicator, and it makes it for you. So there are like
how do you think all those actors on TV are living?
It's just a question, man.
Exactly like you described, by reputation.
Sure, and money. Like you can
No, they
convert
don't use
reputation
money.
to money.
They only live off reputation. Tom Cruise
Well,
don't have no money. He only lives off reputation.
Doesn't have any
The
money.
guy's a Scientologist. You have any idea how much money he's given to them? He has a shit ton of money. Dude, you're
Wait,
talking out of your ass.
So you actually believe? Hold on. Do you actually believe what that guy tells you? You actually believe Tom Cruise? He's nothing but an actor. When is he real?
What do I mean I believe what he tells me? What he tells me about what? He's playing
Anything.
a character in most of his films. I don't think he's
When is he not playing a character?
I don't
When
know.
he's
I don't
Tom
know how this
Cruise?
relates. I don't know how this helps you with your question of how do we live without money. Is Tom Cruise part of the answer that you're waiting to give us? Just be
Because Tom
Cruise
Cruise
and then
lives
you won't
without
need
money. So Tom Cruise
doesn't.
lives off of his reputation. Yes, his influence gets him
Sure,
what he wants, not money.
Sure, you can use your influence to get you money and use that to get you what you want. But you're not showing that that's done without money, nor are you solving my problem of travel. You're not solving much, really.
Well, your
You're not
your
solving
problem with
anything.
travel is
Do you
laziness.
think he shows up to movie sets and works there for like months and years, risking his own life and health, and then expecting nothing in return?
Are you
And just
defending
living
Tom
out
Cruise?
reputation? How do I pay
Are you
rent
defending
with
an
reputation?
actor?
Could you answer me that? Answer me that. How do I pay rent with reputation?
With some of his point, I think is like worth paying some credit to BB's
No,
point.
not
He's
really.
like,
I disagree.
you
Nothing
can
he
be
says is of any substance.
I'm trying to be charitable. So, like, you could say by having a really big reputation, you can walk into a restaurant and they'll be so excited to have Tom Cruise there, they'd probably let him eat for free. And you could probably coast through a fair bit of life just getting shit for free, provided you're 1 in a billion famous. You know, 1 in a few million famous. But it doesn't solve the problem for the fact that money still needs to exist for the restaurant to be there in the first place.
Let me put you in perspective how deep think you are. Humans figured out that you needed money and how it facilitates people's lives and value thousands of years ago. There is coins
Wait.
that have been
So
found
what did they
in
do?
big
Did
sites
they
that were,
they,
and
did
let
they
me finish.
stumble
Let me
upon it
fucking
or
finish.
something?
Let me fucking finish.
Go ahead,
Humans
dude.
figured out that they needed coin and value 2,000, 3,000 years ago in how to facilitate their lives, and you think that you somehow figured it out that other humans figured out 3,000 years ago.
Okay, so what you're saying is that without the money, people couldn't build things, right? So money didn't
There you
exist, right?
go.
So they were all just laying around like, man, we just can't do shit. We can't make a brick, we can't dig a hole, we can't chop a tree, we can't do anything. Hey, look, there's money. Oh shit, we can do stuff now. Fuck.
Well, I mean, if you want to counter to that, because there's two ways you could
That's
counter
retarded, man.
Right, but show us a really significant achievement made by a culture that didn't use currency.
I guarantee you they made the pyramids without money.
You sure
No
about
one
that?
paid someone to do it.
Wrong,
That's why it was done.
You don't think they had currency in Egypt?
Here comes the nuh-uhs. He was there. He was at the pyramids. He was whipping the slaves.
They found coin in Egypt in archaeological dig sites, stupid.
Yeah, they had maps and
they
everything to
found
figure out how
coin.
much you owe. There was money lending.
They found stone tablets with the orders. They found stone tablets as receipts for services
This guy
in
just
Egypt,
believes what he's
dumbass.
told.
Fucking retard.
So you just believe everything you hear.
But get as well, BB, as well as the idea, as well as the problem that we've had money around for thousands of years, we've also, during those thousands of years, had many, many, many cultures and many attempts to move away from money for the reasons you're saying, right? Because it's made up, because power coalesces into the hands of fewer and fewer people and it ends up becoming oppressive. Lots of different kibbutzes exist, right? They're sort of money-free environments. Burning Man is an attempt at a money-free environment. I guess Soviet,
really, actually,
Soviet
I'm
countries are an
only
attempt
aware
at
of one.
devaluing or making money be less of an important thing. And
Yeah,
they don't
there's really
work.
only one. There's really only one, and it was destroyed by Yahweh and his gang because they didn't like what the humans were doing.
What that was? What was this money-free culture?
When they were building the tower.
The Tower of Babel was built by people, Sumerians who didn't have money. Is that what you're going to say? You're gonna hate it when you find out about them.
No, so I know you're going to tell me something that you heard on the television or read somewhere in some book, but I'm just going on the Bible.
Right, a book.
Okay, so the Bible tells us, right, that the human beings, they came together, right, and they started building a tower. It didn't say anything about using money to do it. They just did it.
Hang on.
Because they were
So
they were trying to get rid of
The
one
Bible also says that
Yahweh.
the earth is flat and earth was created in 7 days. So what's your point?
He
7
thinks the Earth's
days?
flat, created in 7 days. So
No.
because is it your claim now, BB? Because the Bible doesn't specifically mention the exchange of goods and services for money in the story of the Tower of Babel, therefore currency didn't exist to that culture at that time.
Well, it tells us when the shekel came along, and it was later. It was much later, and the shekel was used for the trade of human beings, not for
Does that mean,
things.
again, this is an argument from silence, does the existence of the shekel popping up disprove the existence of previous coins or currencies? No.
Yes, because the Bible would tell us.
The Bible would tell you if Sumerians
Right.
had money.
It doesn't say anything about the Sumerians.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame for the Bible. They're the original writers of most of the first book. They're the ones who told the story.
The Bible also teaches you magic and fairy tales and stories. Like
Actually, the Bible tells you to stay away from
Like
magic.
it tells you.
You should read it,
you're
man.
basically telling that adults. You basically telling
Argument for
adult
ignorance.
grown people that they should believe in magic. Like we can't
Oh, I
take this
didn't
seriously,
say
bro.
believe.
I'm sorry. This is beyond one of the dumbest fucking dialogues I've ever heard on this server, and I've been here for quite a while, and I've heard people say one of the dumbest fucking shit here. Like you are literally one of the worst. Jesus Christ.
Really? Do I get an award?
And you still fail to prove your point how a society would work without money and how that is somehow an advantage to not having it.
I didn't have that point. I don't. Hold on. I'm not sure how you got that because I didn't say that as a point.
Okay,
So haven't made many points, to be fair.
Money is the source of most corruption, right?
Absolutely.
So if we want to get rid of corruption, then it's not
Power
unreasonable
is
to
the
say like,
source of corruption. Power is not money. Power.
Yeah, and is money? Yeah, power is the source of corruption, and money is just a measure of power. Money is just a numerical value for power.
No, it's not.
Okay, show me why it's not. If I'm richer, am I more powerful?
No, you don't have any power.
You don't think if I was a billionaire, I could do more stuff than if I wasn't a billionaire?
Do more stuff, like what? Go more places? Does that give you power to go places?
Find more political influence.
Oh, I
change
can
laws
get
to
more
my
things.
advantage. Corrupt
Look at
the
me, I have
courts
a lot
so
of
that I can't
stuff.
go to jail.
Look at all my
Yeah,
stuff. I'm so
influence
powerful.
public policy and public opinion. You don't think I would be?
But hey, I'm so powerful. I have 3 shirts of 3 different colors.
If you're a
What does that
billionaire,
mean?
the shirts is the least you have to worry about.
I have
Don't
power,
debunk
man.
a
I have
good
stuff.
point by saying something. You don't debunk a good point by saying something ridiculous.
I have
No, he
2
doesn't.
stories.
He's been bad faith all the time.
I have 42 hectares of stuff.
Sure you do. We believe you.
I mean, I got stuff. Does that make me powerful?
Stop
I didn't
acting
say stuff
retarded.
makes you powerful.
You know what we're saying.
I said
Stop acting
money
retarded.
makes you powerful. And you just took that to
Yeah.
t-shirts because you couldn't win on the money argument. So you were like, oh,
I have
money's
money.
like t-shirts.
I have
I'm
money.
just gonna
Does
let
that make
acting retarded.
so,
He's just acting
so I
retarded.
have money,
He's
right? I have money.
He's
Hold
LARPing.
on, hold on,
He's
hold on.
LARPing to be retarded.
So since
don't
I
think
have
he's LARPing.
money, does
I
that
think
make
this
me
is
powerful?
firing.
Yes, it does.
Yes, yes.
In what way? How am I more powerful than you? Because I guarantee I have more money than both of y'all. And how am I
Well,
more
that's a good
powerful than
bet.
both of you? Tell me.
Yeah, you may well have more money than me. I'm not doing too great. Well, how far you could travel, what people you might get to meet, what cool clothes you might get to buy, how much you can influence other people's opinions. What are the other powers you can buy with money? You could
You can
probably
get out of
lift
jail.
other
You
That's
can corrupt the
power.
courts. You
Yeah,
can corrupt the
lift people.
courts. You can do any crime and get away with it.
Yeah, like there's lots of things you could do with money. I would like to know what, like, it's not going to make you powerful over death, right? Like you could still get cancer, but you might be less likely to get it with good, with a good oncologist or good healthcare. Like I'm not saying it makes you all powerful, but
That is a good point. You can extend your life further than anyone else can. And again, you can corrupt politics so that it will be to your advantage. You can corrupt the political system so that it'll gain to your advantage
already
in
corrupt.
massively.
That's pointless.
So
Who cares about
let's
that?
look at this. Let's look at it this way. What is something that a reasonable person would try to do that having more money would be disadvantageous. It would be worse to be secretly, I'm going to say secretly. So let's say you're a trillionaire, right? You have an ungodly amount of wealth, but nobody necessarily needs to know that. You can let them know, but they don't need to. In what situation would that be bad? Would that be disadvantageous to be a trillionaire?
Listen, having money and stuff, it only binds you
We're not
to
talking
that
about
money
stuff.
and
We're
stuff.
talking about political and judicial influence. We already been
Yeah,
past
no one cares
stuff.
about
You
that.
finished talking about stuff 15 minutes
one
ago, bro.
cares
Get
about
off the
power?
fucking program. I know you're
Listen.
retarded, and I know you have problems thinking and following the program, but we're beyond that now. We're talking about judicial power. We're talking about political power, and we're talking about power to influence your life, your health, and your situation other than stuff. Get with the
Right.
program.
So I don't view those things as power. I don't view any of that as having power. Having money and stuff is not power. Judicial, whatever the hell you're talking about, that's not power either.
What is power then?
Yeah, what is power? That's what we're trying to figure out. How
Well, like to
all this
me,
stuff
if
make
somebody
me
said,
hold on.
We figured it out a long
Does it-
time ago. You're still trying to
Dude.
figure it out. We're already with the
How does
program,
it
and you're
make
not.
me?
if
How
somebody
does
said
having
BB
this
is a powerful man,
make me
if
more
somebody said to
powerful
me,
than you?
sure, if somebody said BB is a powerful man, I would go, he's probably rich, but he probably has the sway over other powerful people, other people who people listen to. He can get on the phone at a moment's notice. And, like if government policy is heading in a direction he doesn't like, he might have the ability to sway that in a different direction through lobbying or picking up the phone and calling up a politician. That's what I think when somebody would describe a person as powerful. What do you mean? What do you mean when you say powerful?
Well, powerful means to take someone else's life.
What? Being a murderer
That's
is
power.
the only
No.
version of power.
Did I say murder? I said take someone else's life.
So judicially, or what kind of way are you talking?
In any way.
So it includes murder, but isn't limited to murder.
If I create Coca-Cola and then I convince a bunch of people to drink Coca-Cola, now I have power.
Sure, and you'd be rich.
I don't care about the money.
Need to be rich.
I don't care about the people. But the money doesn't matter because I'm taking their lives.
Would you need to be rich to do that, BB? Would you need to be rich to create Coca-Cola and convince people to drink it?
Nope.
You could do that as a penniless tramp.
Yeah. You don't need money to do that. You don't need money to create a concoction.
What the fuck are you saying? Of course you don't need to make a concoction, but nobody's going to drink a tramp's piss jar.
I mean, people do every day.
People go up and drink piss that is offered to them by tramps who are cooking up a concoction.
No, they go and drink Coca-Cola every day, which is exactly what you're talking
the one that comes from a rich company.
Do you think they started?
The one that proves my point.
Do you think they started that way, or do you think they started with just a concoction?
I don't think they were a tramp with no money. I think they started off reasonably wealthy and then got more and more ungodly wealthy as they managed to influence more and more people with that fucking wealth. God, this is fascinating. So I still need to know how we're going to have this society. Because it sounded like you were saying as well, BB, that it's not we need to wait for a moneyless society. Like all these rubes who think money is important are bamboozled. Necessitates, like what we need to accept that as true is it could be possible immediately right now in the current culture to step out of the paradigm of believing that money is real. We don't need to wait for everybody who thinks it's real to die.
Well, yeah, I mean, all you have to do is understand what you need to live.
What about to thrive? I mean, I can live without money, fine. I don't want to just live. I want to live a great life. I want to have fun. I want to have a little bit of power. I want to make other people happy. I want to travel to interesting places and learn interesting things and talk to people who think deeply.
And you think money's going to do that?
It's going to help. Sure, absolutely.
Definitely won't, because you got to go
It won't
work to
help.
get it. Yeah, so now you got to take up part of your day just go get something
This is where the
that's
problem
useless
is that you don't
anyways.
want to work. It's
I
that you
don't
don't
want
want to
to
work.
work.
Yeah, so
I
that's a
work every
problem. I
day.
do. I love working. I'm good at it. I like that.
So are you trying to
Change
assume
my.
I'm like some kind of lazy fat bastard in my mother's basement or something?
I mean, I didn't until you said that. Now, kind of a little bit, I do.
Hmm. I used to be fat, but that was when I worked at Dell.
Dell. What did you do for Dell?
Who cares? All I do care about is they had Starbucks. Man, that shit was good. Makes you fat though.
I bet. But so, how does one just get past this belief in money in today's day and age?
Well, that's the thing, right? So people got to start thinking deep.
If you work, doesn't that mean you're still in this realm? Like, because I said before, what makes you think that other people don't think deeply and aren't aware that money's made up? And you said, well, they've got jobs, they work. So if having a job.
Well, hold on now. Working and having a job are two different things.
Okay, which would you like? How would you like to split them so that we can talk about them? How would you like to define them?
Well, working is something that you're doing, like you're just working, right? So you got to dig a hole, right? You're doing it, right? A job is something that you're doing that you don't necessarily want to do in order to get something that isn't real.
Okay,
most people wouldn't go to their job if they weren't getting that money,
right.
but they would
So do
gladly
you have a job?
work. No, I work.
So do you get paid to work? So you don't have a job. Right. So we have cracked it. It's a method for feeling better than people by not having a job. Either that or my
Can you
internet's
hear me?
cut out.
Sorry, I got no, it was me. I got disconnected. Okay,
Alright.
sorry. You were asking, do I get money for work, right? So money comes my way. I'll just tell you that.
For the work?
Yes, for my work.
Okay, so you got a job by your own
No,
definition. So to have a job,
no, because so a
does this mean
job.
that the person both do something and get paid for it and not like it?
No, a job is like, I mean, it's very specific, right? So a job is you got to go work at a grocery store or for Dell or for whatever it is, right? For some other company for now money, right? That need, right? So the difference is I work. So I determine my own schedule. I do what I want. I do, right? I'm not held to someone else's little box in order to generate money.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is like the work you do is you're paid directly proportional to that.
No.
So if you work not at all one month and then a lot in a different month, you get paid regardless. Your money comes your way regardless.
Right.
So you're not paid for the work. The money doesn't come your
No.
way because of the work you're doing.
Not directly. It's more indirect.
Do you want to tell me what the work is?
No, you wouldn't understand anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I would. And is this something, some code you've cracked by understanding money's not real? Is that this is the
I mean, you could pretty
solution?
much say that.
Right. Yeah, like I guess you could. If you gave that few details, it would be possible to say pretty much anything at this stage.
Well, so it's a thing, right? So everything about reality is just kind of here. Now, people have been trained to think that the only way to get certain things is to do certain things, but that's not true.
What is true?
Everything just kind of comes to you. So it's the fact that people think that they have to get a job. It actually restricts them from just receiving money. It's kind of weird.
So you, without having a job, are going to claim that you're richer than all the rest of us.
Yes.
You got more money than the rest of us.
Yes.
Cool. Well done.
Ruhif has entered the chat.
Oh, well, your chance of being the richest one here just went down.
All I'd like to say is, why do we engage BB at all?
I don't know. I was enjoying chatting to Ricksky.
Yeah, I'm so pointless.
No, you're not
Yeah.
pointless, but you just have this sort of broad, condescending way of framing your reality, but it also belies a shallowness of thought that is fascinating.
Was that a jab?
I think it was
A little bit,
hint
yeah.
of jealousy.
Yeah.
Sure, could
Like,
be
see,
jealous.
that's how I can tell that
love
I'm
the idea of
winning,
having
right?
loads of money
'Cause-
and not working. Oh, sorry, not having a job. I like my job though. I like what I do.
Well, I mean, you can do it too. You just got to accept reality.
Sure, yeah, this magic solution that you're still after. And what? How long have I been driving now? Half an hour have I been going? And you still won't reveal to me this secret to not needing money, but still somehow end up with lots of money, but not for the work that you definitely do.
Now-
That's not a job.
Listen, why would Donald Trump reveal his secret?
Well, he did. He wrote a book about it.
Well, he didn't, because you can't do what he did and get what he has, because no one's
So-
done it.
Right.
Even
so,
though he
so
wrote a
this is
book.
why you're so mysterious, because bro, you definitely do have all of this money, and we should believe you, bro. But your girlfriend goes to another school.
What? I mean, you don't have to believe me at all. See, that's the thing. I'm not here to convince you of anything.
That's fortunate. That is really good news for you.
Yeah, because I just don't care.
Yeah, because you're not very convincing.
Right, because I'm not trying to be. Right, that's why.
Yeah, it's
See,
interesting
it's
you would say
intentional.
anything though.
It's intentional that I'm not convincing.
Yeah.
So the jab at me not being
Oh.
convincing isn't really a jab. It was a good try, but you should try harder.
Yeah, I don't really need to, because there is no way that somebody would tell me anything
Actually,
unless
you
they
do, because you're never going to get
think that
me.
that thing is true, right? It's like people who go, "I don't care what other people think." It's like there is no reason to utter that statement unless you want people to think that of you. If you don't care what people think, then you just go about your life being somebody who is frankly a psychopath, but doesn't care what people think. The only reason to say it is because you obviously care what people think. So the only reason you've been telling me you've got this magic solution to not needing money, yet having oodles of it, is because you wanted me to believe that. And it's only now because you know that nobody's buying this bullshit that you're now playing this game of, I don't care, I didn't really care anyway, it's all just a joke.
Actually, I didn't tell you that. You kind of like questioned it out of me.
Sure.
Because I mean, I haven't even told you how I make the money.
Yeah, no, you refuse to because none of us believe you because it's obviously bullshit.
Who cares? I don't care if you believe me or not. See, that's the thing. That's
Yeah,
it right there.
but you
So
just keep telling me
whatever
that.
your words are, right? So when your mouth moves and the words come out, it doesn't matter what comes out to me.
All right, that's fine. Power to you. Well done.
Yeah, so that's how I have power, not with money.
Right. Would it be easier to not care what other people thought about whether you were wealthy if you were insanely wealthy in secret?
Yeah, but why would I care what people think anyways about anything?
So
People
even
are
at that
fucking
thing that you
stupid.
think is powerful. So killing people is powerful, but rich people can do that. And not caring whether other people think you're wealthy is powerful, and that's also made easier by having lots of money. So your evidence to show us that money doesn't equal power just keeps coming back to that money certainly makes it a lot easier.
Actually, I
Money
didn't care what
certainly
people thought before I had money.
Look, it's fortunate for you that you don't care what people think. I think that is a position.
Yeah,
I would
that's how
stick
I
with
got
most.
money. See, you're really missing the point here.
Yeah, but nobody's believing it though.
Who cares?
Because obviously people care what other people think, right? Even psychopaths.
Some people seem to do. It's weird. Like, I really don't understand that. Why people care what other people think? I mean, people are stupid. Who cares what's going on in their head?
Well, they're not, and
No,
we
they
are
are.
social creatures. So the positive regard of people around me is good for me. It helps me work, which I enjoy. It helps me get feedback from people so I can get better at my work, hang out with people, travel, meet people, meet girls maybe, if I'm lucky and not balding.
If you're lucky.
Wow.
If I'm lucky. But look, if I didn't care what women thought of me, do you think I'd be better or worse at getting laid, Schlitzy?
I think you struggle either way. That's just my opinion.
I think that not caring at all what people think of you would be a pretty serious diagnosable mental condition. Even psychopaths care what people think of them. Sure,
Well,
you can care too much, but if you don't care at all what anybody thinks, you're fucking wrong.
No,
That's how
I'm going to tell
shallow
you.
you
Hold on. I'm going to tell you though. You actually get women easier if you don't care what they think.
Sure, bro. We believe you.
Yeah, try it.
Yeah, we believe you.
If you ignore women, you get them easier.
Yeah,
they
sure
hate
thing,
that.
man. We believe you. Yeah.
Go try it.
You're swimming in it. You're neck deep in it. Neck deep in clunges, the old BB. And we believe you. It's a true story, and we should believe you because it's so obviously compelling and truthful. And he doesn't
I
sound like
didn't
a
tell
typical
you.
incel at all.
So if you notice, right, I didn't tell you I was anything. I told you how to interact with women, and if you don't care what they think, you get them easier.
Sure, bro.
We're not bros.
Sure, bro. Where's Rixky gone?
So you can't get girls because you care what they think, right?
No, I care what they think, and I do pretty damn well with it.
Oh, do you? Is that why you got a job?
Huh? Got a job because I'm good at what I do and I like it. It makes me money. I don't really need to work, but I enjoy working. So I bring fulfillment and improve other people's lives by what I do, and I make pretty good money doing that. Why would I not?
Way to contribute to society.
Exactly. Yeah. Bingo.
That is
Positive regard
exactly
of other people is valuable.
Yeah, you're a good little slave.
Sure. Yeah. Good little slave who works for myself, chooses my own hours, enjoys what I do, and doesn't.
He worked hard for his money.
There is really no pleasing BB. Either you're not employed and then he shits on you for not being employed, and if you are employed, then he shits on you for being a slave and being employed.
Exactly.
Oh, I never say anything about people not being employed. So I would actually promote people not going to their jobs.
Yeah, great idea. But they don't have the money that you mysteriously have from this unknown source. So
You
what
don't
do they
have to
do?
worry. No one listens to you, and no one gives a shit about what you're saying. You don't have to worry about it. You're not going to influence anyone.
I actually have
worried.
a funny story of a colleague of mine back in the day. I didn't know this guy, but this story spread around in my workplace. Back in the day, people were much more lenient on the whole drinking culture thing. And then there was this one guy at my workplace. They kind of realized after a while that he hadn't showed up for work. No one had seen him, but he had clocked in every day. So they started wondering what's going on, because he clocks in every day, but no one's seen him. So what he did was he went to his workplace, clocked in, went to the alcohol shop, got a bottle of booze, went back to his home, drank the bottle of booze and had a fun old time, then came back to work and clocked out, and then bought another bottle of booze and then drank that as well after the work.
What a legend. What a champion.
Yeah.
Back in the days, they used to have mini bars at offices.
Yeah. Yeah, it was standard, wasn't it, back in the day? Just like for like senior leaders and stuff to be like pretty much smashed by the afternoon. Yeah, I met a chick in China, and her dad owned this massive alcohol empire of this really famous booze that they sell called Mutai. Tastes like turpentine. It is rough. If anybody
Oh my
offers you a
God.
glass of it, drink it once and once only. Anyway, she wanted to take over this empire, and I was like, so have you had to learn a lot to like, to step up into your dad's shoes and da da da? And she was like, no, most of the stuff about understanding the books and the markets and the persuading and the negotiating is pretty easy. The main bit is I just had to toughen up my liver. And she just had to work for years on drinking enough that she could get through a meeting without being like legless on the floor.
Yeah, I tried. I think I tried it. It tastes like Malort if you ever tried it before.
Yeah. It's like nail polish remover. It's fucking awful.
Yeah, it's bitter as hell, and it's just fucking. It just tastes and smells like paint remover. Like it. I honestly got. I work at a chemical lab, and we use solvents very often, and I swear to God, it tastes and smells like that.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, it's not far off.
I mean, it's just
yeah, like
poison
$850.
anyways.
It was also a really cool story where she wanted to tell me about how her dad came up with the idea, and she was like, he realized as China was coming out of that big slump that more and more people wanted Mutai, and crunched the numbers with his accountants and was like, they were like, okay, in order to keep up with demand, you're going to need to double production every year for the foreseeable, right? Might be for the next 10, 20 years. You're just going to need to keep doubling production to keep up with this growth. And he was like, I'm not sure it will remain a premium brand. And that seems like a lot of work. Can't I just double the price every year? And so he did. So it used to cost like $20 a bottle, and it's now $850 for the relatively cheap stuff. But it works. They still buy it. Ricksky, come back. Rescue us. Right, MBB. We work at a proles who stupidly have a job. We should stop working. What should we do next? What's the next step?
Oh, I don't know. That's for you to figure out.
I thought you were going to give us a system to not need money anymore.
That requires me caring about people. See, you're mistaken. You think I'm here to like try to save people or some shit. I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No,
I'm just waiting for people to die. That's it. Oh no, ego. Okay.
You don't think you've got an ego?
No. What's the point in that? That just, I mean, what? So if I have an ego,
You're
that
too
means
good
I
to have
gotta
an
get some
ego.
stuff to fill my ego. I don't really care about stuff.
So you're too good to have an ego, really. You're better
I
than
mean, it's
all
kind
us
of a
ego.
waste. So really, an ego is a waste of a time.
I think it takes
It drives you
time,
all over the
doesn't it?
place.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you have instead of an ego? Did you replace it with anything, or are you just chilling with no ego?
I mean, I'm just me.
That's pretty impressive. What's it like being you with no ego?
Do you know what's
pretty good,
the
actually.
Greek word? Do you know what's the Greek word for me? Wouldn't that be ego?
Is it?
I don't know. I really don't care what the Greeks say. They're a bunch of liars, anyways.
Yeah. Just the Bible's true, right?
Not, no.
Not true.
Who said
Bible's
that?
not true. Don't know.
All I know
Just
is the
BB
Greeks
is
are a
true.
bunch of gay guys who gave us a bunch of plays.
And democracy and most of the words we use in science. And
Yeah, a bunch of plays. I said that.
pretty good guess at the radius of the Earth. Some cool
Yeah, I
buildings,
said that. A bunch of plays.
plays. Okay, interesting. I still want to know what it's like to live with no ego. That's pretty impressive.
Do you know there are no tax laws? It's called a tax act.
Oh, or a code.
You know what,
You sure it's not a
you know what an
code?
act is? It's part of the play.
Ah, we've cracked it. That's it. Stop paying taxes, everybody. BB's on it.
You pay taxes like a slave.
Yeah, like you won't share with me your secret of being wealthy without paying taxes.
Their
here I
own
am,
documents. Hold on.
rube
Their own
with an
documents
ego.
tell you you don't have to pay taxes to them. You should try reading it.
Sure. Yeah. It must be
It's all
hard not having an
voluntary.
ego when you're so right and correct about all these things. All these other idiots walking around paying taxes, having jobs. You've cracked it, but you won't
Like, it's
share it
not
with
my
me.
fault you don't take the time to read.
Oh, I think I probably read the things you're talking about. I just came to a different conclusion.
You probably haven't.
Maybe not. If only somebody with no ego would come and explain it to us all.
Are you still trying to jab?
Oh, I
Is
think
that
I've
what that
landed.
is? Like, what triggers that? Is it a jealousy thing?
Could be. I'm
'Cause it's
quite
an
jealous of your insane amounts of wealth. The fact that you think deeply and none of the rest of us do. But I'm some idiot rube with a job that pays taxes when I don't have to. And there you are, not doing any of the dumb things, doing all of the smart things, all without an ego. It's kind of impressive. I'm a bit jealous. Yeah, I should be, shouldn't I? That would be
Are
a
you a
rational
woman?
response. Huh?
I said, are you a
That explains a lot
woman?
of- Why would I be jealous of you if I was a woman? That would be weird.
Well, because typically only women let their emotions control them.
You didn't say it was controlling me, did I?
Well, that's what
seems a little
jealousy
bit-
is. It's an emotional response.
Right, it doesn't mean it controls you, does it?
Well, it is because the way you're talking.
Okay, what am I saying?
So
Tell me.
it's controlling your mouth. Well, you're you're attempting to attack me,
Am I?
which is weird. Like, why? Are you a woman?
Why?
Because that's what women do.
Maybe. All right. Women attack you, do they?
No, I'm saying that's how women behave. Women do that. They attack with their words, right? Because they don't have physical
Does that happen
strength.
to you? Do you have personal experience with this? Or is it just generally you've heard that happens?
Have you never met a woman?
I've met many. I don't think any of them really attack me.
You must not pay attention to them then. That must be your problem.
Well,
Because you don't know how to behave.
Tell me what these attacks constitute. Like trying to bring down, like reduce my ego, or make me feel silly, or what? Describe these attacks.
Well, it's basically you're getting emotional, so you're using your words to attempt to attack me emotionally to
Right,
bring
but I
me
mean
to your
the women
level.
you're speaking of.
That's what women do.
Right. Do they do it to you?
No, I said that's what women do. Have you never met a woman?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if this has happened to you, or just does it happen to other men in front of you, or have you
Like,
read
I know
about
what
it
you're
in books
trying to
or seen it in
do,
films?
right? I know what you're trying to do, but just follow along with the conversation. That's it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm encouraging you to do. Think deeply about what you really mean and what's really being communicated when you say you're a woman. You do what women do, which is attack me. I just think you should think a bit more deeply sometimes, maybe.
You're still
That
doing it.
says so much that you did not intend to tell us.
See, because the only thing you can do is focus on the person, just like women do.
Well, yeah, we don't have Rixky, so we've got you. I remember I went to Pune in India and heard these people just unironically talking to one another about how they'd managed to dissolve their ego yesterday. And I just remember thinking it was the funniest conversation I'd ever had the joy of overhearing. They were Osho Ashram. Welcome, traveller. We are dismantling the globe, one claim at a time. So before your answers, BB, were about that the Bible tells us who that they are, but then you seem to not want to agree that the Bible is always correct. Do you think the Bible is always correct?
If you know how to read it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you know who the characters are, then you can read it correctly. But if you don't know who the characters are, then you read it incorrectly and it becomes incorrect.
Right. Do you think that there's a risk that you might think that you're reading it correctly and be wrong?
Nope.
Not possible.
Nope.
Have you ever changed your mind about something in the Bible?
Yeah, so before all of this stuff, I used to think the Bible was hogwash. And then when I realized what reality was, I could then read and understand the Bible itself.
But I mean, when you once you were in the view that the Bible is sort of mostly or at least somewhat correct, since that change, have you changed your opinion on any of the issues or things that are discussed in the Bible? Have you reread them and changed to a different correct?
No, because I know who the characters are.
Right. And there's no room for your current interpretation being wrong.
I wouldn't call it an interpretation.
Conclusion?
So the Bible is presented in a way to where if you read it correctly, it tells you that's basically what it is. So if you read it, if you know how to read it, it tells you. So I'm not coming to a conclusion, it's telling me.
Right. But could you be reading it incorrectly and not aware of that?
No.
So how does one come to read it so correctly?
Well, because you have to know who the characters are.
But once you know the characters, could you be wrong about like a translation from Greek or something like that?
At that point, it doesn't matter because you understand that the Bible is just a collection of human failures.
Okay. It's gone back to not making much sense, I'm sorry. But what about the character of Noah? I
What
presume
about
you
him?
know. I'm guessing you already know that the story of Noah was told quite a fair bit, 1500 years or something before the Old Testament is meant to have been written, and that's written about a character called Utnapishtim.
Yeah, but I'm not really concerned with the characters actually. So my real only concern is the beginning, what this place is made out of.
But it sounded like in order to interpret the Bible correctly, you need to know exactly who the characters are and be correct about them.
Yeah,
Now you're
so
saying
but
you don't care who the characters are.
well, no, like not Noah. I'm talking about in the beginning. So the beginning characters, so they make people believe that in the beginning, right, God created the heavens and the earth. But that's not really the case because there was never a character named God, right? So the God thing is an attempt to make people think that there's like this, I don't know what, all-knowing entity that exists but doesn't exist, can see you at all times, knows what you're thinking, but you don't see them. They love you and they're testing you and blah, 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 right? All this weird shit. But actually, it was a group of individuals that essentially killed their great 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 grandmother and used her body to construct where we live. And
But we're living in the corpse of a granny.
yes, so and I actually now the evidence is obviously I can see the bodies that we're standing on, but what led me to the understanding that the Bible I guess is true or whatever, because at this point, like even though I realized and knew what we were standing on, the Bible still didn't add up to me because it never made any references to where we live. Now it gives descriptions or whatever, but it's very vague, and that's obviously the way the Bible has been constructed, so that it's vague, so that anyone can read it and just be kind of confused at any point. So
There must be a
but
fair
my
bit of vagueness in it. I don't know this story of the people beating up and killing their granny, and that's where we live. Is that
yeah,
from
and
the
you
Bible?
wouldn't. Actually, it is. So there is a Bible called the Ryrie Study Bible, Ryrie. It's
Right.
actually it's strange. It's the only Bible I've ever seen with where the first section is. I think it's like verses 1 through 1-3 or 1-4. It's at the top of the page, and then there's this whole section of footnotes at the bottom. I've never seen a Bible with so much footnotes on a page other than this one. And it's only on the first page. And it goes into this whole explaining like in the beginning, some people think that it means an indeterminate amount of time and yada, yada, yada. And it goes on and on and on. And then it gets to the point where it's talking about, it says, and God, hold on, let me grab my Bible so I can read it correctly. Where it says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God, which is capitalized, Spirit is capitalized, of God was moving over the face of the waters. And in the footnote of this Bible, it says that the deep and the waters are not references to the Babylonian creature Tiamat. So the Babylonian story of creation, which is what this Bible was linking to, and it was saying that it has nothing to do with that. When you read this creation story, it tells us that the offspring of the offspring of the offspring of Tiamat and Absu were making so much noise that Absu, which was the husband, wanted to kill the children because they wouldn't shut up. The children found out about it, so they killed Absu. They used his body to construct where the gods lived.
This
Then
is a Sumerian one.
it's Sumerian, Babylonian. I think they're kind of similar. but they have different names for things. It's kind of like Zeus and Apollo and all this, right? It's the same character but different names. So they Tiamat, like, I don't know, spawns like creatures or something, and then there's a war between the great great grandchildren or whatever, and these things that Tiamat created, and there is, I guess it goes on for a long time, and at one point they have a champion, the grandchildren, and his name is Marduk. He comes up and he says that he will slay Tiamat, and they devise like a plan. He uses like a net. He uses like some kind of like wind thing or something.
Does Enlil and Enkidu appear in this story at some stage?
I think they have something to do with it. I think they're in that. Yeah, I haven't read it
So you've just
or
got like
looked at
the
it.
Epic of. I'm pretty sure this is just the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like you've just gone back to the earlier source text of the Old Testament.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I just know that all the mythology things are true, but I just don't know how they all fit together. And this Bible kind of put in the first puzzle piece.
Yeah, I think you need to check out the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's the story of creation where El and Enlil. I'm not fully. It's not fully jiving with the story you told, but I did keep nodding off every time I tried to hear that story of creation. But it sounds very similar. They get angry that the people are making so much noise. And they flood the earth. That's the story of Utnapishtim.
Well, yeah. So that's the thing. So the modern Bible, the one that the Catholic Church has dictated that you receive or that we receive, it's those stories, but told in a way to where you can't understand what's going on.
So yeah, why not just abandon the Bible and go to the source text and say this is obviously bad spin-off fan fiction? I'm going to go to the original.
Because how are you going to do that?
Get the cuneiform.
Can you read that?
Well, I mean, you can. It's same as the Bible, right? All of it's translated either way. You go about it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So they rely on our inability to read the original text.
Right, but you can't. My point is, you can't read the original of either text. So whether I can read the original can't be a heuristic to pick one text over the other. You don't say I picked the Bible even though I can't read it, and I don't pick the Epic of Gilgamesh because I can't read it.
Well, but that's the thing. But the Bible is the Epic of Gilgamesh, but it's told in a way, right, to where you don't understand it, so that the Epic of Gilgamesh can then be passed off as myth and not real, because they want people to think about the world in a certain way.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If the true story is this one that you're telling me, I'm pretty sure you're going to find it in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And it's like a much longer story about a king called Gilgamesh.
But it doesn't matter to me because I already see the evidence. So the story doesn't matter. I don't care about the story anymore.
But then your whole thesis is the Bible is the way we're getting it wrong, and these stories about hiding the truth, which is this truth about the real creation story. But the real creation story is in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And you're going, I don't need that. I can construct it in my own head using this source text that is deliberately hiding from me the truth.
No, so again, I went off of the evidence that I saw. So the dead bodies that we are standing on is the evidence. Then I looked at the text to see which text matches the evidence.
And it's the Epic of Gilgamesh. You just haven't seen that text yet.
Well, possibly, right?
Picked a text that doesn't say that, right? The Bible doesn't say that. It really explicitly doesn't say that. But what you found is a study Bible that links this story to a previous creation story and gone, well, that's obviously true, but you've just stuck there. Where if that's pointing you in the direction of a source text, don't you go to that text?
Yeah, but I'm not stuck again because I already know what this place is. I don't need any more stories. I don't care about those.
So the text is immaterial then.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Full circle.
That's pretty much where I'm at. So I realize the majority of things in this world don't matter, even though people think they do.
This story's in there's a Marvel movie where there's like these beings that create solar systems. It comes out of the earth and they turn the name is Tiamat of this being. It comes out of the earth and then it gets turned into dust by one of its children. And
Truth in plain sight.
yeah.
Wait, where is this?
In Marvel. There's a Marvel movie where there's these beings that create solar systems.
Yeah, which one though?
It's called Eternals.
The Eternals. Okay.
Yeah. And these beings that create solar systems, they create like humanoid beings to go and like, prepare new worlds or something like that. And these beings then rebel against their creator and they turn Tiamat into rocks, basically, into earth. And I put the picture in the text chat of Tiamat.
Yeah. So there you go. So they're telling us the truth. See, but since they present it in a movie, right? People will just be like, "Oh, that's just a movie."
Yeah.
I think people are already thinking that's just the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then they're making a movie about it.
I doubt it.
I think leprechauns somehow tie into this because there's like an association, like, so the rainbow is a symbol of serpents, symbol of snakes in Aboriginal mythology, and leprechauns are associated with rainbows, and there's a pot of
No, just thinking like, have you accepted now that he's on the globe side? I just don't know how that works.
Ranty or James?
No, Jaron.
I never really knew him before, and still don't know him now. I don't know what accepting him or not would look like.
Well, preaching globe. He's gone global.
Yeah, I didn't ever have an interaction with him. So what do you mean accept him?
Well, obviously, if he was still preaching flat Earth, you'd probably naturally shade against him, as most globe people do. So now that he's adopted the globe way, I just wondered if that's more accepting of him.
It's kind of hard to hear you, man.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear you, Schlitzy. But I think the answer is I'm interested in now when I listen to him how, and I know a lot of this must be bias, how he sounds like he's quite reasonable and thinks through things quite well. And I hear him take on flat earthers, I'm like, oh, that's a very incisive and insightful comment.
I don't know. I think he's just confused.
Can you get a bit closer to your mic maybe, or use a different one?
I haven't got a different one. And it's just that I'm in a bad area, so service is bad.
No, it just sounds a little bit like it's sort of under a pillow and not very near your mouth. Why? How do you feel about him now, Schlitzy, now that he's gone back to the globe?
I don't know. So, I just think to myself, someone who invested so much time into something, then went bad. And it's like, maybe you were never invested in the first place.
Right, I see.
So I don't know the guy. I don't know him. Someone said he's cross-dressing. I don't know that neither. So.
No, of course.
Who
I've got him.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, g'day, Issa. We're talking about Jaron.
Oh, right. What up, brother? Yeah, man. Is he still getting like way less views?
Oh, I'd expect so.
Like, 'cause I think like a lot of like flat earthers think they're gonna like go back to the globe and like the globe army is gonna come and support them or something, and then they don't. You know what I mean? And then I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Certainly, because that did happen with Ranty, right? Like Ranty switched, and his switch, partially because somebody put it on Reddit. It was like a meme, that thing of the clown putting on its makeup, and you show the frames in reverse, so the clown is taking off their makeup. Somebody put that on Reddit with, flat Earth videos, followed by videos of him starting the question, followed by why I'm no longer a flat earther, and that made
Ranty
the channel. And I think
Ranty did himself like Ranty was no flat Earth hero at any point in the fucking game, though.
Sure.
Ranty was like literally Ranty made his bones coming into flat Earth, arguing about that the chemtrail, like he had a sunburn, and he was trying to get everyone on his team to talk about how chemtrails are what caused his sunburn. So, like, of course, I ripped him a new one, and I remember letting Jem Panda and Mark Taylor rip him off. I took it offline, actually. It was so brutal for Ranty. And then when Ranty went back to the globe, like, it's just There was a couple people that did that. They came and made a stink, went back to the globe, and like it happens. Like it's happened a lot. And then like they get browbeaten. They get beat. What happened a lot was that the shitty arguments brought by Globers just was too much for them. You know what I mean? Like they couldn't. I don't know. It was some of the weirdest shit in the world has happened on Flat Earth, man.
That's a good way to describe it, Issa. You remember like Sean G, right? How he flipped back?
Well, he was never flat earther. I never knew him as a flat earther.
Dude, that's what I fucking said. I was like, dude, he always said that he believed in space. Like that doesn't jive. Like you're not a flat earther and believe in space.
No. I mean, Ali B used to argue that the moon landing was real, but that he was a flat earther. So, like, I mean, there's all shade. I've seen every fucking argument in the game almost out here. I've been here too long. I need to go get a life.
Sean G, when I asked him about it, because I never knew him as a flat earther, but I was like, oh, what were you like? He's similar to, is it Space Pope or somebody else who switched? They both described it in similar ways. They're like, I was a flat earther, but I never got into the whole repeating other people's arguments. I'd always be getting muted on Nathan Oakley's show or something when they would say something. I'd be like, oh, hang on. And I think that's one of the main things that I don't think they get browbeaten by arguments of the Globers. I think what happens is they have a factional split with friends within the Flat Earth movement. And once that socially starts to shift, that opens up the possibility and then they question it.
I think it's a combo because you've got especially early on, like eggs, like a lot of people don't appreciate how like terrifying it was to come out as a flat earther and have literally the army of gems, the whole crew of Glober anti-flat earthers like against you, trolling you, making sock accounts. I used to show up in the fucking comment section of Non Sequitur, and I would make a comment saying something. They would delete my account, and then they'd let a sock puppet account of my account come in and start calling everyone the N-word, start calling everyone a fat, and then they would roast the troll, like the sock account, as me. So you couldn't even get a chance to defend yourself against them defending the troll that's got a sock account of your account. It was so dirty back then. And then, I got fucking offered pay me $1,000 or we're gonna dox you. And they knew they couldn't dox me because I didn't give a fuck. So they started doxing my family. So I had all my family members' information online because I'm a flat earther. So so when you get that going on, and then you've got some faggots in the flat Earth community who are going to argue about whether or not Patricia Steere is a fucking dude, and take that seriously. That's why people left, not because of no fucking argument no anti-flat Earther ever made. So fuck all that. Fuck anyone who went back to the globe did it because they got they did it for whatever reason and they're entitled to it. But if we're just going to neglect that part of the conversation, that pisses me off. Because a lot of people went back to the globe because they're pussies, not because of the ideas. And that's a fact. They couldn't handle it. And respectfully so. If you're going, I've had the flat earthers would come out as a flat earther, and then they're literally some asshole online is calling their place of employment and telling them they're flat earthers, calling them all kinds of horrible things, saying shit that they've never done. Then they make a sock account. Then they go post a bunch of, they make a bunch of comments on a video, take screenshots of it, make a video saying that was you.
Yeah. Or what about Brian Mullen, right? That was one
Dude chased out a fucking dude. They tried to that guy fucking what was his name? The George Nukyuk, whatever the fuck, that crackhead. He fucking tried to get him and a couple of them. They called the fucking board that Brian Mullins worked with to get his engineering license removed because he was a flat earther. So fuck them. The globe Earth is dead as far. When it comes to that point, it's dude, fuck you. Earth's flat. Eat a dick. There was dirty tactics the whole way. The arguments are shit. Your evidence is crap. All you have is fear and intimidation, and that's because the arguments are so weak. Oh, it pisses me right off. Like, fuck
You know what
Randy.
hasn't?
Fuck all them
You know what
crackheads,
hasn't
man.
been around for a while, Issa? Porn bombing, dude. I haven't seen that happen in a
No, no,
minute.
no, but all that got
happens
jacked.
all
No,
the
no, but
time.
see, all that got. Yes, you're right, because people put in the restrictions. It's like you're coming in here. I can't post a picture. All those rules exist. You know what I mean? All of those fucking dude. I used to run a Discord, and I destroy the Discord after my live stream. So if you wanted to come into my next live stream, you had to get a new link for the new Discord. Because it was that crazy, because they start doxing people. Like, you can't monitor the Discord. I wasn't gonna waste my time 24 hours a day running a Discord when you're getting attacked like all the time. And like, you don't know if somebody's personal information is being posted on your Discord account, and then they're going to remove your account because of it. It's like they just were so dirty. Like, anyone who went back to the globe, half the time it was because of threats and intimidation. Straight up, not the arguments of the globe. The globe arguments are shit, dog shit, compared to what they fucking did to people. You know, that's why even like I remember the first time I went into Gems, like, you know, one of the first and only times when he first started up, and fucking they were posting pictures of my family in the fucking chat. And you're like, how can I have a debate with you when you're just gonna go low? Like, if I'm wittier than you, and then you're gonna come in and start posting pictures of people's family because you know somebody made a joke. Jewits it, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. But it ain't because the globe arguments are so fucking good. You know, that's what I think. I don't know what happened with Jaron, but it's so interesting.
Yeah, I think he decided that the evidence was in favour of the globe, but I certainly think that the fact that there were many people already calling him a shill before he went helps sort of open one up to the possibility that maybe these people who are attacking me are wrong.
I mean, to be
Well, I think
fair,
about-
Jaron has always sounded gay.
Well, Jaron was always suspect with the whole bit.
Solid argument.
Like, you know, the argument. Did you ever watch? I don't know if you know the original Timmy. You know, Tim Osman. You know, Osman with the S, not Osman. You know, because that was such a weird little fucking. But anyway, he used to always call out Jaron for over the Bitcoin shit back in the day. Like, some people called Jaron a Bitcoin scammer early on. I don't know how legit that is, but there was always rumors floating. You know what I mean? Which made everybody suspect. But then because there was rumors floating about everybody, you couldn't believe anything. You know what I mean? Just straight chaos. And that's why you got to stick to the arguments about like the debate. Like, fuck all that shit. But I think it's good that the world thinks that the Earth is a globe. You know, it's perfectly acceptable. You just can't attack people for not believing it. That's what pisses me off.
Well, it's not like they believe it because they use the flat Earth to do some useful work.
Well, no, a lot of people get into flat Earth because they like it's like, you know, just like any other subject matter. It's like, you know, you start studying like, let's say, start studying food, you know, for your health purposes. And, you know, and you think like Splenda and fucking like aspartame are good for you because that's what the FDA recommends instead of sugar. And then you realize aspartame is actually the feces of the E. coli bacteria. And you're like, wait a minute, I probably shouldn't be eating that. Why would they recommend that? Oh my God, maybe someone's lying. Then you look in the education system. There's like, you know, a couple of lies going on there, big funneling and big money. Then you look at the police infrastructure. Then you look at politics. Then you look, you know, so there's all these like, you know, little groups that are lying within all these topics. Well, you know, it's just an inevitable conclusion that they're going to be lying in the scientific realm. Then you learn about thimerosal vaccines and all the shit they had to do there. Then you learn about DDT and all the shit they were spraying on the fucking food. Then you learn about, doctors were recommending different brands of cigarettes. You know what I mean? Then you learn, there's all kinds of shit. So you're like, well, why wouldn't they lie? And then they show you this footage of the moon landing. And you're like, well, that looks fake as fuck. It's like, it's a logical conclusion that the globe is fucking, got some bullshit surrounding it. It's a shame if it's true. If the globe be true, then, that's why I've often said, just give her the boats going over the curve of the earth and you guys are going to win. But you won't. And that's what makes it religious. And then you start attacking flat earthers, and that's where we're never going to join you people. That side of the argument.
You won't.
It's not the only argument. It's just the one you don't like.
No, it's just that, take for instance, you necessitate. I mean, the greatest one to me right now has been like the idea that things change with weight at the latitudes. Right?
Yeah.
That's some bullshit. And the evidence for that is that there would be a great place. Like, where does everybody go to sell their gold to get the most value? Why wouldn't they go to a region that has the highest, weight capacity on the latitude? Like, all of that only exists.
There's laws.
Yeah, precious metal industries.
No.
Precious metal industries.
There's no laws.
Precious metal industries use calibration to calibrate for that.
No,
yeah, it's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe it.
That's personal incredulity, and that's not a valid argument.
No, it's no. Saying that. Well, listen. Why is there a law that says I can't go to the best latitude to sell my gold?
They use either balance scales or they calibrate for latitude. Those are both things that the precious metals industry does.
What you have to do to make that what you'd have to do to make that work, though, Issa, is turn up somewhere with some gold to sell. Right, so you bought gold at the equator, right, where it's where the mass is the lightest weight, and then you've flown to the furthest northern place you can, but then brought your own scales and not let them calibrate those scales or check the calibration, and make them buy or sell at the value that your scales say, without allowing them to use their own balance beams and agree to that whole deal, and they just won't. It's a transaction is two sides, and it would necessitate that the other person do a series of dumb things for a large amount of money.
Well, how fucking convenient for you guys.
Well, but that doesn't
convenient. It's what they do.
No, it's just that nobody takes into consideration latitude and all that bullshit.
I just told you they did.
I
just told you that they calibrate for that shit.
Because they won't let you
use. It's not that nobody takes care of it. It's that they actually do.
Yeah, because they already have scales there. No, it's a moot point, and you guys need it to exist because of what your implications about spinning are.
It's not a need. It's what they do. It's published materials they have online. They show you exactly how to take care of a difference in measurement by latitude. That stuff is something that industry actually does.
So you've got to imagine that you can travel with your scales with no movement of those scales. Well, it's idiotic to just even suggest that.
I'm getting loads of sound. It looks like, oh no, it's Manufactotum.
Is that me?
Yeah, I'm getting loads of talking
in the background.
No, that's not me. I'm hearing that too.
Oh, so you or Schlitzie, I think. I was struggling to tell. All right, carry on. The idea with it is you're trying to make weight equivalent to mass. And so you just bring a test mass, and you would never buy or sell gold unless you were confident it was being bought and sold on its mass, not its weight. And the whole problem goes away. The only time the problem appears is if you get a very precise scale and calibrate it at one latitude and then move with that scale to another latitude and don't recalibrate it. So it's a sort of, you've virtually got to be doing things to try to find this error. It's not something you would likely stumble across.
Right. Exactly. It's a moot point. It's a moot point. All you're doing is dealing with calibrated scales at the location that you're fucking going to. And then I think the globe just superimposes this bullshit. It's like at every turn of the globe, like all of
It's
the
not
evidence is for
superimposed.
the
It's what they do. I posted it in the chat. It's an article. It's about how they do it. It's something that they do. It's not something that we have to
Sure they do, buddy.
superimpose
It's
or
just not good enough.
presuppose or something. It's something that's necessary to correct for if you're not using a balance scale.
I mean, you could say that. I just think I don't know. I mean, I'll look at what you posted, but still, even then, like I already know before looking at what you posted, like the relevance is so minute that it's a moot point, and yet you guys will use it and cling to it like it's some fucking globe proof, and it's just a moot fucking point. They just
It's evidence.
It's not a moot.
evidence,
not
right?
a
It's
moot-
evidence, and it's piss poor evidence. That's all.
Right. That's just your opinion over whether
Yeah, a
or
lot
not
of
it's
us
valid
opinions.
evidence.
A lot of people's opinions. Just a lot of people don't even know that that's the fucking argument. So there's
Ignorance
that.
is not a valid argument either.
Right, and that's the problem with Globers is that you guys, a lot of you, argue from fucking ignorance.
I just gave you something that is evidence, and
I
you're
get
saying
it.
most
A
people
lot of
don't know about it,
you're not
but
the average.
that's ignorance. That's arguing from
Right, you're
ignorance.
I get it though. You're like into it though. Most people don't know
Because
that
it's
this would be
evidence.
error caused by difference in gravity. Let's see. It's such a moot point, man. It's like, and this is like this is the kind of evidence that you guys present for your model, and you have to stitch it all together, abandon common sense, and fucking just hope and pray that the state got it right. I just don't fucking accept it.
Measurements are
It
not
wasn't a
common
moot point when
sense.
you brought it up.
Let's see.
You brought it up as a debunk of the globe. At that point, it wasn't a moot point.
No, it's like it's an attempted proof of the globe that's not good enough, and most of the evidence you guys provide
No.
isn't good enough.
But it was a rebuttal to your debunk.
What deep? I saying that it's not. All right, let me read the. I'll read what we got here, because I guarantee it's going to be some fucking moot, fucking retarded shit. Let me see.
It literally shows you how much of an error it is, how much of a difference it causes.
Can you imagine that? You bring it to the scale. Go.
So it's a difference of 1 out of 800 or something. Is that what I'm reading? So it's like a difference. Like the difference is like fucking negligible. I don't know, man. How much error
It's
occurs?
negligible for anybody except precious metals industries, I guess, basically.
It says, well, no, it's talking about, so like even with Japan, gravity differs as follows. It's just, I don't know, dude. Gravity differs as follows as various locations depending on the difference in latitude. There's a difference of gravity of about 1 of 800 between the north and south. When electronic balance is
Japan.
moved.
This is specific to Japan.
Yeah, of Sapporo in the north to Kogoshima in the south, even assuming that the electric balance has a resolution of 1 in several tens of thousands. This would mean that only a precision of about 1 out of 800 or less can be assured if the electric balance has not been calibrated. So, like, the difference is 1 of 800, right? It's just
Yes,
like it's
Japan
so
is not very
minuscule.
big. Japan is not very big at all.
Right, and what was the difference between the? Let's see. Mass of an object remains the same wherever it is taken. A mass of 60 kilograms is the same 60 kilograms in Tokyo and Osaka. Okay, so yeah, it's about Japan and the minute differences. I just
the only
it's just
the only difference is the rotation differential.
yeah, it's just not good enough for me. Like it's like
That's
like
weird,
the evidence
because evidence is
Well,
usually good enough for people.
Let me ask you a question though,
what?
Doofus.
Guess what, Ethan? It's not supposed to
I
be
know it
good
doesn't
enough
matter,
for you.
right? It doesn't matter what I think.
Hold on. If pictures from orbit aren't good enough for you, what is the rotation differential of the Earth good enough?
I know they're both shit. That's why I won't be a fucking
No,
globe
I know,
anytime
but
soon.
this, you were saying this is what we hang our hats on. It's not. It's just one other damn bit of minutia that adds to the overall.
Right, it's
I mean,
10,000 different little things.
Dude, when it comes exactly, and you're up to what, 0?
Right, and you guys need to stitch it all together and go against common
stitches
sense in order
itself
for it to work.
together.
Yeah, we take the evidence available and we make a bigger picture out of it.
I get it. You stitch it together like a fucking crime, like a group
without-
of fucking.
Yes, but like taking all the
bank
evidence
rob-
into
group of
consideration.
bank robbers. They
Yeah,
keep to the same fucking
Guess
story.
what?
I get it.
It stitches together seamlessly without effort.
Yeah, with a bunch of fucking with no proof or tangible fucking actual. You
Like
just,
I said, without effort, it just falls right into place. What have you
dude,
got?
you don't need containment with the air. We don't need like air. Air pressure doesn't require containment on except for when when you're traveling in space, right? Everywhere else you need containment, but when you get out to the grand scale of things, that's when that doesn't matter anymore. It's like you just have to abandon some common sense for just a minute.
Stop it. You know how
Just
Again,
abandon your
common sense doesn't
so
apply
we can
here
get this
because
going.
it's a measurement.
It's a shitty measurement. It's not enough.
Okay, that's just your opinion, and you think common sense will be better than measuring reality.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna measure reality, at least come up with something that you could fucking measure. Not like some like 1 out of 800.
That is a
I don't know, man.
measurement.
It's not good enough.
It
I mean, if
literally
you guys
is a
want to believe
measurement.
it, dude, like
So
Ethan and
how-
Bailey said, a sucker's born every minute. Dog.
All right, calm down. So, how does flat Earth account for the rescaling of weights in different latitudes? I mean, the precious metals industry has been onto this for a great many years, and they know why. Now, do you know why?
I mean, just because you're dealing with a calibrated weight and measure at a particular location doesn't justify like the differential of weight in latitude. If the scale has been set to that area, that's the scale they use
That's
for
a
that
big old
area.
nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I guess so. It's pretty good though, right? It works pretty good because I could just it and it makes sense because it's such a minuscule measurement.
And it can also be predicted.
That you want to ignore.
But it could be
You
predicted.
prefer to ignore
It's
evidence.
ignorable. It's ignorable.
No, it's
Yes, you
not.
prefer to ignore evidence. That's how flat earthers operate.
I don't know. You guys can get upset about it all you want, but it's very
No, you're the one who's upset, dude. It can be
No,
predicted.
It's your proof, dude. It's not good enough. That's all.
Can I finish? It can be predicted via known values. That would be the acceleration of gravity and the centrifugal rotation differential.
I'm sure
according to
Rich can
latitude.
come up with a formula for us on the flat Earth side to fix this. And once you calculate for dark polarity, I mean it's all fucking possible on flat Earth.
Dark polarity.
Never heard of it.
Oh well, it just means what your ignorance doesn't necessarily necessitate the truth, right?
It would be a solid argument if there was some other, if somebody actually had some kind of physics for dark polarity. But since there isn't any,
and
dark matter is good enough for you guys, right? Dark matter is good enough for you guys.
You don't need it in order to verify the shape of the Earth.
Well, it's kind of an integral part of the reasoning why, the theory
isn't.
why we have the shape of the Earth. Oh, it's not.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the
Now
Earth.
it's just okay. Isn't it like 97% of everything we know about the fucking universe?
No.
Dark energy and dark matter make up 97% of the whole equation, right? And the 3% is what we have tangible proof of. And you guys are going to claim that the missing 97% can just be explained away with dark matter and dark energy. Go fuck yourself.
And none of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
It's not everything we know. It's specifically a calculation of mass. Secondly, I wouldn't say that dark matter and dark energy are good enough because people are still trying to work it out. Otherwise, we would have just said it's there, it's fine, and leave it at that, which we haven't.
Well, that's where dark polarity comes in because it's reasonable.
Then you need to get up. It's not reasonable. Then you need to do the work to figure out what the hell you're actually talking about. Because right now,
We're
it's
working
just
on it.
a clear stand-in for something you know isn't actually there.
And the guys who trade in gold all over the globe are not taking this into account either.
I don't know. I just don't think it's
By
good
the
enough.
way, people who do work with gold or platinum or any precious metals, a jeweler's bench has something called a sweeps drawer, which is specifically for all of the waste you get from not just trimmings, but even when you file these materials. You take them to a refinery, and that's a very minuscule amount, but over time it builds up. So these small amounts actually do matter.
What do you think is the strongest globe argument, Asa?
The strongest globe argument is mapping the stars to the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's one of the ones I go to.
It's a good one.
Yeah, that's
Especially
one of the
with
strongest. Yeah.
What do you
I
think
just
about
think
the two? What do you think about the two celestial poles?
another great argument for the globe.
Now, what's the best argument for flat Earth?
Can you happen to get one right?
Electromagnetics.
That's very
That's
vague.
what I would.
Which has what fuck all to do with the shape?
Well, no, it would just be like let's say like kind of like iron filings, like the way they
No,
follow a magnet.
no, hold on. You said the best two arguments for the globe were the celestial sphere and the two celestial poles, which have mucho fuck all to do with the shape of the planet. What does what you brought up have to do with it?
Well, because
How is that a parallel in any way?
Because the stars could be like, let's say, like kind of how iron filings will follow a magnetic field. So like, you know, like let's say if you were to look at iron filings just on a, you know, in a magnetic field without any idea that there was a magnetic field there, you know what I mean? It's like
Here's the thing about magnetic
it's arguing
field.
about
We can detect them.
hold on. Well, real quick, it's arguing about like why the magnetic filings are in the shape that they're in without addressing the magnetic field that they're kind of like locked in with. And so I think like, you know, electromagnetism could explain what is the apparent celestial sphere.
That doesn't really help your position. I mean, whatever you want to make up about, whatever you want, whatever story you want to make up about what the stars are or how they are there, the directions that you need to look in order to see them don't make sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I agree. But it's also light, so like light can be deceptive. You know, it's like the idea that, well, you know, it's like kind of like how like this, like how you guys say that, well, you don't expect to fucking feel like the spinning of the earth. So, you know, I just look at it like it's same kind of conundrum. Like, even though, like, why are you trusting your senses when, like, you know, so like our argument is like, I don't feel like I'm spinning, therefore I'm not spinning. And then you're saying, well, your senses can be, you know, why are you trusting your senses when you can be fooled? Well, I would dare say the same thing to you guys. Just because it seems like some lights are surrounding the globe, you know, you're trusting your senses and they might be wrong. So, like, I'm
Light
just
can
thinking,
be
like,
deceptive
kinda
is
like-
too vague of a position to hold. That doesn't make any sense.
So you're basing your whole model on being deceived by light.
No, well, it's not that. It's just that I'm accepting. I mean, I accept the implications of both models.
Yeah, but your flat Earth has all these ifs and
So does
deceptions.
the globe.
Come on now.
No
No, we
measurement.
rely on.
No, you rely on a third party.
That's incorrect. I can measure the relationship between mass and weight. I know that gravitation is definitely a thing because of that measured relationship.
Right, and using sound, you can like, you know, like those water droplets being suspended. You know what I mean? Using sound.
Oh, so now we
Like,
have
so
to
like,
introduce
well,
sound
no, I'm
into
just
it.
trying to say like, there's other, just like all of your arguments and proofs for the globe. There's like 6 other explanations that could account for whatever you think is the proof for the globe.
Certainly not sound. Sound does not cause weight because weight is proportional to mass.
Doesn't cause
Sound
weight. It allows things to levitate.
Sound can cause an opposing force to gravity, but you need gravity in order for that to work.
Well, gravity's just weight. So I mean, that's the argument. My argument again is not
And the
against
weight
gravity.
is proportional to mass.
Our argument is not
so
against
mass
weight.
is the reason why we have weight.
Listen, it's not, our argument isn't against like gravity, like or like gravity. It's against gravitation.
Well,
It's
you
against.
can't even.
It's against
Well,
both of them.
No,
you
it's
have
not.
no,
They're completely fucking different, actually.
you have no substitute.
No, the substitute is electromagnetism. Like, you know what I mean? And like, let's say other like electrostatics or, you know, there's all kinds of other possibilities, but we don't look into that because you guys are dead set on keeping it in the globe model.
Electrostatics
I don't care. I
cannot
mean,
be
I
the
think we need
cause.
to be able to
Electrostatics
mine
cannot be the cause for weight because weight is proportional to mass, not
I
charge.
didn't say it's
That
the
is
cause.
completely useless to say
No,
electrostatics
buoyancy
could
and
be the
density
answer
could be the cause.
because
Buoyancy and density.
electrostatics definitely cannot be the answer.
Well, buoyancy and density can explain weight easily.
Buoyancy requires gravitation. The only way to have
you're just
a
locked
buoyant
into that.
upward force, the only way to have a buoyant upward force is for hydrostatic equilibrium to occur. The only way hydrostatic equilibrium can occur for fluids at rest is that they are under gravitation. That's the only way it can happen.
Right,
Now,
but gravitation doesn't necessitate spinning around the fucking galaxy and shit. That's all.
Easy, you know, it's right there
It does.
in the formula.
Right, he's just locked into a fucking like a North Korean fucking worldview, but that's all right.
It's not a North Korean worldview, it's a measurement.
Kim Jong-un created that haircut. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know.
Okay, and you can measure that the force of weight is proportional to the mass of the object for a given location on Earth. That's not something that somebody else came up with. That's a measurement you can personally do.
And at different latitudes.
I don't know. It's just not good enough for me and a lot of other people.
Measurements are never good enough for any flat earther. That's why they're flat
No,
earthers.
you can't. No, that's why you're a fucking glober, because you guys just
Wow.
are locked into the worldview that you've been given. That's all. But I get it
Measurement.
though. You're related to monkeys and shit. It's all good. It's like it entails a whole fucking philosophy that offends me. You know,
And your
it's not good
personal
enough for
opinion
me.
over what if a philosophy
my
offends
personal
you
opinion means
is
way more
not
to me than
valid. It's
fucking
not a
some
valid
bullshit.
argument.
No, it is a valid argument because it has substance. It has fucking firsthand testimony.
Substance.
Everything you guys talk about is like third party sourced and fucking, you know, I don't know, man.
Nope, that's incorrect. Because I've personally
only
measured
thing
the
you have
effect of
is the
weight
fucking globe.
on
Only thing you
various
have is the
objects.
celestial sphere,
The
dude.
mass relationship, I've measured that. I've measured the
Right, but you didn't
propensity
prove
for
the
light to
cause.
bend toward a more
Didn't
dense
prove the
portion of
cause.
the air of any optical medium, including air. I've measured that
Yeah,
myself. I know that
it's
that
not
happens. It doesn't
I mean,
come
if
from
it's
someone else if I've measured it.
right, but their conclusion, like, you know, there's no way to really prove the conclusion or prove the cause without a third party space program source.
Incorrect. I have, listen very carefully,
God.
I have personally measured the effect of light bending toward the more dense portion of an optical medium. I've done that myself. I know that the more
Right, it's
dense
not the
portion of a
cause.
medium
You
can
measured the
cause,
effect.
I
You
know
measured
that
the
the
effect.
light, I know that the more dense portion of the
Superpose the
medium can
effect.
cause the light to change direction toward it. I know that from personal observation. I don't need a space program in order to find that out.
Right, but you're not proving the cause, you're just measuring the effect.
The cause is the more dense portion of the medium. The light changes direction toward it.
So I'm taking a piss. Hold on.
Take us with you.
Like, I just think the way that light travels through a medium doesn't necessitate the fucking globe, man.
Well, that's the fun part, because I've also personally measured the arrangement of air. Under stable conditions, air is more dense below and less dense above. That makes sense, because you're aware of a density tower. Obviously, things with more density are below, and things with less density are above, right?
Right, it's not like the weight of the photon, you know. It's like I just think that
My argument isn't the weight of the photon. It has nothing to do with it.
I know. I'm just kind of being facetious, but my thing is that, like, you know, you're measuring an effect, not proving a cause. You know, and
I'm
just because you're
measuring the
showing that,
medium,
just because you're
and I
showing
know
a
what the
denser
medium
medium,
does through
right, just
my
because you're
personal
showing,
measurements.
right, and it's not the fucking cause of it. Like, you're affecting the cause. Like, maybe the relationship between the density of the water and the way the light reacts. Like you can play with that, but on a galactic scale, that it's a moot point. Like on the idea that like it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
It does, because when we're looking at things in the distance, we're looking through air. If I know the arrangement of air under typical conditions, then I know which way the light will go. I have that knowledge based on information that I personally collected.
Right, but it doesn't like translate to the macro definitively.
Why not? Just saying it doesn't is not an argument.
I don't know, it's not good enough for me anyway to like make me change my opinion about it.
Right. It's never going to be good enough for you. The reason why is because it disproves flat Earth. That's why you don't like
No,
it.
it goes against common sense. It goes against what I directly experience, and I've chosen to embrace what I direct experience over what a bunch of fucking Nazis that pretended they went to the moon were fucking talking about it. You know, that's just my
Okay, so
opinion.
we're all Nazis if we use optics knowledge to accomplish useful work in reality.
Sometimes.
Okay, so that doesn't make sense. That makes you sound like an idiot.
No, it just makes me sound like I'm not going to be like real serious about this right now. That's all.
Okay, well, try being serious. Maybe someday. It doesn't have to be today. It doesn't even have to
Do you
be
guys
this month.
think that fucking? Hold on, let me ask you a question, Doofus. Did they play golf on the moon?
It's irrelevant to the argument that I
I'm
was
just saying,
discussing.
if you can think, no, because if you think that is fucking, if that happened and that's serious, that's the level of seriousness we're dealing with right here. They play golf
You're
on the moon,
dealing
right?
with a whataboutism, and a whataboutism is not a valid
That's
argument.
the level of fucking discernment we're dealing with here. Like, I'm not arguing. I can't
Incorrect. The
argue with
level
you.
of discernment we're dealing with
That's
is I
fucking good
use
enough.
optics
If
knowledge
playing golf
to
on the moon
accomplish
was
some
good enough
useful
for
work,
you,
and flat Earth does not.
Flat Earth fucking like is like the Flat Earth comforts the disturbs and disturbs the comfort. You know, the comfortable. So,
What club did he take? Do you know what club he took?
like a fucking 9-iron or some shit.
It's not in total. He just took the head. He had to affix it later.
Fucking classic.
Anyway, since we can observe directly what path light will take through any optical medium of our choosing, we can verify for ourselves how light would travel through air. And since we know the typical arrangement of air, we know which direction light would travel through air under typical conditions. Since we know that information, we can use that for any optical observation that we want, can't we?
Yes, but it doesn't confirm or deny the globe.
Love it.
You know, it's like we can like even like Doofus, like I'm willing to I'm more willing to like entertain these arguments if there was more of an approach of like, hey, this evidence seems to suggest that this is what's going on versus like definitive, this is the fucking reason we know it's a globe. Like honestly, the demeanor about the claims would fucking help me like deal with this shit versus this like, no, this is how we know how the shape of the earth is because the weights of the gold changes and there's different measurements and calibrations and stuff.
Lisa, that sounds like a you problem, champ.
No, well, it is a me problem, and you're never gonna get me to fucking come on the globe because of it, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you got, like, and I'm, dude, I want the majority of society to think that we're going to mine asteroids so that America can make the world great again. But at the same point, on an intellectual level, I just don't see it as legit, you know. But I want people to believe it, so I'm kind of on your team in that regard. Like, the more people believe we can mine asteroids, the quicker we can recover our economy, telling people that we're going to mine asteroids. But in my heart of hearts, I just don't think it's legit, you know? Like, I just want the globe to give up boats going over the curve, and I might even join you guys.
As was already explained to you, that is not the only argument that we have. We have so many others that you could attach to and draw conclusions from, but you keep getting stuck on the boats over the horizon thing because you want to stay on flat Earth, because you don't want to know that the Earth is a globe.
No, I just think it's so stupid that I would like the Earth is spinning, but I don't feel it because it's too big. The Earth is so big that I don't experience curvature. But hold on, guys. The boat's going over the curve of the Earth right over there. It's just incongruous. Like, if you let it go, I might then it would make your side like a little bit more rational. But because you won't, it proves that you're irrational. And for me to fucking put my cosmological, philosophical fucking wherewithal in the place that you guys would have me put it, I think is foolish because of it.
This is so you-centric, dude. Stay where the fuck you are. Nobody
I'm a flat earther, bro. This is all about me. What are you talking about?
Stay there.
Right? Doesn't the sun, moon, and stars all revolves around me, not you, atheist?
You're only hurting yourself, dude. Nobody
You're
gives
just-
5 flying fucks about you.
You're just a character in my movie, Rex.
Sorry. Yeah, I know you can't, because you can't play this character.
Right. I need to outsource for a guy like yourself.
You can't afford it.
I know. Thank God I got Discord though. You're here.
Which always ignites the trolling in you.
Come on, man. I learned from you guys. I remember when people used to lose their mind when you guys would come in like this. The shit show. Like, I remember when Jem used to come and he'd be like, I heard somebody said the Earth's a globe, and all the flat earthers would be like, just try to destroy him.
I think Rixie's going to come in and explain to Issa why you shouldn't be able to feel the spin.
That's something Rixie would do. What up, Ruby?
Yo.
Well, what is it? So we can't feel the spin because we're born into it?
No.
Oh, what's a better excuse?
Oh, Rixie's going to tell you what you should be able to measure if we're rotating.
Why is Rick say going to do that?
Eh?
Why are you going to do that? You're assuming.
If we're spinning, we should have a different weight at the poles than we do at the equator.
Rick. Tell us.
And that's it.
So what's the globe excuse why we don't?
We do weigh differently at the equator than we do at the poles.
Can you prove that?
Yes, there's been hundreds of measurements done. In fact, my friend Critical Think has done shitloads of them.
So he weighed himself somewhere, he got on a plane, he ate some stuff, and then he got somewhere and he weighed more?
No, he weighed a test mass at different latitudes.
So how did he weigh himself? He took his own scales from A to B. Yeah?
He weighed a test mass, not himself. Himself is a variable. Test mass is not.
But did he use the same scales in two different locations or two different scales in two different
Yes.
locations?
Same. He actually used multiple scales. He took 2 sets of scales to various locations.
How would you do it?
And now this proves though that we're spinning, right?
It is consistent with and predicted by a rotating globe. Yes.
So did he weigh more or less at the equator?
Less at the equator. And he did this in Antarctica.
Now how
He
much
weighed
less
his
did he
test
weigh?
mass in Antarctica by the predicted amount. So it's about 0.3% difference.
Oh my God,
between
like
the equator and the
nothing.
poles. Right. Predictable and
Okay.
measurable, though.
I mean, you would think that you would see a considerable difference considering the size of the Earth.
No, is that the prediction?
Predicted.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that
Show us
the
the
prediction?
prediction.
I mean, how considerable? What's your prediction?
Oh, I don't have a prediction because I don't think we're spinning. Why would I
Well, then
predict anything like that?
how can you
That's just
say
asinine.
considerable? Then how can you say considerable?
Because if you were spinning, right, logic dictates that at the center, you'd be like much less. You basically be flying off, really.
Really?
Basically flying
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, you'd be flying off actually. Yeah, because let's imagine it, right? Let's say you have a basketball, right, and you're spinning it on your finger. Okay. If you stand on the top of the basketball, you're just going to spin in a circle. You ain't going to go anywhere. But if you stand on the equator, right, you're going to fly off.
Right.
It's pretty simple. A kindergartner could understand that.
Okay. Is there another force that we have to take into account?
What is it? Star Wars?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's
I
just,
would
it's
actually
interesting
prefer
how
he gave you slits
Hold on now.
instead of
That's interesting, right? So I make a joke, and the best you can do is laugh about it instead of coming back with what, the truth or something.
No, I asked you a question and you answered with a joke.
Right.
So I would ask the question again.
But here's the thing: you couldn't stick with the truth. You also had to laugh.
But now
Because
I'll
you
ask the
know,
question
me a
again.
question.
Is there another force that we need to take into account?
Is this Star Wars?
Okay, so you're not going to answer. So what's the point?
So you can't ask a serious question, right? So I'm not going to give you a serious answer.
Okay, if you think that's a non-serious question, good for you.
Well, it isn't. I mean, you're asking, is there another force? What kind of fucking question is that? That's asinine.
Is it a no or a yes?
That would mean that you don't know anything about physics, really. If you think forces are a non-serious thing to discuss in physics, if you think forces are a non-serious thing to discuss in physics, then you don't know physics.
So I'm sitting here right now in my chair in my room. Now, why would at any point would I have to think, is there another force?
Because you're not floating up into the fucking sky if you jump.
Now, who would ever even think that? That is the dumbest.
I thought there wasn't another
literally,
force.
that is the dumbest line of thinking ever. If I jump, I might fly off if there wasn't something else. What?
Yes.
There would have to be some other force to bring you back down, because all matter in acceleration, all matter under acceleration requires some kind of force applied.
Wait, are you implying that we're under acceleration when we jump?
Yes.
You literally accelerate back down to the ground, yes.
You
I feel like you guys-
accelerate back down. Oh my God, what?
You know what it's like? It's like you guys
Yes,
arguing
you
about,
definitely accelerate because you originally had an upward velocity. You end with a downward velocity. That's
I
not
see. So
possible without
what's pushing me
acceleration.
down?
Acceleration
What's
is
pushing me
required
down?
in order for your velocity to change.
What's pushing me down? Because I pushed myself
See,
up.
that's a good question, isn't it?
Well, not really, because that's just the way things are.
Exactly.
Now you're going to try to
Just
tell
the
me
way things are is not an answer to why they are.
Now you're going to try to tell me that there's some kind of invisible thing that comes from
Hold on.
nowhere that's doing this.
Magnetism is also invisible. This is a dumb argument.
You
Did you
yourself
say
said
magnetism? Did you say magnetism?
You yourself
I did say
said you
magnetism
put-
because you're saying something invisible is not
doesn't have a
is not
source.
something we should be discussing. However, we know
Magnetism
things are
has a
invisible
source.
that we can definitely measure. Stuff like magnetism, Wi-Fi,
Has a
all
source.
sorts of different things are invisible
Sources.
but are valid to
Sources.
discuss. Gravitation
sources.
is also invisible. It is also
source?
valid to discuss.
Can we see the source?
A source?
Yeah, so the Wi-Fi has a source, the magnet has a source. Where's gravity's
Yes, and
source?
gravitation is proportional to mass.
You didn't tell me a source.
That is the source. The mass is the source.
So then why don't fat people gravitate towards each other?
Because the amount of gravitation between two people is too low. The amount of gravitation is proportional to the amount of mass involved.
Can you prove that?
Yes, I can. Here we go. We're going to try it again. When you have a large mass, the amount of gravitation toward it is going to outstrip any of smaller masses that are attracted to it.
I guess that is why the skinny black guys like the fat white girls. That makes sense now.
See how you have to go to a joke instead of, using physics?
Well, do you see how you're not actually giving me a source, right?
I did. You just don't like it.
You're saying properties.
That's the reason why the weight is proportional to mass, because the mass is the reason.
Listen, is a property of a thing a source?
I don't know. Should we go into philosophy or just discuss the physics?
Should I repeat the question for you?
No, because for fucking physicists, people who actually know how to do shit with their knowledge, the mass is the reason why we have weight. This is a measured relationship. It does exist. You just don't like it.
So you don't know. You're simply repeating what some other guy has figured out and has given you. Because you don't.
No, I have personally measured the relationship between weight and mass. I know that relationship holds true because I personally measured it.
What'd you do? Hold the weight?
What did I do? Well, here we go. I can do one kind of demonstration for you. If you accelerate a mass laterally on the lowest friction track that you have available to you, you can independently measure the mass of that object without dealing with its weight. That acceleration and the amount of time it took gives you the mass involved, or the amount of force involved. The amount of force involved, and the force and the acceleration tells you how much mass is involved.
Look, you don't know what you're talking about.
So now you have the mass of the object without using the weight of the object. Now, then you separately measure the weight of the object. You find out there's a direct proportional relationship between those two values.
You still haven't given me a source for gravity.
Thanks. I did. You just didn't understand what I said.
So the source of magnetism is a magnet, right?
Yep. And the source for gravitation is mass.
No.
Anything with mass.
No.
All objects that have mass. Every single one of them.
Doofus. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, nuh-uh is the best argument that Flat Earth has ever had.
I think you got smashed, BB.
No, it's not. Actually, what you guys do is like this. It's like, chimpanzees climb a tree to get bananas. Therefore, anytime a chimpanzee climbs a tree, there must be a banana in the tree.
Nobody makes that argument.
No, that is your fucking argument, dude.
Nobody makes that argument.
No, it's not.
Chimpanzees
Like,
seem
no,
to
I'm just saying, it's literally you put the cart before the horse, and then fucking,
Shut up for a second. Come on.
It's what it sounds like, dude.
Monkey see.
There's no cart and there's no horse. There's a measured relationship between mass and weight.
Bullshit you guys believe because you're fucking simple.
Hey, Issa, monkey sees lion, climbs any tree available. No bananas required.
Well, you sound like a radical. You sound like a radical. Most scientists understand that they're climbing up there to get a banana.
And you're trolling.
You're just a fringe conspiracy theorist, right? Everyone knows there's got to be a banana in the tree.
And everybody knows that trolling is the first fallback position of the flat earther.
No, it's the Glover's
seen a
position.
tree without a banana?
When you're in a retreat.
With or without bananas, I only got back here from
Right? Yeah. That's, and then on top of it, you guys double down and you're like, no, trees don't. There's no tree that doesn't have a banana.
Yeah, because everybody
and
says
then,
that.
we're like, no, guys, there's actually maple trees and this, that, and you're like, yeah, no, nuh-uh. You guys come up with your nuh-uhs. I just think like,
Speculation doesn't help anybody accomplish anything until it is shown to be true.
No. The brother just pointed it out. He said you are using the. It's like where does a magnet does magnets come? Is magnetization from a magnet? Yes. It's like therefore magnetism arises from magnets. It's like I don't know. It's like at every stage of the globe, you guys have to resort and depart from fucking like everyday experience. Like gas pressure without a container. Like you can't have gas pressure without a container unless you're going to space.
That's a Nathan
and that's
Oakley
our
argument.
only
Nobody says
fucking
that in
proof.
science.
That's a great example. It's the only proof you have.
No,
is
it
just to
isn't,
get off
because it's a
world.
Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley
No, it's
came
not
up with that
off-world.
idea.
No, that's your see now that's your counter because you're gonna bring up some flat earther and try to fucking throw dirt on the argument because your counter to our claim is so pathetic. You have to go bring in some other flat earther that made some a statement about
You're
it.
the one doing the claim itself is false. The place where it came from is only another flat earther. Nobody in science says that pressure requires a container. That's not actually something that scientists
So the
say.
fucking what do you call it? Isn't it? Hold on, isn't it like the second law, third law, is like thermodynamics or something? And then
No.
you make it sound like
The second law of thermodynamics does not involve pressure and containers.
quoting some scientific bullshit, even though it's like the fucking third law of thermodynamics or some shit.
It isn't though, because if you go look at the law, there's nothing about pressure or containers anywhere in the law. That is some bullshit that flat earthers created. Nathan Oakley and quantum eraser made this argument, and now you're repeating it mindlessly.
No, you're repeating like Michio Kaku's bullshit then, right? It's like
No.
just because
Got nothing
Michio Kaku
to do with
said
Michio Kaku.
No, just because Nathan Oakley said it doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Yeah, it sure does. It is for the reasons I mentioned. Nobody anywhere has ever said that pressure requires a container, except for Nathan Oakley and quantum eraser when he created that argument. Nowhere in science does it say pressure requires a container. Those words have never been uttered before. Nathan Oakley and quantum eraser created that argument.
Well, how about this, doofus? Me and Cathexis brought quantum eraser to the conversation fucking however many years ago. So he was coming up with Cathexis's arguments, and these arguments are just basic science.
There's no basic science that says pressure requires a container. There is no basic science that says that. That's some bullshit that quantum eraser and Nathan Oakley created.
No. Quantum eraser came out after us, bro. We brought quantum eraser.
And he still made the argument. It doesn't matter when he came out.
They existed before quantum eraser. Hold on. Just because you want to put this and paint it with quantum eraser, this and that, doesn't take away the validity of the argument, dude.
The argument doesn't exist except in flat earthers' minds. Nowhere in science does it say that pressure requires a container. And science has never said that. That's not something science says. That's only something that flat earthers tell each other. They think it's true, but it's not true.
No, it is true. Cry about it if you want.
No, it's incorrect. The reason why it's not true, is because the reason why it's not true is because hydrostatic equilibrium does not require a container. Hydrostatic equilibrium requires the matter involved and its own weight. It's a balance, because it's equilibrium that's in the name, between the weight of the fluid and the pressure at that point in the fluid. That's what hydrostatic equilibrium is. And no container has ever been required in science for that to happen.
The only thing that requires is indicative of containment. Eat a dick.
The only thing that requires a container
eat a dick is not a valid argument. Again, in science, what science actually says is hydrostatic equilibrium does not require a container. What Nathan Oakley and quantum eraser fed all you flat earth retards is that pressure requires a container. It never said that in science. Science has never said that.
No, it only ever.
There's a difference between atmospheric pressure, right, and pressurized gas. Pressurized. Anything above atmospheric pressure requires a container because it's pressurized.
Well, that's the way I'm saying it.
Yeah, well, regardless of you guys crying about it, when people, like most normal people, fucking understand the idea that gas pressure could be indicative of a container, it makes the idea of, like, I mean, you want to cry some more about it?
Pressurized gas.
You're getting it wrong. It's still the same issue. If you use what you claim as common sense against what science actually says, what science really says is that hydrostatic equilibrium does not require a container. That's what science actually says.
Yeah, hydrostatic, whatever word cloud. Okay, so we're boiling some water in a pot. Okay, now does that create pressure without a lid?
The partial pressure inside.
If you want gases to move in any direction, there is some pressure created somewhere.
If it's hotter down
there, there's pressure in the pot, right? Without the lid, right?
Blowing it out. that
So we
shows
just
it's
got
against high
water
pressure
in a
inside.
pot,
So yeah, I think so.
right? Water is in a pot boiling on the stove, no lid, right? But there's pressure in that container somehow, right? No lid.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that.
If there's gas flowing, there's a difference in pressure.
But if you put the lid on,
Coming
right, there's
in or
instant
out.
pressure, right?
No, there's pressure in both sides.
see,
the
the
pressure
only
will
problem-
get higher a lot quicker with the
Yeah,
lid
the only
on.
problem you have with that then, as we're talking about pressure differences, is why is there a pressure difference between low altitude and high altitudes and the air is not flowing? What causes it to not flow?
That's a good one.
There's an easy one. Boil a kettle, leave the kettle
Okay, what
lid
about-
open, it will never boil. It will just keep
What
boiling
about
and
use
boiling.
helium? Helium in a balloon. So if the balloon isn't there, the helium is pressurized.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
If the balloon wasn't there, the helium is still pressurized, right?
There's pressure in it would match the pressure of the surrounding air at the moment that you remove the balloon.
So it wouldn't be under pressure then.
It wouldn't have a pressure difference except for the vertical gradient that would be in all gases.
So the balloon
inside of a balloon.
preserves the pressure, right?
So
or creates the pressure actually.
It's what causes the pressure difference over a smaller region to be persistent. If
So basically
you
you're
didn't
saying
have
is
that
you have
balloon,
to- yeah,
if you
so
didn't
basically
have
you're
that
saying you have
balloon,
to
the only
contain
pressure
it,
difference
right?
would be the vertical gradient, as I mentioned.
Yeah, so you're saying that you have to in some way contain it in order for there to be like a pressure.
Yeah.
No, that's
what you said.
incorrect. That's not what I said. What I said was
you said that.
the pressure difference over such a small region would necessitate something causing it to be a difference. Now, in the atmosphere, we have a pressure difference, and that doesn't require a container. Why is it that the air does not flow from high pressure at sea level to low pressure at Denver, Colorado?
Yeah, but necessarily we would have to have a container in order to have
answer that
differences
question,
in
though.
pressure.
No, but answer the question.
What's the answer to my question?
Well, his question isn't a question; it's a statement. He's saying there isn't a container because of.
Why
And I'm saying
doesn't it
necessarily there
flow?
would have to be a container in order for you to have differences in pressure.
But that's
If there's a difference in pressure and no container, then what?
The entire argument is that the pressure would flow to low pressure, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
the entire
his
argument.
thing is he's saying if there, and we're not. I'm not doing ifs. Like
No,
reality
there is a
states
pressure
that-
difference. There is a pressure difference with no container
Correct,
between
you're
them.
right. No,
Yeah,
no.
because
In order to have pressure difference, you have to have a container. You're simply saying that the world we live in doesn't have one without any
Because
evidence. You're
space
simply
would
just saying
suck
that.
all the air off of the globe, right?
Don't say
the
without
argument.
evidence because you haven't actually gotten my evidence yet.
Well,
Right,
again,
space would
so
suck-
the fact that there is pressure is evidence of a container. So I don't know what you're
No,
going to
you
bring.
guys claim that
Incorrect.
space would
Incorrect.
suck all
Again,
the air off of the globe,
what is the
right?
reason for the difference in pressure
sorry.
between sea level
Do-
and
do you
Denver,
know-
Colorado? The
do you know
reason
the definition
is
of
the
the word
weight of the
pressure?
air. The weight of
this
the
is-
air is a force downward.
Weight
In order
of
to
the
have
air.
the air pressure, a container is not required because the air, again, has weight.
Do you know the definition of the word pressure?
The definition of the word pressure. Yeah, go ahead and give me the definition of the word pressure. Be sure
you
when you give it to me that you highlight where it says pressure requires a container because I love to see that.
Yeah, so you don't.
It needs to have walls, right? You're talking
No,
about
no.
walls.
This is your
almost so
argument. You
obvious
want
they
to
don't
put
even have
forward
to
the
cite it.
definition
No,
of
no, no, you know
pressure
what,
as a
Doofus?
some sort of killer argument,
Doofus.
so you have to bring your definition.
Doofus, it's so obvious they don't even have to cite it because only a fucking retard wouldn't understand that you need fucking containment to have pressure.
Yeah, but the entire
Okay,
Yeah, so I'm not going to read it.
That's
Yeah,
not a
but
valid
keep on
argument.
fucking-
Only
no,
a
keep
fucking
on hoping
retard
and
would think
praying.
that's an argument.
Keep on hoping and praying your shit's good enough, but it's not.
Can
Don't worry
nobody
about
hear
it.
me? What the fuck is going on here?
Not really,
entire
very
argument
low.
is
We don't
that-
give a
Which is
fuck.
doesn't really matter
The
anyways.
entire argument is that you guys think that space would suck the air off of the globe, right? That's the entire argument.
No one's arguing that.
That's why you guys claim there's a
No
container.
one is
because
arguing
air
that,
would-
man. Someone is arguing that you can have pressure without a
vacuum would suck
container,
the air off,
but you
right?
don't even know the definition of the word pressure.
We know what the pressure is.
No, you don't, because you're still arguing. Dirt to dirt.
You think that space would suck the air off of the globe, right?
That's not what we're arguing, man.
So why do
Like
we
a fucking Catholic girl behind the bleachers, bro.
Why is there a container then?
A little bit.
Why
Rah,
is
rah,
there a
rah.
container?
Kick him in the jaw.
Why is there a container then?
To fix a global problem that Earth doesn't have.
Why is there a container? Man, how many retardants have you consumed over your lifetime?
Why is there? Because people are why? Because we need
contain the
something
air.
to stop the air from being sucked out by space, right?
Yep.
So that's the argument. There needs to be a container because of that.
Who's arguing that?
That's your entire
You are
argument.
necessarily.
I have never said anything like that. Someone is trying to say you
Gas
can have
pressure
pressure without a container.
Requires
Keep
a
up,
container,
man.
right?
Hey, are you slow?
That is what they're saying. BB doesn't
That's what
quite
you're
get it.
saying. Are you running away from your argument now?
He doesn't follow
I never
the
made
same
that argument. I never said anything about the vacuum of
Gas
space.
pressure
Keep up.
requires a container, right?
Slow. Hey, slow.
Hey,
slow.
hey,
Keep
gas
up.
pressure requires a container, right? Yes.
Right. There you go.
Right.
Now you're on
So that
board.
means the Earth must have some sort of container because if not, what would happen?
There you go. I mean, it must have a container. That's it.
Oh, so that means space is gonna suck the air off of the Earth, right?
Who said anything about space, man?
So
Where
why
are
do-
you getting this?
Now we're going in circles.
Dude,
now.
are
You're running
you
away from
are
it.
you okay? Listen, are you okay?
You're running away from it now, right? That's
Did
the
I say
entire
anything about the giraffe? Listen, did I say
be a
giraffe?
container, right?
Listen, hold on, man.
Let's
Hold
go
on.
back. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go back.
Slow down,
The
dude.
Earth
Did I
has to
say
have a
giraffe?
container, right? It has to
Listen,
have a
did I say
container, right?
giraffe? Listen, man.
Does it
Did
have
I
to
say
have
the
a
word
container?
giraffe? Dude,
Gas pressure needs a container, right?
did I say the word
On the
giraffe?
surface of the Earth has to have a container.
Just
Because
answer
if
the
it
question.
didn't- If it didn't, what would happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know where you're going with this, right?
Oh, okay,
but
you're
did I
running-
say the
okay,
word
I know, I
giraffe?
get- I
I'm just
get it,
asking
you're
you a
running away
question.
from it.
Look, it's real simple. Did I say the word giraffe?
No, let's go back to your argument though. The gas pressure needs a container, right?
That's not my argument.
No, it's not now.
Oh, dude, the
It's a
baby. Come on,
definition,
do
dude.
something with
It's
the
a
baby, man.
definition.
Now it's not your argument. Okay.
So, do you know the definition of pressure? You don't. That's why you're arguing
Yes,
over it.
it needs to be pressing against the walls of the container, right?
Correct. Now, what are you arguing
Correct.
about?
So, therefore, the gas pressure on Earth needs a container. If not, what would happen?
If not, see, where are you getting that
If we
from?
didn't have one, what would happen?
Where are you getting the if not?
Because we need a container to have gas pressure.
Look, I'm really
Stay with me
confused on
now.
where you're getting this if not.
Stay with me
Don't know how
now.
to
If
test
we
the
didn't have
proposition.
one,
Yeah, if we didn't have one, we're all following Earth is life. Nobody else here is confused.
yeah,
or
they
pretending to
want
be.
to run away from it.
I'm sorry.
No,
Did
no,
anyone
no,
say
there wasn't
anything
a
about
minute. Gas would go away.
who said the vacuum of space? Did anyone say that? Can I please get the recording?
Yeah, no, check it out. He's making a great point because you're imposing this idea that, like, you got to remember, you're trying to pigeonhole everything into the confines of outer space and the stars mapping the whatever, right? But the point is that you're only asking the question, well, if we didn't have that, then
Right.
this. But the point is that we've never seen in the real world of science any time that you could create gas pressure without containment. So you asking for the what
What
if
about- hang
not?
on.
There's no
Hang
hold on
on,
real
what-
quick. Let me finish.
What about a bullshit?
The real thing.
No,
Hold
what about
on,
a
real quick.
bullshit?
Let me
No,
fucking
you
finish.
got a
Shut the
little
fuck up. I
What
talk
about a
longer than you will.
bullshit?
I will speak longer
bullshit
than you
has
can
pressure
speak.
without a
I will
container.
fucking-
What about a bullshit?
Hold on.
Yeah, this is,
Yeah, I will go longer, get muted, get kicked out.
Let Issa finish. I don't think he should be
Movies.
muted for that. Why was he just muted?
Dude,
He
no
was
one cares,
interrupted.
bro. Look,
Yeah,
look.
unmute me.
The quick thing is this:
Just
is
finish,
that
man.
fucking.
Go ahead.
Hey, look. The fucking thing is that he's asking the right question. Why are you proposing that there's a if not if there's no real world of example of that ever existing outside of your theory about the shape of the Earth? Thank you.
I can easily answer that. You want to test a proposition.
All right,
You
okay,
say,
I'm gonna
do you not like that guy? It's the reason you don't like him because he's a murderer. And he is a murderer, but you can go, oh, imagine he hadn't murdered somebody, would I still not like him? Yeah, he's just a dickhead. So you test the proposition by proposing a counterfactual or another alternative to go, if X, then Y. But if you can't if X, then Y, then you can't Black Swan, because that's what Black Swan is, if X then Y.
No, but the Black
can't do
Swan
any,
is that you have gas pressure
what you
without
can't do,
containment.
but let me finish, Easter. What you can't do is any conditional reasoning whatsoever. If you cannot test a proposition that may or may not be true based on your current perception, you could never change your perception. You would never be able to be convinced.
No, but now you're
pressure
sounding
did
something
exist
like
if you
tranny.
refuse
It's
to
like,
consider.
maybe I am a dude. Like I don't fucking. It's like, bro, you're asking me to like. You're asking me to like.
Sure.
I
So
don't know.
if you were born,
You're like,
born
well, have you ever
female,
sucked a dick? You might like being gay. Have you ever sucked a
right?
dick before?
If you were born
Why are you
female,
using all the slurs? Is
Yeah.
this? Do we need another strike?
if you were born female, would you have a different name?
Let's not go. You're about to lose it, man. You're about to go off.
Right, well, hold on. This is where.
I'll bring it straight back to you, Earth is Life, I promise. If you were born female, would you have a different name?
If probably. But but the point is that I'm not.
You're just able to test then a counterfactual.
Right, but
is the world that doesn't
not
exist.
reality.
You're able to go, oh, I can answer that. So now we can go back to Earth is Life. What would happen if there wasn't a container?
Dude, it's like, it's like, honestly, like, the point is this, though. You're going, no, hold on. Literally, though, Eggs, this is a great example because all of a sudden you're into, like, cosmologic gender fluidity because based off of an idea of, like, a what-ifism. So, like, we're saying, hey, we don't have any evidence that you can get gas pressure without containment. Why the fuck are you guys jumping this conclusion? Like, all of a sudden, well, no, the Earth and this idea that we can't prove is good enough. And so, it just makes there's no logical leap. Like, there's no logical connection there.
Walk with me for a second, right? Because the idea of hold on, because the idea of this gas pressure without a container, or gas pressure needs a container, is because of the fact that space would the pressure would move to the lower pressure, right? So therefore, we need a container. If there wasn't a container, then the gas pressure on Earth would be sucked out violently into space.
Right, which tells us possibly that there might be containment. There's no evidence for what you guys are proposing.
Yes, but our argument is
but there's no evidence.
Gradient. Our argument is that we have a gas pressure gradient.
We can make a gas pressure gradient in a tank,
lower. Hold on. It gets lower and lower the higher you go. So you would have to make the argument that if the air has to flow from high pressure to low pressure, then it should be flowing upwards up to the top of mountains. But we don't see that. Right? And I've heard
it doesn't. No, look, hold on, dude. You have to understand the only example of you having gas pressure without containment is the Earth itself.
If I may,
which is a big ass.
If I may, you can actually have gas pressure in a pulse jet engine or a two-stroke expansion chamber where you have gas pressure and vacuum working next to each other. They're moving, but you do actually have it in nature. Or not nature, you have it in a manufactured environment. Thank you.
Yeah, but I've also heard flat earthers say, oh, you can have a gas pressure gradient in a container, right? So therefore, if you guys do believe there's a pressure gradient and there's also a container, then what would happen if we poked a hole in that container and the gas pressure or the lower pressure on the inside is equal to the low pressure on the outside? Therefore, we probably wouldn't even need a container because it wouldn't do anything.
I mean, that's all nice theory. I mean, we could write a book about it, but like, I'm just saying, like, what we're dealing with in the real world is the idea that when you see shit like gas pressure, it implies containment. And being that we can create a gradient with contained gas pressure, it's like there's no fucking problem here. The only problem is that you're trying to fit this model to wrap around the stars and explain away the fucking galaxy and the Big Bang.
Yeah, but you know what problem you run into when you
but what? You just said though, right? So you can agree. Your problem is just based on the idea that you're trying to fit this narrative on top of our evidence.
The problem you run into when you claim there's a container is that we can't detect this container. If it would have to be a solid.
How the fuck would you know? How the fuck
would you know? It would have to be a solid container. If it's going to hold gas pressure,
how would you know?
How do you know this? Container, right?
How the fuck do you know this, dude? I don't know. They go up like.
Where else would you have something that contains pressurized gas that's not contained by a solid container?
Yeah, good point. Where would you have
finally, right?
pressurized gas without where? Yeah, where does that exist?
Yeah, pressure
Nowhere.
gradient.
Yeah, where does that
Pressure gradient.
exist?
Atmospheric
Nowhere
pressure
does
is
it
not
exist. No.
pressurized.
The only place it exists is in your mind. We can create a pressure gradient in a fucking tank, dude.
In a pulse jet.
Sure. Hold on, let me look it up.
If you have atmospheric pressure with a pressure gradient, you don't need a container. The difference between pressurized gas, gas pressure, and atmospheric pressure.
What creates wind?
My ass.
Difference in pressure. And I wanted to go back to something I heard earlier about the spin of the Earth. Someone was talking about spinning a basketball on your finger and why we don't feel the spin of the Earth. Because that was interesting.
No,
First
it
of all,
isn't.
you have to understand how fast the Earth is actually spinning. Everyone thinks of, oh, it's 1,000 miles an hour. It's really, really fast. But actually, that's on a scale of the Earth. That's not really that fast. It's once
Wait,
per
so
day.
how did you figure out how fast we were going?
15 degrees per hour.
No, how did you figure it out?
That's 1,000. That's 1,035. That's 1,037 miles per hour at the equator.
Yeah, how'd you figure that out?
Well, you can do the math.
No, how did you figure it out?
I did the math.
Oh, you did. You did math.
Yeah, I did that. And also, you can look up. There's places on Earth that actually measure the rotation of the Earth.
Places on Earth that measure the rotation
Yo, how
of the
about this?
Earth.
Yo,
Yeah,
this
so
is
I
so
don't
crazy. I
assume-
can't even cite this as an experiment because it's such an evidentiary fact in like water pressure tanks and air pressure tanks. There's always a pressure gradient. So pressure gradient is not doesn't like abandon the notion of having a whatever. It's so commonly known that in a pressure tank there's going to be a gradient. So it's stupid to make the argument.
Ever so slight gradient. Yeah.
Yes, well, it's ever so slightly from the bottom of the sea level to the fucking whatever, right? To the highest mountain peak, right? It's ever so slight.
Yeah, but the higher you go, the lower it gets, almost to zero. So the rotation of the Earth, right? On the scale of the Earth, really not that fast, actually. So take that basketball on your finger and spin it once per day. Do you think things are going to fly off of it?
Now, whatever made you think that the Earth was actually spinning?
Because it's measured the spin. So go back to go.
Wait, hold on.
Don't jump over my question. Don't jump on my question.
It was
Do you
measured,
if I spin a basketball once, hold on. If I spin a basketball on my finger once per day, are things going to fly off of it?
I mean, nothing will stick to a basketball.
Answer the question. Will things fly off of a basketball spinning once per day?
Yeah, definitely, because nothing will stay on the basketball at all anyways, regardless of spin.
Come on, walk with me now, because you're avoiding it.
I don't know where you're trying to go. I know you're trying to reinforce the globe in your head.
Matter of fact, let's say I wet the basketball, right? And there's water on the outside, right? And I spin the basketball once per day.
Oh, does it form lakes?
Is the water
does it form lakes and waterfalls?
Hold on.
Yep.
Is the water going to fly off of the surface of the ball if I spin it once per day?
Oh, well, no, clearly, because the water on Earth doesn't do that, so no.
Right, because it's not spilling that fast, right? Once per day.
Yeah, because the lakes on the basketball make sense, right?
Yeah. So we know. We know. Now we agree that if an object is spinning once per day, it's not spinning fast enough to fling things off of it, right?
Yeah, you're right. Things that just stick to balls.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. You've won. You can leave now. Bye.
So now we don't have to. Now we can't use that argument anymore, saying, "Oh well, the Earth is so spinning, we don't feel it."
Man, someone keeps knocking at the door.
We should fling off of it because it's spinning so fast.
So, was all this like to try to prove something? Did you accomplish something with that?
It's just to get you to understand that the Earth isn't spinning that fast. The way, for some reason,
Oh,
you guys think
well,
that
see, I'm still
1,037
trying to
miles per
figure
hour,
out how you even came to the conclusion that we're spinning.
because it's measured.
That's not really an answer. How did you
okay,
come to the
there
conclusion that we're spinning? Don't
because
tell
it's
me because
measured.
someone else measured it.
Yes,
Right? That's
people measure
dumb.
things.
You're
Yes,
you're a
it's measured.
dummy for doing that. Someone else
I mean,
told
yes,
me, so
because
it must be true.
yes,
That's a dummy.
there are
That's a
very
dummy. You're a
yes, there
dummy.
are very
You
smart
understand that?
people that build. There are very smart people that build
Oh,
facilities that do
smart
that
people.
specific thing. So
So
I'm not going to
you
assume
vocalize your
that
dumbness.
I'm not going to assume that when people build facilities to do a specific thing, that I'm going to assume that they're lying about it.
Oh, so you're under the impression that everyone is honest. Joke's on you.
Oh, so like I just said, right? There's a place in, I think it's in Germany, it's called Rami, right? That's literally what the facility was made for, was to measure Earth's rotation.
I mean, the joke is
Now,
on
am I
you.
gonna assume that they're lying about it?
Why would you believe anything from anyone? Are you dumb?
Hey, yo, do you believe a giant? Hey, yo, do you believe a giant mouse lives in a castle in Florida too?
Think about. Do you think it's reasonable? If you think it's reasonable to believe that when a facility is literally built to do something and it's not actually doing that,
What do you think the
is
pyramids were
that
built for?
reasonable?
Hold on. What do you think the pyramids were built for?
We're not talking. That's not,
Just answer
stop
the
trying
question.
to
It's real
avoid.
easy. Come on,
Stop
dude. Just do
trying
it.
to avoid
I'm going to rest my case real quick.
question.
Listen. I don't want to engage with him
You're
anymore. I
avoiding
want to
the
rest my
question. I get
case.
it. You're
Please just
avoiding
answer.
the
What
question.
were the pyramids made for? Go,
You're avoiding the
please.
question. I don't care. I'm not
Just answer
talking
the
about. I'm
question,
not
man.
talking about the pyramids.
How much are
You
grapes
lost.
in China?
Yeah, see, you're
We're
going to
not
lose the
talking
argument.
about
That's why. If
pyramids.
you
We're
answer the
talking about.
question, you've lost.
You know, first of all, I'm gonna post the link to exactly what I'm talking about. That way you can get an idea, and we're not both in the dark here.
Hey, yo,
Give
you
me
both, yo,
one
you've
I'll
still
never
not
look at it.
refuted the idea. Let me, yo, just for the record, you've still not refuted the idea that gas pressure is indicative of containment.
Yeah,
I
but
think
then
it
you have
is.
to prove that there's an actual container.
Yeah, I know, but you have to
I
prove
think
that
it, I think it
you
is.
have to prove that it's possible to have gas pressure without containers, because we have
With a
evidence
pressure
of that
gradient, yes.
and a pressure gradient. So go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
with a
pressure at
gradient,
sea
yes.
level versus the top of Mount Everest.
Right, but that's
So
in a
differential.
pressure
No,
tank.
no container. No container.
In an airport,
But you guys,
you can't
no,
prove there's no container.
You can't prove there is.
Yes, we can, because it would have to be a solid container.
No.
It would
Air
have to be
pressure
solid.
itself is indicative of containment. Prove
would have-
otherwise, and if you can't, hold
It
on.
would
If
have
you're just going to try to use the Earth as the example that you can have it, you don't have a
But
fucking
it is the
example.
thing. The Earth is the
What's
thing.
what's
The
containing
only
the pressure?
example you
What's
have is on the
containing the
macro, and you
pressure?
can't prove it.
What's containing the pressure under the wing of an airplane?
Oh my god. Probably fluid aerodynamical fucking power of.
Actually,
like,
no,
Good. You ain't got a fucking
hold
clue.
on.
'Cause
No,
there is nothing.
hold on.
I don't need
Actually,
to.
it isn't containing the
You
pressure
don't have a
because
clue.
the
You
pressure
said
is
you
making
an
the plane
example I
move.
gave
No, I
you.
don't have to have a clue. I'm not a fucking pilot, so it doesn't matter to me right
Well,
now.
I am.
Yeah, well, good for you. Fucking, you're still flying. You're still, I feel, regardless.
And you can't tell me
gas
where the air pressure under the
regardless
wing
of what
comes
you're going to
from
say,
because there's no container.
gas pressure is indicative of containment.
No, it is not.
I mean, you can say that, but prove it,
I just did.
You did prove it.
No, you didn't really.
I just did.
Yeah, because the turbines, where's the Earth turbines then? What do you what are you even talking about, dude? We have evidence that there's gas pressure, therefore that is indicative of containment. The only evidence you
it
guys
is
have
not.
outside of that.
You can keep saying that, but you're wrong.
No, I get it. You're gonna dissect it and talk about we can have pressure in a fuck. I get it, but it doesn't make
Where's
the
the air-
fucking Earth a globe.
What's
and it doesn't
containing the
make
air
it
pressure on the windward side
gravitational
of your
legit.
house, the wall of your house? When the wind's blowing, there's a constant air pressure greater than ambient pressure, static
I don't know,
pressure.
bro. If you don't get the argument, you don't get
Where
the
does that?
argument.
What's containing?
I'm not going to
that
limit
pressure?
myself to your intellectual abilities, dude. Right now.
Apparently, you can't answer.
Yabba dabba do, dude. I don't give a shit.
All right, so I went ahead and posted that thing for Mr. North here. Real-time measurements of Earth's spin and tilt. Unless you think they're just lying about it, that's what they do at this facility. They measure the Earth's rotation.
Oh, is that one that got that cool little looping image? They built a massive ring laser gyro. Three massive ring laser gyros. Sorry, I think it was.
Yeah, they're buried underground.
And it gets this funny. Well, they know the image in that article. The image that it produces is very cool. It's this like a spring that you've stretched out.
Hey, sorry to be a dick, Blue Marble. I mean, I do want to suss it out a little bit, but not right. Not like I don't know. I just don't think the dynamics of like a wing in air, like it's not a relevant point, and you're going to try to make it relevant and talk about how there's pressure, but there's no containment in a wing. You know, it's just like it's a moot point. I don't want to have that conversation. No disrespect to you, dude. I do appreciate your.
Part of it is that if there is some sort of container, then we should be able to detect the container. If it would have to, and then also it would have
The
to be.
detection is the fucking gas pressure, though. And if you, I'm not going to make. I mean, like, I get it if you don't understand that that's the argument. It's beyond your pay grade, maybe. I'm just trying to say that is the evidence of a pressure, like of a. If you can't just, I mean, you can. The only reason that you have the hubris to say no is because you're trying to match the stars to the globe.
Stop. Solid. It would have to be a solid container to pressurize to have gas pressure, right? We can't.
Yeah, maybe it's a solid container. You can't
using anything else. Can we use radar? Can we use radar to bounce off the container? No, we can't.
Well,
there's nothing to bounce
actually,
off.
I mean, there is lots of evidence that there is a container up there. It's just whether or not you're willing to accept it.
Okay, what is that? What name?
Dish
name
Network.
Two.
Dish Network.
Dish Network. What?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? So I can give you the evidence, and then you have to go and figure it out yourself. Because if you don't, you'll never get it.
So Dish Network. So walk me through this.
That's
Dish
it, man.
Network.
No, I just told you I'm not going to do it. You got to figure it out yourself.
Oh, you don't want to explain it to me because it's something that you might have heard from another fighter. You can't steelman it.
No, it's something that you can just observe.
Okay, so don't tell me the actual evidence then. Okay, so I can just throw it out.
Don't they shoot things off of the ionosphere? Like they shoot signals off of that, right?
Not everything bounces off the ionosphere, so that's not
right at the right angle. It does, right? At this particular angle, it does.
Yeah, at a lower frequency.
Okay, so like there's evidence there's a little bit of evidence that there may be something.
Gas pressure, man. The ionosphere is not a solid.
Well, you could say that, but like, you know, and you can whatever, you know, and Kim Jong-un created that haircut, right? But like my point is that that's what they really do. They shoot shit off of that ionosphere. You can say whatever you want after the fact, but that's what they do. They shoot a fucking thing, it goes off of something, and then fucking it goes down back to the earth. Now, that's kind of like evidence for that, along with gas pressure. Those are two particular points. If you're going to argue those points away, like the brother just said, that's fine.
I'm gonna go back.
No, what's fine is you just admitted it can be detected. So why don't you make firm detection of it, not just shoot shit off the ionosphere? Go ahead.
You shouldn't have to just bounce it off at an angle. It should bounce off everywhere.
Yeah,
all the time.
Like
at any angle.
Across all
the
over.
fact is that they shoot it off of something in the sky. That happens. If you want to argue about what angle it happens at, that's fine.
It would have
but
to
that's
be
what
at
they
any
do.
angle, anywhere, any angle. It should bounce off all the time. We should, and then also we should be able to. We should know because of that bouncing. We should know exactly how far away it is. We should know how high. At any
if you
point
know
on
anything
the Earth,
about Dish Network, right, you can figure out everything.
Yeah,
you mean the satellites? You mean the satellites in orbit?
Yeah, the Dish Networks, those little things they put on people's houses. That's right. If you go and look at those, you'll start figuring things out. But you have to look at them in a way where you're trying to actually figure something out.
Oh, so you mean the ones that are bouncing off of satellites that are orbiting the Earth?
Satellites.
Ones that are catching signals transmitted by a satellite.
Satellites.
Yeah, satellites.
Yeah. Okay.
Dish Network.
Whatever you want to say, right? So whatever you believe, that's what you're going to believe. So
I mean, you believe that somehow proves there's a dome. What the fuck?
Oh, I don't believe anything. I just look at evidence.
I think you just misinterpreted
Do you know what
No, I
evidence
think.
is?
Well, yo, aren't you just
Yes.
like poo-pooing? No, we've given you two clear examples that show that help, like our examples that make our case and that are real
No,
world.
that doesn't make a case at all because it just
Okay,
it raises
so
more
let me get this
questions.
right. You're just abandoning like what's crazy, and this is what sucks is that you're going to say
You're
no.
not going to abandon, you present
Hold on,
shit.
hold on. You're going to
Find me
abandon
a
these.
homework.
You didn't
No,
really
Get
you're
on
going to
with
make,
it.
and then you guys make like fruitless conversations about like some bogus claims you're going to make. Like right now, let me get this right.
Network,
Are you going to
period,
say?
man.
Hold on. So let me get this right. So let me see. Are you denying the fact that they bounce
Yes.
waves off of the ionosphere?
Nobody denies that.
Okay, so that's a proof for us. Now, are you
No, it's
denying?
not.
Hold on. Are you
Think about that
denying
for a
that there's
second.
gas pressure with that we can have containment and gas pressure? Are you denying that?
Issa, you're a troll.
No, I'm not
I
a troll.
think
We're putting
Yeah, you're
together
a
two
fucking
logical
troll. I love
points,
that troll.
and your only refutation is no. You're a troll.
Now, what's the air
no. You
pressure
have
up there?
Eat a dick.
What's the air pressure up there, Isa?
it's virtually
I don't know,
zero,
but the
isn't it?
fact that there's air pressure says that in the real
we
world, when I
know,
want
we
to
know.
when I want to have air pressure, I need containment. So that's the real world.
Yeah, but remember that there's a
To
pressure
remember
gradient.
that what? Nigga,
Why
what?
would there have to? Why would there be a pressure gradient? And what would
Why would they
happen
lie to us,
if
bro?
there's
Why would they lie to
if
us,
there's
dude?
some sort of container, right?
And the pressure just inside the container and just outside of the container are virtually the same. Why would you need a container?
How the fuck do you know the pressure gradients outside of the container if you've never like I'm just saying like you're just what if, dude?
Oh, you
What
think
if fucking
you think
what
at
if Mickey Mouse really does live in a castle in Florida, bro? I don't know, man.
So I made this list the other day, right, of things that the flat Earth has going for it, right? So you guys
Man,
have
what a waste of
Earth.
time. Holy shit. You made a list?
So check this out.
Are you
Not only
okay,
the list,
man?
but-
Are you okay?
So check this out, right?
You guys have the Earth looks flat, right? There's one. What else? What else?
Yep.
What else? You have going for you?
Win for us. Globe Earth debunked. Go ahead, what's next?
Okay. So one, you got the Earth looks flat. What else we got?
Gas pressure implies
Gas
containment.
pressure
Next.
without it, we need a container. What else?
Yep, the Earth is so big that we don't think boats are going over the curve over there.
Okay.
Three.
What else?
What else we got, guys?
Come on.
The globe
Everything
is
looks
gay.
like there's that. What do you call it? It seems like ever since the moon landing, they've literally had to put on things like motor oil. Do not drink this because the
That's not
population is
indicative of the
so
shape of the
fucking
Earth.
dumb. Well, no,
let's think
ever
of the
since the
shape of
moon
the Earth.
landing, the basic level of intelligence has deteriorated throughout
The
society.
moon landing
like,
has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth because
especially in America,
the moon landing
where they
could be
trick
fake,
most people.
and the Earth could still be a globe. So you can't use that.
No, I'm just saying, like, right, but I'm just saying that's what we're just observing. It's kind of comes from
All right,
the
so you guys
Nazis
have
might have won
Earth
World War II,
Earth
probably
looks
killed
flat. Hold
JFK.
on.
Donald Trump's going to
Earth-
defeat them. What do we want next? This is all
Okay, we got
fucking
Earth
flat
looks
Earth proof,
Earth looks flat. We can't feel it spin. What else? Oh, no, come on.
Gas
You gotta have
pressure
more than
implies
that.
containment. Gas pressure implies
Okay, that's
containment.
that 3.
Yep, shooting rays off the shooting X-rays off the ionosphere.
That's no, that doesn't work.
Or not X-rays, but shooting signals off the ionosphere.
That's gas pressure without container. We already have that.
No, I know, but that's part of that one too. We got a lot of arguments, really.
Okay, we got 3.
What is it? Laser tests over distances, right?
That's we see too. Okay, we see
That's
too
part of
far.
the flat. That's not we see too far. That's a whole other action. No, because how about this? Our other one is that boats aren't going over the curve of the Earth. It's actually refraction and effects of atmospheric conditions.
That's kind of we see too far.
I know, but there's a lot of arguments that make the case for each one of these cases. Unlike the globe,
It's more like we measure too far.
like because in the globe you have to string together a bunch of impossibilities that we
3.
don't directly experience in order to match the stars to the Earth.
Okay, so we got 3 so far. Come on, 3 main arguments. We see too far. Gas pressure. What was the other one? We can't feel the spin. What else?
Oh yeah, well, like the microcosm of like a cup of water. Like water doesn't appear to curve on a small scale.
No. That it looks flat. That's that one.
Well, there's a lot for that one, huh?
Are there any more?
I mean, it's just
No,
flat
that's
Earth.
it.
That
We
covers the
lost.
basis right there. Yeah, I think
All
that
right.
covers the basis.
So for the globe, we have southern hemisphere flights. We've got sunsets, right? We've got pictures of Earth from space. We've got objects obstructed over water, right? We've got geodetic surveys. We got the sun's movement in Antarctica, 24-hour sun. We got lunar and solar eclipses. We've got satellites. We've got seismology. We've got predictions that the globe makes that are usually 100%.
Yeah, you got
every single
dinosaurs
time.
too, right?
Well,
You got
hold on.
dinosaurs
We've
going
got
for you.
we've got buildings and infrastructure that take the curvature into account. We've got high altitude footage, right? That's without a
That's the
distorted lens.
bullshit. Taking the curvature
Without
into
hold on.
account. That's
Without a distorted lens.
bullshit. Got a lot
We
of made
got
up shit.
hurricanes and Coriolis effect, right? We've got distance between land masses in the southern hemisphere.
We got the null school map. Hold on. We got the null school map for the fucking weather dicks
equatorial
and stuff.
telescope mounts. We've got an equatorial telescope mounts that wouldn't work on flat Earth. We've got Earth shadow, which is the belt of Venus. I mean, I could go on.
So basically, you got a whole bunch of like just excuses.
Oh, those are excuses. Okay, let's take one. Let's take lunar and solar eclipses. Is it when we see the shadow of the Earth?
Dude, everybody
see how
knows.
you're right?
Everybody knows
Okay.
that's Rahu and Ketu, bro.
So your proposition is starting with when the things in the sky do stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the Earth?
Because we can use it. We can use a 3D.
Because that's an excuse. Because
we can use a 3D model to recreate that.
No, you can't.
Also, we can predict exactly where and when and when it's going to happen using that
guarantee
model.
you can't.
Of course we can.
Now you can't predict anything. You could go on the internet though, and someone can tell you what's going to happen, but you couldn't do it.
Yes, someone could tell me exactly. They could use a model.
Right. So you're a Nazi hearsay.
I don't have to do it myself. I can use a
Yeah,
model.
you don't have to because there's smarter people, right?
And I can verify.
I rest my
verify
case.
that. I can say, oh shit, using this model, it'll tell me exactly where, when, how long this phenomenon is going to happen based on this model.
What's her name?
It's called the Globe, and she's kind of hot.
But
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
You could use, for example, equatorial mounts or just observations of any sky
What?
object. And
Looking at the sky to talk about the ground? Come on, guys.
yes,
Seriously, are we
Yes.
still there?
like
yeah.
for example,
We're already back there. Shane and Alan are talking about how to do that all the time.
The fact that
How could you
someone
possibly
told you
look
that
to
you
the
couldn't do
sky?
it, and the
How-
fact
how
that
can you
someone
look to the
told you you
sky?
couldn't do it, and you believe them, it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, but how can you look to the sky
I can
and then figure
explain.
something out about the ground? That makes no sense.
I can explain.
I know.
can explain
I know.
why.
It sound,
I can
I know
explain
when
how.
when you heard some flat earthers say it, it sounded pretty convincing, right? How do
Yeah,
you
I can
prove
explain it,
prove the
right?
ground by
So
looking at the sky?
yeah, I can explain how. So if you have geometrical a geometrical foundation, and you treat the world as with geometrical rules, you can calculate angles between what you see, and depending on where your observation is and
Wait,
where
I thought you were
what
supposed to be
position
proving
they will
something
have,
to me.
and
You're
that
not.
is okay. So
listen,
do you have we use that for example, like laser pointers to determine a position, like in building stuff, like in construction, for example. And for example, when we are designing buildings, we are using just geometry and math for that, and that works every time.
I'm sorry, but
So
what does
I'm
that have to do with the
wondering-
sky?
It has to do with the sky because the sky is the same. We use the same set of rules. It's just larger distances.
So what is the
That's the
sky?
difference. It is there are objects up there that you can
There
look
are
at.
objects up there.
Yeah.
Did you just hear yourself?
Yes.
What would you call a luminary? Is a luminary not
I
an
asked
object?
you
Don't
what
contradict
the
yourself.
sky is, and you said there are objects up there.
This, yeah. That we look
Yeah,
at.
okay. Okay, so
you
you don't know what it is, right? But there are objects up there, and you can use what you're looking at up there to figure out what you're standing on.
Sounds like
right?
he's catching on. It sounds like he's listening to you. Yeah, he gets
it.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I'm very clear now.
Thankfully,
like for example, like for example, you can use if you're in let's say you are in a huge storage facility. If there is a point in the roof, you can know where you are inside that room based on where you see that object in the sky only.
Okay, now
Like
let's
the
just
object in the
clarify here.
roof,
Hold on.
right?
Now these objects that we see up in the sky, right, that you're telling us
Mm-hmm.
about, do you know what they are?
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them. How did you figure that out?
Well, and he's going away from the actual point. You don't need to know what it is to know where you are based on your angle to it. You don't need to know what it is. But you want to go there because you're running away from the topic, not because he's proving it wrong.
I know they are. I know they are physical objects. That's what.
So how do you know that they're physical objects? Did you touch them?
No, but they do.
They prove that you can use them to locate your position.
Hold on. So what we're getting at here is this guy's trying to say that you don't have to know what it is you're looking at in order to know how it's supposed to operate, right?
Correct.
How it can be used.
I can explain you why I will say that, because every single thing that emits light that we know of is physical. There's literally no magic fairy dust that emits light. Everything that you can touch, if there is something that emits light, it has some physical object as a source, or maybe there is something that is, for example, bending light. That would also be something physical doing that, right? So there is no object. Right.
Do you need to know what the thing in the sky is, though, to get an accurate angle to it? Like, you don't need to know what it's made of. You just need to know that it's there and it's predictable, and you can grab an angle to it. He wants to MacGuffin away and side skirt to that because you're crushing him right now.
Call it magic.
Don't let him do that.
I mean, it really would help to know what it is. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't know exactly how to measure it, because so like we know all lights have a source, right? But we also know that just because we see a light doesn't mean we're looking at the source.
Why would you say that?
Am I right? Am I right?
No, you're not right.
Okay, so you can. So hold on. So if you go and stand by a calm lake and you look at the stars in the lake, are you looking at the stars, or are you looking at a reflection of the stars in the lake? Which means that you're not actually looking at the light.
But you'd have to be retarded to not know the difference between a light.
First of all, you're looking at the lake. I would say that for sure, and the lake is real.
Yeah, so you're not actually looking at the source of the light, though, are you? But you're still seeing the light.
That doesn't make sense. You can't be not looking at the
reflections.
light.
That's why his answer was
no. You can't be not looking at the light. That doesn't make any sense.
Just because you can see a light doesn't mean you are seeing the source.
Yes, you're seeing the source, even if like all the.
Thank you. I'm right.
What's an apparent position all about? What's an apparent position all about?
Even if you look at, even if I have a light source in my roof, right? And when I look at the ground, I see the ground. Even though I know the source of the light is in the sky, I know where the ground is. I don't have to touch the ground to know it's there.
You're still proving my point.
No.
Yeah, you can see the light.
I mean, you're trying to say it's some special. You want to make a special pleading for that. You don't have any good
the
reason.
Light doesn't mean you're looking at the source.
Well, do you have any good reason to say that?
Look, I am right. That's it, man.
Yeah, but even if it's prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Sorry. Prove me wrong. Even if you look at, let's say you look at something that is a reflection of something else, that thing that reflects it, it's still real. Like when you look at a fucking car, that car isn't the source of the light. That's the sun. You still think this car is real, right?
Look, man, don't die on the hill.
No, answer me that, for fuck's sake. Don't you fucking hand wave that away.
He never said anything isn't real. Did you listen what he said? He said,
Yeah, you can't
just
trust
because
anything.
you
I
can
can't trust
see,
anything I see,
just because
basically.
you can see a light does not mean you are directly looking at the source. That is what he said,
Explain.
and that is true.
Explain. No. They're going to have to explain that.
Oh my, yeah.
Doesn't
No,
that
it's
also mean
obvious.
then that all these laser
But prove
tests
me
that
wrong.
have been
I
done
gave you a good explanation, right? When you look at the car, that's not the source of the light. You still believe that there's a car there when you look at it, right?
Look, man, it's over, man.
And
Yeah, the lady,
you're such a sneaky.
You're done.
No, the lady
Yeah.
liked what Bibi said about the light not being the source, so she repeated it.
He said, just because you can see a light does not mean you are directly looking at the source of that light. And he
No,
gave
he didn't
an
say that. He said,
example
look, man.
of looking in the lake and seeing the stars. You are still seeing the light, but you are not directly looking at the source.
You're
That
going to
is
have
what
to
he
explain
said.
that. You're going to have to explain
You
it.
haven't backed up. You haven't proven or said why that would be the case. You're just saying it possibly might be the fact that you aren't actually seeing the source for the special pleading I'm going to make in this argument. And then you go, hey, man, look, man, as he attempts to divert away from the fact that he just got cooked.
You're still
Well,
just
hold on
dying
though.
on the hill.
Hold on. What is an apparent
You're just
position of
dying
the
on the
sun?
hill and look, man. That's the argument. That's the counter answer. Great.
Well, hold
No,
on,
they're
real quick.
saying you have to provide a reason for an observation. So they are saying now you cannot make an observation and simply say, "Oh, I'm seeing a light, but it's not necessarily the source." That's where it ends. They are now saying I have to provide them with a reason for said observation. Otherwise,
So,
the observation is false. That's what they're saying.
Right. So even though there's certain wavelengths of the electromagnetic radiation that we can see, there's other sources that don't get reflected like the same way the ones that we see can. So we can detect the source of the ultraviolet rays and the infrared rays, and that's how we can detect the source because those don't get reflected the same way. There you go.
Yeah. And also, I just want to emphasize his answer was look, man, when I asked him why you treat the car as a real object.
Yeah, a lot of
But
come
he
on,
never said
look, man.
anything
Hey, we all
about
know.
anything
Come
not
on.
being real.
Hey, man. Look, man.
He
Come
didn't
on,
say
man.
anything about
Seriously,
something
man?
not being real. So I'm not sure. I don't understand why you would argue that he said the car isn't real because he never said anything like that.
Well, I want to
What
ask
it
him why
sounded
he
like.
treated it as real, right? It did
I
imply
actually
it.
didn't
You
hear
can't
anything
trust
about
it.
some kind of car argument or whatever the fuck you're talking about.
I
Because
made
I'm only
it to
talking
you
about the
fucking 3
stars.
times. You said look, man, every time.
I wasn't listening to you.
That's exactly the point. Every time he was trying to show you an analogy and explain his reasoning, you went off into fairy tale land and didn't give him the goddamn courtesy to try and steelman his position because you don't have a good one of your own.
I'm not even sure what you're talking about. I mean, I just
When
said
you look at the
truth.
car,
That's it. Yeah, you guys are trying to argue whatever.
and that car isn't the source of the light, you still think the car is real, right?
Again, I'm not listening to you with this little whatever you're talking about. I don't really care.
It don't make no sense now. Try not to make any
Dishonesty.
sense about it. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Now you guys are trying to go
You're
somewhere
a
that I'm
waste of
not.
breath, man.
Yes, the crux of your argument style, the second we get taken away from the script, you don't want to have anything to do with it.
Oh, I'm not arguing. That's your problem.
No, I know you're not arguing, and it's not a problem.
No,
for
you
me.
don't,
I can-
because you
I
just
can
said I was.
I can obviously see what you're doing, and it's
Keep
not
up,
arguing;
man.
it's reading
You
from
are
a script.
slow.
Can
Is
you
this
define
your
what
best?
a glare is on an object? When you can see a glare on an object, can you define what that means?
Well, I think this killed it.
What about like dark? Like, isn't like the evidence for dark
Like
polarity
right now,
a lensing
right
effect?
now I'm sitting in traffic. Right now I'm sitting in traffic. There's a school bus in front of me. I can see the yellow school bus because the school bus is reflecting the yellow light from the white spectrum that the sun is producing. but I can also see a glare. I can also see a glare on the school bus. What's the glare?
No, you're wrong about the fucking.
Magic.
First off, your premise is wrong about you seeing the light. It's actually rejecting the yellow light.
What's the glare?
Which makes it appear to you. Hold on. Which makes it appear to you. This is just what they say, right? It's
Yeah, that's exactly
rejecting.
what I said.
It's rejecting the. It's rejecting the yellow light. So you said it was emitting the yellow light.
Yeah, I said it's not. I said it's reflecting the yellow light.
Well, it's not. I guess reflecting. Would that really?
Yes.
That might be the wrong word. Yeah, that might be the wrong word, but I don't really care. You know what I mean.
I'm just trying to be pedantic and a dick.
The point of it is, what's the glare?
I'm not sure what you guys are talking about.
Like the white light, you mean? Like the white light of glare, you mean?
What's the glare?
That's an interesting question. Like, as far as like, you mean like in the canceling out of light and shit like that?
Like overexposed, kind of.
Yeah, I guess
Is it
that
the internal refractive layer of the body that it's in?
Is it it's like you know about what is it when you take like 3 polar lenses or whatever, like one polar lens the polarized lens you can see through, 2 polarized lenses you can't see through, but then 3 polarized lenses you can see through again.
Yeah, I love that too because it shows how like the waveform of light is more than just a particle or
Isn't it
whatever.
cool? That's so fucking cool. That shit is so cool. Like it's like the light still gets through, or like even when there's 2 lenses or something. I guess I don't even know I don't know what to make of it. It's so cool.
I think it's because isn't light polarized or like a sunlight, true sunlight? I can't remember if it was like non-polarized or it is polarized. But I remember watching a fascinating thing where they were going through artificial light, sunlight, and polarized lenses.
I thought the glare was like basically the direct reflection of the source.
And it could be, and it kind of it's reminiscent of this idea to me that like whatever it was reflecting something, and then it goes to maybe another medium and like becomes the source again. You know what I mean? Like it kind of like the way that it just for some reason it just reminds me of that polarized lens kind of thing, where like it goes back to its source. You know what I mean? Like the glare, or maybe it's just like you said, the overexposure to our eyeball.
Because it appears it keeps appearing on the same exact spot on the vehicle in front of me, except when the shadow's there. Now when the shadow's there, there's no glare. When the shadow's gone, oh, there's the glare again.
Yeah, but that's just angles. But I don't understand that. I mean, it's a cool aspect of life, but I don't understand.
Because the glare has to do with the direct source of the light, not the.
Right. Well, but here's the other problem with that, and this is what's weird about the globe, dude. Is it's like you're looking at the sun, but the sun's really 8 minutes ahead of where you're seeing it at.
That's not what's claimed.
It's not what's claimed. What's the? Well, I mean, isn't there a distinction between position and apparent position? Just in the model, right? Which I mean, we don't really have
nothing to do with the position.
No. I get it. Like
the 8 minutes has nothing to do with the position.
You guys confuse yourself when you think about things like that about the model.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's got nothing to do with celestial navigation, let's say. But I'm just trying to say, like, this is some of the necessities of the globe is that it takes 8 minutes to get here.
No, incorrect. Has nothing to do with it. Let me explain why. The 8 minutes is how long the light takes to come from the sun to get to the earth. The direction that light came from, the light that takes that path is not changing its path based on that 8 minutes. So the direction we look to see the sun really is the direction where the sun is, but the light that hit us took 8 minutes to get here. The position and the 8 minutes have nothing to do with each other. They're not connected.
Right, but if you were to draw a line,
when you think about that,
if you were to draw a straight line to where the sun was when the light got to your eye, you know what I mean? Like versus where the sun is as you're experiencing the sun, they're two different locations, right?
No. Okay, let me explain it again. You missed it. Here we go.
In your model,
The
no.
light that reached us took 8
There's
minutes
no
to get
point.
to
We
us.
get it.
However, the direction the light took in order to get to us is not changed by the fact that it took 8 minutes to get here. So the position and the 8 minutes are not connected to each other. They have nothing to do with each other.
But I'm right in the sense that the light that's hitting my eye, right, that was sent off 8 minutes ago, and seeing as I'm 8 minutes away from where I was because I'm rotating, right, and flying through the galaxy, right, I'm not in the same position, and neither is the sun in the same position relative to me as it was when the original source of light that I'm seeing right now gets to my eye. Right?
Yeah, but how
The
far
rotating of the Earth is not the rotating of the Earth has nothing to do with 8 minutes either. It's wrong. You're just wrong.
No. You're only necessitating 8 minutes because of your proposed distance and what you know the speed of light to be, right?
Measured.
Yeah. So all you have is that. You don't know whether or not it's actually right where the fuck I see it. You just, the globe wants to pull me out. Hold on, let me finish this out. Because my point is that this pedantic and pathetic argument, right, will never convince me to come out of what I experienced.
Nothing will convince you.
Not when the sun is right there, and then you're going to double back on your own fucking argument and then try to make me sound stupid because I'm just remarking at the idea in your model that the sun's not where the light that I'm seeing from the sun is not where the sun is relevant to me. And if you're going to deny that, then you're just fucking retarded.
You refuse to understand.
Okay, well, because here's the problem. You think it's wrong for me to say the thing that I said. However, that's just your view of the globe model that you're. That's your view of the globe. That is your view of. That is your. Oh my God,
bro.
Dude, that is your view of.
Oh my God!
That is it. Okay, we'll just keep making noise. I guess we'll just do this childlike bullshit.
It's burning out.
Jesus.
It's burning out.
My point is that you're arguing against the point I didn't make.
We'll just interrupt whenever the hell we feel like it. We'll just keep interrupting. That's how it works. That's what we're gonna do here. Is we're just gonna fucking interrupt whenever the fuck somebody's responding. Jesus. Let's try this again. It is your view of the motherfucker. It is your view of the globe model that it's the position and the 8 minutes have something to do with each other. I've explained why that's not true using the actual globe model. So the disconnect here is you don't know the globe model. That's where the problem is.
No, you're just answering a question I didn't ask and then making an argument about it. That's all.
If I may say.
No, I'm explaining why you've got it wrong.
If I may say. The almanac, what we use for celestial navigation, didn't say it is the position of the sun. It said it is the apparent position of the sun. We didn't take into account. We didn't take into account the distance of the sun and the time for the light travel. We take into account how it appears to our eyes.
Yeah, when using a celestial ephemeris, it's called the apparent ephemeris. That's because it's not a fundamental ephemeris. It's as they appear on the surface of the Earth to the observer. Because Jupiter and Saturn and the stars and the sun are all at different distances, and we have the rotation of the Earth, and we have the orbit of the Earth. So it's the apparent position, which is exactly what you want to use for celestial navigation, for geodetic azimuth, geodetic latitude, all that stuff. So there is two different ephemerides. And everybody uses the apparent.
Right, but
unless you're into some sort of deep astrophysics.
You can't say apparent to flat earthers because to them apparent means not actually theirs. It means
you're literally just
Unfortunately, that's the description at the top of the document. So I
was trying to explain that that's your position. Yeah, that's your position. Is that we're in different locations.
You said apparent. That means it's not actually there. It means
no. What we're saying, and this is where I was trying. Yo, dude, we were trying to go through the nitpick, and all I was trying to confirm, and I'm right, is that the fucking and you're right. I even touched on this. The celestial navigation we use apparent. It's irrelevant. But the point is that in your model, it necessitates that the sun has moved 8 minutes to a different position than the fucking sunlight that I'm perceiving in my
How far
eye.
off do you
If
think
you're
that
going
is?
to hold on, dude, if you're going to be nitpicky about it,
How
right?
far off
Then
do you
that's
think that is,
retarded
though?
as fuck. Because this is
How
part of
far
your
off do you
model.
think that is?
Yeah,
In order to
yeah,
add,
How much different? Wait, can I ask a
he
question?
can't hear you asking
How much?
questions if you're talking all over him. Y'all need to go one at a time.
So how far off do you think in 8 minutes the sun is?
0.
Well, in the actual globe model, 0, but in his mind,
Well, 8 minutes, that's a half a degree of, 15 degrees per hour. Yeah, it's like 4 minutes, 4 or
2. It'd be 2.
So not,
yeah, 2
so
degrees.
not that far. So even if you want to make this argument, this still doesn't do anything.
No, the 15 degrees
And
doesn't work for you, Isa, because that's the light would still. You're assuming that the light that you're standing on, like the 8 minutes, is no. It's already been projected. So like when the Earth rotates, the light you're seeing traveled from 8 minutes ago, but that's not the same light ray. So like the rotation of the Earth doesn't help you.
it's simpler than that. The confusion is that he thinks the sun is what's moving around the Earth, and
Well,
that would cause the discrepancy in 8 minutes. However, that's not the globe model. He's got it wrong. He doesn't know what the globe model.
I'm not pigeonholing it anything. I'm trying to understand that. So now you're saying that the sun is not in a different position than when I'm experiencing it.
So I get what
The
you're saying.
sun
Like,
is not the sun is not rotating around the Earth. If the sun was rotating around the Earth, then the 8-minute discrepancy that you mentioned would apply. However, the Earth is rotating. That means that the position of the sun is the same. The light emitting from that sun reached us 8 minutes later, but the position we see it in from our perspective has nothing to do with that 8 minutes.
I posted a document.
I can maybe try to explain this to you, Isa. So like imagine.
No. There's no reason to explain. You guys don't even understand the
I posted a document.
You're so fucking daft. You're so daft. You don't even understand.
Everyone else is the problem. Everyone else except you is the problem.
No, just you guys.
Yes,
It's
everyone
only
on Earth is the problem, not the
you're so
flat earther.
retarded. You think you're overthinking
Again,
something.
Asa, you shut him down, Asa.
They're already assuming globe.
Real, like as simple as possible. Imagine the sun was shooting 1,000,000 arrows out like instantaneously, right? And the Earth is rotating in where all those arrows are falling.
I'm so sick of you guys. I'm so stupid.
The fact that the arrows would take 8 minutes to reach the target while you're rotating, that one arrow that will hit you at the end of the 8 minutes was all fired at the same time. Do you understand that? So the rotation doesn't help you.
I posted a document specifically addressing the apparent position in celestial ephemerides.
Do you understand?
Yeah, the sun is the pivot point. It doesn't move.
Well, I mean,
yeah, the globe model is so thoroughly understood that we have precisions at hair-splitting accuracies when dealing with the apparent position of celestial bodies by the proper ephemeris.
Do you understand my analogy with the arrows, Isa?
he's not gonna get it. He's gonna just it's
I
not good enough for him.
So
you do understand. I understand what you're proposing. I just again, it's like, when did we, I don't know, man.
So like the million arrows
so let me get it right. Let me just get
every single
let me get it right.
time. So the
let me get it right. Hold on.
doesn't matter.
Oh my God, hold on. So like, listen. If I take, hold on. Excuse me one second. If I could take a sextant and get an angular position on the sun, right, and take a, and get a where it's at in the sky, and at what direction heading and all the rest of it, and 8 minutes later I come back and take a measurement of the sun, right? Its apparent position is going to be different, right?
Well, if you have two observations.
So based on that, so now let's just work with me, dude. Try to fucking pull your head outside of the circle. Is the idea that, like, if I take a fucking shot of if I'm looking at the sun, allegedly only because of the distance and the speed of light that you guys have figured out, right? That mankind figured out, not you guys, because you're fucking retarded. But the point is that mankind figured out the
still
speed
didn't
of
get
light. And fucking no, I do get it. But the point is that I don't understand. So I wanted to just tell me if I'm wrong, or maybe I'm wrong. But like, if
Right,
it seems like
the reason why you're
let me
wrong.
just work it through. No, because you got to let me. Because like I don't know if you guys got what I'm saying. Is the and maybe you do, Doofus. I'm just saying like if I can do that with a sextant, and I'm led to believe that it took 8 minutes for the fucking light that I'm perceiving to get here, it's reasonable. I know that it's just a starburst in 360 directions, and we're constantly experiencing the light. Blah, blah, blah. But the light that is actually in my eye at this moment is light that came from a sun that was 8 minutes behind where it initially was. And that 8 minutes is calculable if I do apparent position measurements. So it's reasonable to believe, and all I'm saying is that, right?
You just
Is that if
broke
I'm
up.
the light I'm experiencing, sorry, I
You
might
just
break
dropped out.
am I in and out? That
Nah,
sucks.
I heard it. It's
Is it
fine.
me?
The reason why that's
Am I
wrong.
wrong?
Yeah, the reason why that's wrong is because the apparent motion of the sun is not caused by the actual motion of the sun. If the sun was orbiting the Earth, then your position would be correct that the 8 minutes would make a difference. However, the reason why the sun changes apparent position from your perspective is the Earth is rotating. The 8 minutes and the Earth rotating have nothing to do with each other. So the position that you see the sun in from your perspective and the 8 minutes have nothing to do with each other.
I think you're wrong. That's bullshit.
Okay. Great explanation.
Yeah, it is. Because like I mean, obviously you don't I mean the sun is in a different position than the apparent position. And I don't need to necessarily calculate or know anything about what what you think the real position is 8 minutes away or anything like that. Like it's irrelevant to you and in your model, and it's
Right, 'cause you got it
irrelevant to
wrong.
me in my model. But you guys think you understand it based on some of these calculations. And all I'm saying is that you're looking at a light in the sky. We can't necessarily confirm or deny it without a third party source. And that's like, and that's all it is. But
Well, I got a
all
way
I'm
we
trying
confirm
to
it though.
and you guys walk away from this obvious fucking reality of what I just said of what the sun is in your model and where it is in your model. You want to now poo-poo that idea because the difference of the light between my
I
eyes
explained
and
why it's
my
wrong.
eyes,
When you
and
say
it's
a
not good.
third
Yeah,
Yeah, so I
because
can
it's not good enough.
I can give you
Like I said
confirmation how you
initially.
can find out the sun is that far away though. I can easily give you some confirmation for that. You can use the moon to
Also,
do it.
when you say a third party source, I'm just saying, isn't every single different viewer a different party source?
Sorry, man, I'm peeling eggs. What do you call it? No, I mean, like if you have to rely on like satellites and shit like that, that would be a third party source.
No,
Not
I'm talking
necessarily.
about me in New York, someone else in Florida, someone else in California, all looking at the sun, all looking at the same time.
At 55 minutes after, I did post a document specifically addressing exactly what you just said.
He is not as far into the apparent ephemerides versus actual. He's not that part. If you want to use that, I mean, the difference in position of the sun would be by the Earth's orbit, which would be in 8 minutes a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of a degree. So while that is cool to acknowledge, he's is not on that argument. He's on the rotation of the Earth fucking up his observation. He doesn't know what's going on.
No, no.
Well,
Not at all.
that's included in the ephemeris. The positions as they appear, the GP as they appear on Earth at that time quoted in universal time. Yeah,
just
fully
don't
compensated for
travel more than
all
100
motions.
miles.
And then also 3 hours later, if you want. Like,
don't travel more than 100 miles. You're all right.
I use the apparent position of the sun, and I get arc seconds of variation in geodetic azimuth all the time.
Assuming you're on a globe.
Knowing the
making
reality, knowing the reality of Earth, yes, the Earth is a planet that rotates and orbits. Yes, we do know that. You can play some sort of pagan, caveman, that doesn't know anything as opposed to the intellect of humanity.
Wow.
Yeah, at the point that we measure the Earth to have curvature, we're not assuming it anymore because we've measured.
And we do have satellites that orbit, including polar orbiting satellites.
Yeah, but do you have freestanding Coriolis insurance?
You could try that again without Putin.
I was saying, are you guys interested in getting some Coriolis insurance?
It's called hurricane insurance. You should get it.
Just $90 a month. You guys, I'll sign you guys up. It's East-West protection. I mean, how serious are you about Coriolis insurance? You know?
Ooh, I can answer that one. So, when I was in the military and I was shooting out direction of fire commands to the batteries, right? When I was telling them where to put the guns and what angles to put them at, the rotation of the Earth was a necessary part of the calculation.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the USS
a shill or something.
The USS New Jersey is available for tours, and that's a World War II destroyer. And they go into the fire control room. They said, "Over here is our computer for Coriolis and curvature of the Earth, firing solutions for the 20-mile, large bore artillery." Yeah, so that computer exists. You can actually touch it, and it's specifically for Coriolis incorporation into firing solutions.
What, a Coriolis computer?
Yeah.
No way.
Exactly.
Yes, Coriolis is considered in those long range shots. You do need to consider Coriolis.
How come it's not called a Coriolis meter? Meter. Coriolis meter.
Because it computes the firing solution. It's a computer.
Okay. Just check.
Coriolis meter.
Actually described and labeled as that. Yeah. Isn't that funny?
No. It's
That
amazing.
is kind of funny.
What make was that computer, Mr. Olas?
Never mind the idea that you still need to account for the Earth rotation while you're making these long range shots. Just ignore it.
Oh yeah, that as well.
When the projectile has a hang time of a minute, yeah, it matters.
Actually, out of curiosity, what's the units for it?
What happens with that railgun then? Does that go out the window with the railgun?
No, the railgun is still ballistic.
Yes. So, does that allow for curvature?
Yeah, it's still ballistic. It's just very fast. So Coriolis is a smaller input, but it's still ballistic.
I thought Coriolis had the same effect as like a sideward wind. There wasn't much difference between that and a side wind.
Well, airplanes with control surfaces, yeah, but not ballistics.
Okay.
Now I've often wondered, you get a degree correction for Coriolis in those ballistic charts. I wonder what, and how much wind produces that same amount of degree.
Well, I don't know when you're firing at 20 some miles and you're going to have a high arc. I don't know that there's much information can be input about the wind. I mean, the wind at your firing location may be, insignificant compared to the total trajectory. I don't know.
Who designed these charts then?
It's probably a pretty small number.
It must be like an amazing person who designed or invented this chart to chart Coriolis, no?
Well, we had hundreds of years of working on it.
Oh, it don't just get accredited to one person, no.
And here's a clip. Here's a clip of the USS New Jersey and the docent tour operator, narrator, describing over here is where we get Coriolis and curvature in our firing solutions.
Who is it?
The USS New Jersey, the United States Navy.
What, a boat can actually talk?
No, I said there was a tourist, a tour narrator, guide,
Oh,
a tour guide.
A tour guide. So, like, we've now got to heed to his authority, a tour guide.
Yeah, you do. Because he's touching the computer that was used in war. It's still there. You can see it, touch it, and he'll describe it for you.
Are you fucking serious? Are you
Like a
fucking
fucking
honestly
heart attack.
serious? A fucking tour guide. It's like me going saying, go down to the fucking Tower of London. There's a tour guide there, and whatever he says is fucking gospel.
Okay, when he's touching the computer, labeled Coriolis and curvature correction.
Oh, it's labelled. There you go. I believe you. Now I believe you. It's got a label on it.
Yeah, is there an image for that device? Is there a picture?
Fucking clowns, honestly.
I posted a video. You can knock yourselves out. You can pretend this shit doesn't exist. It's okay.
Maybe.
What's the
if the tour
Coriolis
guide is in
machine?
charge, I don't believe
Well,
any.
no, what's it called? What's the machine that is you're referring to that measures the Coriolis?
The OLIS.
The firing control solution computer. So you could think U.S. Navy puts a big ass fucking computer in a battleship. You could think they do that just to continue the lie.
I don't remember seeing anything with like, oh, don't forget to put the Coriolis in, otherwise we'll miss.
Then you've never looked at big naval guns, have you?
Oh, NASA, you've got such a big gun.
Yeah, that's right. You should need to look at the big naval firing.
All the boys know that.
They do, actually. Anyone who's not
Right. You see, Schlitzy knows he has nothing. That's why he had to
Oh,
go
this is
all
Shitsky?
feminine.
This is Shitsky here? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I thought
You
it was
are
a moron.
scared of the feminine thing. Shoe Bill. Every time I mention it, you go, stop it.
We're going to rename Schlitzy to Twinkle Toes.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the Earth rotation, and we should feel it. It was a little bit too busy to get in, but if you stand in your backyard at night and watch the rate that the stars move across the sky, that's how fast Earth is turning. And surely you can't imagine that you would feel that, right?
I'm like, I can't imagine people think they're spinning whenever I do that. I can't imagine people think they're fucking spinning. How fucking dumb you got. I'm like left lane. I consider myself like, how fucking retarded you got to be to think you'd be spinning right here?
That's over.
It's not thinking. It's not thinking you're spinning. You just realize it that it's moving very, very slow. Compared to the big scheme of things. It's not something you'd feel.
Well, why is it that instruments can measure it?
Why don't you just use the sun? Why are you going out and looking at the stars? You're saying the same thing for the sun, bro.
Yeah, same thing. All the celestial bodies, sun, moon, stars.
And then you're like, look, it's
rate
rising and it's setting. You're attributing movement to it. So anyone in their right mind already looks at it and goes, yeah, that thing is moving.
Yeah, the rate at which it moves across the sky, and everything's considered.
We say the sun is setting. Yeah, we say the sun is setting. We say the sun is moving across the sky. Yeah, we put it in Earth-centric description. That doesn't change the fact.
Yeah, because it's our right mind.
What's so interesting is we use the same and this is why I'm always gonna be I'm always gonna love Left Lane. I'm always gonna love you motherfuckers. It's like, who am I to say what the fuck if the Earth's spinning or if the sun is moving based off of what I perceive? Like relativity could be legit. Like maybe because I was born on a rock and was I could never know the difference difference of the spin, and therefore I'd never detect. Like, that's a possibility. But the point is, it's like, it isn't necessarily 100% true in light of the alternative explanations. That's all that it is. And we think, and I'll just caveat it with this real quick, is that I sit down with the same set of information that you sit down, and I think you guys are retarded for your interpretation of that. And then you guys sit down with the same set of information and think I'm retarded for that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay.
Like, are any of you old enough to remember Halley's Comet?
We're all retarded.
It's Halley's Comet.
I remember-
Find us in the fucking galaxy fucking every couple of years.
I remember Bill Haley.
Was it like Haley Bop or something like that? Like, do none of you guys remember the comment or have parents
I
ever
remember it. I remember it.
about
Oh, yeah. For sure. We all know.
Bill Haley in the comments.
So like, was that rotating at the same thing as all those other objects, or shooting stars, or meteorites, or any of that other stuff?
No, it was moving, just like all the other stuff we see.
But it's not like just all the other stuff. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. It was moving at a different rate. Oh my goodness, that's not a problem.
And just because you can predict it's coming again doesn't mean that you're fucking on a globe flying through space.
So does that mean like there's layers to the firmament that like have different objects moving like at different things? Like,
That's your incredulity. That's your incredulity. You're saying, why are some stars moving at different speeds than other stars? Does that have to do with layers in the firmament? Why did you make that jump? Maybe it's just that some stars are moving faster than other stars. Wow, simple, huh?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if they're stuck in a firmament, that would mean that the firmament has different layers moving at different speeds. That's
Why are you jumping to that?
Like,
What are you accepting the Bible as truth all of a sudden?
Explain it to me.
I don't have an explanation. I already gave you the explanation, right? Some things in the sky move at one rate, some things move at another rate. I mean, when it comes down to it, is Bernard's star moving at the same rate as all the other stars?
Yeah, pretty much.
It is? And why is it deviating every year into a different position?
I said pretty much.
Okay, so then you have a problem here. You have some stars moving at a different rate. Is the Earth turning at a different rate for you or something?
All the stars are moving at a different rate. Every single one of them.
Okay. There you go. You just answered your question for Halley's Comet then.
And we rely upon mankind's like ability to create like the predictions. Like, it's a wonderful system. Our thing is, we're just saying like, hey, there's like, the problem with the globe is that you have to stitch together some pretty ridiculous ideas throughout the whole thing, just because you have to necessitate the stars mapping to the Earth, which is a good prediction. It's just, in contradiction to that logical position, you have a bunch of weird exceptions that one has to agree with in order for it to work. You know. And I think flat earthers should embrace more of like the celestial sphere and what the globe has done for like as a model. But I think also the ballers should step out of their fucking, out of their headspace and look at what flat earth is saying about the contradictions on the small scale. Because I think philosophy and cosmology, never mind the fact that ever since the moon landing, we've, like, our ancestors debated about this incessantly, probably for millennia, and then ever since 19 whatever, people are like, yeah, it's a globe, or and we need to tell people not to drink motor oil. Like, I just think like it's like weird, man. Like, this conversation is a healthy part of mankind, and anyone who's going to say that they know, it just sucks. It's all political because they tried to land on the moon. Said they landed on the moon. Now it's like it's a political fucking thing. It's fucking weird. And cosmology directly affects philosophy. So, like, you've got an atheistic culture that believing in God is like Neanderthalic. It's a joke. Like, everything's a joke. You're like a bunch of monkeys floating through space. There's no other logical alternative. There is no justice, no anything, just fucking floating through. It's like that's the logical conclusion of the model.
which is a good secular model, but there's richer shit out there. You know, the globe is limiting, man.
The globe leads to just self-preservation, right? So people are just all about preserving their own lives, and out of desperation, they'll do wild things like
Well,
maybe
yeah,
eat a
but hold
person,
on.
you know. So, but
In return, like, you know, to the Glober's argument, it's like, you know, flat Earth could be also be like a very self-centric. Like, I don't believe anything outside of my own reality. China doesn't exist unless I haven't been there. You know what I mean? Like, there's all that kind of shit that people do. These are just ideas that stand alone.
yeah. I think what
You
I
know,
was going on with the
you're right, though. I
philosophy
agree.
and
Oh, I
cosmology
agree, dude.
being linked, you know, because atheism does lead to like a self-preservation, while Christianity is saying let sacrifice the self. You know what I mean, for the others. You know, so that's a big difference in the two philosophies right there.
I think it kind of gets back to that whole democracy versus republic, creditor versus debtor. I just think it's so interesting how like it's, you know, flat Earth versus globe. It's just like there's all these dichotomies everywhere. It's fucking wild.
That's a false dichotomy. Flat Earth versus globe.
Right, but think of how like fortunate we are to have it, even in the sense of we get to like sharpen our intellectual abilities. You know, it's all exercises and discernment and shit.
Like
And science.
measured versus not measured, or accurate versus doesn't exist, or dependable versus wacky.
Unfortunately, you guys will claim that you don't have 100% confidence in anything, except when we talk about the reality underneath our feet. So the biggest thing in reality, right, the thing under our feet, that the reality that you guys don't know anything about, you know 100% about it.
Well, fortunately for you, whenever you travel on a plane, the pilot is smart enough to use a globe map to get where he goes.
I don't think it uses a map. It's just punch in the coordinates automatic.
Yeah, we don't deny the celestial sphere, dude.
Yeah, you do. Watch. Do latitude and longitude coordinates give you ground coordinates or sky coordinates?
There's sky positions that are translated to the ground.
So what's the sky position of 45 degrees east and 45 degrees north? What's the sky position of that?
You could look it up in an almanac and it'll tell you 45 degrees latitude. 45 degrees latitude would mean, hold on, 45 degrees, dude, you're going to let me go or what? 45 degrees latitude, when you look at the North Star, Polaris, it would be a 45-degree declination angle. So you could take it from plumb, you could take it from horizontal, whatever, it doesn't matter because it's 45, right? So that one's easy. And then longitude, you need the whole equation of time.
What are you talking about? You said I can go to an almanac and it'll give
You
me
don't
a
know about that?
position.
Hold on, man. Do you understand why the time is relevant, bro?
Yeah, because the Earth's rotating.
And yeah, I guess that'll work. But you know, it's in flux. Like, you know, the idea that the things are moving. Like, do you know what right ascension is?
All right, since you stepped up to the plate, do latitude and longitude give you specific ground coordinates?
Hold on. Do you know what right ascension is?
Do you know if latitude and longitude give you specific ground coordinates or sky coordinates?
I mean, same answer as the gentleman that answered that question already, dude.
Sky coordinates? Okay, so what sky position does 45 degrees north and 45 degrees east get you? What sky position?
Well, like you just said, we'd have to look up the right ascension for the 45 degrees east-west thing, right?
No,
So I guess 45 degrees.
Have you never played
So
bingo,
45
bro?
degrees would be. Oh no! Forgive me. So 45 degrees would be a right ascension. Then that's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying
so 45 degrees. Hold on. 45 degrees.
What
From,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
is what I'm saying is I don't need to know what time it is to know where 45 degrees east is and 45 degrees north is. For whatever reason, you guys are saying that you need to know what time it is to know a sky position, which is
If
weird.
you didn't have it mapped out already, yeah, you would. So you're
What is
just begging the
McGurr?
question.
No.
You're like, I'll just
What
go to
is my
Google Earth and show you where that is. We're talking about if
Oh,
you don't have Google Earth, bro.
Are you telling me that latitude and longitude give you specific ground positions on Earth?
Correct. Yeah, they do, and they're
Oh, thank
correlated
you.
to
Thank
positions in the
you.
sky. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the globe.
what if I'm sitting still and the sky's moving? How does that work?
It'd be like the same as you saying you're rotating and the sky is sitting still.
Yeah, except that
It
then
doesn't compute.
except that
It
then the
does compute. It's literally the same thing you just said. You just
incorrect.
said,
because-
what if I'm sitting still and the sky is moving? And I said, what if you're moving and the sky is sitting still? You would do the same exact
Incorrect
thing.
because the
Incorrect
because the focal pendulum and the gyroscopes wouldn't work then. But okay.
No,
Now-
yeah,
now
but
that we
no,
got-
that means the sky has nothing to do with where I'm at on the surface of the Earth.
Now that we got you to admit that latitude and longitude give you specific ground positions, let's look at these dependable maps that we travel with. Do latitude and longitude lines converge at the poles? I mean, do longitude lines converge at the poles?
Yep.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Yeah, that's how they mapped it.
Right. Okay. So now if we have an object that has longitude lines and latitude lines that converge at two poles, what shape?
Latitude lines don't converge at any poles. I don't know what you're talking about. Those are
yes, they do.
eccentric.
Yes, they do.
I don't know. You could fit that on a lot of shapes. You could fit that on a dodecahedron. You could fit it on like a American football shape. You could fit that on a lot of different shapes.
Which are all not
Oh
flat, by
yeah,
the way.
you're absolutely right. We could fit that on a lot of different shapes, and would those shapes like necessitate certain distances between the degrees of those longitude depending on the latitude you're at?
I don't know, man. I never tested it. Have you? You tested 89 and 90 and got 60 miles. Do you know where the nautical mile was derived off of? Did you listen to Proto Thad last time when he was here and gave his whole depiction that the nautical mile was decided based off the degree of angle change?
Yep.
Also, too, isn't there? There's a difference between like the right ascension's 0 degree mark and its relationship to the Earth, right? Throughout the year, from our perspective, right? Like let's say like from our perspective, like that the right ascension, all of that remains the same, but pursuant to us during any time of year, that changes throughout the year, right?
Yeah, and considering the fact that anywhere we go in the universe, it would look like the center. So we could technically just take that coordinate system and place it over Mars as well, and it would work just fine, right?
Yep.
And there'd be certain distances between the longitude lines depending on the latitude you're at.
So now let me ask you this: is Mars the same size as Earth?
No, it's not. Which is why you would have.
So then, how does so you just claim the coordinate system would work on it? So how does that go?
Because you would have different distances at between longitude lines at different latitudes.
How do you know that?
Because that's just the way geometry works.
Yeah, because it's math, which you don't understand. But
So what would 1 degree equal on Mars?
I don't know. I could figure it out for you.
Would you use our miles, or would you make it into Mars miles and make 60 of those Mars miles? I would just do Mars miles, right? And then just say 60. Hold on 1 second, bro. I don't know why you're interrupting me. You're a little excited this morning. Just chill out for a second. So, yeah, well, the nautical mile is an Earth mile, okay? So now we're going to make a Mars mile, which each mile corresponds to 1 arc minute.
No,
Is
I
that
would use
okay?
meters. I would use meters.
So a nautical Mars mile would just be shorter than a nautical Earth mile. That's no problem.
There you go. See,
Yeah,
Left Lane can figure it out.
But we would use meters though, because we're Earth people.
Why would we use meters? We wouldn't be Earth people if we were on Mars. We would be Mars people.
We would still be Earth people.
I don't know.
Most of the stuff that we would Most of the stuff that we would use has already been built and constructed on Earth before we took it to Mars. That and the fact that we already measure the speed of light in meters per second, we would probably try and standardize on meters, just as a suggestion.
And
But
by
that
the
might
way,
not work, though. That might
by,
not
by,
work.
by the
'Cause
way,
then
the right ascension of a star doesn't change. It's fixed. Right ascension and declination. I think what you're confusing that with
Oh, yeah,
the
where you
Greenwich,
would.
the Greenwich. I think you're confusing it with the Greenwich hour angle.
No. I get what you're saying. Like, what I guess what I was referring to is if the Earth is like, and I guess, and I was thinking more along the lines of the ecliptic than anything else. Is I think where I was getting a little messed up. Like, the idea of that change in observational, like, let's say you're
Yes.
heading, and you're like,
Yeah, the Earth's
you're
yeah, the
relevant
Earth's
to your.
ecliptic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth's
Right.
ecliptic and Mars ecliptic are different ecliptics.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to calculate that. I was just thinking in my head. Forgive me, man. I'm
The
busy over here, and
celestial
I'm
horizon,
curious. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, right
the celestial
ascension.
horizon on Earth and the celestial horizon on Mars are also different.
Yeah, because I'm familiar with the first point of Aries and that stuff. I was just wondering, like, on Earth and like throughout the seasons, for instance, you see different stars. So, like, different stars are going to be at different height, different heights or different whatever pursuant to your observation. So that's all I was thinking of was that kind of
You could,
change. Because
Well, the right ascension and declination doesn't change.
no,
So,
I know that. Yeah, right.
and
But
it says
the
whether or
angle,
not, whether or not,
the angle
the angle,
you'd
the
be
angle to the
observing
star
them.
will change dynamically
That's
through
what I
any
was.
one night, but the
Yes.
right ascension declination is still fixed.
Yes. And I was just saying, like, throughout the year, let's say we see different stars. You know what I mean?
Which
We
has
have, like,
nothing to do with. Well,
not
also
on the
nothing to do with.
equator.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying, like, the idea of the angle to them. I mean, I get what you mean.
yeah.
I
It's
get it.
like for in June we can in December I can see Orion, and in the summer I cannot see Orion because Orion is up in the day in the summer, so it's still there.
Right.
It's just as bleached out because you can still see their bright stars like Spica. You can see in the daytime when
What do you
it's up
mean
in the day.
bleach? What do you mean
You know,
Is
bleached out?
Orion is
I was
Orion
thinking more
generally
along
a
the lines of the
constellation you would
ecliptic. That's where my head
would
was
one of
at.
those
On the
constellations be one that you would be generally using for navigation, like through angles to stars? Like, don't we generally use certain sets of stars that are like observable
well, there's a
all year
cluster.
round? Or
Well, there's a catalog of stars typically used for navigation, and those are typically either the tropical stars or the stars between the 60th latitude north and south, and they truncate that down to like 60 or 100 stars, and you use whatever's available. So Orion,
Anything that's
Orion's
visible.
just one of those stars, or the belt of Orion. Like Polaris, Polaris is not a very good navigation star because you cannot determine longitude from Polaris. Whereas something like Arcturus, Spica, Vega, Fomolo, Betelgeuse, those are really good because you can see them to like a southeast or a northwest,
What were
and then you
those
can get
names?
latitude. Then you get latitude and longitude. When you're observing Polaris, you never get a longitude.
Why'd you just like call them that? Like, why did science call them that? Why didn't they call them like Star 52?
They
Star
do have
54?
because the star catalog, because Betelgeuse and Fomolo and
That doesn't
Spica,
sound
they got named.
scientific,
They got
dude.
named.
Beetlejuice? That
They
sounds
got
weird.
named. Yeah, they got named
It's
centuries.
Betelgeuse.
They got named centuries ago. And when you do look at a star catalog, you do find stars that are BPH 4563. Yeah, so there are
One of the
numerical names because there's in the ephemeris I have, there's 600 listed stars. Only 100 of them have names.
one of the
Did we
weird thing
count
about
them all yet?
science.
Have we counted them
one of
all
the
yet?
one of the weird things about science is that whoever discovers something pretty much gets to name it, and that's what it's called.
When you look at the names
Why
of
are they
stars,
picking
you'll
weird
find
gods, though?
and you look at the names of stars, many of them have Islamic names because they were the first ones to catalog stars.
Beetlejuice is Islamic?
No, I said many. stars have Islamic names.
Polaris is Islamic.
Why didn't the Bible just name its chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all the way up numerically? They gave each chapter in the Bible a specific name because reasons, right? Same for stars.
They didn't give any.
It's a dumb.
The chapters are
bullshit.
labeled 1, 2, and 3. What are you talking about? There's
If you don't like the way stars are numbered,
the book.
But Beetlejuice also has a numeric catalog number. Okay, so what?
The book is named by the first word in the first sentence. That's how they named it, bro.
I thought they named it after the author.
Seems weird.
And like Genesis is called, the first sentence says in the beginning, in Bereshit. So that's why that book is called Bereshit. Numbers says
that's
in the
actually-
Bamidbar, in the wilderness. So that's why it's called Bamidbar.
Except that in the beginning is a mistranslation, but that's okay.
I got
So what's
sheets
the
on my
Bible
bed
got to
too.
do with star constellations anyway? How irrelevant and how pointless is this discussion?
Pretty irrelevant, especially when
This is on point like pineapple tops. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh, frog shit. What a load of frog
It's about as on point as Torah's going to bring it.
This is the Torah way.
Why isn't a car called X9174? Why is it called a Ford Laser? That's so fucking
so
what's
weird.
the point?
It's really
It's so
weird that
weird,
you
though.
don't have an issue with all of your
It's so
planets
weird.
being named after gods when you're an atheist, bro.
So what? Jesus.
It's not weird. We name things with recognizable names. That's the shit that humans do. Doesn't
And these
fucking
names
matter.
are-
It has a name.
And the
It's
names are
almost like-
centuries old. So the names of many of the stars are millennia old. Come on.
Yeah, so you're
So
talking
why do you
about
keep
people that
accepting it?
worship
Yeah, you
gods.
should just change them
You're
yourself
saying
since you're an atheist.
these people
since
that
you're-
worshipped
use God
gods
names,
other
right?
than the one true God, right? And then they started naming the stars, and we just described how philosophy and cosmology are directly tied together, and you're not seeing the correlation of their
Is there
philosophy
anything wrong with
tying
continuing
into
to
your
use the stars
cosmology.
as their name?
Therefore, you don't have anyone that wanted to believe the Earth was in the center or in a special place. They would rather think it's a pantheistic, lying God.
Hey, your God is such a good guy, he named the days after Roman gods.
It's
The problem with naming things. The problem with naming things after gods is that they have that name. Wonderful. It doesn't change the observation of the object itself. The name is completely irrelevant to the points being made about navigation. You're just making this about a bullshit argument about the name being over a god. It has nothing to do with the actual fucking argument, and you're doing that just to bog the whole conversation down.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. Continue. I'll disengage. Sorry, guys.
Is there a god of Fomolo? Is there a god called Fomalhaut? Is there a god called Gemini?
Let's change the names of the stars, starting with Uranus.
I have a question.
The names, again, are irrelevant to the observations and the arguments being
I have a
presented.
question.
The names are irrelevant. Once again, one more time for the other flat earthers in the room that also want to pipe up. One more time.
I didn't mean to
The
bring
names
it up,
of the
Doofus. I'm
the
so
names
sorry.
of
I
the
didn't know
objects
this
are
wasn't-
irrelevant to
I
the
didn't realize this
observations
wasn't
of
an
them.
open
It doesn't
forum.
really
One at a
matter if
time,
you kind of
one at a time.
interrupt all over the fuck on top of me. It doesn't fucking matter because
What she
obviously
said-
if
You
you
already
try to
said
interrupt, it just makes the room
You just
completely
are
unlistenable.
repeating
And
yourself.
it's your fault that you do it every fucking time. You
Guys,
just have
one
to
at a
interrupt in order
time.
to make sure that the room is
One at a
completely
time.
unlistenable. Jesus
not gonna
Christ.
take that
Okay,
from Jesus.
so again, for the next flat earther that does this, I'm just going to say it one more time because you guys are going to keep fucking. The to that object. The names are fucking irrelevant. Bringing it to this part of the conversation is absolutely useless, just like flat earth.
Okay,
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought that up.
One
I'll
at a
disengage
time.
since
One
we're
at a
on re-
time. One
I'm
at
sorry.
a time.
Yeah, he's addressing me, so I'll address him. I'm sorry
Yes.
I brought that up.
Go
Since
on,
we're on
yeah.
repeat, I'll just repeat what I said. I'll disengage. I'm sorry, Doofus, to bring that up. You could carry on with your navigation.
You could try again, but make a salient point that is towards the conversation and not trying to just, stick a
No,
wrench in
I'm
the
good.
spokes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought this was
Oh,
an
I
open
figured.
forum where ideas and topics could be discussed, but apparently, we have to control the conversation in such a way
It's
that
so
has
weird
to
that you
go
do it that
according to
way.
what you want.
Isn't
So
it weird
I'll
you would do it that way?
disengage now.
He's spiraling out. He's spiraling
What a
out. He's
whiny
cornered.
bitch.
He's
Stop
spiraling
being a
out.
whiny fucking bitch.
Torah, he knows he has
Those are
nothing.
people swearing
He
are
has
lying.
nothing and he knows it.
He's spinning. on the globe. That's what's happened.
Guys, I'm gonna repeat this again.
He's actually
Guys,
right. I mean, if you're an
Gokushi,
atheist, you're not correct about
please
anything.
give me some
So
space.
that's the
Gokushi,
facts.
moderation. Gokushi, you speak after me. Now, for the last time, don't talk over each other. Or if you do, I'm gonna hold the push to talk so nobody can hear anybody else. Right, Gokushi, please proceed.
The point is, if you're an atheist, you're incorrect about almost everything, including science. So he's correct about that.
Can you back that up with any logical syllogism, or is it just going to be farting out your mouth for the next minute if you tried?
You think the universe was created by Big Bang? Like, how can we take anything you say seriously?
So you're immediately strawmanning my position. Got it. Good job, buddy.
Well, I think what he's
And not
bringing
only
up
that-
is how many presuppositions occur in order to do science in the first place. So there's a lot of things you have to presuppose that are kind of like beliefs in, transcendental properties, something that couldn't really be explained from the materialistic, naturalistic
So if you
world.
presuppose something, you can't know anything about it.
Including,
One at a time.
including the uniformity of nature. And so the fact that the future will be similar to the past, there's no explanation for that, but we do have to presume that in order to first do science.
You guys,
right? But you just said that presuming things excludes you from it, because as an atheist, you would have to have presuppositions, which exclude you from using, logic and reason, right?
Not really. It doesn't exclude it. It's just saying like it's weird to hold the atheistic position.
It's the weird thing again. Okay, your position is when things are weird, it's illogical. Gotcha.
I'll give you the argument why it's weird. Is you don't have a justification for your presupposition. That's strange. There's not a lot of people out there that just presuppose crap without justification. That's called a leap of faith. That's called a leap of faith.
One at a time. I will mute all of the interrupters. One at a time. When Tor is done, everybody else can speak. We can have an order or a turn, queue, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, real quick. A presupposition without justification is called a leap of faith.
Be concise, Tor.
Can we have a discussion about a topic that doesn't? Can we have a discussion on a topic that's not going to immediately resort to? Can we have a discussion about a topic that doesn't immediately jump to Tor having to say that it doesn't matter what topic is being discussed, you must assume my God because I refuse did not do anything other than say presuppositionalism, because it is incredibly boring to reduce every argument to a presuppositional argument and its failings.
Yeah, good
Please,
point.
can we
Yes,
have
well
that?
said. Well said.
Stop here.
Listen to this white knight jumping in every minute.
Well, Torah just hates human intellect. Torah just shits on human intellect and accomplishment.
I don't.
Also, just to be clear, that when you say there's no justification, the actual statement you're making is there's no justification that you personally accept. When we measure like say the distance to the moon, we presuppose that the speed of light is useful in this observation because we find that presupposition is useful to use for things like radar or anything LiDAR. We use the speed of light to do all sorts of cool things. But when the moment we try to measure something that you don't like, then it can't be used anymore.
That's not the presupposition I was referring to at all. I was talking about the presupposition of uniformity of nature, and the other gentleman was saying, unless you have my God, that's not what my claim is at all. But I will suggest that the beginning of science started with the church, because what happened was they came to a reason for uniformity in nature, and because they had that reason, they said, we can continue on and do science now. So yeah, science came out of the church.
With God, you cannot have. Wait. With God, you cannot have a uniformity of nature because He literally can violate laws of nature willy nilly at any point.
But let's not.
I'm sure we'll
pretend you
figure
don't
out how to
presuppose
navigate
anything.
using the church too.
Let's not pretend that you don't presuppose anything. You use a radio signal and a mathematical formula. So you do.
Yep, and it's useful everywhere except when I pointed at the moon, and then you guys fucking cry about it.
We can compare how many assumptions.
It's calculated, predictive results. It's predictive. It repeats. That's our justification for it.
I thought we were not going to do precept when it comes to religion, when it comes to flat earth arguments. And now we're doing exactly this.
It's Torah. If you got him in the conversation, we're going to always go to precept.
But there's just, I don't even need to run away from it. This shit
And if you got
works.
Kikuchi in there, a calculation is bullshit.
I did have a question.
Go for it.
I mean, calculation is not necessarily bullshit. What's bullshit about it is you presuppose it based on the globe model, like the radius.
No,
That-
not
that-
just
that
the
wasn't
calculation.
presupposed, that
The
was measured.
predictions, the results, the tests, the measurements, everything. It all works.
Yeah, we measured the radius. Where's the precept there?
You measure the radius based on the globe.
Yeah, first we determined shape, and then we measured, then we went on to dimension.
Dementia.
I mean, it might be fair to say that we measured part of it and estimated the globe, but then when we actually sent up satellites, we actually did measure it. Do you want us to tell you that? Will that make you feel better?
Is the room quiet?
Yep.
Yeah, now it's hanging down.
Can I ask my question?
What's up, man?
What up, man? I've come here to debate you.
Really? What up?
Uh, I don't know.
Oh, that debate, yeah.
Hold on, I have a question. Did we
Yeah.
find out who and why ran over all of those people in Liverpool, UK yesterday?
Didn't happen in America. Irrelevant.
You want an update?
It has happened in America, just not yesterday. It has happened before.
Yeah, but like I said, didn't happen in America. Irrelevant.
You know, it had happened in Canada a few weeks ago, and people seem to keep doing this kind of bullshit. And I don't really have any use for the USA, so all the Americans can just shut the fuck up and leave, and the real people can have a conversation. How about that?
Again, didn't happen in America.
That's right. So it's something we'd actually like to discuss.
Irrelevant.
Yes, I agree. Anything that happens in America is irrelevant.
Does believing in the globe make you more violent?
over.
Does believing in the globe make you more
We'll
violent?
figure out how to navigate based off of all this.
Did I
Yeah,
hear a
you did.
Canadian trying to get into a
Yeah,
conversation with
fucking
somebody?
straight you did, you duster.
Guys, be nice. Come on.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What? Over the
Sorry,
over
yeah.
here, like I think. Hold on. Could you get off your knees for tyranny for a sec, and talk to you into your microphone?
Yeah, you can shut up, you fucking duster.
Donald Trump.
You fucking duster. You fucking dozer. You.
Yeah, dude. Everyone knows if it doesn't involve, it's like, dude, Big Trouble in Little China. If it doesn't have America involved,
You know
nobody
what?
gives a
The
shit.
saddest part is I live in upstate.
Nobody gives a shit about the USA anymore. I wouldn't fucking worry about it, eh?
Okay.
That's what you're all upset about.
We're trying to have an international conversation here with the adults, all right? You guys
What are you gonna talk about?
go home to your toddler and get the fuck out of the conversation. How
What are
about
you gonna
that?
What are you gonna talk about?
Listen
What are
here,
you gonna talk about? Donald Trump?
We're going to talk about this thing that
Donald Trump and be upset about him?
We're going to talk about this thing that happened on the other side of the globe.
Guys,
you gotta be around Earth
Hold on, you got 10 minutes. Let's hear it.
One at
10
a
minutes.
time. Jesus, Issa. Come on, man.
What did I start?
I want to hear
Listen,
about fucking Canada. Let's hear about Canadian politics. How fucking interesting could this be?
Doofus, are you here?
Hey.
That's America.
Sorry,
politics
Doofus.
is pretty
I am here.
Doofus, I have
Somewhere in the
a question. I know. I have a question for you. So if I put 1 point in northern Canada on the Mercator map, right, and I draw a straight line to a point in southern Texas, and I start walking in that straight line from northern Canada to southern Texas, and every 69 miles I pick up my theodolite and I measure my angle to the sun. And I put all of these measurements on a 2D coordinate system. Let's say I have like a big piece of paper that I carry with me. At the end of that journey, would that line on the 2D coordinate system be straight or curved?
Well, it necessarily would be curved because it'll take you time to move from one place to another, and during that time, the Earth will have rotated. So, I think maybe you want to try and do all these observations from multiple people in multiple places simultaneously.
Fine. We draw the same line. We put every 69 miles one person, right? One globe or flat earther, and they pull out their theodolite and they measure angle to the sun simultaneously. Everybody at the same time. We're in the same time zone. When I put my measurements on a 2D coordinate system, would that be a curved line or a straight line?
It would. So you're relating the position versus the angle to the sun.
Position, angle to the sun is correct.
Okay, that would end up being a straight line, provided all these people are on the same meridian, and this is all being done at exactly the same time, and it is local solar noon for all of those people at the same time, which, if they were on a meridian, would be true.
Gotcha. And how in this experiment can we get a curved line, essentially?
In this experiment, I mean, if you're relating distance and angle, you're going to get a straight line. Really, I don't even know what you're trying to ask.
So essentially, I'm asking, if I'm in northern Canada and there's like clones of me every 69 miles down to southern Texas next to the Mexican border, we're in the same parallel, same everything, right? The straight line, right? But I want to measure the curve of the Earth by measuring the angles to the sun from each point, 69 miles between. Would I not be able to establish a curve of the Earth that way?
You're establishing the curve of the Earth when you get that straight line. So when you have a linear relationship between surface distance and angle to an external reference, there is no flat surface in which there is no flat surface in which you can exhibit that relationship. It cannot be linear on a flat surface.
Thank you. That's what I
Why
wanted
would you
to
use
know.
a theodolite?
Because we're measuring
to measure an angle.
There's better tools to use, surely.
Yeah, sextant.
Well, you could use
That
a
one is a
sextant.
pretty good
Like,
one to measure an angle.
A
That's a really
theodolite
good one
is
to measure an
perfectly.
Limited, isn't it? I wouldn't use.
A theodolite is a perfect tool.
It's a survey.
I don't know why you would argue this.
Why would you even want to use a survey?
Because it's a precisely machined optical instrument
in short distance
that can give you very precise.
Surveying.
It works at long distance. It also works at long distances.
Surveying.
It will also work for long distances.
Guys,
There's nothing to stop it working.
I'm curious, Schlitzy, how you've come to the determination that a theodolite cannot be used at long distance.
Right, it's designed to do surveying tool. It measures straight lines and elevations. It's a tool used.
Is it also used to determine angles?
Yeah, but there's
So,
better
a
tools.
theodolite, you're not giving me anything.
There's tools which you can use.
Because
which
the theodolite actually only measures angles. It's only when you get involved with total stations that it does distances and angles.
Yeah, so you're not telling me why it can't be used over longer distances.
I'm sure when you go and buy the theodolite, they'll say that's not really the tool to use.
You're wrong.
Okay, you're just.
I'm not
when
wrong.
you say you're sure, that's just trust me, bro. So
no,
you're not telling me why it can't be used. You're not telling me why it can't be used over longer distances.
It's got nothing to do with like measuring the angle of the sun.
Okay, the device is built to measure an angle between its internal reference and whatever you're pointing at. That's what it's measuring an angle of. It has no distance limitation to do that function.
It has no limitation.
Not because of distance. The precision of the instrument. The precision of the instrument is the precision of the instrument is declared in angular units only.
Can you just repeat? Are you going to make the statement that it has no limitation?
Yes, no limitation.
Okay, listen to my actual statement that you talked over so that you actually hear it this time. Here we go. The precision of the instrument is listed in an angular measurement, in angular units. There is no distance at which an angle becomes a different angle if the angle is the same, obviously, because that doesn't make any sense for it to be different. So the instrument has the ability to measure angles, and angles do not depend on distance.
I think he's getting confused with the total station that does the distances. I think he's just confused.
I don't think so. I'm not confused.
Right, you did already mention that.
You just clown.
No,
that's what it is.
This guy's never confused. I've had multiple conversations with him. He's never been confused in his life.
Let's see, real quick. Just saying that we are clowns doesn't provide us a reason why you can't use it. Just saying that we are clowns does not provide. Jesus Christ! Every flat earther does this shit. Every single flat earther does this bullshit. Let's try this again. Just saying that we are clowns does not tell us why the instrument cannot be used at long range. There's no reason given so far that it cannot measure an angle over a longer range.
But it's not designed for that, and that's why you're using it, because like most probably it gives it a fucking marginal in your favor reading.
No, can I get? I want to ask you a serious question.
Wait.
You have a serious question for Slitsy.
Wait, you guys are like Al Trucker, and I don't want. Please, both of you stop. Schlitzy.
See, the Globers try to talk too much, and they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear.
Okay, so we're gonna do. Please. We're gonna do a turnover now.
Listen,
I don't want. You can. No. I don't want. You can make a statement.
Corrector on your theodolite.
I don't want. Please, point of moderation. You can make a statement after this is Al Trucker.
Cares, dude.
And after this is Flat Earthers are amazing.
Meta man. All right, listen, Meta man. You have a refraction corrector on your theodolite. Okay, so you don't match your globe prediction in reality.
No, show me your refraction corrector.
Wait. It was Al Trucker's turn, please.
Yeah, I want to ask Slitsy a very serious question, and it's a two-part question. I'll ask both parts so you can answer both of them, so we don't get derailed. First part: have you ever looked up in the night sky and seen a star? And number two, do you think if you had a telescope, you could still see that star through that telescope?
Yeah, you want to like look straight up into the sky to reaffirm globe. Good stuff, man.
No, I'm asking a question about theodolite. I want Schlitzy to tell me if he's ever seen a star and if he thinks the telescope will stop you from seeing it.
If you want to measure the Earth, it's going to pertain to things lower. You're not looking up.
Did Schlitzy leave?
But I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. Yeah, sorry if I'm going to disappoint you. A theodolite is built for measuring angles between fixed points. Yeah, that means fucking on land, not tracking bright moving fucking objects in the sky. I'm trying to make this really short and concise so you can fucking compute it into the brain. The tool is not for measuring fucking bright shiny things in the sky. Yeah, that's all.
No, it's for measuring angles.
Show me
angles.
Show me in the manual.
Can you see a bright thing?
Show me in the manual of the theodolite.
Let's wait.
Like,
show me that.
Al Trucker, please.
Can you admit if a star is something you describe as bright? Can I assume you've seen one?
Can I go on camera?
Oh my god! I prefer not to. Your face.
No camera. It limits the room.
Well, I'm just saying I'm literally using a total station right now so I can demonstrate to him how I can measure an angle without a distance.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
this
not saying you
one
can't.
concise
You don't
statement, guys.
understand.
Hold on,
You don't
Slitsy.
understand. If you're saying
Hold
that
on, Slitsy.
you can't, you can do whatever you fucking want. But
Okay,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
that's not the fucking tool. That's not what it was built for. That's not what it was designed to do.
Hold on,
Flat earthers are amazingly.
I'm
You
trying
can.
to
You
get
can.
in.
You can.
I'm trying
Sorry,
to get
left lane.
Yeah,
Why
it's all boils down to one concise statement. If you can see it, you can take an angle to it. Argument is over.
And
Oh,
why
stop
why
it.
is
Unless
it
there's 20
why
degrees
is
above
it
the horizon,
Wait,
then
hold
you
on.
gotta correct for refraction, right? Because
The
that's when
left
all the
way.
angles are actually not representing your globe model.
Sure, Bill, it's
That
okay.
is an insane argument that makes no sense.
God, tell me when I
I'm
can
looking
jump
for
off
a
the ship.
sequitur here. I just want to find one sequitur.
Sure, Bill, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, the tool is not designed to take measurements of the sun. It's fixed points on the land. Tell me, is the sun a fixed point on the land? That's the question you should be asking yourself. No, it isn't. So the tool isn't designed to do that. Even though you can do it, it's not recommended because it makes no sense. It's not what it's designed to do. So if you get a reading, so fucking what? It might be wrong. You can't just fucking point the tool and go, oh, and they're going to make some corrections. No.
except in the tool that I'm using?
Of course,
Except
you're going to. Look, I'm going to.
you had a break. You had a break. You made some statements. Okay. The tool I'm using comes equipped with a solar filter specifically to observe the sun for angle measurement for azimuth. Exactly. It's equipped with it. Why would they give me a sun filter if it's not designed to observe the sun?
Maybe it's part of the globe lie. Shubil, I don't know.
I'm going to mute myself and disengage with you people because you know.
Slitsy, the only reason why you're over.
You can bring the mule to the water, but you can't make it drink, can you? So
you're not speaking from experience. That's the whole point.
Before you go,
no, you're an idiot. You're an idiot, and
stop the name
Of course,
calling.
he's not speaking from experience. He's unemployed.
If he had experience, he'd be saying things on our side of this because he'd understand that what he's saying is ridiculous and irrelevant.
Before he goes, can you look at the chat? Because I have a total station pointing at the sun, giving me an angle. So that'd be kind of nice.
That's pretty cool. Sorry, that's pretty cool.
Inconvenient. Very inconvenient. But thank you. I don't know if any flatties will look at that, but I hope they do.
Guys, I would ask respectfully. You're doing me a solid. Avoid personal insults, even if Schlitzy is unemployed. There's no need to bring that up. Thank you.
I have no idea whether that's true or not, and I have no idea what anybody does for a job. I know that I'm at mine.
Yeah,
That's all
Globers
I
need
know.
to stop personally insulting themselves by claiming Earth as a globe when it's obviously not what they're parted.
Nice one.
Now, when I point my theodolite at stars and I record the angle and I compare that to what Stellarium thinks the angle should be that I might have measured, I end up with about 3 arc seconds of difference, give or take. So I don't know why my instrument, purpose-built for astronomical observation and terrestrial observation, I don't know why he says that's not what it's for when it's in every survey book that I've ever seen talks about using stars for azimuth determination. And when you determine the azimuth to a point on the ground from the star.
This tool is man-made, bud. And it wasn't made by flat earth.
Brilliant argument.
Yep.
Yeah, it was made by man, not a flat earther. Got it. Flat earthers are not men.
Yep. That's
well,
that argument
I mean, that's not a good argument because the flat earth side is the religious side that doesn't advocate for 99 genders like your side does. So who's not the man here?
Yokoshikamo, it has nothing to do with the conversation.
You're looking for a sequitur
This has
around here
nothing
anywhere.
to do with the conversation, man. Like, what is this?
Shubil, you got a 238, yeah?
I got what?
T2,
Did you say you have a
T3?
T38 theodolite?
I have a T3 and a T2 and a T1.
Okay.
And a GTS 3B.
What's a GTS 3B?
So which one came with the solar filter then?
All of them.
They all come with solar filters, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, you don't burn your eyes.
Okay.
No, so you can use the sun because that's what they're built for, astronomical observation and terrestrial observation. Yeah, they can do both. Isn't that amazing?
And one will help calibrate for the other.
How did you get that solar filter then? You buy it with the machine? Because I can pull up something here and it says it does not come with a solar filter, but if you want to say it does.
Okay.
I mean, even if it didn't, you could still get one for it. Obviously,
Yeah,
it can still be used for terrestrial and celestial
No, it's right there in the
observation.
catalog.
Even
No,
if it
it's
doesn't,
right there.
even if it doesn't come with the, Jesus Christ, even if it doesn't come with the theodolite, you can still apply one and make celestial observations with it. So
why would you
the
say
argument of whether it comes with it or not is completely pointless.
Hold on.
Look,
Hold on.
it comes
just
with
like
it as
in the
He got
catalog.
one with his. It came with his.
In the catalog.
So it fucking doesn't matter, does it?
So I get muted. I get muted,
in the
and there's
catalog,
5 guys attacking me for no reason whatsoever. I can't even finish what I want to say.
You just said it doesn't come with one.
Christ.
In the catalog, you can buy extra batteries and you can buy a solar filter. They're optional accessories.
And so they
Obviously,
come from
you
the
need
same
to-
people
you
who
need to-
manufacture
you
the
need to
device. So that
exaggerate
means the
to
device
bolster it.
definitely can do celestial observation.
Oh my god.
Listen, all I've got to say is you need to exaggerate to bolster your claim. So fine.
It's not exaggerated. If it comes from the manufacturer of the device, the manufacturer says that's what it can fucking do. It's obviously able to do celestial observations. It was made to be able to do. So now, besides saying you guys are all clowns, which is a pointless personal attack, why don't you go ahead and explain why the device is unable to work over long distances?
It says that in the manual?
The manual does not say that a theodolite cannot work over long distances.
Which one says celestial, though?
That, as just mentioned in the chat, just while it was just happening just now, a T2 and a T3 can be used for celestial observations for azimuth determinations. That was just...
I thought you said the manual. Okay. You don't have to be
The
screaming.
manual is not the
all.
theodolite. The theodolite
Yeah.
is the theodolite.
My T3 is called the astrotheodolite.
Cool. So, y'all just don't have to be screaming at one man, dude. Y'all can calm down. It's okay.
Okay, then can we figure out why there's a claim on the table that nobody wants to support, that they cannot be used over long distances?
Y'all just don't have to be screaming, dude.
That's his tactic.
Can we get to the claim yet? Are we going to keep doing the meta, or are you going to actually get to
avoid
the
the
claim?
meta.
What?
Avoid the meta and speak on topic, please.
I don't have to do that. I can request that
Okay,
they stop.
then shut up and don't talk about the meta.
No, I can do that if I want to. I can
No, you
request that they
cannot.
Okay, so
You're breaking the
it's useless to the
conversation.
conversation.
No, the
Can
conversation
anybody think of a way that I can be
Stop
massively
breaking the
distracted?
conversation. She's telling you to stop yelling.
Is there any way
Okay,
that
so
anybody can think of that
stop
I could be
yelling.
purposefully distracted from the actual thread of the conversation? Just let me know in DM and I'll come in and do it as well. I'll take over from
Yeah,
Taylor.
I can do that, Paza. I can ask that they stop yelling. You too.
Fair enough.
So
Now we're gonna have a
back on
conversation.
Yeah, so now back on topic. Why is it that that a theodolite cannot be used over long distances?
Because things are in mirages, man. The horizon is an illusion. Okay, and you have refraction and things get displaced from their actual position.
Yeah, refraction will
that doesn't
accumulate
say
over
why-
distances. You're gonna have a higher chance of it the longer distance you look.
Well, you know, in the centuries of geodetic sciences, that's been figured out. We know that. You're not bringing information to us. You're just denying the information we have.
Am I wrong in saying that refraction accumulates and you'll have more refraction over longer distances?
No.
Even with refraction, you're still going to get an
Oh my
angle
God, that's
measurement. And
literally
that angle
one of the
measurement
correct.
can be, and the angle measurement can be adjusted for how much refraction is expected over that distance.
Do
And
you know
when
how
I
much
apply,
refraction's
when I
expected
apply,
to measure it?
when I apply the modeled refraction to my measurement, I can compare that to the ephemeris, and I'm getting a few arc seconds of difference. So I got to figure the refraction calculation that was provided and my measurement are both accurate to the width of the crosshair of the instrument. And I've done this. I'm speaking from experience. Nothing hypothetical here.
You're also going to have a hard time differentiating objects the further that you look through the more atmosphere. These are possible interferences that are going
Possible
to be the case at
interferences.
over longer distances, and you have to
Well,
acknowledge them. You can say, okay, well, it works, and I've tried it, and it works, but still, these are things that are going to have to be acknowledged at the very least over longer
well,
distances.
in this,
Okay, Taylor, hold
the
on.
geodetic,
This is
in the
I gotta
centuries
point
of
this out
geodetic
because this is some
sciences,
serious bullshit.
yeah,
Yeah,
in the
real quick,
centuries,
Taylor.
in the centuries of
I want
geodetic
to point
No,
this.
science,
it's not.
in the centuries of
Okay,
geodetic
real
sciences,
quick.
it's been figured out.
No,
Right,
the
real quick.
longer distances
If
that
you
you
say,
look.
hold on. If you say, well, maybe we can't make out things in the distance. Okay, that doesn't address the fact that when we measure to something we can see, we are making a measurement. So saying that we might not be able to make something out because it's too far away doesn't fucking address the fact that we have measurements for things that we can see that are that far away.
Yeah, I'm sure people have done it. Okay, I'm not saying it hasn't been done. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it doesn't match
that's when they're
whatever
making their.
model that they say it is plus their standard refraction model. I think that the standard refraction model is kind of back calculated, but it's fine. I'm not saying it
Back-calculated.
doesn't
What
work
does
at
that
all
mean?
ever. It
What
probably
does
does
Well,
work
it's
where
not
they
what does
back
expect it to be.
calculated. That's a
back-calculated
bullshit
mean?
claim.
However, the
No,
longer
hold on.
distances that you look, these are issues that you're going to have to account for.
We did.
It's going to be
We
harder
did.
to
Yeah,
make
We
we've
out
used.
already
objects,
accounted
What
for
does,
them.
and
Are
what do
you
you
there's
mean?
going to be
aware of a
accumulated
different
refraction. So
calculation they should do?
that's
Wait,
just
wait a
kind of
minute.
the nature of it. It's going to be
No,
the
wait a
Do
case.
minute.
you have
I
a
need a
suggestion of
definition.
why they got it
There's
wrong?
like 4 or 5 people interrupting me.
No, I
So I
need a
think I'm gonna head
definition.
out.
You said something. I'd like a definition. You said
over them. Can you stop?
She left.
yeah. She said back
Different globe,
engineered.
different globe, globe.
What the
Well,
fuck
she
does
did
back
use the word
engineered?
she said back calculated.
Yeah, when
Swearing
you know
doesn't
what
help
back
your
calculated
argument,
means?
Goldberg.
Back
I
calculated
have
means
no
we
idea.
figure it out. And when we figure shit out, we use it because it's useful.
Swearing doesn't help your argument, anyone.
Meta! Let's do some more meta!
I don't know
Yeah!
why
Fact
anyone
is,
cares
in the
about
globe
fucking
model,
swearing.
you have a prediction, and your prediction is subject to a standard rate of refraction. No matter how far you're looking, you say that over the distance, it's going to appear higher than its actual position.
But that's incorrect. There's a lapse rate calculation that can be done based on temperature.
It's not incorrect.
Right, it's
you
not-
guys
it's
say
not-
it's like 1 inch every 7 miles, but it never truly matches that.
Except it does. Except
so
I
anyway,
find it
it's
does.
not back. So what Taylor claimed was it's back calculated, like we use refraction to make the curvature what it is. That's incorrect. The actual explanation for why that lapse rate or why that standard refraction value is in there has to do with direct measurements of air, and those are averaged out over the different locations on Earth and over different times of the year. So that
Farther you look,
average
more things get
is the
reflected. That was
standard.
the point, and
That
you
average
just
is
lied.
the standard. That average is the standard that we use. It's not back calculated. It's taken from air measurements directly.
And the definition of standard refraction is a formula. The 7/6 is a typical refraction. So when I say standard refraction, I am incorporating the pressure and temperature at the point of observation and using the formula. And I find very high compliance to my measurements. So the typical refraction of 7/6, if you're only looking 3, 4, 5 miles, you'll be fine.
That's inconvenient.
If I have to add, few months ago, Shubil gave us a star measurement, not ground, star measurement of it, and very low. It was 11 and 13 degree above the horizon. And one guy and me were able to find his location using celestial navigation and globe and everything to less than 200 meters on Earth because his measurements
That's
were
insane
very
precision.
precise.
All you got to do is look at
That-
stellarium, dude. It says that a star is at 2 degrees in 18 minutes, and then you turn off the refraction. All of a sudden, it's at 2 degrees in 3 minutes.
We were not using
Okay.
stellarium. We
Yeah,
were
that's using the standard rate that we know.
No,
We
but
were
that's
not-
exactly what your model has. Like, your model has a standard refraction happening to stars.
Yep, and
No.
it's based off the measurements of air.
And even in
No.
Yeah,
stellarium,
the standard
even in,
rate.
So
Yep.
why would
and
you say
no.
Taylor was wrong? It's like,
no,
what
even
the
in
fuck? Your
even in
mother makes-
stellarium,
Nobody said Taylor was wrong about that. What Taylor
But look
was
at how
wrong
you
about was she
Globers
said
are
it's
like
back.
acting like she was wrong,
That's-
but she was right.
no, in
No,
stellarium,
Listen
in
very
stellarium is
carefully
still-
because you're not fucking listening. Hold on. She wasn't wrong about that. She didn't say the standard rate was the problem. What
I don't wanna
she
hear this
said
shit.
was the standard. Yeah, of course you leave because you're fucking dumb. All right. Well, I'll just get it out anyway. She said it was back calculated. That's what she was wrong about. There. Fuck off.
I just wanted to say that I was trying to ask Taylor what the real calculation would be, because I would assume if she thinks that we're wrong, that she's done the math and figured out that she's right.
No, she just asserts. She's got zero experience. She skims a couple of articles or some brochure stock, and she and makes wildly crazy inferences from very specific papers that do not apply to the situation at hand. And she pisses all over academic accomplishment by her interpretation.
Seems like people here have Taylor derangement syndrome, like Austin derangement syndrome. Why don't we just talk about the science instead of Taylor while she's not here?
Because she was
Well, we're
just
talking
here
about
and
what she
said some
brought up.
stupid shit.
And people
Right, so
people are not talking about her so much as they're talking about what she said and what it implies and what the entailments are and why it doesn't comport with what we're talking about. And we didn't invite her to leave.
The thing is, what I think she did, she dipped in to make some claims and dipped out to go claim that she couldn't get it out. That's what she did.
And
Okay, well, and I'm
just to be
sorry if we jumped
sure,
on her.
hold on, just
Look at all this damage
yeah,
control, man.
just to be sure, no, it's not damage control.
Yeah,
So
it
just
is,
to be
dude.
sure, to taking back Eden, just so that
Jeff,
you're
he was
aware,
calling you,
the argument
monkey
that she
last,
made
so
that it was
this guy
back
swears a lot.
calculated, it did. I'm in
You're
the
a
middle
liar.
of talking, right
You're
in
a
the
liar.
fucking middle of saying something. I'm just in the middle of talking. That's fine. And anybody who wants to just interrupt it can just get muted, I guess, if there's a moderator around. So let's try this one more time. It's not Taylor derangement syndrome because the thing that she said was wrong and we explained why it was wrong. So now, taking back Eden, all you have to do is acknowledge the fact that the reason she was wrong was explained and it's nothing to do with her personally, right? Always
Mark-
crickets when we try to actually get some sort of agreement.
All right, enough
or
of him.
some
Jesse,
sort of
did you have a
positive
follow-up?
direction to the conversation. Whenever we try to get
He was
somewhere in the
server muted.
conversation, it's always
He was
fucking
server muted.
silence.
He was server muted.
Taylor is correct. The further you look, the more things are refracted. I don't know what's wrong with you today.
Okay,
Is that
what
Jesse?
she said was that it is back calculated. Her implication in saying that is the refraction is what value we needed in order to make the curvature present. That's an
Is the guy with the
incorrect
Taliban logo
statement.
Jesse?
That's an incorrect statement for the reasons that I mentioned already several times.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. The further you look, the higher things appear on your globe model prediction.
Oh, Jesus
Wait, is that
Christ.
Jesse?
You don't
Hey,
know
does
what I'm
anyone know-
talking
is
about,
that
but you're going to
Callie or-
respond
is that-
to it. You have
is
no
that
idea
Callie
what
or
I'm saying, but
Jesse?
you're going to respond to it anyway.
hey.
That's some bullshit. That's some dishonest
Well, it's
bullshit.
kind of like when the other guy said that we like the instruments because they agree with our model. Like somehow the observations are biased or something, or the actual measurements are biased. Kind of weird.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what the Globers, like, that's the argument between the two, is that the Globers are asserting that is due to curvature of Earth, and the flat earthers are saying, well, refraction will drop things in the distance, atmospheric refraction, as you can see in Skunk Bay, and perspective. So a hijacking of perspective and refraction into Earth curve.
Okay, and the reason why all of that is wrong is because those statements are not based on measurements of air or its effect on light. None of that is supported by any evidence at all. What we have on our side is actual optics, where we can fire lasers through air of differing conditions. Find out that what actually happens is that light takes a path that is bent toward the more dense portion of that medium, which would cause, under typical conditions, distant objects to appear higher, not lower, than their physical location.
Yeah, I mean, if you're game, if you guys are all game for observations, line of sight observations, and laser experiments proving something, I have a 21-mile laser experiment to show you, and I have an oil rig to show you. So I mean, if you guys are interested,
You didn't actually hear anything I said.
Yeah, let's look at it.
You didn't fucking listen to a damn thing that I just said. Wonderful. Let's carry on this dishonest conversation where one side doesn't listen to the.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
Yeah, people don't want to.
Hey.
But no, can you drop that link? I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Okay, people don't want to. You know that the flat earther in this conversation, No Tanks, is the one who has not listened to the thing that he was supposedly responding to. You understand that that happened, right? Taking back.
Yeah, you guys have the interpretation that that the objects and the observations.
I'll never get an answer from Taking Back Eden. Somebody else will jump.
Down below the curvature, and then refracted up to simulate a flat Earth. When a flat earther will show you like an observation, do that what we call atmospheric refraction, which doesn't really actually qualify as refraction, but that's what we call it.
Why not?
Showing the disappearance of objects bottom up due to this air turbulence.
Why doesn't it qualify as refraction?
I actually wanted to acknowledge the fact that I've already addressed this. I want you to repeat back what I said to you, No Tank.
Yeah, you said light causes, or the air density causes light to bend to the less dense medium, causing the things that should be obstructed by Earth curve to appear higher.
That is not
Is
what
that
I
not
said.
refraction?
No, the light takes a path bent toward the more dense, not the less dense. The path that light takes is toward the more dense portion of that medium. Air, under typical conditions, is arranged such that the more dense region is below, which means the light should take a path that is bent downward under typical conditions.
And we don't have to talk in the hypothetical. We have field measurements.
You know, Tank City had something we could look at. We have to take a look at it.
It's taboo conspiracy. I know. It's
And in a proper
and no matter how
genetic-
many times it's explained why it's wrong, it's going to be posted multiple times. Yeah, so
I'm just
this
saying,
taboo
if you
conspiracy
guys are
video,
into it.
21 miles, and we explained exactly why it's wrong, he's going to post it.
I'm just saying, if you guys are into line of sight proving something, and if you're into lasers, as was, I heard lasers, proving something, then I got two things to show you. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to just present us with a flat Earth, as your citation, we'll just do what flat earthers do and say, well, they're just lying to you and they're just grifting because they need to hold a position where they gain monetary, incentives to keep lying to you. So why would I listen to your liar?
Because apparently you get paid. I mean, if it's incentive, I guess you get paid.
Well, why would I want to? Why
believe
would, if I know he's lying? Because we all know he's lying. So why would I even?
I don't know.
why
You
would
just said there's some sort of. He said there's some sort of incentive, so I guess we'll all make some money on it.
No, he has an
Let's get into it.
incentive to lie to you. Why would I even give a shit about why he's lying to you or look into it when we know he's paid to lie to you?
I mean, just look at it.
Well, you believe
you
a
can make your
liar,
own
and
decision.
you've been indoctrinated to believe this liar, and he's been paid. He's a paid shill that got you to believe him. Why should we look into the person that you have no reason, no good reason, no logical reason to believe?
We're not looking into the person. We're just looking at the observation.
Oh, you want to look at the evidence presented by a known liar that we all know is lying? Is that what you'd like to do?
Yeah, the evidence doesn't lie. The interpretation could be wrong.
Oh, okay. Good thing you've done your own research.
I haven't. I heard Left Lane did some with his grandkids recently. How'd that go?
I did what with who?
He said you were going out with the grandkids or something like that to do surveying. How'd that go?
No, I don't know about that. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You didn't say you were going to go out and with some theodolites with the
Oh,
kids.
the
and do surveying?
school, yeah, the school thing. No, I didn't go to that, but they did it without me. But they taught them how to survey, and they were doing terracing in fields for the farm.
All right.
I'm just waiting for this evidence from the people we know are lying that you'd love to share with us for some reason.
I did share it already.
Oh, cool. Evidence from known liars. Here we go. We're going to find the real truth, right?
Yes. You just look at it. You just look at the truth. That's it.
Yeah, you look at the truth that we get from a known liar, and we know we're going to get to a truthful conclusion, right?
You know that my name is not No Tanks, right? So I mean,
Did I say your name at all at this point?
Now? I mean, that's not my actual name. But you've been believing the whole time that's my name.
How do you know what I believe?
You don't believe my name is No Tanks when you call me No Tanks?
Why didn't you start with asking me if I believe if your name is No Tanks first before implying that I do believe that
I'm just
thing?
letting you know I've been lying to you about my
It
name.
seems
the whole
like your
time.
logic
I'm a known
seems to
liar.
be flawed from the beginning, so I shouldn't probably follow you down any line of reasoning or logic, right? Seems you might
should
lead me
dismiss
astray.
it all and get your. You should dismiss it all and get your own evidence. Absolutely. So what evidence have you
Exactly.
accumulated?
Especially when you
Yeah.
present known liars that we all know are lying to you. They've been paid to lie to you, and they're shills. But you want us to look into it again after we know everybody knows he's a liar, right? We all know he's lying, but you want to present it because you've been indoctrinated into it, and you can't give
Yeah,
a
just
good
look at it.
reason. Yeah, just look at it, bro.
Just look at the world. Just look at reality, and then you tell me if you think that reality is getting paid to lie to you. I don't know.
All right,
check
so
it out.
now
In
you don't want
reality,
to
the
present an
surface of the
actual.
Earth gets in the way of distant objects.
Yes. So you don't want to present a factual evidence now. Now you just want to go back to the personal incredulity thing where it's, yeah, got it. Good job. You're on your heels though, but do you have
Who are you
want to
talking
take
to
a
right
step
now?
forward with that with evidence toward your
Hold on,
position?
Who are you talking to?
A nobody apparently.
Yeah, no. Are you talking to No Tanks? You know that's not my name, right?
So you
I've been lying
already
to
tried
you
to
this whole
present that
time.
again as an
That's
argument
not
I was
my name.
having. I don't believe No Tanks is your name, but if you'd like to think that I do think that's your name, you'd sound retarded at this point. By the way, Jesse, nice to see you. What's the weird name supposed to mean? Callie the Blackbone.
It means the Terminator or the Forbidden. Pronounced Al-Muni.
I'll be back.
Yeah, technically there's not a word for this in English. So I'm pretty sure people are just getting so sick of the same old, not so much globe evidence. You know, angles to stars, angles to my target on Earth. I don't have to account for refraction. It's not displaced, relative to the globe prediction, but it is.
How much is
So,
it supposed to
how
be
long are we going to talk in
displaced by the
circles?
globe prediction?
Or are we just going to keep passing the ball back and forth? Like, oh, I don't have to account for refraction. Oh, I do have to account for refraction. Like, how long does that go on for?
Well, Jesse, what was your big revelation? Because you were a staunch globe defender recent, like in the last few years. What happened? Seemed to have flipped.
Yeah, all the globers know deep down that it's not direct evidence of a globe.
Well, I mean, look at the TFE thing, which I'm sure you watched. That seems to be pretty. That's a strong observation, right? Very difficult.
Yeah, I'm saving all my TFE arguments for when McToon comes in.
All right. When's that?
I think it's tonight at 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty much gonna tell him that he lied and that the whole trip was a bunch of fucking goofy bullshit.
Well, I mean, I've not seen anything to suggest that they went to I don't know, a stage set or something like that. Or, I mean, it looked legit to me anyway. I mean, we watched the thing, they live streamed much of it on Geo's server. We watched a lot of it.
telling them that they had a studio is kind of like the most dumb thing that flat earthers really do. Rather than saying, "Oh, it was a studio," they're like, "Oh, these studios exist. These studios are used by Hollywood a lot," and
Yeah,
then they
gather your
imply
thoughts
that they
first,
did it.
buddy.
It's the most dumbest fucking take. Like the existence of something doesn't mean that in this case that they used that thing. Is the dumbest fucking low IQ
Yeah,
retarded
you are
take I
saying
ever
really
heard from the
stupid
TFE.
shit. Yeah, you sound like a retard.
And I was really expecting something better from the Flat Earth community. And in fact, I said in the Flat Earth server, I was like, people are gonna say that it's CGI, and I got banned for saying that. And then after the TFE, guess what? The entire Flat Earth community claims that it was fucking CGI.
Listen to you cope. You're coping so hard, dude.
I know. What is this? The venting room?
Yeah,
Call
dude.
Dr. Phil.
I can literally taste your tears through the phone.
Nah, the tears come from the Flat Earth community crying and bitching over it. So yeah, it is what it is.
Listen to you, like you're so try hard. You're like trying to be so harsh. You're like fucking retard, bitch. All right,
I know, man. Call a therapist.
What makes flat Earth, like, where did the flat Earth touch you? Like, are you hurt?
No, I'm just I was hoping for the Flat Earth community to have some level of a little more creative than just basically calling everything fake and then crying that fucking Jeremy
Dude,
was
you're
bought out
commenting
by
on other
the
people being
global
creative when all
community,
you've ever done is
and
regurgitate
Richard
your
was
shitty
bought out
model.
the community and fucking CGI
Why-
smoke
Is he
from
still crying?
witches.
Why did you
smoke
expect
fade
him to?
Hold on.
and
Dr.
CGI
Pepper,
smoke. It's
don't
like
take
the
Jesse
dumbest
too
thing ever.
seriously. He's not really a flat earther. Like he's back to being a flat earther. I think how long ago was the message you sent me, Jesse? It was like 6 months ago. You're like, hey,
Witcher?
let's go troll flat earth. No, Jesse right here. You're talking to him.
Okay.
He's not actually a flat earther. He's arguing for flat earth, but he's not a flat earther. He's just a contrarian that will pick the side that is the smallest metric at the time. But he's a pretty good troll. Don't get him wrong. You should try and boast it up.
Look, yeah,
while
he's gonna be your
communicating.
shoulder to cry on. Listen to him cry. Listen to you console this guy.
But Pazza was trying to
Yeah.
get in. Let's see what Pazza's got to say.
Oh, I was in the middle of saying something, and then these guys tried to talk over me.
Well,
But
you
dude,
know,
you're
you
trolling
too,
right now. It's
you're
not worth
talking
taking up
to
the
yourself.
VC for your troll. Save it for when Toon's here, for when you can
Dude,
get
you're
some
a glober.
airtime.
What point do you have to talk to flat earthers besides trolling?
Bro, stop
Like, you're
crying. Stop
literally
crying that he's a
acting like
glober,
you're not a
dude.
troll.
Do you need therapy? Stop crying that he's a glober,
We're
dude.
just
Get over
bitching
it.
now, guys.
Well, how do you again? Somebody's straw manning and acting like they know what I am before they actually ask what I am. You don't. How do you know I haven't flipped my position, Jesse, like you do every 2 months?
Yeah, you guys don't keep it real at all, man. I don't know if y'all.
Yeah, you don't even ask
keep
me
it real.
what side I'm on before you try and decide what I am, so you can shout and cry down at me. Save it for Toon.
Yeah, that's why you give a fuck to come talk to flat earthers, because you're conflicted deep inside.
Oh, you think I'm talking to flat earthers? I'm pretty sure I've been putting them in their place since I came into the VC tonight.
Yeah, you could say whatever bullshit you want to convince yourself all night
Would you
long.
like me to put you in your place if you want to put your flat Earth fucking hat on? Should we do that too, or do you want me to destroy? I mean, we could just chill. But like I'm saying, save your energy, bro.
Hold on, let me get
You're
my
kind of
grade.
like a toxic, God-hating moron, and you can't compose yourself for a regular conversation. You just overtalk a lot.
That's
Am I a moron for hating God, or do I hate the moronic gods? Which way? What were you trying to attack with that slur? towards
Whatever
me?
makes you feel better.
Feel better or worse? Are you trying to help me, or are you?
Oh God! Do you two want to get a room? As touching as it is to hear you two lovers, do you want to get
Yeah,
a room?
demon scribe, stop hitting on me, bro.
Go on, Pazza.
I was going to say, I mean, it's talk about imagination. It's not necessarily about imagination. If it's not CGI and it's not a studio, what else could it be?
It doesn't really matter because there is no honesty behind it. Because if they were real flat earthers, they would try to first of all, they would join them on the fucking TFE, which of course Dave Wise and fucking Nathan Oakley and the other pussy bitch cowards said no to. And they would try to figure out how it would suit their model. But rather than trying to do that, they're just trying to make up fake shit. And the worst of all is the kind of stuff like the outright hate and vile toxic rhetoric that they threw at poor Jaren. Like I feel sorry for the dude, I really do. But he did make a video 2 days ago. We did an interview with Simon Dan, I think it was, they made, and it was really good. It was an hour stream. You should watch it. It's really good.
Have you seen him talking to ex-flat earthers? He's doing that now, isn't it? That's Jaren's shtick right now, isn't it?
Yeah, he converted flat earthers. Yeah, I don't. He like he has a name for it. I don't remember, but yeah.
WFW or something like that, isn't it? I don't know.
I mean,
yeah,
I think,
yeah.
I don't trust Jared as far as I can throw him. I remember 20, whatever it was, 18, when I think he had a kid, and then he did the BitChute thing, right? Whatever it was, not BitChute, sorry, Bitcoin. And everything was Bitcoin, you know, he was promoting Bitcoin, and that's fine. In some sense, I was like, I get it, but he's not concerned with truth anymore. He's concerned with this other thing, and that's fine. I don't want to be overly critical there, but to me, it was finding out also that there's like 60 odd marathon runners that go there every year. I mean, what, are they in on it too, or? That's quite the claim, right? So even Boston Bear was on about going.
Remember, guys, it's impossible to climb the ice wall. Even the ice wall is like 20, 30 meters high, and we've climbed fucking K2 and Mount Everest that are 8 kilometers high. So, yeah.
Well, who said
Don't
it's
forget, you're
impossible?
supposed to get stopped at 60
I
latitude
understand you
south
wanna
before you
close
even
your
get
eyes
there.
and
You're supposed to be
imagine that you did
be
things
turned
that
around by the
overcame
military.
fear. Yeah, that's really
where are the
cool, man.
guns,
You wanna
Nathan?
hold on,
Where are the
dude.
guns,
Why does
Nathan?
everybody try to talk over me? You guys are such
Oh,
assholes.
no, we both started at the
Yeah, I
same
know
time,
you
and I
want
just powered through
to.
because
You
I'm
want
not
to
weak
talk
like
over
you.
me because you hate what I'm going to say to you. I'm just going to tell you about yourself. But yeah, you want to close your eyes. You want to imagine that you're actually measuring Antarctica. You didn't do anything. These guys claim to go look at the sun. They didn't confirm that Antarctica is actually on a sphere. But you don't know the difference because you like to imagine things.
Oh, they did
Were they
observe
looking at the
though,
sun?
right? They did observe the sun going in the opposite direction, right around them.
Yeah, that's
What
easy
was
to simulate.
to simulate, but on a globe?
Yeah, you could easily simulate a 24-hour sun around Union Glacier Camp. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, on a globe.
No, a simulation would mean that you're not actually doing what you're claiming.
Okay, you're going to have to say how to make that simulation happen out there in the wilderness of the Antarctic ice sheet, where
No, we don't even
people-
know if they're actually there.
Well, where do you think they
Here we
were?
go with the dumb stuff again.
Well,
Where do
you
you
don't
think they
really
were?
have the
But do you actually believe
the data to see. This is the problem with Clovers is
But
they
do
hate
you
listening
actually believe that, or is that part of your troll right now that people should actually
you hate
engage with?
listening to your model get destroyed. But if you just wait a second, I got you.
Okay.
You don't have proof that they were actually in Antarctica when they claimed to be going live, like when they said they were actually there, claiming to see the
So the
24 hours.
GPS trackers
I don't
aren't
have
good enough.
evidence that they were actually in Antarctica while they were
What level of evidence do you
talking
require?
live with chat with others. This guy is just pure trolling.
Yeah,
Well, you
what
can't just.
level of
I'm not
evidence do you
trolling, I'm
require?
literally making an argument.
Which level of evidence do you require? We have multiple levels.
Everything I'm telling you.
You're just
Okay,
going to say
so
that, aren't you?
so far you've rejected everything, and we know not to engage with you because you are trolling.
Oh, what's the point of engaging with globetars that shoot themselves up with mystery goof?
Right, so now you're going to go to now you're going to go to medical disinformation
That's
on
not
the stream.
mystery. It really was a mystery.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all very well saying. It's all very well saying we don't know where they went, but where do you think they did go? Are you pretending this was a set, or are you pretending this is actually a genuine landscape?
Yeah, it's possible that the 1 frame per minute shots that was done by Dave McKeegan, you could have recreated that in the north.
No.
Could you?
Forget the video. Forget the actual fact there was a personal human experience.
No. I just answered your stupid fucking question. You could recreate it in the north. The
Not
1 frame
worth
per minute sequence. Yes.
Created
Think
in the
harder,
north. Do you think
Glover.
they, Do you think they went to the north?
It's totally possible that they shot parts of their claimed 24-hour sun with the 24-hour sun
Oh,
in the mirror.
okay.
Are
Okay,
you
so
saying? Are you
they
saying?
didn't go to? Hang on, they didn't go to Punta Arenas. Did you say?
But yo,
think
you
that was
guys
all-
are making me make my argument for McToon right now. I'd rather not talk about this right now. Not gonna lie, because I have it all
Good
for
luck.
McToon.
Good
Yeah, man, I
luck. Good
tried
luck with
helping
this.
you out earlier. I said,
So you
take
guys
it
are
for
just
Coon,
fucking
bro.
dummies.
Good
You
luck
guys
with
are
this
just dummies
tonight.
that like to
Don't
imagine
forget.
things.
Don't
I'm gonna
forget
go
your.
talk to the guy that actually claimed to have gone.
Yeah.
Stop trying to talk
Good
over
luck.
me.
Good luck with this tonight. Don't forget your bell with hat.
Stop
Don't
trying
forget
to
your
talk
hat with
over me, you
bells on.
fucking retard. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You think it's gonna wear the bell hat or the one with the spinny fan on
I
the
don't
top?
know. Don't forget to say "Hey, nonny, nonny" as you come in the room.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you're dealing with cognitive dissonance because someone's giving you an actual argument.
You haven't given
and you
us
just want to
anything
la-di-da.
at
You
all.
la,
You
la, la,
haven't.
over years. La, la,
You
la, la,
haven't
la.
given us
Shut the fuck up,
anything
Glover.
other than this kind of disgraceful but adult behaviour where you go, like a
Dude,
child.
you're the one that wants to pull up the flat Earth servers every day and affirm the globe to people that don't think it's a globe. You're the fucking
You
child, dude.
see,
You're the one in
it's
discord.
easy to do.
Exactly, but you're the one that wants to show up. Come on,
Yeah, I'm
Jesse.
here to
You want
make
to
fun
show
of
up
you.
and
I'm making
pretend?
fun
No,
of
no,
you
you're
because
pretend.
you think that you
You're
want to make
not
fun of
though.
flat Earthers.
You're not making fun because I know. I have the DMs from you. Like, bro, you don't have to do it. Like, I'm not gonna post them, but legit,
he probably
you're
does.
trolling. Yeah, no, he's fucking pretend. He's not
No,
a real
dude.
flat earther.
Look, Jesse,
Yeah,
don't
you
worry.
wanna just
One
twist what
day
I'm
you'll
telling
find
you.
a girl that loves you. Don't worry, Jesse. It's not our fault.
Yeah, you guys are.
What is going on in here,
It'll be
dude?
fun when Toon gets here. Just save it for that, bro. We shouldn't be wasting. Like, do you need an
We talk
edge?
about
Like, let's all
we
go at it
talk
that
about
way.
other
But come on.
Yeah, you want to talk to someone else because I'm the one that's going to smoke you in the argument.
Yo, should we talk about
You-
other presuppositions where I left off when I left? Like how there's a value system set up in science as well.
Dude, I've been edging ever
Oh
since.
god,
I've been
not
dripping.
Tor.
I've been
That
dripping
is
from the
barely
tip.
better than this other troll.
No, Taurus,
Like
Taurus,
to switch
hey,
from one
Tor, how you
troll to
doing?
another. Really?
Don't you think as I think it was Jesse just said I'm going to smoke you. Don't you think this is really the issue with debate? I mean, don't get me wrong, it can be useful, but it's
Your
not
fake
really.
diplomacy, I don't welcome your fake attitude.
Immediately
Fake
goes to
diplomat.
You're
I'm going to be the
100%.
mediator.
tactic of
You're not a
control.
mediator.
Good
You're a
job,
troll as
Jesse.
well.
All right, can we
Let him
just not
finish.
talk over each other though as well? That'd be
Andy,
great.
you're
You're a troll
100.
too, man. You're all trolls. I don't
Andy,
respect
you're
the
100.
troll behaviors.
You'll go there
Andy,
soon,
you're
Dora.
You're
You are right,
correct.
Andy.
You're correct,
You are.
Andy, because really debate is for the audience. You know what I mean? It's not
Yeah.
about like one person winning or losing or anything. It's for the audience to make a decision between two sides, you know?
It's not even about truth though, right?
No, yeah, well,
It's not.
sometimes it can be, but yeah, debates are typically over semantics, you know?
Yeah, but you guys struggle to get to points at all. Like you guys are the ones that literally
Do we
don't make
though?
arguments.
No, do we? Is that an actual
No,
real
Andy
point
and
that you just
Taraj, you
made?
guys actually avoid making actual claims.
No, my point is, it just becomes more about winning.
You don't make
rather than
claims.
what
So,
the
like,
truth
who are
is.
you to be a mediator? You don't know how to.
Well,
do it.
I
But
make
that's the
claims
same
all
for-
the time.
No,
To
you
be
make,
fair,
you
that's-
make
that's-
fluffy claims. Fluffy.
No,
fluffy
Tora
soft
makes
pillow claims.
Tora
Oh my
makes
God.
claims all the time. That's why I love Tora, because like anytime someone makes a hard claim, it's always fun to
Jesse, I
tack
have a
their
quick
feet down
question for
and
you.
push them down.
Yeah, I agree. Tora is hilarious because when you put him in his place and you really like expose him for the bitch that he is, he was like, okay, but do you believe in Jesus? Like he comes with his dumb questions out of nowhere
He's not a bitch though.
Oh my
He's not a
God, this
bitch.
guy is
sway the
weird,
discussion
bro.
to
Tora's
Really
something
helping.
else.
That's really helping, dude. Come on.
I
Tora's
don't
not a bitch.
understand why this room
Guys,
turns into this.
guys,
I was trying to talk about the presuppositions involved in science before I left earlier, and
Can
I
we-
brought up uniformity. Go ahead, Omni. Sorry.
1 second, Tor. Can we just lower the temperature some, man? Like that wasn't necessary, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah,
I
people
disagree
blow
because
Jesse, I have a
it
question
doesn't
for you.
like
Who do you think is the
Omni,
best?
why would we
Omni,
give?
please don't let him
Sorry, go ahead,
justify his
Trent.
unnecessary behavior because that was unnecessary. It's not justifiable. But we could talk about the presuppositions. So we talked about uniformity a little bit, but science also has a value.
Oh God, dude, this is torture.
Presupposition as well, right? That some things are more important than others. So I'd like to discuss why is it that we have these values and like which one should we put as the concrete foundational value, even though they might
all seemingly be in the same category, but there's must be one that must be virtuous than others that we search for.
For every person, though, do you think for every person they should all be the same? Is because that's an interesting point to be making.
Yeah, well, I'm talking specifically to the methodology behind science. So science has certain
There's no
values it
morality in
follows.
science.
What's that?
There's no morality in science, though. So when you put a subjective version on it, you're being like, well, there should be like a moral point to science. I think is what you're trying to get with that.
Science does kind of allude to a morality, like because when you ask where morality comes from, it starts to try to explain it through evolution and social societies. So it's not that it rejects morality altogether. It kind of presupposes it. You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm saying, like, what should be the common core value of science at the very bottom? Is it like survival of people or species or
it
like
is
what?
subjective.
I mean, dude, you
though.
sound so disinterested
Not
in your own
hold
topic.
on,
I feel like you're
man.
the
Let
one who's
me.
truly trolling.
Okay,
You guys
can you hold on a second? I want to respond to that. For me,
fucking
though, I feel like
nonsense
you're. I
NPC,
feel like you're.
Xanax, drone, troll,
Okay,
topic.
hey, man.
Fuck
Hey,
this.
can you chill for a second? Yeah, I feel like the argument you should be making, Toro, though, is that your morality should be objective, like it doesn't change, right? But it does seem like the way morality is shown to have happened throughout history is that it's subjective, meaning it changes based, situationally. So
That would be ethics, though, what you're describing. The ethics can change, but morality and ethics are two different. They're like similar, but they're two different categories, actually.
yeah, but in one sense, murder is moral in one part of history, and then it's no longer moral, and it just depends on which person God points at, because that's ultimately where you would even divine morality from. And so it's objectively true for a human to be moral, and it's subjective for a God to choose what moral is at the time, and it's fluctuating through it.
Correct. Yeah, but what you're describing is the ethics of the people, right? The murder being like moral at one time and not moral at another. In God's mind, murder was never moral. You know what I mean? So
No, it is
would
though.
be
It's
ethics.
subjective in God's
It
mind.
would,
In
well, I
God's
mean,
mind, He's always like,
if you're going to go into like the morality of war, it's going to be a tough decision, or the ethics of war. Then we're going to have it's going to be a complicated subject. It's going to be very
well, does
deep.
God love every child? Like He loves every human, right? Why does He choose which ones are okay to kill? That sounds subjective to me and not objective.
Are you talking in like the context of war?
No, in the context of God decided who was good and who was bad. He also decided who He was going to kill in a flood. And if murder is always wrong,
Was
if
there
humans must
war
abide to this
occurring?
law,
Was
it's
there-
objective for humans to abide by this moral law of murder is always wrong, and it's subjective for God, because He gets to decide when and when not it's morally applicable to His situation.
Yeah, well, in war, it's a difficult scenario because there was war occurring on the earth before the
That God
flood.
created. But God created that, right?
No, we have a free will, so man can choose to do what he does. It's just like how there's a finite amount of choices. Like when have you ever played chess? If I put you in check, right? I know which moves you're restricted to a certain amount of moves, correct? When I
Yeah,
put
this is a
you
good
in
point.
check. But you
That's a good
have
point.
the free will to choose what move you're going to do, and I don't know which one you're going to do, but still I know the outcome of whichever move you're going to make,
Exactly.
right?
Let's imagine that scenario. So God sits down at a chessboard knowing that in the outcome he's going to murder a bunch of people. So before he even picks up a pawn, is he choosing to murder those people?
No, he didn't. He doesn't. If he knows the outcomes and all the decisions, and there's a finite amount of those choices, but he's infinite, so he's outside
But he knows
of
the
the
outcome, right?
finite.
He knows he's going to murder a bunch
He
of people,
doesn't.
right?
Just like how I explained, he doesn't know what the man's choice is going to be. However, he knows all of the choices and all the outcomes. That's how you can declare him as all
But
knowing.
No, he knows the man has the free will to choose anything he wants, and he knows what the man's gonna choose, even if he chooses the wrong thing.
No, he doesn't know what the man is gonna choose.
Well,
No,
then he's
that's
not
not correct.
He's not all know.
Then he's
He's
not
not all
Yes, it is.
knowing, then, is he?
It's just like putting you in check in chess.
Sounds like he's not all
I am omniscient.
hang on,
I
hang
know.
on.
Listen, let me finish. I am omniscient in that I know you are restricted to a finite amount of moves, and I know what my counter move will be to any one of those finite moves, but you have to make the move in order for me to make the counter move.
No, hang on a second.
like your God is not infinite.
If someone's rolling a dice, it's not omniscient of me to know the numbers can be between 1 and 6. It would be omniscient if I knew what the exact number of the throw would be.
Yeah, that's fine. You do know it is. You know what it's going to be. It's going to be 1 through 6.
But to be clear,
but if omniscience would mean that he would know what the exact number you're going to roll, not the range.
No, where is it? Give me the definition of omniscience that declares it to be that is the case.
You should know it.
Did I just hear? Wait a minute. Did I just hear Torah say God is going to have to wait and see what man does?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. No, it's a counter move to what man does, right? So he sets up all of the standards, right? All of the finite opportunities that exist after you make your decision. They've all been set up in such a way, but it's
Dictionary
up to
definition.
you to choose. It's up to you to choose the decision. This is called compatibilism. It's
Dictionary
not
definition. Hang on. Dictionary definition of omniscient. It says 2 words: knowing everything. Not meaning knowing all the permutations, but not knowing which one it said. It just literally means knowing everything.
That follows.
What the
That
outcome
falls
is.
underneath. No, well, it doesn't say that. It said. I didn't
Wow.
say he doesn't know the outcome. He knows the outcomes and he knows the decisions. He doesn't know which decision he will.
And he scapegoats by saying, "I wrote my soul on yours when you were born, and you had the free will to accept me, and because you didn't, you're now
say
gonna
that.
burn." Okay, bruh.
He
I
didn't
think you need to read.
He said
You just argued yourself
trying
out
to talk about value.
You just gave a definition of omniscience a minute ago, and you argued yourself out in the opposite direction.
No, it's not, dude. Omniscience, just because that's how the dictionary defines it, does not mean that necessarily means that you have to know the exact choice.
Give me the definition. Where do you get definitions from? You get them from the dictionary.
Hold on, I just explained how that definition could still apply. Because you do know the outcome, you know the decisions that can be made, but it's left up to a choice for the person. So depending on what that person chooses, you're going to have different outcomes for that person, right?
No
And
wonder
he
you're a
knows
flat.
all
No
of
wonder
those
you're a flat
outcomes.
earther.
This is just the same as chess. When I put you in check, there's only a finite amount of decisions. So are you guys claiming? Hold on. Are you guys? Hold on. Is your claim that there is an infinite amount of decisions a person can make?
No, no one's claiming that. Where'd you get that from?
If it is finite, then it is known, and everything would be known. Everything finite would be known, so therefore it falls under your definition.
You can't do this. You can't do this by talking
you guys
through.
have jumped off of the topic.
Hold on.
The topic was values.
You're cock blocking.
Let me try.
You're cock blocking.
Let me try it. So, Torah, I do think God doesn't actually know. I think you're right. I don't think God could know anything. Actually, He's not strong enough to know what decision you would make, even if you were tempted in the process. Because like there's definitely people who have never been talked to by God when they were tempted, right? So God wouldn't ever do that because He's not powerful enough, right?
Well, I think the conversation was on values in science, so I don't know why it's turned to God. That's my confusion. I brought up a specific topic, and you guys went on to the God topic. So I just want to make it clear, I was not the one who brought up the God topic today. It's obviously that you're itching and wanting and being called by the Creator to talk about Him. So I would take that as something very interesting.
Yeah.
I thought it was good because I could carry on where I left off last night.
Something you're calling to me? Sorry, Andy.
But you're right, dude. Basically, you're somehow justifying your morality through some biological process, through fucking evolution, survival of the fittest. That doesn't make any sense at all. And I was arguing about it for about 2 hours last night, and I was like, well, justify it to me, but I couldn't see how you can justify it. I mean, I'd love to hear if you think survival of the fittest, somehow you can get right and wrong from that. I'd love to hear it, because it doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Well, it doesn't work like it. That's not the whole story, is it? The survival of the fittest. That's not the end of the statement, really, is it? When you talk about a lot of natural selection process and evolution, that's the end of the conversation. The end of the sentence is the survival of the fittest to the current environ. So it's not as if you're making an external judgment about who is fittest. It's just literally where everything sits in, where the marbles lay when you roll them on the texture. That's
Right.
the way you got to look at it. It's not.
What I'm Darwin was a kindly old gentleman that saw ants working together and saw that could be the basis of, cohesive, or how could we say?
Sure. It's harmonious interactions. He was a very religious man and a hopeless romanticist as well.
Yeah, altruism was the word I was searching for. But then, the person that coined the phrase "survival of the fittest" was called Herbert Spencer, not Darwin, but Darwin later used it. And the point is that you could look at any biological process. Where are we taking our morals from then exactly? Could we look at something terrible and take it from there, like I don't know, a lion eating its own cub or something like that? This is the point, that it's not. It's confusion. It's confusing, isn't it? That's at the very least, because some people have took that idea of survival of the fittest and justified some horrible shit. So
yeah, but it's just a buzz phrase. It's not actually describing. But Darwin was a biologist, not a philosopher.
Right, but sorry, Pazza, you weren't there, I guess, last night. But last night it was like somebody was trying to justify. It is actually the right argument. I have to credit PhD Tony there, because the first time I talked to this other fella, he didn't even go to that argument. And I was waiting for him to do it, and he didn't even do it. He did last night. PhD Tony, on the other hand, he straight away went to that argument, because credit to that guy. But still, to me, it doesn't work. You can't get a right and wrong from a biological process like this. It just doesn't work.
I don't think most people generally do they? The idea of a biological process meaning that something just doesn't cope with cope with the world better than another group do, and the nature of the fact that we look around in the world and most animals die because they're eaten. It's not a fair or just world. It's one great pyramid of consumption. Just on a basis. If you can look at this in most simplistic terms, there's a huge, great instinctive mechanism where everyone looks after their immediate offspring as their priority after themselves, and the mechanism just unfolds that way. Even where it started, notwithstanding, you see that in everywhere you look in the world. Even if you're even if you believe in Eden or you believe in evolution, that's the way the world looks.
I completely agree.
I always thought the survival of the fittest thing was like how we evolved as like this, the strongest version of it went forward. And then it was later on finding out that it's the pressures of the systems, being put on it, that like there may have been a previous version that would, last in that system better, but it's the environment that changes, that creates the pressure that it selects for. And it's the survival of the fittest selection. And it's those mutations that occur across species that select for genetically changing and altering through its evolutionary process. That was like a trip for me, because I thought it was literally just the things would evolve because maybe one was born with like stronger muscles, and it's just a confusing topic for a lot of people, I think, until you actually really
when it's survival of the fittest, you have to define fittest. So in other words, an animal that's bigger and stronger may starve to death. So that's why the little mouse is more fit for that environment. So the environment is multifaceted, not just bigger, stronger. I'm stronger, I'm more fit. No, I'm more
Exactly.
adapt to the environment. I can deal with the temperature ranges, or I can deal with the infrequency of water better. That doesn't make so fit
Exactly. The
is
weaker version might have been the better version of the iteration, and now it's evolved to a point where it's no longer like the woolly mammoth. You know.
Yeah. The other key aspect of it is that quite often it's people are right. It is used to do awful things. That notion has been used, but in the remit in which it's used in evolution, it's not talking about the individual, and it's not talking about a family of individuals. It's talking about a massive, protracted, intergenerational progression of animals through many, many generations. It's not, and when people use it to say survival of the fittest, kill the disabled, survival of the fittest, kill the gypsies, clearly they're not using it in the same framework as it was intended when you talk about evolution. There's no point drawing that. There's no point looking at the world and saying, look what bad people have done with that phrase, and then looking at where the phrase is used in another context somewhere else and saying that other context must also be evil. It doesn't make any sense.
That's exactly the point, though, Pazza. That is exactly the point. So someone trying to justify their morality through this process makes no sense whatsoever. You just explained exactly why. Thanks.
That's all right.
That's true, yeah.
No one. I don't think
Like, it's
anybody.
just like
I don't think
saying-
anybody.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Go
it's
on,
like saying
sorry.
it's good. It's just saying it's good for evolution is good. Like that doesn't really address the point.
No, it's not an ethics or a moral construct. It's just a description that a group of people have made about how they see a mechanic unfolding. That's all it is. It's not saying this is good, this is bad, anything else is any other idea is evil. It's not doing that. You don't get scientists saying, "Oh, the water boils at 100 degrees centigrade because water's evil." I mean, you'd think they're an idiot for saying that, wouldn't you?
Pazza, where do you think people got the belief that their race is better? Do you think it's unrelated to evolution?
Yes, evolution has been used to cite it. So has religion. Funnily enough, religion is used quite a lot of times to say, "Get rid of that lot in the next valley." The key is that there's an intrinsic tribalism in us, which may be born of our original, and that may have been highly purposeful in the past, and arguably it might be a bit of an instinctive hindrance now. Who knows?
I already pointed to it in the Bible. It tells you which race is better than the other, and then
Pazza.
God chooses them, and that was definitely before they even knew about evolution.
Sure, there's lots of things that we think or we feel sometimes that we think, oh, and I'm not proud of myself for feeling that way or thinking that way, or I'm not proud of my reaction to that situation. But that's just the way you're wired. You've got to understand that there's some parts of your wiring which aren't perfect and aren't and you can use that as a construct to say, yes, we're imperfect and it fits in the narrative model of a religion. Or you can argue that's something we've had from a long time ago when we had a much more primordial relationship with the world and we had to do things far more brutally and quickly. Both work, don't they?
Yeah, Pazza, are you familiar with the findings that Harvard has seemingly confirmed? They say that there is no basis in biology for race. It's just a social construct.
No basis in for what? Sorry, I didn't catch the last word.
It's okay. Yeah,
Race.
Harvard and other including PubMed, they believe that the idea of race has zero basis in biology, and it's just a social construct. Do you agree?
I've heard that. I haven't really given it much consideration.
What's
I
the
certainly haven't read
definition of
anything
race,
because.
then?
Well, this is the trouble. I tend to steer clear of these conversations because they never get anywhere. Discussions of what is race and what is species. I mean, everyone's got their own narrative of what they are, and no one's going to agree. And I think that race is kind of, from where I look at it, there's a visual and a biological component to it. How it manifests is to be a useful construct of differentiating people. I argue it's not really useful.
I have something to say about that. So there are clearly we have clearly different designations based on appearance, right? We say this is appearance is that appearance is that. However, the biological approach to this, generally holds that those are incredibly different, simple changes in, biology. Like the amount of melanin you have is very simple compared, or how long your legs tend to be is extremely simple genetically compared to more, important things like intelligence. So
let me give you the Google here. It says that race is generally defined as a categorization of humans based on shared physical traits, while ethnicity refers to shared groups, shared cultural and characteristic traditions. So it's, I don't know, what are you getting there where it's lumping both of those things together?
Right. So that's what I've read. And as far as it goes, I think that is, I'm willing to believe that is fine. Like I don't have evidence to the contrary.
Right.
So.
But he wants to
Well, I
point
could
to
read here from
that,
Harvard.
it's just a social thing, but it's actually a mixture of the two, where its ethnicity is more of the social and the that part of it versus the physical
So
traits.
I could read here from Harvard. It says Harvard's Department of Genetics and the Human Genome Project has shown that all humans share approximately 99.9% of their DNA, and the small variations that do exist do not align with traditional racial categories. So scientists across the field, such as anthropology, genetics, and sociology, emphasize that traits often used to define race, such as skin color or facial features, are superficial adaptations to the environment and do not indicate deeper genetic divisions. So there is no basis in for race in biology.
What they're
I'll
saying
post the
there's not a
citation.
speciation. No, you're reading it wrong. They're just saying there's no speciation differentiating these people other than those physical traits, which are just characteristics of their race. That's all they're saying. They're saying they're the same. All humans are the same humans. Race is a physical distinction. And although there are, differences in them, it doesn't mean that there is a subcategorization of it. Why don't you reread it again and see if you can see that in it?
Yeah, I agree with I agree with the statement. Like I'm not an expert in the cutting edge of this stuff, so I know that there will be a lot of people who disagree. Mainly for what I consider to be questionable reasons. So yeah, I don't.
Well, try reading Eden. Go ahead and read the last half of that paragraph again.
I read it. I mean, I understand it. I understand it. All I'm saying is, I think that there's going to be, as with everything, remotely scientific, disagreements about how that,
No, I get that. I'm just saying that he was misinterpreting this statement here, and he was trying to say it claims a thing it doesn't.
Oh well, I don't know about that.
But then you need to add to that what he's leaving out so much. Biologically, doctors do know that different races, even though we're not going to call it genetic races, different ethnicities do present differently in symptoms and do sometimes need different treatments because biologically there are still those tiny differences. It's just like with strokes and heart attacks and stuff. So it's very, very disingenuous what Eden is doing just to be able to say that there's no such thing as different races.
I don't
exactly. I agree with that.
That'd be part of their in your dishonesty, Coco.
No, I would argue that, but I would also argue that women and men probably in some medical levels can react differently to certain different things, okay, right? Or old people and young people. But I'm not going to use that as a way of categorizing people for whatever nefarious means either.
Exactly. Strokes and heart attacks are across the board going to be the things you see that do present differently and occasionally mostly need different treatment in both women and different ethnicities.
Yeah, if let's put the way I always argue when people start talking about race and this sort of thing. Okay, right? I put this to them. Okay, right? If there's another bubonic plague style thing happen, okay, right, which is short incubation, highly contagious, and lethal. Okay, right, and it does what it's going to inevitably going to do if it ever does manifest itself on in our world. Okay, right. Conversations about ethics and race will fly out the window quicker than a fleet and than a released canary.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because that's part of what happens. I don't want to bring up medical stuff, but there's been stuff like that that's happened in the past where it's affected a different group the worst.
So that's, to my understanding, yes, that's true. Like sickle cell anemia is more prevalent in in black people or whatever. But that doesn't at all qualify as different race. There's all sorts of traits that we generally like, the things that we associate with being kind of important to your biology are generally much deeper than, like that's a very surface level thing. So
yeah, well, I mean, race to begin with, yes, absolutely was, because racists were trying to say that black people and other ethnicities were inferior. So 100% in that respect, biologically, we are very, very different, very, very similar. But to then hand wave it away that it's just a social construct is not true, because you can go talk to doctors who will tell you that different ethnicities do need to be looked at differently medically. So
what is the utility of race then?
Sorry?
What is the utility of race?
Well, can I jump in on that for a second, because this is something I have some experience with in my volunteer work. I've spoken to many people that study this type of thing, and I do want to be very cautious about getting into medical conversations about information, disinformation, etc. But what has been found is that for a number of reasons, and I don't like, there's so many different variables. It's such a dynamic thing, so it's very hard to get beyond, someone may present with a symptom, and one of the things Coco brought up, it's just very, very well known now, and I hope it is widely known, is that females will present different than males in a heart attack type event with the symptoms, and so they're becoming far more aware of that. And it was thought for a number of years that men suffered heart attack at a much greater rate than women, which wasn't true. They just didn't recognize it. As well. So that's a great example of something that's quite well verified. But there are also ethnicities that suffer greater rates of one type of illness or another, or present with slightly different symptoms. And that having a medical team and a medical system that is well educated in the differences, and this is in that 0.1%, because we all realize there are very slight differences between human beings in terms of like their melanin level in their skin. That's like a really obvious one. But when you do certain types of other tests, you may find that there's a huge prevalence for one type of disease or another. But this is really muddied by, and this is what the real problem is that we also live in a society where socioeconomic differences can change people's access to medicine. And also, in different ethnicities and cultural groups, accessing medicine for certain types of condition is very stigmatized. And so certain ethnic groups will look like they have nothing, or nobody presents with these symptoms, or nobody's treated for this. But what's really happening is parents and guardians of children are avoiding treatment for something that has a stigma or a bias towards it, because they don't want to be seen as having that in their family, which is a terrible thing that's happened because of like a cultural expectation. And so like I just want to present that this is a very dynamic and very, very muddy situation and not a black and white situation, if you'll pardon the pun, which was not intended. It's just not that straightforward.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm getting from this is don't don't draw too many conclusions about what the meaning of race is, what the effect of race is, because probably you're not going to be right about that if it's anything sweeping.
Well said.
Absolutely.
I mean, aren't we just saying that it comes down to genes and how the genes are expressed as just something we perceive as different races?
Generally, I mean, yeah,
that's part of it. Yeah,
we are inclined to categorize things, but we have biases. That may not be.
All right, so what y'all saying is just like a social construct. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
is an AI participating in the conversation, or am I like missing something here?
Oh, my bad. You got to mute myself.
That's
Right.
okay.
I heard this robot voice in the background. I was like, Big Brother is listening. Or
Just
maybe
my
it's Big
total
Sister.
station telling me where a corner of a property is.
All right.
That's fine. I think I heard somebody shopping earlier. It sounded like it was the automatic checkout in the background.
Well, that might be happening too. So, I had to unload, so I missed part of the beginning of the conversation. But this started it with like a conversation about evolution and how it's been misused or misunderstood by people in the past, and that's maybe an indication that we shouldn't believe in it or something. Or was that argument being made, or was I misunderstanding what people were saying?
The argument was originally, I think it was, so the argument originally was, where do we gain our morals from, and we ascribe it to evolution because, of the problems put forward.
But
Sure,
we don't
okay.
ascribe our morals to evolution. I don't know who does.
Yeah, no, evolution's happening whether you like it or not.
It was actually about the value system that science presupposes, right? To declare, oh, this topic is of more value than this topic. So we do extensive research in certain directions. So it's like a big presupposition built in. And I was wondering what the concrete foundation of those values should be.
I'd say it's probably ethics that build around societies, and it's your personal morals that people have issues with and make their personalities around, because the socials will change the morals, right? But like me and you, we'd all agree that grape is like always wrong, whereas you'll find that it's subjectively changed based on the social interactions throughout history. Like back in the day, grape used to be a thing you did after you sold your daughter or you won a war, and it was just perfectly, acceptable, though a person may have a moral quandary about it, which is a personal thing that they build themselves. So morals are a personal thing, not a scientific or evolutionary thing.
So you're saying, like when the Romans and everything, they accepted it as being perfectly fine, but now we live in a society where we don't accept it, and it seems we're progressing better, right? So it seems that declaring grape as universally bad actually benefits society, right?
No, what I'm saying is that it's morally universally bad for just about every human that experiences it on both ends, and it's socially acceptable, which becomes an ethical thing that is subject to change based on the moral, or not the moral, but the ethical situations of the society. So those will
But do
change.
you agree that could get in the way of the science? Don't you agree that could get in the way of science if the social?
No, I don't think it has anything to do with science, and I don't. hold on a second. I don't think there's any way you can argue to me that it's ever been okay in anybody's brain to be graping another person, no matter what part of history they're in. They were convinced by the society and the ethics of the time that it's
Yeah.
okay. And I guarantee you, every person has dealt with it internally, whether it's socially acceptable or not. It's always been wrong. And that's where we're more moral than your God.
I agree with you in the fact that ethics change, morality doesn't. So the people knew that what they were doing was wrong at that time. They understood
No,
it.
I don't.
So
I
yeah,
think the
so
people
what
that
you're
believe in
saying is,
God
but
and God
because what
tells them to do
because
it.
hold on real quick, because when they look to others, like the consensus, even though they felt it was wrong in their mind, they still went along with the consensus. And that's what happens when you don't have that concrete foundation for the value in the first place. You just look
but that's
to
what
others.
happens when you have God.
So there was a story when I was in Australia of a mother throwing her kids off a bridge and then jumping in the bridge because she said that God told her to do it. Does she think what she was doing was good or bad?
You want us
How would
to
we know
evaluate
that?
a psychopath? I mean,
Yeah.
what the fuck? What kind of question is that?
Well,
Yeah,
wait,
if
how do
you-
you know? Wait, how do you know God didn't tell her that? Are you telling me it's psychopathic to think God would tell you to kill your kid? Because there's a story in the
Obviously
Bible
very
that
confused, right?
there's a story
Right.
in the Bible that says God told someone to kill their kid. So.
What
Yeah, but do you
what,
understand what that story relates to, right? That you're talking about
Doesn't matter.
Abraham and
My
Isaac, and you're
point,
talking about the
my,
father
my,
of
my
the
point is
religion. Hold on,
my
let me
point
just
is
explain
my
it to
point.
you, dude. Let me explain it real
Yeah,
quick
you don't need
because
to
it's
explain to me the story.
yeah. Okay, so then you don't want to learn anything today. You want to stand in your bias. Is that correct?
No. Please don't mute people. Come on. Please don't just mute people.
Well,
Please
is he
don't mute.
standing in his bias since he doesn't want an explanation to that story?
Well, I think it would be fair for
My only
you
point.
respond, right? Sure.
Well,
You want
my
me to
only point
respond
is,
to his loaded
because
question?
my only point is that it's logically possible for God to tell you to do it.
And we have examples of
It's
this in the Bible.
logically
as well.
possible for a lot of things. It's logically possible for the earth to be flat, but you don't accept
So it's
that.
logically possible that God told. It's logically possible that God told that Australian woman to
Okay,
kill her
so
kid.
it's logically possible the earth is flat. Do you accept the earth is flat now?
No. That's not the
Okay,
criteria.
yeah,
He's saying
that is. Sorry, you're done.
No.
You're done, dude.
No. Wait. He's saying that that it's not a good counter argument to God giving you a divine commandment, right? Or some person rather claiming that I did something because of the divine commandment, right? It's not a good argument to say,
Yeah, but there's
well,
actually a way to test the spirits. I don't know if
how,
you know this, but there's a specific passage in the scripture which tells us how,
how.
right? And
All
it
right.
says that we will know them by their fruits, right? So what we see is this lady not being fruitful, right? And what she's doing is you're saying she's telling us that a God told her to murder, right?
Well, how
So
do you know she's
now,
not truthful?
how do we know that she's not truthful? I'm
What
not
is it
saying
your
I
God,
don't
though?
know that she's not truthful, but it doesn't mean it is the God, the creator God, because as you know, there are many false gods among us as well.
Well, no, I
It
was
was
saying
probably the right God though. I can't see a false God saying something like that.
Really?
But we have
Because there was false
good
gods that used
we
to
have
do
good
it all the time. Why were they
true God.
sacrificing their children to Baal then? Why were the Native Americans
one
when we
true
got
God-
here
the
cutting
one
out?
true God-
Why were they
the one
cutting
true
out the
God
hearts
told
of
us
people?
Hold on, guys. You guys got to go one at a
The
time.
one true
Trucker,
God
Yeah,
let him
you gotta
finish.
let me finish.
Trucker,
down.
Trucker, dude, I'm trying to mod, bro. Please, guys, everybody, just go one at a time, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta let me finish because what we know already is there were other gods that told that told people to sacrifice their children, called Baal, right? This god, they would try them through the fire, their children. When we came to America, there were people sacrificing other people, pulling out their hearts, dude, on the top of mountains to their other gods, right? The Protestants that came over here didn't say, oh, yeah, this must be to Yahweh, let's continue doing it. No, they said, this is in direct violation of the law of God. We have to stop these people. So, yeah, so it's very easy to tell the
famine and
difference
other
between the
diseases
two,
wiped those
obviously. And
people
you
out. It
live in
wasn't
America and
Christianity.
love it, and that's why you live in America and love it, is because men made that decision a long time ago for you.
I don't, and I
like
don't.
South America.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do not live in
We're talking
America.
about the Aztecs being wiped
don't
out
love
by
America.
plague blankets.
But we know that Yahweh wrote down or made to be written down his commandment to kill in his name, and we know that he approved of that, and we know that he had killings done
You're
or
talking
did
about in
killings
war.
himself. No, I'm talking about when he
that's
told
in war.
Buddy there to sacrifice his son. Was it? I forget the dude's name off top of my head.
In
you gotta read the
context of
story,
that
dude.
Story, dude. You're talking about Abraham, the father of the religion, who said that his
Abraham, that's
seed.
it. Yeah,
Hold on.
Abraham.
Okay, so
Abraham,
his seed. Yeah. Okay. Listen. Now his seed will be blessed, right? And they will all become a beautiful nation of God, right? This is Abraham. This is God showing. Does Abraham have what it takes in order to do this? Because you do know that God sent his only son to die for our sins. So there's a correlation between these two stories to find out Abraham's worthiness. And in the end, did Isaac get killed in that story?
No, but the point is that it's apparently from the.
You're done, bro.
Wait, come on. Can I
Well,
finish?
Spartacus, that
Hello,
question
wait.
wasn't for you anyways. It was for Trucker.
Wait,
Like, come
but
on, we
that's
need
cool,
some
but-
public etiquette here, dude. We know, dude.
Yeah,
he's not
That
responding.
question was for Trucker, and you went and answered for him. Now, if Trucker wants to pass the mic to do,
It's an open forum. He can have an
no,
opinion.
it's fine. But that was directly for
chime in.
Trucker,
He was
bro.
not responding.
No, you didn't even give him a chance to respond.
This
Is what I'm saying. Like, I'm
this
trying
is
to go
lag.
one. It's one at a time, dude. You can't. That's why people get impatient because their turn gets taken.
Well,
And
there
then start
was a
speaking
lag.
over each other.
He was not responding for like, 10 seconds.
There was no lag, bro. There was no lag. You took his turn
sure.
to speak.
Trucker,
It's all
yeah,
right.
sure,
Go
if
ahead.
you
He's
want.
not talking. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Well, I was going to say the point of, I guess, that example in the context of this conversation is that, at least from the perspective of a believer in the Christian God, it's well acceptable, right, for your God or whatever you think is your God to ask you to do like evil things, like just, fucking sacrifice your child, right? I think that was the point, that you have a problem there in like Christian morality because your God, documented by your scripture, can ask you to do what are really apparently evil things, like murdering your own child. Trucker, go ahead, or whatever. Or may I? Sure, if he's still
Yeah,
talking.
yeah. Keep going. I don't know if Tor wants to. Tor, you want to respond to that? I know Tor's working too. He's probably busy.
No
But yeah, go ahead.
problem.
I mean, I'll respond to that if nobody else is gonna. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I would introduce a different argument though, because I don't like this argument against Christianity. My favorite argument is the argument from non-belief, right? Or the argument from gratuitous evil, right?
Talking
If
about
God is,
divine hiddenness.
yes, divine hiddenness, yes. The
Run it.
argument. Well, no, actually, I would prefer. I would prefer rather to lead with the argument from gratuitous evil.
Well, I mean, how do you know that? How do you know that God is hidden from you?
Well, no. I would rather run the argument from gratuitous evil because I know this. I've been like,
How do you know
brushing up
what is
on
evil?
that. Oh well, you tell me, right? Do you think that people dying in like earthquakes and volcano
That's a dodge, sir. How is it that you ground what is good and evil?
No, I am asking you, right? I'm doing.
If you have no answers, then I
I'm
guess you would
doing
have to
an.
appeal to me.
I'm doing an internal critique of the Christian worldview.
How
My
do you know you're doing
view.
an internal critique?
What? That's okay. What? No, that is my fucking argument, right? So my
argument.
person, my status, my views and morality completely irrelevant because I'm making an argument to show that the Christian worldview, right, is incoherent, is in contradiction.
What grounds your
Did you cut
what
out?
grounds your
Did you cut out?
argument
You,
that
your standards.
like what is it that what is it that allows you to know that God is hidden from you?
No, that was a previous thing. Well, I think you're. Is he lagging just for me? Sorry, because my thing's
No, tanks. I think your internet's a little shoddy.
Yeah, it's like real laggy. How do you know what that is? Well, are you a pre-sub by any chance?
My internet is just fine. I have the best internet.
How do you know you have the
You're
best
breaking
internet?
up. No tanks.
He presupposes he has the best internet, so he does.
Right. Right. So anyway, so getting back to my argument, there's gratuitous evil, right? I mean, the argument from evil usually would go with, oh wait, but there's like murder, right? Wars, right? And the Christian response to that is, oh, but the people are evil, the fallen fucking kingdom, right? Okay. But humans do not control volcanoes, do they? Humans do not control hurricanes, right? They're natural catastrophes. These like natural evils, acts of God. Literally, how insurance companies would consider this.
You think a volcano is evil?
How the fuck is this? How the fuck is that compatible with an omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipotent God?
Yeah, you don't have an argument. That's okay.
I ask you a question.
Just think about it, and maybe like.
I ask you a
I know
question.
you don't have an argument. You're like asking why.
Okay, cool.
I
You
know,
don't
you're
have a
asking,
response.
Hey, human being, why does God do what He does? You don't have.
Yeah,
don't
you
have an
can
argument.
articulate it instead of just telling him to guess at why he's wrong.
What?
Like he said he's wrong. He said he doesn't even have an argument. He doesn't even know what good and evil is.
Oh, I
He doesn't
literally
know.
made an argument.
Well, we'll rephrase it like this: if gratuitous evil exists, God is morality, and if it's justified